In a sealed room, a tungsten filament lamp emitted a faint glow, casting a warm yellow light that alleviated the pervasive darkness surrounding the space. Within this room, a round table bore the weight of 10 slumbering youths, their serene visages suggesting a deep, peaceful sleep. One even bore a hint of a smile, as though dreaming of delightful occurrences. Suddenly, a deep, resonant tolling of a bell echoed from afar. The sound was not particularly loud or shrill, yet it possessed a mysterious penetrating quality. Allowing it to resonate clearly within this confined space, as the bell chime gradually faded, a young man and woman, previously resting on the table, began to awaken slowly, as if released from some unseen enchantment. Upon locking eyes, an unspoken expression of bewilderment and astonishment passed between them. They were keenly aware that they were in an entirely unfamiliar environment. The room was tightly enclosed, devoid of any visible exit, with only a few small ventilation windows measuring 25 by 25 centimeters high above, feebly allowing the thin air to filter in. These windows resembled mere patches embedded in the walls, struggling to provide the necessary oxygen. "Where are we? Who are you?" A woman inquired first, her serious demeanor scanning the surroundings. "I have no idea who you are or why I am here," replied another man, his voice somewhat timid, tinged with unease. "Forget where we are. I have places to be and won't linger here with you all. I'm leaving." A coarse voice interrupted, drawing the attention of others who turned to observe the man's actions. The young man, who had been pondering quietly, was momentarily taken aback, silently questioning, "Is this man oblivious? Does he not recognize that aside from those ventilation windows, there exists no exit?" Before he could finish his thought, the man exclaimed, "Good grief, there are absolutely no doors here." Upon hearing this, others began to examine their surroundings, and soon, expressions of shock appeared on several faces, as they realized that the room was entirely surrounded by sturdy walls devoid of any conceivable exit. "How is this possible?" murmured a bespectacled man, as the grim realization dawned upon him. If there was indeed no exit, did that mean, "Are we imprisoned?" A youthful voice ventured, prompting the attention of the group. "What do you mean, imprisoned? Who would imprison us?" The woman with glasses pressed, her curiosity piqued. At this moment, silence enveloped the room as everyone turned their gazes toward the two speakers. The notion of captivity had begun to creep into their minds, and now, with someone vocalizing their collective fear, they were eager to hear more. Have you ever seen a film where a group of test subjects is confined and provided with timed meals or other provisions? I suspect these 5 ventilation windows serve as the means for delivering our food, the young boy asserted, pointing upward. "Are you suggesting that we are all test subjects?" Gasps of astonishment filled the air. What other explanation could there be? The windows only allow for the passage of food. If I'm not mistaken, there are likely hidden cameras observing our every move, capturing everything we do, the boy stated with conviction, as if he had unearthed the room's vulnerabilities. In response to this assertion, the others began to thoughtfully scrutinize their surroundings, hoping to locate the cameras that would confirm their fears of being trapped. "Excuse me, young man, may I ask your name?" Just as the young man was about to speak, another man approached it. "I am Lu Chao," the boy replied matter-of-factly. "Pleasure to meet you, Lu Chao. I am Li Kai-chen. I find your hypothesis intriguing, but have a question. Could you explain how we 10 individuals were brought into this room? Surely they did not construct this place after transporting us here?" Li Kai-chen inquired earnestly. With his question posed, the room fell silent once more as everyone pondered the implications. They had been so preoccupied with the prospect of escape that they had neglected to consider how they had ended up in this predicament. "May I ask what each of you was doing before this? Is it possible that we were all engaged in similar activities that led us here?" Another girl raised her hand to inquire. Captivated by her voice, Lu Chao turned to see a petite girl, likely no taller than 150 centimeters. However, Lu Chao chose not to respond, deeming the question trivial. "It appears you have all awakened sooner than I anticipated," a voice interjected, breaking the silence. Turning toward the source of the voice, they beheld a man donning an eerily lifelike mask, one that bore a grotesque, decayed visage, emanating a repulsive aura. The hollow eye sockets seemed to harbor an unfathomable abyss, instilling a sense of dread in anyone who dared to glance at it. As Lu Chi's gaze fell upon the man with the terrifying mask, His expression shifted dramatically, brows furrowing in alarm. In that fleeting moment, he discerned a chilling truth. The mask, seemingly grotesque, was not merely an accessory, it appeared to be an inseparable part of the man's own face. What did this signify? This was no ordinary mask, it was the man's actual countenance. The bizarre scene sent Lu Chao's heart racing, a wave of icy terror surging through him. Chapter 2: The Eerie Man. Upon beholding the visage of this man, Lu Chao was instantaneously taken aback. He could scarcely fathom that a human being could endure such a grotesque disfigurement and still draw breath. "Who are you?" Lu Chi inquired cautiously, her gaze fixed on the man before her. "Did you bring us here? Are you aware that you have committed a crime?" Another man leveled a direct question at the masked figure. In contrast to the others, Li Kaichen was beset by a plethora of inquiries and curiosity. With a serene smile, he regarded the man before him and asked in an unusually calm and unperturbed tone, "More than these matters. I am rather intrigued to know how you managed to transport us here. Was it constructed directly? Or do you possess some arcane means that allowed us to be instantaneously transposed to this location?" Standing beside him, Lu Chao furrowed his brow at Li Caichen's probing question, understanding its pivotal nature. Yet, he could not shake the faint sense of mockery he detected in Li Caichen's seemingly placid demeanor. It felt as though Li Kaichen was not genuinely seeking an answer, but rather jesting with the man. "Greetings, players. I am your guide. You may also refer to me as an NPC, the character that assists newcomers in this game. I shall instruct you on how to escape this place," the man stated mechanically, ignoring the inquiries directed at him. "What do you mean? An NPC? How could such a thing exist in reality? Are you jesting? This is the real world. Have you lost your mind?" The attendees were rendered speechless by the masked man's assertion. "Ladies and gentlemen, if I were you, I would remain silent, for in 25 minutes, you shall enter a world of terror. If you do not heed my explanation of the rules, your demise will be swift," came the emotionless pronouncement of the masked man. "Damn you for playing tricks here." Just as those words left his lips, a towering figure surged forward like a bolt of lightning, swiftly reaching the masked man. Without hesitation, this imposing individual swung his powerful arm, fist clenched, aiming a tremendous blow at the masked man's face. The onlookers widened their eyes, riveted by the impending confrontation, none daring to intervene. On the contrary, their expressions conveyed a shared belief that the man taking action was justified. After all, confronting such an arrogant figure as the masked man warranted a severe reprimand. As the spectators anticipated the masked man's imminent humiliation, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The masked man regarded the towering figure with an air of nonchalance, even allowing a subtle smirk to grace his lips, revealing a contemptuous and eerie smile. In an instant, an inexplicable sensation enveloped the room. All present seemed frozen in place. As though ensnared by an immobilizing spell, even time appeared to halt. The masked man merely inclined his head slightly to the right, and the towering assailant exploded in a cacophony of flesh and bone, gore showering the remaining 9 individuals. "May I suggest we maintain silence now? Should anyone dare interrupt me again, they shall meet the same fate," the masked man remarked with a sinister grin, snapping his fingers. Lu Chao soon felt the shackles of paralysis lift, allowing him to regain his mobility. You've killed him. You will face justice." A bespectacled woman gazed in horror at the masked man, her voice trembling with fear. She could scarcely comprehend how the man had disintegrated before her very eyes. "What a nuisance. Did I not make myself clear? Whoever speaks will share the same fate as the man just now." The masked man appeared before the woman in an instant, his lips curling into an ominous smile as he once again tilted his head slightly to the right. Immediately, the oppressive force returned, rendering the gathered individuals immobile once more. The woman who had spoken moments prior met the same grisly end as the towering figure, her remains splattering across the others present. After executing this grim spectacle, the masked man shrugged his shoulders, snapped his fingers, and the crowd was restored to normalcy except now. Their expressions were not of shock but of sheer terror. This masked figure truly possessed the capability to extinguish their lives in an instant, and most alarmingly, he acted without a hint of hesitation. "I do not wish for anyone to interrupt me. Otherwise, you will face a fate akin to theirs. Do you understand?" The masked man addressed the remaining individuals with an unwavering calmness, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing his words, the attendees fell into a profound silence, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. After a brief moment, satisfied by their quietude, the masked man nodded approvingly and approached a designated spot at the table. "Now, esteemed players, please take your seats. I shall elucidate the rules of our engagement. Should any uncertainties arise after my explanation, feel free to inquire," he announced. As the masked man's voice echoed in the room, the attendees, gripped by fear, returned to their seats. Lu Chao attempted to position himself at a distance from the masked man, only to find another man occupying the spot before he could reach it. With only one empty seat separating him from the masked man, Lu Chao hesitated, aware that proximity to the masked figure was undesirable. Just then, a voice emerged from the vacant seat. Lu Chao glanced up to find Li Kaichen seated at the remaining position adjacent to the masked man. In exasperation, Lu Chao realized his options were dwindling, leaving him with no choice but to sit beside the masked man. However, at that moment, Li Kaichen stood up, flashed Lu Chao a smile, and shifted to the left of the masked man, leaving his previous spot vacant. Uncertain of why Li Kaichen had relinquished the seat, Lu Chao seized the opportunity to sit down. Once all were seated, the masked man slowly began. Now that everyone is settled, let me outline the situation and the rules of this place. Chapter 3. The rules of departure. Upon noticing the myriad of gazes, some filled with confusion, others with terror, and yet others with intrigue, converging upon him, the masked man allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, enigmatic and elusive. Clearing his throat, he began to speak slowly. Welcome, esteemed guests, to this mysterious and spine-chilling locale, the haunted house. It is indeed a fortuitous encounter for us all to meet here. I surmise that at this very moment, you are all pondering how to escape this place swiftly. However, to truly depart from here is far from a simple endeavor. He paused deliberately, heightening the suspense amongst the crowd before continuing. Only by enduring a grueling trial of 10 terrifying tales will you earn the chance to reclaim your freedom. With each trial you successfully complete, a staircase leading to higher floors will manifest. In essence, only by ascending to the 10th floor step by step will you have the opportunity to discover the exit and liberate yourselves from this endless dread. Am I clear enough? Should there be any questions, now is the time to inquire, but do bear in mind, I can only respond to one question from each of you. The masked man patiently articulated these words, then regarded the crowd, inviting those with queries to voice them. I wish to know, must we participate in these terrifying tales, or? A man tentatively raised his hand and asked. You possess no right to refuse, for in 20 minutes, you shall all be thrust into a randomly selected horror story, he replied. Then I would like to know, what kind of horror stories are we referring to? Are there any clues? Another man interjected. There are none. The horror stories you will encounter are unlike any you are familiar with, however. There is a possibility you may encounter some you have heard of, though it is more likely they will be entirely unknown to you. And who has compelled us to partake in these so-called horror stories? Lu Chi inquired at that moment. Once Lu Chi posed his question, all eyes turned to the masked man, eager for answers. Yet, he merely smiled and gradually responded, that is something you cannot yet know. However, I can assure you, should you reach the 8th floor, the mystery will be unveiled. Subsequently, others posed various questions, but they were largely trivial. At this juncture, only Lu Chao, Li Kaichen, and one other man remained silent. Just as Lu Chao was about to speak, the masked man preemptively interjected, Enough, everyone. As you have but a few minutes until you enter the horror stories, there are certain matters I must clarify, so I must pause the questions. First, the spirits within the horror stories cannot be vanquished. Second, these spirits will not kill indiscriminately. However, should you inadvertently stumble upon a dead end, they will mercilessly claim your lives. Third, understanding the spirit's patterns is crucial. In the first 5 floors, after a spirit claims one victim, it will refrain from claiming another for a brief period. Fourth, survival hinges on discovering a path to safety. Only by finding this path can you endure. Moreover, any injuries sustained within the horror stories will revert to their original state upon your return. Fifth, the scripts of the horror stories vary in length, and no one can ascertain the precise duration. However, I can inform you that the difficulty of the horror stories will escalate with each ascending floor. The higher the floor, the greater the challenge. That concludes all the rules I can impart. I sincerely wish for each of you to reach the 10th floor and escape. Now, you have merely 2.5 minutes remaining. I hope for your safe return. Farewell. With that, the masked man rose, his figure fading from view, leaving the remaining 8 individuals in a state of bewilderment. The abilities he had displayed transcended their comprehension. Who exactly is that man? One of the men queried. An NPC. As he mentioned, Li Kaichen replied, that is not the crux of the matter. What is important is that he said we have only a few minutes before we enter the horror stories. What does that mean? A woman interjected. What are your thoughts? Lu Chi asked the group. In short order, they shared their opinions, and through their conversation, Lu Chao learned the names of these individuals. Suddenly, a long, resonant chime echoed. reminiscent of a temple bell, prolonged and clear, each toll resonating within their ears. "What is this chime?" one man inquired, to which Lu Chao turned to him, recognizing him as Wen Chang. "Look, there's a countdown timer on the wall," a voice exclaimed, and the group turned to see a timer had mysteriously appeared, counting down from 2.5 minutes. At that moment, Lu Chao noticed a door gradually manifesting on the opposite wall, silently emerging as if summoned. "Let us go. The door has appeared. We can escape," one man shouted, rushing toward the door and flinging it open. The others followed suit, dashing toward the exit, leaving only Li Kaichen, and Lu Chao in the room. "This door must be the one leading into the horror stories," Lu Chao remarked, recalling the masked man's previous words. "I believe so. We should hurry. The countdown is nearly upon us," Lu Chi stated, stepping toward the door first. As Li Kaichen lingered behind, he cast one last glance back, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he slowly stepped through the doorway. The moment Lu Chao crossed the threshold, a blinding white light enveloped him, and his consciousness faded into oblivion. "Get up, second brother." Lu Chao awakened to a voice that sounded youthful, reminiscent of a child's. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying in bed, a girl who appeared around 10 years old standing beside him, gazing at him with innocence. Lu Chao examined the girl and the unfamiliar surroundings, his heart racing with trepidation. The masked man had spoken the truth. He had indeed entered a horror story. Faced with this strange environment and peculiar sensations, Lu Chao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. If the masked man's words were to be believed, he was now ensnared within a horror narrative, and he had always despised such tales. "Second brother, what troubles you? We need to hurry, today. The elders are entering the museum, and we cannot afford to delay," the little girl urged, her voice tinged with impatience. "What? Elders entering the museum? Have I entered a Chinese horror story?" Chapter 4. Escape to the countryside. The movement of the coffin. Lu Chao felt an overwhelming sense of confusion clouding his mind. Although he was not an aficionado of horror tales, he was aware that horror could be categorized into two distinct forms: American horror, typified by the likes of serial killers, and the supernatural specters of demons and vampires. However, there existed another genre, namely Chinese horror, which was encapsulated in familiar motifs such as the embroidered shoes. The mere sight of a pair of these shoes at one's bedside could signal an impending doom. After all, while American horror allowed for direct confrontation with the malevolent entities, the essence of Chinese horror rendered one virtually powerless. Moreover, the masked man had alluded to the fact that ghosts could not be vanquished. "Brother, what's wrong? We need to hurry," the little girl, noticing Lu Chao deep in thought, urged him hastily. Meanwhile, a cacophony of voices echoed from outside the room, suggesting that a multitude had gathered. "Ha, little sister. Let me test your memory. Do you still remember my name?" Lu Chao rose, playfully cradling the little girl, whose diminutive frame felt weightless in his arms. Inwardly, he was concocting a plan. "Of course I remember, brother. Your name is Lu Chao, isn't it?" The little girl's response left Lu Chao momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the name from this tale would mirror his own. Was it merely coincidence or something more profound? "And what is your name, little sister? Can you write it?" Lu Chao pressed on, suppressing his trepidation with a smile. "Brother, you're so silly. I'm in 4th grade now. My name is Lu Ting, and I can certainly write it." "Very clever. Now, let us see if you can remember. When we go outside, I'll point to someone, and you must tell me their name. I want to see if you can remember them all." "Absolutely. I'm very smart." Lu Ting beamed, and Lu Chao felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had a little sister to assist him, for without her, he would be utterly lost regarding the outside world. If he couldn't even recall the names of his own family members, he would be in dire straits. The thought of being discovered as an imposter sent a chill down his spine. Resolutely, Lu Chao took Lu Ting's hand and made his way toward the bustling doorway. With Lu Ting's help, he began to piece together the names and current circumstances of his relatives. The situation was dire. Lu Chao's grandmother had accidentally drowned in the river the previous day, her body discovered last night. Due to the nature of her passing, there was no time to linger. She had to be laid to rest by the following day. Today marked the first day of the funeral rites. "Descendants of the Lu family, enter. Bid farewell to your loved one," a Taoist priest called out at the door, and soon a throng of men, women, and children appeared, members of the Lu family, while those married into the family were not permitted to enter. Amidst the crowd, Lu Chao clutched Lu Ting's hand tightly, his heart racing as he gazed into the morning hall. At that moment, he was utterly unaware of the story's trajectory. "Lu Chao, you're here too," a familiar voice whispered in his ear, startling him. He turned to find the familiar figure of Li Kai-chen behind him. Li Kai-chen had previously given up his spot for Lu Chao, leaving a lasting impression on him. Li Kai-chen, what brings you here? I now go by Lu Kai-chen. If all goes as expected, I am your elder brother. Moreover, do you not find that many of our contemporaries appear quite familiar? Li Kai-chen gestured to those around him, and to Lu Chao's astonishment. He recognized everyone from their room, save for the little Lu Ting he held, among the 8 other young individuals present. What is going on? Lu Chao was momentarily at a loss. Let us not dwell on that. We must focus on the present circumstances. We can strategize together when the opportunity arises, a familiar voice interjected. Lu Chao turned to see Zhai Wang Xin among the crowd. Acknowledging this, Lu Chao nodded silently, aware that panic would only lead to peril. Descendants of the Lu family, please enter the morning hall in order to bid farewell to your kin. A Taoist priest stepped forward, directing the 9 individuals at the entrance. Upon hearing the priestess command, Lu Chao and the others hurriedly entered the morning hall in an orderly fashion. As Lu Chao entered, he beheld a portrait of a kindly-looking elderly woman hanging at the center of the hall, her eyes radiating warmth. While observing the somber setting, Lu Ting, in a hushed tone, remarked, "Brother, Grandma has passed away. Aren't you all quite pleased?" Just as Lu Chao was about to question her, another voice preempted him. Why would you say such a thing? He turned to see Shi Yuan, the girl who had spoken first in their room. Elder sister Shi Yuan, you should be the happiest, as you are the one who killed Grandma. Lu Ting innocently replied, her gaze fixed on Shi Yuan. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. The situation had turned complex, and Lu Ting had just implicated them as the murderers of the elderly woman. Lu Ting, I must ask you, Lu Chi began, but was abruptly silenced by the Taoist priest's commanding voice. Descendants of the Lu family, form a circle and say your final goodbyes to the elder. With no option left, Lu Chao and the others complied, encircling the coffin and directing their gaze toward the elderly woman within. Now, bow and offer your last respects. The priest's voice echoed once more. Following his command, Lu Chao and the others bowed toward the elder in the coffin. Although they did not know her personally, they felt a sense of reverence and wished her a peaceful departure. Ha ha ha. You murderous fiends, just wait for your demise. A chilling voice echoed ominously as they bowed. Stunned, they exchanged glances, confirming that they had all heard the voice. Their eyes instinctively turned toward the coffin, for the voice had emanated from within. Strangely, the elderly woman, whose eyes had been tightly shut, was now wide open, staring intently at the 8 of them. Chapter 5. Escape from the countryside. Upon witnessing the bizarre scene before them, everyone was rendered speechless. Surprisingly, it was not the 2 girls who first cried out, but rather Wen Chong, whose voice was surprisingly high-pitched and innocent-looking. At that moment, Wen Chong's face was as pale as a blank sheet of paper, intricately etched with profound terror. His lips quivered uncontrollably, as if besieged by an invisible chill, causing his entire chin to tremble. His once bright and clear eyes were now wide open, as if they might leap from their sockets. What has happened? Just then, an anxious voice shattered the suffocating silence. It was the Taoist priest and the villagers who had gathered at the door, rushing in upon hearing Wen Chong's scream. She has opened her eyes. She has opened her eyes. Wen Chong's voice, fraught with extreme fear, became shrill and piercing. He trembled like a leaf in the wind, extending a quivering finger that pointed directly at the elderly figure within the coffin. Meanwhile, Lu Chao and the others discreetly retreated to the corners of the room, their faces shrouded in a pall of dread, reflecting their grave expressions. After all, they had all heard the spine-chilling sound of the elderly woman awakening and the sudden mysterious voice, especially Lu Shiyuan, whose body trembled incessantly, as if he were sifting through grains, his legs weak and nearly buckling beneath him. Master, what is happening? A middle-aged man, slightly portly and bearing a weathered visage, gazed anxiously at the Taoist beside him, his voice trembling with trepidation. Taoist, what shall we do? In our village, if an elder cannot close their eyes after passing, it is considered a dire omen. Sweat beads rolled down his forehead, and he clutched the hem of his garment tightly, revealing his profound unease. The Taoist's expression was grave as he scrutinized the elderly woman in the coffin, slowly articulating, to remain with her eyes open after death suggests this lady harbors unfulfilled wishes. As he spoke, he circled the coffin, seemingly pondering a course of action. Mother, what unfinished business do you have? Please, send me a dream. I shall do everything in my power to fulfill it. The middle-aged man could no longer suppress his grief, collapsing beside the coffin and weeping openly. His cries heart-wrenching and deeply moving. His body convulsed with sobs, tears streaming forth like a flood breaking its dam. Lu Chao and the others stood nearby, their faces etched with anxiety, fixated on the unfolding scene, scarcely daring to breathe for fear of disturbing the Taoist performing his rites. Suddenly, the Taoist shouted, "Head of the family, please step aside." He had produced a yellow talisman, chanting rapidly, the words a blur to those present. He carefully extended the talisman towards the elderly woman's eyes. Strangely, the once wide-open eyes of the elderly lady began to close under the Taoist's actions. Witnessing this, the crowd felt a mix of shock and relief, their admiration for the Taoist's abilities swelling. With the elderly woman's eyes now closed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. The urgency of the situation became apparent. They could not wait until morning. The elderly lady must be buried by 2:30 this very night, for she harbored grievances that could lead to dire consequences if left unresolved. The Taoist gazed at the now closed eyes of the elderly woman, fatigue evident in his voice, as though the mere act of closing her eyes had drained him considerably. "Very well, master. I shall inform those responsible for the coffin bearers to come immediately." The middle-aged man spoke to the Taoist before exiting the hall. Outside, the villagers buzzed with speculation about the elderly woman's awakening after death. "All right, members of the Lu family, prepare yourselves, for from now until the burial, you shall need to remain vigilant here," the Taoist instructed Lu Chao and his companions. "Thank you, master." Li Kaichen was the first to respond, bowing respectfully. "If there are no further matters, I shall step out to prepare. You all remain here, and I will arrange for food to be brought to you." As the Taoist made to leave, when Chang stepped forward, a hint of fear lacing his voice, "Master, I am not one of the Lu family. May I leave?" Upon hearing Wen Chang's words, Lu Chao and the others were momentarily stunned. Had Wen Chang truly been so frightened that he could speak such nonsense? Did he believe that merely declaring himself an outsider would grant him safe passage? Was this what they called a lifeline? Truthfully, Lu Chao was quite curious about the answer. If Wen Chang could leave thus, what might that imply for them? "Good sir, do not speak foolishly. If you are not a descendant of the Lu family, why would the head of the family have allowed you to enter to pay your respects?" The Taoist countered, "I believe that since you are here, you must accept your fate. Everything is predetermined. To attempt to alter it may yield contrary results." The Taoist's final words, whether intentional or not, felt like a warning to the others. After he departed, the villagers outside dispersed, leaving only Lu Chao and his companions within the hall. "Do you believe the Taoist's words?" Wen Chang gazed out, defiantly questioning. "I believe the Taoist's words are credible, especially considering." Lu Chi began to respond. "You may believe what you wish. I refuse to accept it. I feel that leaving this place is our true salvation." With that, Wen Chang disregarded the others and exited the hall. Observing Wen Chang's retreating figure, Lu Chao narrowed his eyes, a wave of confusion washing over him. Could it really be that Wen Chang could walk away unscathed? "Lu Ting, may I ask why you claimed we were responsible for grandmother's death?" A sudden inquiry interrupted Lu Chao's thoughts. He looked up to see Li Kaichen standing before Lu Ting, questioning her. "Huh? Big brother, weren't you all the ones who harmed grandmother? You have resented her since childhood. Did you not bind her legs and seal her mouth? Casting her into the pond yesterday, you claimed it would liberate her, ensuring you would never be separated." Lu Ting gazed at Li Kaichen with curiosity. Her eyes filled with confusion. "Is that so? Apart from you, does anyone else know of this matter?" Upon hearing her words, Li Kaichen's face remained devoid of any expression. Instead, a sinister smile slowly crept across his lips, evoking a chilling sensation, as if it were a grin from a demon lurking in the depths of hell. His elongated eyes fixed intently on Lu Ting, their gaze penetrating and bone-chilling, exuding an aura of malevolence. Lu Chao, observing Li Kaichen's eerie demeanor, felt an involuntary shiver course through him, his body trembling. It was well known that when one is accused of being a murderer, the natural reaction is to hastily defend oneself, to assert their innocence. However, the man before Li Kaichen was anything but that. He showed no inclination to refute. Instead, he inquired with an unsettling calmness, "Who else is aware of this matter?" His tone and demeanor suggested that his concern lay not in proving his innocence, but rather in plotting how to eliminate all those privy to this affair, thereby eradicating any future threats. "Of course, it's just me, and Dad. But it was Dad who instructed you to do this. Besides him, no one else knows." Lu Ting pouted as she responded to Li Kaichen's inquiry. "I see, then Ting Ting. You must remember to never disclose this matter to anyone else. If it reaches others' ears, father and brother will surely be extremely angry. At that point, it might very well be you who falls into the pond." Li Kaichen's lips curled into a slight smirk that mimicked a smile. Yet it sent shivers down one's spine, as if concealing an unfathomable chill. Simultaneously, an unsettling aura began to radiate from him, reminiscent of a specter lurking in the dark, exuding an eerie terror. Lu Ting gazed at the man before her, a wave of fear rising uncontrollably within her. Her previously calm visage turned ashen, devoid of color. Her lips quivered slightly, and her body involuntarily recoiled. Yet, no matter how she tried to escape, she could not evade Li Kaichen's hawk-like, piercing gaze. Soon, her eyes began to redden, tears brimming, resembling two lustrous pearls on the verge of falling. Ultimately, overwhelmed by a torrent of fear and grievance, large tears cascaded down her cheeks, dampening her attire. Following this, with a sudden outburst, Lu Ting cried out, her wails echoing through the room. "Brother, you want to kill me? I'm going to find Dad." She sobbed as she made her way towards the door. Her heart filled with dread, the only solace lying in her father's presence. "I say, why frighten her?" Lu Chao, witnessing Li Caichen's actions, asked helplessly. "Why? To send her away, of course. It would be inconvenient for us to converse with her around, wouldn't it?" Li Caichen wore a facade of a seemingly affable smile. Yet it bore the chill of a winter wind, penetrating the hearts of those present. When this smile met Lu Chao's gaze, an inexplicable coldness surged from his core, swiftly enveloping his entire being. He could not help but shiver. This Li Caichen was nothing short of a madman. Chapter 6. Escape from the countryside, the dissected body. "Have you made any discoveries?" Zhai Wangxin inquired, observing the calm demeanor of Li Caichen, who appeared exceedingly peculiar to them. Rather than simply strange, Li Caichen exuded an air of danger. "Let us first discuss your findings. After awakening, what did everyone uncover? Please ensure that the information is of value. If it lacks significance, refrain from wasting our time." Li Caichen narrowed his eyes, surveying the group, acutely aware of their thoughts, yet indifferent to their concerns. His primary objective was to escape this terrifying narrative and survive. "I shall share my observations first. Have you not found the Lu family rather odd?" Lu Chi was the first to speak. "For instance, why is there only one man in this household? Does he have no siblings?" Lu Chi articulated his confusion, noting that only this middle-aged man had been active since their arrival. This suggested a lack of siblings, which seemed illogical for a family of their era, particularly in rural settings of the 70s and 80s, where it was rare for families to have only one child. Moreover, Zhai Wangxin interjected, echoing Lu Chi's concerns, "Our ages appear similar. Yet where is the matriarch of this household? Our mother? Surely, she hasn't perished as well? And how could she have given birth to all 9 of us?" As the duo's queries hung in the air, the group fell into contemplation. Indeed, their assertions were bizarre. The middle-aged man seemed to be merely in his 40s. The idea of him having 9 children was implausible, as the intervals between births did not align. And a heavy silence enveloped the room as they pondered. "What do you suppose is the central task of our ghost story? Could it be that upon discovering and completing this main task, we would be able to escape?" A girl named Xiang Shiyuan broke the silence. Being the final female member of their group, "Are you suggesting that by merely completing the main task of this story, we could leave?" Lu Chao squinted at Xiang Shiyuan, cautiously probing. "Such a possibility exists, for every narrative typically has a central theme. If we identify and fulfill this core task, we might survive this horror tale." Xiang Shiyuan posited. "I concur with Xiang Shiyuan. Wu Yuting was the first to voice her agreement. Every story has a main line. Discovering it might indeed reveal a pathway to our escape. I find this reasoning sound as well. Perhaps it is the key to our liberation." Lu Chi nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, what do you believe our current main task is?" Li Caichen queried, his gaze transfixed on the coffin. The others followed suit, their eyes drawn to the elder within. "Come closer and examine closely. We have speculated up to this point, have we not?" Lu Chao approached the coffin and turned to the group. "If Wu Yuting speaks the truth, this elder is likely the focal point of our story." After Lu Chao's statement, the others gathered around to scrutinize the old man. "Do you notice anything peculiar about him?" "Not particularly. He appears to be a regular corpse, does he not?" "Is there anything unusual about the dead?" "Wait, observe closely. Is his left foot not slightly longer than the right?" "Indeed, it seems so. Could it be that this elder has one leg longer than the other?" "That would be improbable. Aside from surgical intervention, I can conceive of no other explanation." Lu Chao produced a finely crafted scalpel from his pocket, glancing at the old man. "This is the surgical knife I had with me. It remains here after our transport." "Lu Chao, what are you planning? Why do you possess a knife?" Xiang Shiyuan and Wu Yuting gasped, startled by the sight of the blade. "This is a surgical knife, quite suitable for dismembering a body. Since he is deceased, I shall conduct an autopsy, if you permit," Lu Chao stated nonchalantly. "That seems excessive. Yet might there be another possibility?" Li Caichen remarked, casting a glance at Lu Chao, smiling as he addressed the group. "What do you mean, Li Caichen?" The group looked at him, puzzled by his insinuation. I mean, apart from surgical procedures, there exists another reason for the disarray of the body, such as having it dismembered and then sewn back together. As Li Caichen's words echoed, he swiftly and decisively began to remove the ceremonial garments covering the elder's body. The sight that unfolded was akin to a thunderclap, leaving the gathering in stunned horror. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the elder's head and limbs had been gruesomely severed and crudely stitched back together. The dense, black thread resembled a grotesque centipede, ominously clinging to the joints of the limbs, creating an atmosphere of chilling terror. Xiang Shiyuan and Wu Yuding, witnessing such a horrific scene, paled instantly, instinctively covering their mouths to stifle any screams of terror that threatened to escape. They had never encountered such a ghastly sight, and their blood felt as though it had congealed, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their legs nearly buckling beneath them. How was this possible? Who harbored such animosity towards him to resort to dismemberment? Lu Qi, Zhai Wangxin, and Lu Zhu exhibited stronger composure than the two girls, yet their expressions mirrored unease. Only Li Caichen and Lu Chao maintained their composure. Lu Chao meticulously examined the dismembered body, while Li Caichen observed Lu Chao with curiosity, eager to understand his calmness amidst the horror. Something is amiss. Observe closely, the foot and hand do not belong to this elder. Lu Chao's observation reignited the tension in the room, and the group's expressions darkened further. Chapter 7 Escape from the Countryside, Soul Guardian Knight. Lu Chao, what did you say? Lu Qi gazed at Lu Chao in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had encountered the old man before, yet he failed to perceive the discrepancies among the dismembered body parts. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. This left hand and right foot, at first glance, undeniably belonged to the elderly gentleman. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern subtle anomalies. Firstly, concerning the skin tissue, there exists a marked difference between the two. Now, take a look at this area. Although the skin appears far from the youthful delicacy, riddled with wrinkles, its actual condition does not align with what one would expect from a person of such advanced age. Typically, at such a venerable stage, the skin would exhibit pronounced looseness, coarseness, and severe aging. Yet, the skin before us seems merely to bear superficial marks of time, while its underlying firmness and elasticity remain perceptible. Lu Chao calmly articulated his findings. Could it be that two individuals perished, and the perpetrator hastily stitched them together, mistakenly mixing up certain body parts in the process? Zhai Wangxin, slightly unnerved, spoke up. If that were the case, it would be quite. I believe we should seek out Lu Ting. Perhaps she possesses some knowledge, such as the identity of this body's mother. Lu Chao proposed, voicing his speculation that perhaps another part of this body originated from her. Leave it to us. We will bring Lu Ting here, Xiang Shiyuan and Wu Yuding volunteered. All right, remember not to alarm others and return swiftly. Lu Chao glanced at the doorway, observing that the villagers outside were preoccupied with their tasks, oblivious to the happenings within. Understood. Xiang Shiyuan and her companion affirmed before departing to locate Lu Ting. Meanwhile, Lu Chao continued to scrutinize the dismembered elder in the morning hall. I must ask, what was your profession before? How is it that you are unperturbed by corpses? Li Caichen inquired with intrigue, a smile gracing his lips. Facing a dismembered elder without fear surely indicated a person of exceptional character. I am a professional in dismemberment. What about you? How could you identify the issue at a mere glance? Lu Chao reciprocated, intrigued by Li Caichen, who appeared to be no ordinary individual. How fortuitous. I specialize in corpse disposal, so it seems we are colleagues of a sort, Li Caichen chuckled, though his mirth did little to endear him to Lu Chao, who sensed an unusual aura about him. At that moment, Wu Yuding and Xiang Shiyuan returned, cradling Lu Ting in their arms. Upon seeing Li Caichen, the young Lu Ting's face was once again painted with fear. Observing her reaction, Lu Chao furrowed his brow, although Li Caichen's words had startled her. The foundation of her fear must stem from witnessing something firsthand. Could it be true what Lu Ting had said? Had they truly taken the life of this old man? And had the innocent Lu Ting witnessed it all? Well, it appears my presence has not made a favorable impression. I shall withdraw to the side. Li Caichen remarked with a grin, retreating to a corner, which seemed to alleviate Lu Ting's fear slightly. Lu Ting, do not be frightened. I have a few questions for you. If you know the answers, please share them with me, all right? Lu Qi approached the young girl, as he was the closest in age to her, making him the most suitable questioner. Lu Ting nodded in response. Lu Ting, may I ask if we are all children of our father? Lu Qi queried. Upon hearing this, Lu Ting remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. The gathered individuals froze momentarily. While they had all speculated this outcome, the confirmation was nonetheless startling. Then, may I ask where our mother has gone? Lu Chi continued. A visible wave of panic washed over Lu Ting's face, and she averted her gaze from Lu Chi, seemingly trying to evade the inquiry. Lu Ting, please answer, where is our mother? Lu Chi pressed further. Brother, mother is lying in the coffin, Lu Ting exclaimed through tears, pointing at the elderly figure in the coffin. What? The room fell silent, everyone in shock. How could it be that this aged man was their mother? Wait. Lu Ting, did you not say she was our grandmother? Lu Chao interjected, disputing her claim. She is our grandmother, but she is also our mother. Father, where are you? I want to find father. I do not wish to speak with you anymore. Lu Ting cried, struggling away from Xiang Shiyuan's embrace and fleeing. The remaining 7 stood in the morning hall, shaken by Lu Ting's revelation. What did Lu Ting just say? Did she imply that the elderly figure is our mother's body? Zhai Wangxin stammered in disbelief, replaying Lu Ting's words and expressions in his mind, which bore no signs of deceit. Could it be that within her body lies another person's essence, and the severed hand and foot you mentioned belong to Lu Ting's mother? Hence, Lu Ting claims that the figure in the coffin is her mother, and also her grandmother? Xiang Shiyuan speculated. Reflecting on the earlier comments made by Li Kaichen and Lu Chao, it is a plausible scenario, yet if that were the case, do you not find it peculiar? Lu Chao's voice prompted everyone to turn their attention to him, uncertain of what he found strange. What do you mean by peculiar, Lu Chao? Lu Zhu inquired, perplexed. What he means is, if Lu Ting is aware of this situation, it indicates she must have witnessed the 2 individuals being murdered and subsequently pieced together. If so, have you considered why the perpetrator would allow Lu Ting to live? Before Lu Chao could respond, Li Kaichen interjected, stepping forward to address Lu Zhu's question. After speaking, he turned back to Lu Chao, his gaze suggesting, see? Who truly understands you now? Lu Chao rolled his eyes at Li Kaichen's insinuation. Yet his thoughts soon returned to the old man before them. For if Lu Ting had indeed witnessed the deaths and the gruesome act of stitching, then why would the murderer spare her? The enigma lingered in Lu Chao's mind, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 8. Escape from the countryside. It was not only Lu Chao who pondered this matter. Others were similarly engulfed in thought, yet at this moment, they found themselves utterly devoid of any clues. The situation had truly exceeded their wildest imaginations. Before long, noon arrived. After a brief meal, Lu Chao and his companions adhered to the Taoist instructions and resumed their vigil in the morning hall. Meanwhile, Wen Chang, who had rushed out earlier that morning, had yet to provide any news, as if he had vanished without a trace. Do you think Wen Chang has truly managed to escape? Wu Yuding tentatively ventured. Considering that Wen Chang had been gone for the better part of the day, if there was still no word from him, perhaps it was indeed possible that he had fled. If that's the case, shouldn't you also attempt it? If there truly is a way out of here. I wouldn't find it surprising, Li Kaichen remarked with a smile, seemingly encouraging Wu Yuding to venture forth. Li Kaichen, do you know something? Wu Yuding replied, fully aware of the implication behind his words. She was not foolish enough to follow in Wen Chang's footsteps and bolt out, particularly since both Li Kaichen and Lu Chao remained behind. If escaping were indeed a means of survival, it was likely the 2 of them would have disappeared long ago. Upon hearing Wu Yuding's words, Li Kaichen chuckled softly and began to elaborate. You recall what the masked man said, don't you? He mentioned that we were to navigate this terrifying tale in search of a way out. Our predicament is quite evident. We are already ensnared within this narrative. Has anyone ever recounted a tale in which the protagonists or pivotal characters simply left? If they did, would there be any purpose in continuing the story? Therefore, I am convinced that Wen Chang, having fled, will undoubtedly return. He cannot escape this village. After Li Kaichen's analysis, the others present nodded in agreement, their hearts resonating with the sentiment. Here, perhaps, uncovering the main plot was of utmost importance. As night swiftly descended, the clock struck 8 in the evening. With no means of departure and lacking any direction, they adhered to the Taoist request to remain within the hall. Shortly thereafter, the Taoist summoned 6 men to the morning hall, the bearers of the coffin. According to local belief, since the elder had opened his eyes, it was considered inauspicious. Thus, the number of bearers was increased from 4 to 6 as a precaution against any misfortune. The proceedings commenced forthwith, beginning with the Taoist performing rituals, followed by the Lu family members taking turns bowing before the coffin. Finally, the 6 men began to lift the coffin. The entire process unfolded smoothly without a hitch, even leading Lu Chao and his companions to feel a tinge of astonishment. They had anticipated some supernatural occurrence along the way, yet none transpired. Up until the moment the coffin was interred in the mountain, everything proceeded without any oddities. Soon, everyone returned to the Lu residence and gathered in the main hall. Lu Bin, their father, sat in the center, while Lu Chao and his companions occupied the sofas below. Beside Lu Bin, Lu Ting, her frail form, clung tightly to his arm, seemingly apprehensive of Li Kaichen. "All right, children, you have all worked hard. Your grandmother has been laid to rest today. According to tradition, you should now retire for the night. In 3 days, you shall return to the city and resume your lives. Everything will fall into place then." Lu Bin spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional inflection. Upon hearing Lu Bin's words, Li Kaichen and Lu Chao exchanged glances, deciphering the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. Clearly, their time was limited to 3 days, should they fail to complete the main task within that time frame. Who knew what might transpire? Once back in his room, Lu Chao shut the door and collapsed onto his bed, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. After a day spent keeping vigil in the morning hall, his body ached from exhaustion. Following a brief wash, he lay down and succumbed to sleep. Time passed, though Lu Chao could not discern how long, before he was roused by a peculiar sound. Creak, huff, huff, creak, huff. The noise seemed to emanate from the depths of the floor beneath him, resonating with a dull and eerie echo. Slowly, Lu Chao opened his tightly shut eyes, his gaze immediately landing upon the pristine white mosquito net overhead. The net swayed gently, as if caressed by an unseen breeze. Through its seams, he could discern the inky blackness of the ceiling above, devoid of any light penetrating the darkness. Yet, in the room where he lay, amidst the chilling creaks, there also arose the sound of rapid breathing. It was not loud, but in the stillness of the night, it pierced the silence like the shriek of an owl, sending chills down his spine. Lu Chao's heart raced, pounding against his chest as if desperate to escape. With wide eyes, he fixated on the direction of the floor, a concoction of fear and curiosity swirling within him. He yearned to discover the source of the terrifying sounds, yet simultaneously, a cold instinct surged within him, whispering, if he turned on the light to see, he might very well perish. He must not look. The intensity of this sensation was so profound that it caused his body to tremble slightly with tension. Creak, creak, huff, huff. The eerie sounds resumed, akin to the whispers of a demon in the dead of night, ominous and terrifying. Lu Chao trembled as he listened, acutely aware of the sound's fluctuations, sensing that the unknown presence was gradually encroaching upon him. With each inch it drew closer, his fear intensified. At that moment, Lu Chao felt utterly helpless. Confronted with the looming threat, he had no choice but to tightly shut his eyes, forcing himself to feign slumber. In his mind, he incessantly repeated, as long as I pretend to sleep, I need not confront this dread. If I do not feel fear, I can evade calamity. Indeed, it must be so. Lu Chao continued to recite these self-soothing affirmations, striving to calm himself. However, despite his efforts to ignore his surroundings, the heavy breathing lingered, unwavering. Huff. A warm breath brushed against Lu Chao's cheek, carrying with it an unsettling dampness and heat. His heart leapt to his throat. He understood that the mysterious entity had crawled to the edge of his bed. He could even envision its visage, twisted and grotesque, a chilling countenance perhaps adorned with sharp fangs, its eyes glimmering with malice as they fixated upon him. Huff, huff. The rhythm of the breaths quickened, and Lu Chao could feel the entity almost touching his face, as if its presence was blocking the very air he exhaled. Please, just go away. I have not yet lived enough. Lu Chao internally pleaded, his heart racing so fiercely that the sound echoed in the room. After what felt like 2.5 minutes, perhaps his wishes and prayers had been heard. Lu Chao distinctly sensed the entity gradually retreating from his cheek, the creaking sounds moving towards the door. Finally, there came the sound of the doorknob turning, followed by the gentle creak of the door being opened, and then the soft sound of the door closing. Lu Chao understood that the entity had likely departed from his room and had kindly closed the door behind itself. Chapter 9. Escape from the countryside. Despite his trepidation, Lu Chao dared not open his eyes, fearing that should he do so, he might find someone gazing at him from the foot of his bed, a scenario that would undoubtedly lead to great embarrassment. In the midst of such tension, he surprisingly drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Lu Chao languidly awoke, slowly opening his eyes. By this time, the sun had already ascended high in the sky, its golden rays streaming through the window, casting warmth upon his slightly weary visage. What should have been an oppressively hot summer day felt, for some inexplicable reason, like a gentle embrace, as if a tender maternal hand were caressing him, instilling a profound sense of tranquility within him. As Lu Chao lazily sat up in bed, he inadvertently caught sight of some peculiar markings on the floor, which sent a shiver through him. There, imprinted on the floor, were 4 distinct and varying shapes, 2 resembling indistinct palm prints, while the other 2 appeared in more regular square forms. Upon closer examination of the distance and distribution of these marks, It could be inferred that someone had knelt on the ground in an unusual posture, kneeling on both knees with hands placed firmly on the floor. This led to an unsettling thought in Lu Chao's mind. Could the sounds from last night have originated from someone kneeling in his room? However, this was merely conjecture, as there was no concrete evidence to support his thoughts. Thus, Lu Chao decided to rise. Upon descending to the first floor, he discovered that Li Kaichen and the others had already awakened, and a large bowl of porridge awaited them at the dining table. The aroma of the porridge was oddly familiar, stirring a long-buried memory within him. Outside, Lu Bin was busy with something, seemingly hanging several bags of meat on a bamboo pole to dry. However, the meat appeared charred, rendering Lu Chao unable to identify it. Yet, a sense of unease gripped him as he examined the meat's shape. As someone experienced in dismemberment, he recognized it as fragments of a human corpse, notably lacking a thigh. "Stop staring and come have a bowl of porridge," Li Kaichen called out to Lu Chao, who, upon hearing this, remained silent and returned to the dining table. He gazed at the bowl of porridge, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort. "Lu Chao, care to guess what kind of porridge this is?" Li Kaichen jested, ladling a bowl of porridge and placing it before Lu Chao with a playful smirk. Lu Chao, however, chose to ignore him, observing the others at the table who were consuming the porridge with expressions that betrayed their unease. "Do you really not know what this porridge is?" Lu Chao questioned, his heart racing as he began to piece together the unsettling truth. "Oh, come on, don't ruin the moment. It's not every day we get to enjoy a bowl of porridge," Li Kaichen retorted nonchalantly, taking a sip as if unconcerned. "Lu Chao, this porridge smells unpleasant. Yet the taste seems somewhat tolerable," Wu Yuding remarked, her eyes narrowed in confusion. Moments before, they had asked Li Kaichen about the porridge, to which he had cheerfully declared it to be delightful, prompting them to join in. "This porridge, do you not find it slightly sour, something you've never tasted before?" Lu Chao ventured, his face contorted with distaste. "Indeed, Lu Chao, how do you know without even trying?" Shi Yuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. "You know, only the thigh meat from a human is sour," Lu Chao stated grimly, his expression darkening as he spoke. "What did you say?" Upon hearing Lu Chao's revelation, Lu Qi and the others froze, their bowls suspended in midair, disbelief etched across their faces as they processed the chilling implication. No, he misspoke. "It's only fresh human thigh meat that's sour. Don't worry, our meat is quite fresh and safe to eat," Li Kaichen chimed in with a grin. "Ugh. Li Kaichen, you're insane." The others, horrified, rushed to the restroom to expel the contents of their stomachs, unable to fathom that they had consumed human flesh. The most grotesque aspect was that Li Kaichen had led the charge, blissfully ignorant of the reality. Once everyone had finished retching, they turned their resentful gazes towards Li Kaichen, their eyes filled with reproach. "Don't look at me like that. You were all enjoying it, weren't you?" He chuckled, seemingly unfazed. "You truly are a madman," Zhai Wangxin exclaimed, bewildered by Li Kaichen's demeanor, marveling at how such a lunatic had managed to survive without being harmed. "Now that you've all emptied your stomachs, the issue is resolved. However, I am quite curious, who did this meat belong to?" Lu Chao inquired, his tone serious. Given that the meat was fresh, it implied that the unfortunate soul had perished only hours before. But who could it be? As Lu Chao posed his question, the group fell into contemplation, each of them pondering the identity of the deceased. "By the way, did any of you hear noises on the floor of your rooms last night?" Lu Chao probed again, seeking confirmation of the previous night's events. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those present shifted, clearly indicating that they had all heard the same sounds. "I heard what seemed to be someone crawling on the floor of my room. I could feel them straining to inch closer to me, but I dared not open my eyes to see what it was. When I awoke, I found palm and knee prints on the floor." Shi Yuan was the first to respond, her experience mirroring Lu Chao's. As the others nodded in agreement, Lu Chao pressed further. "Do you recall when they entered your rooms?" "I can't quite remember. I was too frightened to check the time, but I think I heard a rooster crowing." One replied, while another added, "I don't recall the timing either, but I sensed that the crowing had ended by the time they left. I have a different account. The crowing began just as they departed, right as I was about to drift off." As the responses unfolded, Lu Chao's brow furrowed in contemplation. Based on their accounts, it seems the intruder had entered each of our rooms last night, albeit in a different sequence. What could that entity have been? Lu Chao mused inwardly, contemplating every potential suspect. "You needn't speculate any further. The person who entered our rooms last night is none other than the one whose flesh we consumed in our porridge today. He is dead, and we all know him." Li Kaichen interjected, addressing the group directly. Chapter 10. Escape from the countryside. "Li Kaichen, do you know who that person was last night?" Lu Chao inquired. Squinting at Li Kaichen with a perplexed expression, his curiosity piqued. Of course I know. After all, I opened my eyes and saw him, Li Kaichen replied calmly, a smile gracing his face, albeit one that appeared somewhat eerie to those around him. You saw the person crawling on the floor last night? Lu Chao and the others gazed at Li Kaichen with intrigue. Indeed, he was none other than Wen Chong, who had departed the previous day. However, during the stillness of the night, a faint sound disrupted the tranquility. It seemed to emanate from beneath the floor, barely audible to my ears. At that moment, most individuals would likely choose to shut their eyes tightly, pretending they had heard nothing. Yet, for reasons unknown, an inexplicable curiosity compelled me to resolutely open my eyes. Taking a deep breath, I reached out to switch on the bedside lamp. As the light flooded the room, I was horrified to discover that the figure on the floor was, in fact, Wen Chang. Yet, he was transformed, unrecognizable and grotesque. His mouth was smeared with blood, crimson liquid trickling down his chin and pooling on the floor, creating a ghastly stain. More terrifying was the absence of his tongue, leaving a gaping void in his mouth that was too distressing to behold. Further down, I noted that his calves had been severed, leaving behind only mutilated limbs. In his current state, he could not stand or walk. He was reduced to crawling on the ground, relying solely on his hands and the remnants of his thighs, each movement accompanied by agonizing groans that painted a picture of utter despair. At the moment he lifted his gaze towards me, it was as though a surge of new life coursed through him. His previously hopeless and helpless eyes sparkled with a fervent desire to live. He opened his mouth, emitting a series of incoherent sounds, seemingly attempting to communicate. Yet, devoid of his tongue, he could only produce garbled noises that were difficult to decipher. Though I could not fathom his words, I discerned from his lips that he was pleading for help, unmistakably uttering the phrase "save me." Naturally, I had no intention of assisting him. Who could predict the consequences of intervening? As I observed him, he crawled desperately towards the edge of my bed, seemingly yearning to touch me. I instinctively recoiled. Undeterred by my retreat, he summoned every ounce of strength to inch closer, yet he could not reach me. Thus, we remained entangled for 2.5 minutes until a flicker of panic crossed his eyes as he glanced behind me, a silent plea for rescue emanating from his gaze. Just as my curiosity piqued, I witnessed his body suddenly seized as if by an invisible hand, violently dragged out of my room by an unseen force. Simultaneously, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang, echoing through the space. Soon after, a series of chilling noises emanated from downstairs. First, I discerned the faint sound of someone sharpening a knife on the first floor. The sharp friction of stone against blade piercing through the air, sending shivers down my spine. Then came the rapid, forceful sounds of meat being cut, each thud resonating as though it struck my very heart. I was profoundly startled by this unexpected cacophony, and in a state of heightened tension. I inadvertently dozed off for a brief moment. Upon reopening my eyes and descending the staircase, I was astonished to discover a large bowl of steaming meat porridge placed on the coffee table. The recollection of the knife sharpening from earlier flooded my mind, and a horrifying thought struck me: could the deceased person be Wen Chong? Perhaps this was the fate that awaited him after he had fled yesterday. Li Kaichen, seated at the dining table, waved his hand dismissively as he recounted the events of the previous night, before once again scooping a spoonful of porridge into his mouth. You saw him last night, and you could restrain yourself from helping him? Wu Yuding gazed at Li Kaichen, her tone tinged with irritation and a hint of reproach. Upon hearing Wu Yuding's words, Li Caichen's expression darkened, and he fixed her with a terrifying glare. First, I am no saint. Second, if you feel he was lonely, I wouldn't mind sending you to see him. His voice, though not loud, was laced with a menacing undertone, causing Wu Yuding to take 2 steps back in fright. The others present chose to ignore this exchange, remaining silent, unwilling to intervene. After all, they were not close, and if anything were to go awry, self-preservation would be paramount. Life is singular and precious. Moreover, Li Caichen's actions were not unjustifiable. They all understood that the consequence of venturing out alone could result in a fate as grim as Wen Chang's. Now, let us contemplate how we might navigate through this tale. At present, we are utterly at a loss. If this continues, we may truly perish here, Lu Chao interjected, breaking the tense atmosphere. I have an idea. Perhaps there is a possibility worth considering, Wu Yuding spoke up. Her earlier fear seemingly dissipated as she addressed the group with newfound calm. This transformation prompted Lu Chao to regard her with increased respect. After all, a girl who could shift her demeanor so swiftly must possess considerable mental fortitude. Let us articulate it and see if we can identify a breakthrough, Lu Chao suggested blandly. Do you think that if we locate another corpse and uncover the truth behind this incident, we could escape? Wu Yuding proposed, surveying the faces around her. Are you referring to the pieced-together corpse? Lu Chi interjected, recalling the fragmented body with curiosity. Precisely. Have you noticed that first? Lu Ting accused us of killing the old man, and later, when we questioned her, she revealed that the old man's corpse was fused with her mother's? So, do you not think that finding her mother's body might be the central thread of our narrative? Wu Yuding smiled as she regarded her companions. In an instant, the hall fell silent once more, each person contemplating Wu Yuding's words. Perhaps, as she suggested, identifying the main thread was essential for their escape. Shall we then seek the missing woman? Shi Yuan tentatively proposed. I do not know, I merely shared my thoughts. If you believe it is a viable course of action, I suggest we try it. If not, we can explore other alternatives. Wu Yuding replied casually, her expression one of indifference. But where shall we search for the missing woman? The village is vast. It is unfeasible for us to wander blindly, Lu Zhi questioned, perplexed. If we are to search, it should be in the vicinity of this house. Perhaps that woman met her end within these very walls. Zhai Wangxin expressed his thoughts. I believe it might be prudent to inquire with Lu Ting outside, Lu Chao suggested. Casting a glance towards the exterior where Lu Ting remained, unaware that Lu Bin had vanished, leaving her to play alone. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd made their way into the courtyard and approached Lu Ting. Lu Ting, I ask you, do you know where your mother's body is buried? In response to the perplexed and expectant inquiries from those gathered, Lu Ting appeared to be in a realm entirely separate from their reality, seemingly deaf to their voices. Her gaze was intently fixed on the toy in her hands, her fingers skillfully manipulating it, her face radiating concentration and delight, as if everything around her was of no consequence. Lu Ting, did you not hear me speak? Lu Zhi, somewhat incredulous, raised his voice and tentatively posed the question once more. Yet, Lu Ting remained unfazed, not even glancing up, lost in her own little world. Continuing her play as if oblivious to the presence of others. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily rendered speechless. The previously boisterous atmosphere suddenly fell into silence, as an indescribable sense of strangeness surged within each individual. The situation was indeed baffling. Lu Ting appeared to have entirely disregarded them, completely ignoring the existence of everyone around her. Chapter 11. Escape from the countryside. What has happened to Lu Ting? Faced with her condition, everyone appeared bewildered, utterly failing to comprehend the reason behind her transformation. Lu Chao squinted at Lu Ting, a thought flashing through his mind. And he cautiously inquired, Lu Ting, may I ask, did grandmother die in this very house? As soon as Lu Chao's question was posed, Lu Ting, who had been intently observing the ground, suddenly lifted her head to gaze at him, an eerie glint in her eyes. Lu Chao was taken aback by this unexpected change. And before he could recover, Lu Ting's icy voice cut through the air. How could you all have forgotten? Grandmother was dismembered by you in that spacious, well-lit hall. Have you all chosen to suffer selective amnesia? Her chilling words echoed ominously, akin to a cold wind sweeping through the hearts of those present. The dread in her voice sent shivers down their spines, as if it were a whisper from the depths of hell. When did we dismember anyone? Why would we commit such a heinous act? Lu Chi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, his voice trembling with fear. In that moment, Lu Ting's demeanor shifted as if she had donned a different mask. Her expression returned to normal, a faint smile gracing her lips. With a light-hearted, almost mocking tone, she responded, why would we do that? Haven't you all insisted that only by dismembering grandmother could we keep her with us? Ha. Her laughter reverberated through the air, eerie and unsettling. The group, perplexed by Lu Ting's transformation, struggled to fathom why this child exhibited such drastic fluctuations in mood. How can she live on? What became of her remains? Lu Chao queried, recalling how they had buried her bones in the vegetable garden. Why don't you all remember? Lu Ting let out a cold laugh, her expression becoming increasingly inscrutable. What did you see back then, Lu Ting? Li Kaichen asked, his tone measured, mindful of having frightened her previously. Yet, Lu Ting displayed no fear, instead offering a peculiar smile in response. Yes, Brother Kaichen, her playful tone sent chills down their spines. As if she were an entirely different person. Let us depart. We have asked what needed to be asked, Li Kaichen remarked, seemingly unfazed by her change. Upon hearing his words, they finally realized it was time to return to the hall, collecting some hoes and shovels on their way. However, when they stepped outside, they found Lu Ting had vanished. They dismissed her absence, believing it commonplace for children to run off to play in the countryside. Arriving at the vegetable garden, The seven began their meticulous search for any unusual patches of earth. Soon, they discovered a peculiar spot near the wall, the soil noticeably darker than its surroundings, indicating recent excavation. Without hesitation, the five men began to dig. Before long, they unearthed a coffin, its vibrant color suggesting it had been interred quite recently. Should we open the coffin? Lu Chao, Zhai Wangxin, and Lu Zhu expressed trepidation. Lu Qi's face glistened with perspiration. After all, they were digging up someone else's resting place, a deed that would earn them scorn in the real world. Do not be alarmed. The coffin contains a corpse. We mean no disrespect. Just remember, the deceased cannot harm you, Li Kaichen assured them with a smile, stepping forward to pry open the coffin. As his gaze fell upon the eerie interior, he froze, as if ensnared by an unseen force. His previously calm demeanor drained away, replaced by a pallor that made him appear ghostly, beads of sweat forming on his brow as his body trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by terror. Yet, this fear was short-lived. Mere seconds later, an unexpected grin crept across his face, spreading like wildfire and consuming his entire countenance. How fascinating. I didn't expect this, he murmured, his voice brimming with excitement and exhilaration, a stark contrast to the panic that had just gripped him. Lu Chao, witnessing this transformation, was engulfed by confusion. The rapid oscillation of Li Caichen's emotions, from shock to fear to now, madness, left him bewildered. What could possibly lie within the coffin to provoke such an extreme reaction? Peering into the coffin, Lu Chao saw a woman lying peacefully. Dressed in a pristine burial garment, her face appeared remarkably well-preserved, devoid of any sign of decay. Her features, though lifeless, retained a hint of color. Yet, her right hand and foot were conspicuously mismatched, evidently affixed by the elderly figure. Beside her lay a small girl in a red burial outfit, serene in her repose. Her eyes were closed, resembling someone who had merely drifted into slumber. Yet her appearance sent a chill through Lu Chao. For this girl was none other than Lu Ting, who had just conversed with them moments ago. Lu Ting was dead? As this thought struck him like lightning, Lu Chao felt the world around him freeze. Who, then, had he been interacting with these past 2 days? A darkness enveloped him, an icy dread creeping up his spine, tightening around his heart like a vine. Lu Chao had always held a skeptical view of the supernatural. While he could entertain the notion of ghosts existing, he was not easily frightened by stories of the dead opening their eyes. However, the chilling reality that a spirit had silently coexisted with him for 2 days was beyond his comprehension. As the others approached to glimpse the coffin, they too were gripped by an icy sensation upon seeing Lu Ting's lifeless form within. Lu Ting has actually passed away. Did you see that? Lu Ting is dead. So who were we just speaking to? The thought is utterly chilling. Upon observing the expressions of the crowd, Li Caichen's excitement became increasingly evident. As if the greater their fear, the more exhilarated he became. Lu Chao, can you determine the time of Lu Ting's death? Wu Yuding, trembling, inquired. Perhaps Lu Ting had just recently succumbed. However, there was no need for speculation. Despite her body appearing well-preserved, the bruises on her fingers and neck, along with other details, indicated that her time of death exceeded 3 days. Lu Chao, equally incredulous, voiced his thoughts. He too wished to convince himself that Lu Ting might have just died, perhaps buried while they entered the room to search for tools. Yet, years of experience in anatomy led him to the grim conclusion that both individuals before him had been deceased for more than 3 days. In an instant, an invisible wave of terror enveloped everyone present, as if they were all being grasped by an unseen hand around their throats. Chapter 12. Escape from the countryside. Among the fearful individuals present, there was one anomaly, Li Kaichen. His face bore no trace of dread. Instead, he regarded the crowd with an air of indifference. Lu Chao naturally noticed Li Caichen's demeanor and quietly categorized him as a lunatic. Wait. Lu Chao's gaze shifted to the 2 bodies in the coffin, a glint of intensity flashing in his eyes. He immediately set about unfastening the clothing of the deceased. The other onlookers tensed, acutely aware that Lu Chao had unearthed something significant, for none among them harbored any thoughts regarding the corpses except for Li Kaichen, whose eccentricities rendered him an enigma. Lu Chao inhaled deeply, cautiously removing the thin garment from the woman. As the fabric gradually slid away, his attention was drawn to a grotesque sight at the location of her heart, a black thread, coiling like a monstrous centipede, tightly stitching her flesh together. The stitching was appallingly crude, the needlework crooked and chaotic, as if executed by an utterly inexperienced hand. Furrowing his brow, Lu Chao unhesitatingly withdrew a sharp scalpel from his pocket. Gripping the handle with trembling hands, he aimed the blade at the black thread and decisively sliced through it. A soft hiss echoed as the thread snapped. With both hands, he gently pried apart the freshly severed wound. At that moment, Lu Chao's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief washing over his features, he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The sight before him was utterly bizarre and alarming. The woman's heart was missing. It had been excised from her body. Where had her heart gone? Onlookers gasped at this revelation. Could it be? Lu Chao seemed to connect the dots. A look of anxiety creeping onto his face. He swiftly unfastened Lu Ting's burial garment, and upon witnessing the condition beneath, he was left utterly astounded. A long black thread lay across Lu Ting's pale abdomen, resembling a sinister scar that extended from her navel to her chest, a sight both daunting and harrowing. Despite his shock, Lu Chao did not hesitate. He took a deep breath and, with trembling fingers, cautiously grasped the black thread and tugged gently. As the thread loosened, it began to unravel. When Lu Chao finally removed all of the black thread, he slowly peeled back Lu Ting's abdomen. At that instant, his complexion drained of color, his lips twitching uncontrollably. The horror he beheld was beyond comprehension. Lu Ting's abdomen was empty. The internal organs that should have been present had vanished, leaving behind a hollow shell. Who bore such animosity towards the Lu family to hollow out the bodies of mother and child? Wu Yuding gasped in fear at the sight. Discovering two corpses was terrifying enough, but now realizing their innards had been removed sent her into deeper dread. A suffocating atmosphere of terror enveloped everyone present. Lu Chao remained silent, quietly taking the black thread he had just removed and methodically stitching the two corpses back together, his movements practiced and professional. Soon, the bodies were expertly reassembled, the stitching impeccable. What shall we do now? With Lu Ting deceased, it seems we have no leads. Zhai Wangxing glanced at the lifeless Lu Ting, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Previously, Lu Ting had acted like an NPC, providing clues, now that she was gone. Xiang Shiyuan, do you have any insights? Lu Chao turned to inquire of Xiang Shiyuan. None. If Lu Ting is dead, it suggests our direction may have been entirely misguided. As for the situation within this tale, I am utterly in the dark, Xiang Shiyuan replied, shaking her head in resignation. I suggest we simply return to rest. Perhaps after 3 days of sleep, we may find a way home, Li Kaichen interjected, reclining with his hands clasped behind his head. Whistling. His suggestion was disregarded by the others, and upon seeing their indifference, he shrugged and exited the scene. The remaining 6 cast puzzled glances at one another, uncertain of their next steps. Let us inter the bodies once more. We have witnessed all that there is to see and done what must be done. Let them rest in peace. Lu Chao finally spoke, his gaze departing from the two in the coffin. The others, already confounded by Lu Ting's fate, complied with Lu Chao's directive without question. By the time they returned to the hall, it was noon. Li Kaichen lay sprawled on a nearby sofa, eyes shut, occasionally emitting soft snores. How remarkable that he could sleep under such circumstances. Xiang Shiyuan mused, admiring Li Kaichen's composure. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Perhaps we should rest ourselves. Don't you feel a bit drowsy? Lu Chi remarked, stifling a yawn. Not just him, but even Lu Chao and the others found themselves yawning involuntarily. I cannot bear it. I must find a place to sleep, Lu Chao declared, settling beside Li Kaichen. Overwhelmed by fatigue, the others promptly sought spots to rest. Some leaned on tables, others reclined on chairs, while a few nestled onto the sofa. Within 2.5 minutes, all 7 in the hall were asleep. Lu Chao, after this brief interlude, found himself in a dream. In this dream, he and 8 shadowy figures stood before a table. 6 men and 2 women. On the table lay 3 women bound, an elderly woman, a middle-aged mother, and a girl of about 10. The elderly woman's expression was one of unbridled excitement, while the mother and child wore faces of sheer terror, muffled cries escaping their lips due to cloth gags. Curiously, the elderly woman was merely bound at the wrists and ankles, her mouth free of obstruction. Time is running short, brother. For the sake of our family's continuation and to ensure Grandma survives, let us act swiftly. A woman urged a man. Very well, I will count to 3, and we shall strike together. Remember, the first thrust must pierce the heart to ensure a swift death. A man replied with a grin. Agreed, no problem. 2 men and a woman emerged from the crowd, knives in hand, advancing towards the 3 bound women. Hurry, my dear grandchildren, act swiftly. Remember to extract that woman's heart and replace it with Lu Ting's other organs. I have long coveted their bodies. The elderly woman expressed her enthusiasm, undeterred by her restraints. Grandma, rest assured, once we extract their organs, we will promptly replace them for you. Just a moment. A man replied with a smile. Humph. It is best to proceed thus. Should you dare to engage in any tricks, you are well aware of the consequences. The elder's tone bore a chilling edge. Fear not. Grandmother, We have all duly memorized the steps. We shall now assist you in replacing your organs." A man replied to the elder with a smile. Upon finishing his words, he nodded towards the three individuals behind him wielding knives. In response, they nodded back and swiftly approached the three women, raising their knives slowly, poised to plunge them into the hearts of their victims. Among them, the middle-aged woman and Lu Ting displayed expressions of sheer terror, their mouths emitting desperate sounds, pleading for mercy, while the elder gazed on with eager anticipation. Just as the knives were lifted, ready to descend, the elder suddenly halted their actions. "Wait a moment. You must pause." Chapter 13. Escape from the village. Truth. At the sound of the elder's cries, the three assailants froze, their expressions filled with confusion as they gazed at her. "Kill those two first, then take my life and replace my heart. I want to witness their demise with my own eyes," the elder hissed maliciously. "Of course, that can be arranged," one man replied with a grin, signaling to his accomplices. The two men above the middle-aged woman and Lu Ting nodded and plunged their knives directly into the hearts of their victims. Blood gushed forth, and upon witnessing this, the elder nodded in satisfaction, urging the assailant above her to proceed. Once granted permission, the woman raised her knife and aimed for the elder's heart. As the blade grazed her skin, the elder's pupils dilated in shock upon discovering the ancient, intricate patterns etched upon the knife. "Wait, you have deceived me. That is not the knife I prepared for you." The elder struggled fiercely, but it was too late. The blade had already penetrated her flesh, and with a forceful thrust, it pierced her heart. "You intend to betray me." Strangely, even though her heart was pierced, the elder's eyes widened in defiance as she glared at the 8 individuals present. "Grandmother, you have lived for so long. It is time for you to depart this world. You may not realize it, but this knife's curse can immobilize you. As a sorceress, you should be aware of its potency," one man chuckled. "Humph. Lu Chao, do you think this will be my end? I warn you. This knife can only bind me for 2.5 hours. After that, all of you shall perish." The elder's expression twisted into a menacing snarl, her gaze fierce enough to tear her opponents apart. "Do not rush, grandmother. You see, we have received news that as long as a part of your body is not your own, you will be affected. And if we were to cast the fire element sorceress into the lake, do you think you would survive?" Lu Chao taunted her. "You dare." The elder's fury intensified, attempting to intimidate them. "How could we not dare? That is precisely what I intend to do." At that moment, Lu Chao seized a knife and severed the middle-aged woman's arm, then proceeded to do the same to the elder, stitching them together afterward. "You are courting death." The elder spat, seeing her right hand and foot replaced. "Grandmother, do not speak so. As a sorceress, you have harmed the people of our village, leaving only our family behind. We are merely ridding the world of a menace." Another man chimed in, only to meet his end as the elder's head and remaining limbs were severed. Surprisingly, the decapitated head continued to exhibit signs of life. "I have heard that if you are dismembered and sewn back together, you will never awaken again," Lu Chao said. "You will not escape my wrath." The elder's severed head expressed increasing rage, yet her fury went unnoticed by the group. Before long, her body was stitched back together, and with the collective effort of the 8, she was ensconced within a burlap sack and cast into the pond. The dream concluded here. Upon awakening in the hall, all present were astonished to find themselves simultaneously conscious. Lu Chao opened his eyes to the vaguely familiar hall, his mind suddenly alert. "Did you all have the same dream? The one where 8 people killed that elder and Lu Ting and her daughter?" Wu Yuding was the first to speak, recalling how she had dreamt she was the one to slay the elder. "Indeed, did you all dream the same?" Zhai Wanxin inquired, clutching his head as he tentatively spoke. "Yes, it seems we all shared a singular dream," Lu Zhi remarked, gazing toward the entrance with a dazed expression. "What could this dream mean? Is it trying to convey something about our identities before entering this narrative?" Lu Qi pondered, staring at his hands in disbelief, for the dream had felt so vividly real, as if they had all participated in a murder. Enough speculation. I suspect Lu Qi's insight is correct. However, one matter perplexes me. If we did indeed kill the elder, why has our narrative not yet concluded? Have we overlooked something? Shi Yuan voiced his confusion. "Perhaps we are free to leave. Our task may be complete," Li Kaichen proposed, springing up from the sofa to address the group. "Li Kaichen, are you certain?" The others regarded him cautiously, recalling how Wen Chong had faced dire consequences for attempting to flee the village. "I believe Li Kaichen has a point. Wen Chong sought to escape from the outset. We are different. Perhaps now is the time to venture outside. Remaining here has yielded no leads, and I feel we are merely wasting time," Lu Chao concurred. After contemplating for a moment, the remaining individuals agreed with Li Kaichen and Lu Chao, and together, the 7 set forth from the house, making their way toward the village. Is this village truly so peculiar? As they walked along the path, they took slow, deliberate steps, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the desolate houses flanking them. Every structure was devoid of life, evoking an inexplicable sense of desolation and abandonment. Wild grasses thrived unchecked, climbing to great heights as if they were the true masters of this land. Some grasses glistened a vibrant green, while others appeared slightly withered, all bearing testament to the prolonged neglect and absence of inhabitants. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the grasses to sway softly, producing a rustling sound that further accentuated the tranquility and desolation. Yet just yesterday, they had witnessed a multitude of villagers entering their homes for a funeral. Were all those villagers merely outsiders? Look, that must be the village's exit. Lu Chao pointed toward a fork in the road. I believe you are correct. Li Kaichen replied with unwavering determination, striding forward without hesitation. However, just as he took his first step, he seemed to be struck by an invisible force, freezing in place. The others, perplexed by this sudden halt, moved forward to investigate, but soon found themselves in the same predicament as Li Kaichen. Sweat beaded on their foreheads as if they had just emerged from an intense sprint. Upon stepping forward, an unspeakable dread had surged within them, a fear akin to an invisible hand gripping their hearts, rendering them nearly breathless. It felt as though a warning echoed in their minds. Should they dare to advance even a single step further, they would plunge into an abyss of irreversible demise. Amidst the throng, Lu Chao stood resolutely, though his heart brimmed with trepidation. Summoning his courage, he endeavored to suppress the tremors coursing through his body as he strained to gaze ahead. Before him, the once familiar fork in the road had transformed into a chilling tableau. Resembling the gaping maw of a malevolent demon, its hunger palpable and menacing, the ominous, deep mud path seemed poised to engulf them entirely. Should they dare to take even the slightest misstep, crossing that perilous second threshold, it would likely herald their immediate demise. Chapter 14. Escape from the village. Go, return immediately. At that moment, Lu Chao acutely sensed a powerful and lethal threat surging towards him from the front. This ominous presence felt like an invisible hand tightening around his throat, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chao shouted hoarsely, "It's bad. There's danger." Following that, he seemed to be propelled by an unseen spring, turning around and sprinting away with all his might. His legs moved with such swiftness that they stirred up a gust of wind, lifting dust and fallen leaves into the air. For reasons unknown and indescribable, bone-deep fear enveloped Lu Chao's heart. He had a strong, almost instinctual premonition that if he lingered here for even a second longer, he would meet his demise. The weight of the recent brush with death was overwhelmingly oppressive, akin to a massive stone resting on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. With each step he took, this sensation intensified, urging Lu Chao to flee from this terrifying place without a second thought. By the time they returned to the house, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. "This is truly dreadful. It seems this village has no intention of letting us leave," Shi Yuan gasped as he spoke. "It appears we can only move within the village. Surely, when Chang was killed because he tried to escape," Lu Chi added, also panting. Beep. The countdown to return to reality read 23:59. Just as they were discussing the village's oddities, a voice and text materialized in their minds, accompanied by a countdown. "Did you all receive this in your minds?" Lu Chao asked the other players upon seeing the timer. Li Kai-chun and the others nodded in agreement, indicating they had also received the notification. "Wonderful. We have one more day. As long as we survive until tomorrow, we can return," Wu Yuding exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile, radiating hope for survival. "It's now 2:30 in the afternoon, which means we can go back by 2:30 tomorrow." Lu Zhi chimed in, smiling as well. In contrast, Lu Chao remained expressionless, harboring a premonition that this final day would not be easy. Li Kaichen, sharing the same feeling, approached Lu Chao and observed the joy of the other players with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He slowly spoke, "Lu Chao, don't you think something feels amiss?" Upon hearing Li Kaichen's question, Lu Chao nodded silently. "I find it strange that our presence here has merely involved attending an old man's burial. Although I was startled when the old man opened his eyes in the coffin, and some bizarre events have occurred since, I can't shake the feeling that we haven't accomplished anything. What, then, is the significance of our involvement in this terrifying tale?" Lu Chao expressed his thoughts. "Stay safe. Tonight may be the most perilous night of all," Li Kaichen replied with a resigned shrug. The sky quickly darkened, and the group remained seated in the hall, having decided to stay together for the final day to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, they sat in the living room, exchanging glances as their phones had vanished upon arrival, leaving them with no means of entertainment. Even if they had something, their minds were solely focused on the eerie surroundings. Before long, a fierce wind howled at the entrance like a wild stallion. The gust was so strong that it rustled the branches and leaves, as if countless hands were clawing at something in the darkness. As the wind swept through the trees, it produced a chilling sound, reminiscent of some unknown, terrifying creature swiftly climbing the trunks. In the pitch-black night, the howling wind felt particularly jarring, as if it could pierce through eardrums and plunge directly into the depths of their hearts. Hearing the wind, everyone present felt an involuntary tightening in their chests, as though an invisible hand had seized them. An indescribable fear spread rapidly, and the group exchanged pale-faced glances, realizing that the sound was not merely that of the wind, but a series of howls emanating from the depths of hell, filled with endless resentment and chilling dread. Knock, 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 just as the wind heightened their sensitivity. An eerie knocking echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Before anyone could recover from their momentary stupor, the urgent and heavy knocking resumed without warning. Each knock reverberated throughout the room, striking at the hearts of those present, causing them to tremble involuntarily. As this spine-chilling sound filled the space, fear spread across everyone's faces, and they turned their gazes toward the door. However, their terrified eyes were not merely focused on the closed door. It felt as if they were peering through it at some exceedingly dreadful entity drawing near. They recalled that earlier that afternoon, they had walked through the village without encountering a single living soul. So who or what was knocking at the door? What now? Should we open the door? Shi Yuan asked fearfully, staring at the entrance. Do you think a ghost would bother to knock? Li Kaichen pondered aloud, seemingly having an epiphany. Upon hearing Li Kaichen's words, the group felt a slight release of tension. He was right. If it were something sinister, a mere door could hardly serve as a barrier. All right, everyone stay calm. I'll go check, Lu Chao said, rising from his seat and approaching the door. Taking a deep breath to muster his courage, he opened it wide. Whoosh. Whoosh, the outside was filled only with the sound of the wind, and the doorway stood empty, devoid of any presence. Just as Lu Chao felt puzzled, he glanced down and was instantly startled. Before him lay a pair of red-embroidered shoes, their toes facing into the house. Seeing this, unease surged within Lu Chao. He recalled the old man wearing these very shoes during the burial. As he stared at the shoes, a scream echoed from within the room. It was Wu Yuding. As Lu Chao turned to see what was happening, a sudden crackle of electricity filled the air, and darkness enveloped them. There was a power outage. In an instant, chaos erupted in the room as the absence of light instilled fear in everyone. Watching the turmoil around him and glancing outside, Lu Chao noted that the moon had risen, providing just enough illumination to see the path. Perhaps he should not remain in this room tonight. Just as he grappled with whether to leave, light flooded back as power was restored. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek shattered the previously oppressive silence, catching everyone off guard. A shiver ran through all those present, compelling them to gaze in the direction from whence the horrifying sound emanated. To their astonishment, it was the very spot where Shi Yuan and Wu Yuding stood. Before them, on the table, lay a complete and meticulously arranged human head. The visage was unmistakably that of Zhai Wangxin, a figure well known to all. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that alongside Zhai Wangxin's severed head, his limbs and torso were also conspicuously displayed. What sent chills down their spines was the sight of these body parts, seemingly folded with the care one might reserve for garments, stacked neatly to one side. Every muscle and bone appeared to have been arranged with a precision that was both uncanny and deeply unsettling. How could this be possible? The sight of Zhai Wangxin in such a state instilled a profound terror in all present, in the mere span of a few seconds of darkness. He had been gruesomely dismembered and displayed in this manner. It was abundantly clear that such a feat was beyond the capabilities of any human being. Chapter 15. Escape from the countryside. Before the crowd could fully grasp the overwhelming dread brought upon them by Zhai Wangxin, the lights within the room began to flicker erratically, as if enchanted. The rhythm of the flickering bore no semblance of order. At times it surged like a tempest, while at others it slowed to a crawl, akin to an ox pulling a cart, causing hearts to race with anxiety. This bizarre occurrence suggested a severe electrical malfunction, yet it exuded an indescribable aura of mystery and peril. What is that? A voice, slightly steadied yet tinged with panic, broke the silence. It belonged to Li Kaichen, whose gaze was fixed on the ceiling. Though he endeavored to conceal his fear, it seeped through his facade. Lu Chao, sensing the gravity of the situation, followed Li Kaichen's terrified gaze upwards. In the dim light, a hunched, spectral figure lurked in the corner of the ceiling, seemingly striving to conceal itself while simultaneously writhing under some unseen compulsion. Its movements were grotesque, twisting and stretching in a manner that sent chills down one's spine. As time progressed, the figure's writhing intensified. Suddenly, a face, deeply lined and strikingly aged, emerged from the shadow. The visage, etched with the ravages of time, bore lifeless. Murky eyes that radiated a chilling terror. It was the deceased old woman. She had returned. I told you, none of you will escape. The old woman loomed from the ceiling, her gaze piercing as she addressed the gathered assembly with an icy tone devoid of any warmth. Concurrently, the walls of the room began to peel away as a visible decay consumed the space. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Lu Chao wasted no time and sprinted towards the exit. The reality was stark. Staying would only lead to certain death. Damn it, what bad luck. I didn't even do anything to deserve this. He lamented inwardly as he dashed away. Yet, he soon halted, for in the moonlit night, a figure approached him from ahead. Why does this disciple of the Lu family appear so frantic? A familiar voice resonated. Lu Chao finally recognized the figure. It was the Taoist priest who had assisted with the rituals yesterday. Wait, how could there possibly be a Taoist here? This village is supposed to be deserted. A sense of alarm surged within him as he regarded the priest, suspecting that he too might be a specter. Disciple, I understand your fear and your desire to evade certain matters, but know this, avoidance will not resolve your predicament. No matter where you flee, she will not relent. The Taoist spoke as if attuned to Lu Chao's plight. Huh? Lu Chao questioned, bewildered by the priest's words. The Taoist smiled and gestured towards Lu Chao's feet. Looking down, Lu Chao was horrified to discover a pair of crimson-embroidered shoes adorning his feet, seemingly appearing from nowhere. How was this possible? The sight of the shoes sent a jolt of terror through him, and his mind raced to comprehend the recent events. He concluded that these shoes were cursed. Targeting the first player to flee the room, whoever dashed out first would find the shoes following them. Desperate to rid himself of them, Lu Chao attempted to pull the shoes off, only to realize they were affixed to him as if bound by glue. Disciple, do not waste your efforts. If you do not act swiftly, she will soon be upon you. Those shoes grant her your location, the Taoist advised with a knowing smile. Taoist, is there any way you can assist me? Lu Chao implored, feeling increasingly cornered, relying on this enigmatic priest for salvation. Very well. I had only 2.5 minutes left before I was to leave this place. Since fate has brought us together, follow me, the Taoist sighed, leading Lu Chao to a dilapidated structure nearby. There, he produced an array of candles, encircling Lu Chao with 25 of them. Among these, 3 represent the flames upon your shoulders and head. You must rely on these flames to fend her off. Remember, when she approaches, she can extinguish up to 6 candles at a time. However, your life candles are 3. She cannot snuff them all out at once. When she blows them out, use this lighter to reignite them. As long as your life candles remain lit, she cannot harm you. Survive until dawn, and you shall be safe. Do you understand, disciple? The Taoist lit all the candles surrounding Lu Chao. Thank you, master. But which are my life candles? Lu Chao inquired, eager to protect them. I advise against knowing. I shall not disclose their locations. If you were to know, you would fixate on them, allowing the malevolent spirit to discern their positions through your gaze. Thus, it is best that you remain unaware, the Taoist explained, shaking his head with a smile. Lu Chao pondered this wisdom, realizing that ignorance might indeed be his safest option, preventing him from obsessing over the candles. Once the candles were lit, the Taoist handed Lu Chao a windproof lighter, urging him to ensure all candles remain lit until dawn for his safety. After imparting this guidance, the Taoist exited, vanishing from Lu Chao's sight. As the Taoist departed, Lu Chao surveyed the candlelit room, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. Alone in the decrepit house, with the cursed red shoes still on his feet, a profound sense of solitude enveloped him. Suddenly, as he contemplated his fate, a chilling wind swept into the room, extinguishing 6 of the candles before him. The Taoist's warning echoed in his mind. The spirit could extinguish a maximum of 6 candles at once. Without hesitation, Lu Chao seized the lighter, relighting the extinguished candles. After reigniting them, he cautiously scanned his surroundings, fully aware that the old specter had arrived. Chapter 16. Escape from the countryside. Indeed, from the dim corner of the room, a hunched figure slowly emerged from the impenetrable darkness. This figure appeared exceedingly aged, as if burdened by the inexorable passage of time and its weighty experiences. As she drew closer, the faint light revealed her face, etched with wrinkles and marked by the indelible traces of time. Yes, she was the mysterious elder that everyone had been desperately seeking. Lu Chao, do you think you can escape? The elder gazed at Lu Chao, who was encircled by candles, as if observing a lamb destined for slaughter. Upon seeing this spectral figure, a wave of fear surged within Lu Chao. Her visage was unchanged from the moment he glimpsed her in the coffin, her face still as pallid as before. Noticing Lu Chao's silence, the elder narrowed her eyes, glanced at the candles, and softly exhaled, extinguishing 6 of them once more. These candles were positioned behind Lu Chao, and as they flickered out, he could distinctly sense the room plunging into deeper darkness, the remaining candles appearing to dim as well. A sudden jolt of alarm ran through Lu Chao. He feared that one of his life candles might be concealed among those 6 extinguished ones. Without a moment's hesitation, he reignited the candles. And as the flame flickered to life, his racing heart found a sliver of calm. The elder, witnessing this, grew increasingly displeased, her face reflecting a profound sense of unwillingness. With another breath, she extinguished the candle to Lu Chao's left. In response, he swiftly reignited it. And thus ensued a relentless cycle of her blowing out the flames and him reigniting them in the dilapidated room. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. And after once again relighting the candle the elder had extinguished, she surprisingly ceased her attempts to blow it out, her expression darkening as she fixated on Lu Chao. Truth be told, she harbored a fierce desire to rush in and end Lu Chao's life, yet his 3 life candles shielded him, rendering her powerless for the moment. The elder paused, her eyes devoid of emotion as they bore into Lu Chao. Meanwhile, he trembled under her intense gaze, for the eeriness of her stare was unsettling. Just as he expected her to extinguish the candles again, a faint smile crept across her lips. She cast a glance at Lu Chao and then, astonishingly, retreated, leaving the room. Had she left? Was it possible that the monk's method had proven effective, leading this spirit to spare him? Lu Chao stood momentarily stunned, unable to fathom why the elder had chosen to let him go. In the room, only Lu Chao and the now empty candles remained. He glanced at the countdown in his mind. 10 hours remained, indicating it was approximately 2:30 in the morning. If he could endure for another 3.5 hours, he would be safe until 6. With this thought, Lu Chao surveyed the candles around him that had not yet burned down significantly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. These candles were unlike ordinary ones. They burned slowly, and at this rate, he surmised they could last for 2.5 days. Suddenly, a steady and distinct sound of footsteps approached from outside the door, each step imbued with an invisible pressure that caused Lu Chao to furrow his brow. He could keenly discern that this was not the ghostly footfalls of the elder. The spectral entity had always moved with an almost imperceptible grace, akin to a wisp of smoke. However, the footsteps now resounding in the air were solid and forceful, each step landing heavily upon the floor with a crisp sound. Undoubtedly, this was the cadence of a living human. Yet, in such a grim and perilous moment, who could possibly be arriving here? Lu Chao's mind was filled with confusion and caution. He recalled that when the elder had appeared, the house had long since begun to decay, and those few individuals who had been behind him had fled in haste. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared in the doorway. As Lu Chao focused, he realized it was Lu Chao. However, Lu Chao's right hand bore a decayed bucket filled with water. Lu Chao, what do you intend to do? Upon seeing the water in Lu Chao's hand, a troubling thought crossed Lu Chao's mind. The Taoist had mentioned that these candles were effective against spirits, yet had said nothing regarding their effect on ordinary people. Could it be that Lu Chao intended? Lu Chao, I'm sorry, but if I don't do this, she will kill me immediately. She promised that if I extinguish the candles here, she would spare my life. I truly am sorry. Lu Chao's face bore a hint of regret, yet it was overshadowed by fear and a desperate will to survive. Wait. Even if you do as she asks, she won't spare you. Before Lu Chao could finish, Lu Chao had already circled around him with the bucket, extinguishing all the candles in the room. In an instant, darkness enveloped them. Lu Chao, you're asking for death. I have no enmity with you. Why do this? Furious, Lu Chao seized Lu Chao by the collar, unleashing a torrent of angry curses. Lu Chao, I'm truly sorry. I just want to live. Faced with Lu Chao's accusations, Lu Chao did not resist. His tone was tinged with remorse, yet more so with the relief of surviving. Fine, since you wish for death, I shall grant it to you. Even as I perish, I will drag someone down with me. With a stoic expression, Lu Chao spoke decisively, swiftly reaching into his left pocket to draw forth a razor-sharp scalpel that gleamed ominously. His gaze was cold and filled with murderous intent as he unhesitatingly slashed the blade toward Lu Chao's neck. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Years of accumulated experience and dismemberment came to fruition as Lu Chao executed the strike with precision, knowing exactly how to deliver a fatal blow. A soft sound pierced the silence as Lu Chao's carotid artery was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering into the air and forming a crimson mist. Lu Chao. You. Lu Chao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the familiar face before him. He could hardly comprehend that Lu Chao would turn so ruthlessly against him. Yet, It was all too late, as his artery ruptured. His life drained away at an alarming rate. Lu Chao staggered, shock and resentment etched across his features, before he collapsed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Vivid blood flowed from his neck, rapidly saturating the ground around him, creating a harrowing pool of crimson. Having completed this grim act, Lu Chao fled toward the door. The situation had become painfully clear. His life candles had been extinguished by Lu Chao, and the specter now had no reservations left. However, as Lu Chao reached the threshold, he found himself frozen in place, for the ghost stood at the door, grinning ominously at him. Was this truly the end? As he gazed upon the elder, despair welled within him. He understood all too well that the specter could easily end his life. What? No intention of fleeing? The elder, noticing Lu Chao's surrender, inquired with a gleeful smile. Lu Chao, hearing her words, remained silent, merely casting a frigid glance at the specter while mentally calculating the objects around him that could provide some semblance of defense. Do you think it would be more intriguing to perish in utter despair? The old ghost, upon encountering Lu Chao, remained silent for a moment before mockingly taunting him. Lu Chao, however, chose not to respond. He was waiting for the ghost to strike him down. He understood that he was powerless to vanquish the ghost. Upon entering, the masked man had already delineated this grim rule. Ghosts cannot be slain. What is the matter? Are you so engulfed in despair that you've lost your voice, merely awaiting your demise? The old ghost continued to penetrate Lu Chao's psyche, but at that moment, Lu Chao regarded the old ghost with an oddly intense gaze. Chapter 17. Escape from the countryside leads Saichen's choice. What? If there's something you don't understand before you die, you can ask me, and I shall answer. The old ghost said with a teasing tone, grinning at Lu Chao's peculiar gaze. I presume you are unable to make a move now, are you? Lu Chao replied as he walked towards the door, passing right through the old ghost's form and stepping outside. What did you say? The old ghost's voice carried a hint of shock as he stared incredulously at Lu Chao. If I am not mistaken, after a player dies, you must wait a certain period before you can strike me again, correct? Lu Chao had already begun to run, leaving this statement behind. He recalled a rule stated by the masked man. In the tasks spanning from the 1st to the 5th floor, a ghost cannot immediately kill another player after having just taken one down. Although Lu Chao had acted on his own accord, he was sent by this ghost to eliminate Lu Chao. In a way, Lu Chao had perished at the hands of this very ghost. Coupled with the fact that the old ghost had not attacked earlier, Lu Chao's conviction was solidified, prompting him to flee desperately. As Lu Chao ran aimlessly through the village, his sole chance of survival lay in locating the Taoist. If the Taoist had aided him once, he might do so a second time. In this place, only the Taoist could stand against the old ghost, and Lu Chao understood that the ghost's interval for killing would not be lengthy, perhaps 2.5 hours, or as short as 25 minutes. Continuing to run, Lu Chao eventually found himself exhausted, leaning against a threshold, gasping for breath. The exertion had drained his stamina rapidly. At that moment, a hunched figure appeared behind him, casting no shadow in the moonlight. Sensing something amiss, Lu Chao wasted no time and dashed into the nearest room, fully aware that if he continued forward, he would surely be slain by the ghost. His sole strategy was to hope that within the safe time frame, the ghost could not ascertain his whereabouts, granting him a moment to breathe. Only by finding the Taoist could he hope to survive. The village was not vast, and perhaps he still had a chance. A sharp crack pierced the air, and as Lu Chao looked down, illuminated by the moonlight, he discovered a skeleton before him. Frowning, he ignited his lighter to inspect the bones, and was startled not by the skeleton itself, but by the tattered garment it wore. It was a Taoist robe, one he recognized well, for it resembled that of the Taoist he had encountered. If memory served him right, there was a yellow triangular emblem on the lower right corner. Indeed, he recalled the yellow triangle on the Taoist's right sleeve. Trembling, Lu Chao picked up the tattered robe, and there it was, a decayed triangular pattern that confirmed this robe belonged to the very Taoist who had assisted him. At this realization, despair washed over Lu Chao. He was not afraid of the Taoist as a ghost. Rather, if the Taoist were dead, then his last hope would be shattered. Just then, a hunched figure appeared at the entrance of the room, slowly pushing the door open. It was the old ghost. Upon entering, however, the old ghost failed to notice anything amiss. Only seeing an old, dilapidated idol concealed behind it, Lu Chao observed the ghost intently, knowing that if discovered, his life would come to an abrupt end. As the old ghost entered the crumbling room, she paused momentarily, her piercing gaze scanning every corner, as if she could see through everything. A musty odor pervaded the air, the walls peeling and the floor covered in dust and cobwebs. Her eyes swept the room from left to right, then top to bottom, scrutinizing every detail. However, to her bewilderment, there seemed to be nothing unusual here. Lu Chao's presence was completely absent, with a furrowed brow and a shake of her head. The old ghost turned and began to stride towards the door. As her footsteps gradually faded, Lu Chao, who had been watching intently from the shadows, finally felt his racing heart settle back into his chest. Just as he thought he had successfully evaded danger, curiosity got the better of him. He cautiously peeked out to confirm whether the old ghost had indeed departed. To his dismay, as soon as his head emerged, an ancient, wrinkled face appeared before him like a ghostly apparition, bringing them face to face. Ah! Lu Chao gasped in terror, unable to suppress a shriek. For that face belonged to the old ghost who had just left. Lu Chao, do you truly believe I would not find you? The old ghost's voice dripped with a sinister allure. Fear and shock surged within Lu Chao, his heart racing faster than ever. Do not worry. I shall not allow you to die easily. I will dismember your limbs, piece by piece, ensuring your suffering lasts until the end. Ha ha. The old ghost's voice pierced Lu Chao's mind like a chilling blade. On another hillside, a figure was tirelessly digging. Upon closer inspection, it was Li Kaichen, vigorously shoveling dirt beneath the moonlight, a proud smile gracing his face. Earlier, as he fled, he had encountered the Taoist, who, as if possessing foresight, seemed to know precisely the perilous situation Li Kaichen was in. Calmly, the Taoist produced a stack of bright yellow talismans from his robe, carefully selecting a few before presenting them to Li Kaichen with a gentle voice. These talismans hold extraordinary power, capable of subduing that perilous old ghost. However, be forewarned. Their quantity is limited, only 3 in total. This means you can ensure your safety a maximum of 3 times. As he placed the talismans in Li Kaichen's palm, the Taoist's gaze was solemn yet filled with profound meaning. After handing over the talismans, he turned to leave, only to be halted by Li Kaichen's voice. Master, surely you know how to eliminate that ghost? Li Kaichen inquired with a smile. This benefactor, the Taoist replied, I must candidly say that you alone cannot shake that ghost. While it cannot be killed, my talismans can temporarily suppress it for 12 hours, provided you discover the appropriate method. The appropriate method? What constitutes the right method? Li Kaichen asked, puzzled. The Taoist merely shook his head with a smile, leaving behind a cryptic remark. To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. Perhaps addressing the issue at its root is the best solution. Contemplating the Taoist's words, Li Kaichen squinted at the retreating figure, his mind racing with thoughts. Just 2.5 seconds later, a smile spread across his face. If the root of the problem lay buried within this grave, then surely the bones interred here were the source of the ghost's power. Thus, Li Kaichen ascended the mountain guided solely by his memory. He had accompanied the villagers during the elderly woman's burial the day before, thus familiarizing himself with the location of her grave. Upon reaching the summit, he felt no discomfort. He instantly realized that this very mountain was regarded as an integral part of the village. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Kaichen swiftly located the old woman's tomb and began to excavate. Chapter 18. Escape from the countryside, liberation, at long last, through Li Kaichen's relentless digging. A coffin emerged before him. Finally unearthed you. With a stoic expression, Li Kaichen gazed at the eerie coffin beneath his feet, a faint, chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he reached out, seizing the edge of the coffin lid and forcefully lifting it. With a creaking sound, the lid slowly opened, releasing a musty, decayed odor that wafted into the air. As the lid was completely raised, Li Kaichen peered inside to find an elderly figure lying silently within, her complexion as pale as parchment. The old woman lay with her eyes tightly shut, as if in eternal slumber. She was the very specter haunting them that night, her remains resting in the coffin, the source of Li Kaichen's suspicions. He pondered what reactions might ensue upon placing the 3 talismans he held upon her. With utmost caution, Li Kaichen retrieved the 3 vibrant yellow talismans given to him by the Taoist priest. They radiated a faint glow, akin to ripe rice swaying in the autumn breeze. Upon closer inspection, intricate patterns adorned the surface of the talismans, their lines twisting and intertwining to form a mysterious and ancient script. Meanwhile, outside a dilapidated, crumbling house in the village, Lu Chao was curled up on the ground, trembling in agony. His complexion was ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, while his right hand clutched his bloodied left hand tightly. Moments ago, the terrifying ghost had merely lifted its pale, veined left hand, unleashing an invisible yet suffocating force that enveloped him. In an instant, this unfathomable power struck Lu Chao's left hand without any room for resistance. He watched helplessly as it shattered under the impact, the skin barely clinging to the remains of his forearm. The excruciating pain surged within him. overwhelming the last vestiges of fear he had harbored. At that moment, the profound agony consumed his senses, as if it sought to devour his very being. Each heartbeat was accompanied by piercing pain, and the spasms radiating from his injury threatened to render him unconscious. Lu Chao understood all too well that in the face of such a formidable and merciless specter, his chances of survival were as insubstantial as dust. He recognized that no amount of struggle or resistance would yield any fruit. Death awaited him as an inevitable conclusion. He could not foresee the cruel methods this malevolent spirit would employ to extinguish his life, leaving him helplessly lying on the ground, silently enduring the despair and terror emanating from the depths of his soul. Lu Chao, where is that defiant demeanor of yours? What happened to your bravado when you proposed to dismember me? The old ghost perched on the beam, regarding Lu Chao with predatory interest. A mocking grin plastered across her face. Naturally, Lu Chao ignored her, consumed by thoughts of survival. However, it didn't take long for him to abandon that hope, as he realized that no matter where he ran in his embroidered shoes, the ghost would always find him. He had attempted to flee moments ago. Yet regardless of the direction he took, he always ended up back in the same spot, trapped in a phantom-esque cycle with no escape. At that moment, atop the mountain, Li Kaichen was intently affixing the mysterious talisman to the icy chest of the corpse. Just as the talisman made contact, a chilling hissing sound erupted, as if some malevolent force had been triggered. Simultaneously, a thick plume of white smoke surged upward from the point of contact, rapidly enveloping the surroundings like a column of mist ascending to the heavens. This dense smoke not only filled the air but also exuded a noxious scent, creating an atmosphere laden with the uncanny. Goodness, this is truly like something out of a film. Li Kaichen marveled at the spectacle before him, astonished by the Taoist priest's prowess. Meanwhile, from a distance, the old ghost, who had been mocking Lu Chao, suddenly felt an intense pain in her chest, nearly causing her to lose her footing on the beam. Who dares disturb my grave? Seeking death, she bellowed, vanishing from the beam, leaving Lu Chao behind. Seeing the specter's departure, Lu Chao dared not let his guard down. Just moments ago, he had been led to believe the old ghost was gone, only to turn around and find her pale visage before him. Subsequently, he had found himself toying with the ghost, who had feigned a lack of intent to kill him. Once Lu Chao believed he could escape, he discovered he was ensnared in the ghost's trap, running in circles back to the same spot before the house. Upon his third return, he realized he had been outsmarted by the ghost. No matter how he ran, escape was impossible. At that moment, the hunchbacked figure of the old ghost emerged from the room, and Lu Chao understood from her sinister smile that he was utterly trapped. Now, as he witnessed the ghost's departure, his first instinct was to suspect a sinister plot. Perhaps if he moved forward, his legs would shatter like his left hand. On the mountain, Li Kaichen excitedly affixed the second talisman, placing it on the corpse's leg. The moment it adhered, the hissing sound returned, accompanied by a fresh burst of smoke. As Li Kaichen contemplated where to place the third talisman, an aged figure materialized before him. Confused, he looked up to see the old ghost, who had returned in a mere 25 seconds. Lu Kaichen, you seek death. The ghost's eyes widened in fury as she realized he was applying the talismans to her. Her expression twisted into a mask of rage, veins protruding from her forehead, her eyes seemingly ablaze. A mere glance directed at Li Kaichen sent an invisible force gripping his throat, an overwhelming power lifting him effortlessly into the air, as though he were a mere chick. Humph, I had planned to deal with that Lu Chao first before returning to settle accounts with you. Yet here you are, foolishly coming to me. Since you've made it so easy, I shall not show mercy. Today, I shall make an example of you. The old ghost roared, her voice reverberating like thunder, as Li Kaichen felt his neck being crushed under the immense pressure. He could faintly hear the cracking of his vertebrae, a sound that sent shivers down his spine. Curse you. In that desperate moment, Li Kaichen summoned his last ounce of strength, extending his hand, clutching the final talisman, and pressed it against the ghost's forehead. With a hissing sound, thick smoke erupted, the noise amplifying as the talisman adhered. Lu Kaichen, you seek death. The anguished voice of the old ghost reverberated, and the grip that had held Li Kaichen was abruptly released. Cough, cough, cough. Released from the grasp, Li Kaichen immediately began to cough on the ground. He turned his gaze towards the old ghost and observed her clutching her forehead in torment. Her already wrinkled skin tightened further in response to the pain. Soon, the old ghost's figure began to sway slightly. She ceased her anguished wails and, in a feeble voice, addressed Li Kaichen. I shall grant you a brief reprieve of 12 hours. After that, your time shall be up. Upon uttering these words, the old ghost entered the coffin, and the lid that Li Kaichen had previously lifted slammed shut with a resounding thud. Damn it. 12 hours? I have just 9 hours left to escape, Li Kaichen mused, glancing at the countdown in his mind displaying 8:59, 59, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He then descended the mountain towards the village, feeling that this perilous crisis had been averted. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated room, Lu Chao lay on the ground in agony, his left hand throbbing from the crushing pain that continued to torment him. Fortunately, it was now 5:30 in the morning, and it seemed that the old ghost had truly departed. With this thought, Lu Chao exhaled in relief. However, just then, a series of footsteps echoed at the door. Tap, 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 tap. The footsteps were steady and powerful, suggesting that the approaching individual must possess considerable strength. With a creak, the door swung open. Lu Chao leaned forward and was astonished to find a familiar figure, Li Kaichen. Chapter 19. Escape from the countryside, the second ghost. Alas, Lu Chao. How did you end up like this? Li Kaichen had just descended the mountain when he noticed some commotion inside a room. Upon entering, he found Lu Chao lying on the ground, with a piece of skin remaining on his left hand. The bone beneath appeared to be shattered, leaving only a layer of skin enveloping it. Li Kaichen, it's you. Lu Chao sighed in relief upon seeing the familiar face. As long as it wasn't that old ghost, he could breathe easy. Shall I assist you? Li Kaichen inquired. That old ghost cannot emerge for the time being. He promptly informed Lu Chao about his temporary sealing of the ghost, which eased the fear that had gripped Lu Chao's face. Indeed, you are quite formidable to dare venture into its grave, an idea that would elude most rational minds. Lu Chao expressed his astonishment, realizing the extent of Li Kaichen's audacity. I suppose one must undertake what others dare not to reap extraordinary rewards. High risk, high return, this adage holds true. Li Kaichen remarked with a resigned wave of his hand as they traversed the village. At that moment, a pale light began to illuminate the eastern horizon. Dawn was breaking. Witnessing the sky's soft glow, Lu Chao felt a genuine sense of relief, with only 8 hours remaining on the countdown in his mind. A creaking sound echoed as a door opened. Both Li Kaichen and Lu Chao turned cautiously, aware that there should be no other presence in the village at this hour. Emerging from a dilapidated house were 3 figures, 2 women and 1 man, Wu Yuding, Shi Yuan, and Lu Qi, whom they had encountered earlier. Ah, so you are all alive. Lu Chao and Li Kaichen exhaled in relief. As long as there were not ghosts, all would be well. Lu Chao, is your hand all right? Lu Qi scrutinized Lu Chao's left hand with narrowed eyes. It's nothing. At least I'm still breathing. But how did you 3 manage to escape from there? Lu Chao queried, puzzled. Last night, under the cover of darkness, I desperately fled from that house. Just as I was panting and shaken, a figure appeared before me, a Taoist priest clad in a robe, holding a whisk, his gaze fixed intently upon me. Before I could utter a word, he swiftly drew a mysterious circle on the ground with cinnabar and solemnly advised, do not fear, my young friend. As long as you remain within this circle until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, you shall be safe. Seeing the sincerity and conviction in his eyes, coupled with my dire circumstances, I resolved to trust the priest. Shortly thereafter, he similarly brought Lu Zhe into the circle with us. He earnestly instructed the 4 of us not to move recklessly and to remain compliant within the confines of the circle. Initially, all was calm as we huddled silently, awaiting dawn. However, as time passed, an unforeseen change occurred. For reasons unknown, Lu Zhe suddenly became frenzied, repeatedly calling out a name, Amo. Amo, before he recklessly stood and walked toward the circle's edge. We were alarmed and hastily tried to restrain him, but Lu Zhe seemed endowed with immense strength, resisting our every attempt to halt his advance. Powerless, we watched him fade into the vast darkness. Fearing the consequences of leaving the circle, the remaining 3 of us dared not pursue Lu Zhe. Lu Qi recounted her own harrowing experience from the previous night. By the way, do you know where Lu Zhe went? She asked again. At the mention of Lu Zhe, anger surged within Lu Chao as the previous night's events replayed in his mind, but he swiftly suppressed it, shaking his head. He perished, killed by that ghost, he stated. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi and the others remained stoic, their expressions unchanged. It was not surprising that Lu Zhe had not returned, having succumbed outside. Let us return to that house. We should soon be able to leave. The danger has passed, and we ought to be safe now, Li Kaichen suggested. The others nodded in agreement without uttering a word, and together they made their way back to the original house. Upon arrival, they found the once derelict structure restored to normalcy, the previously decayed walls now appearing sound. It seems my suspicions were correct. The presence of that old ghost caused this decay. With her sealed away, the place has returned to its former state. Li Kaichen smiled at the rejuvenated house. The group soon entered, collapsing onto the sofa, fatigue from the previous night overtaking them. They fell into slumber, oblivious to the passage of time. After an indeterminate period, a sharp pain jolted Lu Chao awake, emanating from his left hand. He winced, glancing at his hand, which now bore only a remnant of skin attached to his arm. The bones within were likely pulverized. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he checked the countdown in his mind, discovering that only 2 hours remained until 2:30 in the afternoon. Fortunately, the time was not extensive. He merely needed to endure a little longer. Had he not been jolted awake by the pain, he might have been transported back in a dream. A chilling sound pierced the air, drawing Lu Chao's curiosity. It was Shi Yuan who had emitted it. Confounded, he looked at her, unsure of the source of her distress. But his horror escalated upon witnessing the next scene. In that instant, his eyes widened in terror, fixated on Shi Yuan. Her abdomen had been brutally slashed open. The gash grotesque and horrifying, resembling a gaping maw, mercilessly revealing the grim interior. The cavity, devoid of organs, was left alarmingly empty, as though all her innards had vanished. This sight was utterly ghastly, sending chills down his spine. What was even more chilling was Shi Yuan's expressionless face. As if she were entirely oblivious to the immense suffering inflicted upon her body. How could this be? Lu Chao stood frozen. That old ghost had been subdued by Li Caichen's talisman. How could she still? Wake up. Li Caichen, awaken. Lu Qi, wake up. Wu Yuding. Lu Chao urgently shook the three relatively normal individuals, but regardless of his efforts, they showed no signs of awakening. How could this happen? Lu Chao stared at the slumbering trio, feeling an overwhelming shock. Something seemed amiss. Even if they were deeply asleep, it was incomprehensible for them to exhibit no reaction whatsoever. As Lu Chao grappled with his disbelief, a faint, icy breath brushed against his ear, reminiscent of a lifeless corpse whispering beside him. He slowly turned his head, only to find the room empty, devoid of any presence, just a hollow living room. Sizzle. Suddenly, a peculiar sound reminiscent of a zipper being slowly unzipped shattered the surrounding silence. Lu Chao's heart tightened, and he hurriedly turned in the direction of the noise. Upon catching sight of it, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Every hair on his body standing on end. There stood a middle-aged man with a grim visage not far away, his eyes nearly entirely white, with only tiny black pupils resembling sesame seeds embedded within, creating an unsettling appearance. Even more chilling was the sight of this man extending his long, sharp nails, deftly slicing open Lu Qi's abdomen with an eerie familiarity. Each movement was executed with such precision and gentleness, as if he had performed this act countless times before. Fully acquainted with the entire process, the sound produced as his nails grazed the skin was eerily identical to that of a zipper being drawn apart. Lu Chao watched in horror, attempting to scream, but found his throat constricted as if seized by an invisible hand, unable to utter a single sound. As he continued to slice open Lu Qi's belly, he murmured, "The innards from earlier were unsatisfactory. I must find suitable organs to replace them for my daughter." Chapter 20. Escape from the countryside. Upon hearing this statement, Lu Chao finally recognized the man before him. It was Lu Bin, the father of Lu Ting. But why was he a ghost? It appeared as though Lu Bin was oblivious to Lu Chao's presence as he methodically extracted Lu Qi's entrails, casually holding the complete set of organs before departing. As Lu Bin passed by the slumbering Li Caichen and Wu Yuding, a glimmer of anticipation graced his face. And he cheerfully remarked, "If this one is unsuitable, I still have 2 alternatives." After uttering these words, Lu Bin exited the room, seemingly ignoring Lu Chao entirely. Left alone, Lu Chao stared in shock at the unfolding scene, bewildered by the implications of Lu Bin's statement. Seeing Lu Bin's departure, he called out desperately to Wu Yuding and Li Caichen, hoping to rouse them. Yet, they remained unresponsive, as if his cries had no impact. No. It was not mere sound that could awaken them. Pain. Yes, I was awakened by pain. Recalling the circumstances of his own awakening, Lu Chao devised a plan. He retrieved a knife and approached Li Caichen. "Li Caichen, aid me this once, and I shall return the favor. If this fails to awaken you, then I am at a loss." With a grim expression, he lifted the gleaming blade and, like a ravenous wolf lunging for its prey, plunged it toward Li Caichen's arm. The strike was swift and fierce, effortlessly breaching Li Caichen's defenses, the razor-sharp edge sinking into his flesh. Lu Chao gripped the hilt tightly, mercilessly swinging the knife from side to side. Each motion was accompanied by the horrific sounds of tearing muscle and splattering blood. Crimson flowed forth like a deluge, rapidly staining the ground surrounding them. The gruesome spectacle inflicted unbearable agony, finally manifesting as a look of torment upon Li Caichen's resolute visage. Witnessing Li Caichen's pain, Lu Chao's lips curled into a faint smile. Success was near. A frenzied gleam sparkled in his eyes as he reveled in the sanguinary scene. Raising his bloodied knife once more, he forcefully dragged it downward along Li Caichen's arm. With this action, an even greater surge of blood erupted, rendering the wound ever more grotesque. A muffled groan escaped Li Caichen's lips as he slowly opened his eyes, registering the pain in his arm. He fixed a wary gaze upon Lu Chao, who held the knife. Lu Chao, what are you doing? He inquired cautiously. Ah, one has awakened, Lu Chao murmured. Silently sheathing the knife and addressing Li Caichen, help me once, and we shall consider it even. Li Chao regarded his injury, then glanced back at the bodies of Shi Yuan and Lu Qi. Astonishment etched upon his features. It was Lu Bin. I witnessed him slit Lu Qi's abdomen and extract all his organs. Lu Chao recounted the earlier events. You mean Lu Bin is searching for entrails? Li Caichen questioned, puzzled. Indeed. If my intuition serves me right, he is assisting Lu Ting in locating her organs. Consider this. In our dream, Lu Ting was merely killed, yet her entrails were never removed. However, when we encountered Lu Ting, her organs had indeed been extracted. Where, then, could Lu Ting's entrails be? Lu Chao expressed his doubts. Li Caichen furrowed his brow, acknowledging the overlooked detail regarding Lu Ting's entrails. Yet, where could they possibly be? Moreover, why was Lu Bin seeking them? Shouldn't we rouse Wu Yuting? He asked, glancing at the still unconscious Wu Yuting. No, for I have discerned that Lu Bin only acts against those who are asleep. If she awakens, what if Lu Bin turns his attention to us? Lu Chao gazed at Wu Yuting, feeling a twinge of guilt yet unwilling to awaken her. He had considered this when rousing Li Caichen and dared not take the risk, opting instead to sacrifice Wu Yuting for his own safety. Perhaps this mission truly required someone to bear the brunt. I understand now. Do not burden yourself. This is all for survival, Li Caichen said, patting Lu Chao's shoulder. Why would I feel burdened? I am under no obligation to assist her. My help to you is merely a repayment for your saving my life, Lu Chao replied, bemused by Li Caichen's words. Ah, it seems I was overstepping, Li Caichen chuckled, shaking his head in resignation, surprised by Lu Chao's ruthlessness. Let us seek out any leads. If we fail to find them and Lu Bin acts swiftly, we may find ourselves in peril, Lu Chao stated, surveying the two hollowed bodies in the room. That makes sense, but it seems we have only 2 rooms left to investigate, Li Caichen noted, glancing at the second floor, which was oddly laid out, an elongated corridor flanked by 4 rooms on either side, with no other spaces. Upon reaching the second floor, they surveyed the rooms before their attention shifted to the 3rd floor, which they had yet to explore since awakening. The staircase to the 3rd floor appeared lengthy and dim. After a moment's hesitation, they ascended, only to be startled by the sight that awaited them. On the 3rd floor, there were 2 large rooms, both doors ajar. The left room was entirely empty, while the right held numerous memorial tablets. How is this possible? Lu Chao gasped, staring in disbelief at the 9 tablets, each inscribed with the names Lu Ting, Lu Xiyuan, Lu Qi, Lu Zhe, Lu Wangxin, Lu Chong, Lu Yuting, Lu Chao, and Li Caichen. Except for the tablets bearing the names of Lu Chao, Li Caichen, and Lu Yuting, the others bore faint cracks, from which blood seeped slowly, creating an eerie spectacle. Look! Wu Yuting's tablet, Lu Chao exclaimed, transfixed by the sight of Lu Yuting's tablet, which had developed a fissure from which blood was trickling. Could it be? Li Caichen sensed foreboding, understanding that the family tablets represented their fates. Given the blood flow, it indicated that those whose tablets bled were already deceased. Let us descend. I believe we have misunderstood. Perhaps ascending to the 3rd floor was a grave mistake, Lu Chao shouted, as realization struck him. Chapter 21. Escape from the village, a safe haven. Upon hearing the words, Li Caichen nodded, sensing that they had indeed arrived at the wrong place. The 3rd floor felt like a forbidden realm. A subtle unease enveloped them as soon as they ascended. When they pushed open the door to the 3rd floor, it felt as if they had breached a sinister barrier. Where are you going, big brothers? A vaguely familiar voice echoed, and they turned to see Lu Ting, who had appeared in the corner, watching them with an eerie smile. Run! Li Caichen and Lu Chao shouted in unison, sprinting away. As they dashed out the door, Lu Ting remained in the room, grinning malevolently at their retreat. Upon reaching the 1st floor, they stumbled upon Lu Bin, who clutched the entrails he had just extracted from Wu Yuting's body, mumbling, I need to see if this fits my daughter. He then exited, leaving Li Caichen and Lu Chao exchanging anxious glances. A quick glance at the countdown in their minds revealed only 1. 5 hours remained. Big brother, why are you ignoring me? Lu Ting's voice drifted down from above, sending chills down their spines. They dared not look back, fearing that a glance would unveil sights they ought not to witness, and worse, that such a gaze might lead to their demise at her hands. Without a moment's hesitation, they bolted towards the exit. It was just past 1 o'clock, and the sun blazed fiercely, illuminating the dilapidated village. In that forsaken hamlet, seemingly forgotten by time, two figures raced along the muddy path, none other than Lu Chao and Li Kaichen, fleeing from the Lu family. The relentless sun bore down upon them, mercilessly scorching the earth. Yet, for Lu Chao and Li Kaichen, this oppressive heat did not induce discomfort. Rather, it stirred within them an indescribable warmth. The sun's rays enveloped them like a mother's gentle embrace, soothing their weary and anxious souls. Despite their clothes being drenched in sweat, they wished for the sun to blaze even brighter, wishing it could vanquish all evil and malevolence beneath its radiant glow. After about 10 minutes of running, they began to feel the weight of exhaustion. Their bodies gasped for air, particularly Lu Chao, who had not eaten since arriving and was still plagued by pain in his left hand, his face contorting in discomfort. "Let us stop. She seems to have lost our trail." Li Kaichen glanced back and, upon seeing Lu Ting was not in pursuit, exhaled in relief. They sought refuge in an abandoned house, leaning against the door while panting heavily. "Damn it, is this story's task truly so arduous? Last night, I was nearly slain by that old ghost. And today we almost fell victim to Lu Ting and her father." Lu Chao observed the countdown in his mind, anxiety creeping in as he realized the peril they faced was no less than the previous night's encounter. "Let us endure. We have half an hour left before we can return. We are still alive, after all." Li Kaichen managed a wry smile, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated that merely navigating the first floor would prove so perilous. What awaited them on the second floor? "Big brother, are you afraid of me?" A chilling voice resonated from behind them. Stunned by the unexpected presence of Lu Ting in the house, they exchanged alarmed glances. "Run." Without a moment's pause, they bolted outside. "Big brother, why are you running? I have never harmed you. Why do you hide from me?" Lu Ting's voice, tinged with a mix of helplessness and sorrow, echoed behind them. Startled by her words, they paused, realizing that Lu Ting had not truly wished them harm. Instead, she had provided them with clues to trigger the main task and initiate the countdown. As this realization dawned, they turned slowly to face her. There, at the threshold, Lu Ting curled up, trembling slightly, seemingly weeping softly. "Big brother, I am truly frightened. I am all alone here. When I awoke, everyone was gone. Thankfully, you came. But why do you hide from me? I only wish to be your friend." Her sorrowful voice was tinged with palpable despair, evoking a complex mix of emotions within Lu Chao, who, for a fleeting moment, felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Yet, this thought was quickly suppressed. He understood all too well that this child was not human but a ghost. "Lu Ting, can you answer me? What became of your entrails?" Li Kaichen interjected coldly. "Huh? Big brother, why do you ask such a thing?" Lu Ting responded, her expression morphing into one of shock. "Your entrails, you dug them out yourself, did you not? I surmise that after becoming a ghost, you removed your own entrails to prevent that old ghost from taking them, correct?" Li Kaichen spoke with a twisted grin. "Ha ha, Kaichen. You are quite clever to have figured that out. Indeed, I extracted my own entrails. That old woman has no right to them. Therefore, yesterday, I cooked them in the porridge along with Lu Chang's thigh. You seem to enjoy it quite a bit." Lu Ting's tone darkened, her visage transforming into a grotesque mask of horror. No wonder, Li Kaichen thought, recalling the strange taste of the porridge. It was her entrails. "Since you both are aware, I shall no longer pretend. Had you not sealed that old woman, I would have dared not emerge from the Lu family. As compensation, I can release one of you. Why not discuss amongst yourselves who will come to meet their demise?" Lu Ting said, her smile sinister as she regarded Lu Chao and Li Kaichen. Chapter 22. Escape from the countryside. What did you say? Upon hearing Lu Ting's words, Li Kaichen and Lu Chao were momentarily taken aback. They had never anticipated Lu Ting would utter such a statement. In their minds, they couldn't help but wonder, do we appear so foolish? Attempting to test us in this manner. As Lu Ting observed the stunned expressions on Lu Chao and Li Kaichen's faces, her smugness became increasingly evident. Indeed, her tactic of compelling the others to make a choice proved effective. It was apparent that Lu Chao and Li Kaichen were contemplating how to persuade each other, eager to rush forth to their demise. With this strategy, she could eliminate one of them first, then backtrack and seize the opportunity to eliminate the second. Her plan was utterly seamless. "Lu Ting, do you genuinely believe we would be so naive as to walk to our doom?" Lu Chao spoke, a hint of disbelief in his voice. However, recalling Lu Ting's age, he quickly reconciled himself with the situation. After all, while she was a ghost, she was merely a child, likely capable of devising such a scheme. Upon hearing Lu Chao's words, Lu Ting paused momentarily, surprised by his refusal. Nevertheless, she feigned composure and replied, "Big brother, I am only granting you this opportunity once. If none of you dare to step forward, then not a single one of you shall survive. At her threat, a sense of resignation washed over Li Kaichen and Lu Chao's faces. Indeed, children are just children. Lu Ting, we have realized that you cannot emerge now, can you? You fear the sunlight, do you not? Lu Chao calmly pointed to the sun above. Having deduced that Lu Ting's reluctance to leave her hiding place stemmed from the sunlight still illuminating the sky. For her, it was a source of trepidation, which explained her desire to lure them into her domain. Only then could she act against them. You all know. Lu Ting's face fell. Disappointment evident as she realized she might have lost her chance to kill them. Lu Ting, why do you wish to kill us? Is it your mission? Li Kaichen squinted against the sun, addressing Lu Ting. He still couldn't comprehend her motivation to eliminate them. After all, she had initially appeared akin to an NPC guiding them. And now, this NPC sought to annihilate the players, a notion that seemed rather absurd. It is not my mission. I merely wish to grow stronger by killing you, so I can avenge my mother by eliminating that old witch, Lu Ting said, gazing forlornly at Lu Chao and Li Kaichen. Her intentions were, in fact, quite straightforward, to kill the two in order to enhance her power and subsequently eliminate the old ghost responsible for her mother's demise. Upon hearing her words, Li Kaichen and Lu Chao fell silent. Though they were unaware of the full circumstances, they could deduce some details from their previous dreams. It was evident that the old ghost had harmed the villagers, and most likely, Lu Ting and her mother had fallen victim to its malevolence. Lu Ting, you have another opportunity to kill that old ghost, Li Kaichen suddenly spoke up. Lu Ting looked up at him, confusion flashing across her face. Listen to me. That old ghost seal will expire today at precisely 5 o'clock. At the summit of that mountain lies a dense forest. By 4:30, the angle of the sun will cast shadows from those trees directly upon that spot. When the old ghost was sealed, her powers were significantly restricted and may not have fully recovered. Thus, this presents an exceptional opportunity for you. If you can seize this fleeting moment, you might indeed be able to slay her. Li Kaichen explained, thoughtfully calculating the mountain's position as the sun slowly sank. Is what you say true? Lu Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement as she regarded Li Kaichen in disbelief. It is true. You cannot walk in the sunlight. There is shade among the trees, which might provide a perfect chance. That old ghost likely fears the sunlight even more than you do, Li Kaichen affirmed, nodding in agreement. Wonderful. Thank you, Kaichen Gu. Lu Ting joyfully retreated into the room, vanishing from their sight. By the way, how did you know that old ghost fears the sunlight? Lu Chao inquired with a grin. Did you not realize? The Taoist mentioned that we are safe during the day, implying that the old ghost fears daylight, Li Kaichen replied with a smile. You're quite clever, Lu Chao remarked, regarding Li Kaichen with admiration. This man was not only intelligent but also audacious, capable of actions that others might find incomprehensible. Yet it was precisely because of him that he had survived. Otherwise, he would have likely met his end at the hands of that old ghost. Enough pondering. We should return, Li Kaichen suggested with a smile. Lu Chao glanced at the countdown in his mind, noting that only 25 seconds remained. It seemed that, in this terrifying tale, they were the only survivors. As Lu Chao contemplated the countdown, he sighed in relief while also thinking of Wu Yuding. Perhaps if he awakened her, nothing would go awry, as Lu Bin had not pursued them. Based on Lu Bin's actions, he likely only intended to extract the innards of those who were asleep. The awakened would remain unharmed, yet at that moment, Lu Chao lacked the courage to take the risk. He feared that if he gambled incorrectly, the consequences would be dire. Ultimately, his own life was paramount. Time is up, Li Kaichen noted as the countdown reached its end. Suddenly, a blinding white light enveloped them, and both felt a wave of dizziness wash over them before they succumbed to unconsciousness. Endless darkness enveloped Lu Chao's mind, as if he had been drawn into an abyss of unfathomable depth. This darkness was so dense and profound that it nearly obliterated all visual perception. Yet, curiously, despite being ensnared in this pitch-black realm, he could still distinctly sense his own existence. This sensation was both familiar and alien. He could not see his body, but every fleeting thought and heartbeat conveyed a vivid sense of self-awareness. He felt as though he had merged with the surrounding darkness, becoming an integral part of this infinite void. Simultaneously, a powerful consciousness insisted that he was an entity separate from this darkness. Lu Chao endeavored to comprehend the significance of this contradictory sensation. He attempted to navigate through the darkness, searching for even a glimmer of light or a clue. But his efforts proved futile. The darkness encased him like an impenetrable net, binding him tightly and leaving him with no means of escape. After an indeterminate span of time, Lu Chao slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a familiar table, upon which 7 individuals were sprawled, and beside him sat a man with a ghostly visage. Staring at this scene, Lu Chao was momentarily stunned. Had he merely experienced a dream? Chapter 23. Reality and Dreams. As Lu Chao witnessed the enigmatic figure of the masked man materialize before him, an icy sensation surged up his spine, instantly sharpening his previously muddled thoughts. The events he had endured in that dimly lit room flickered through his mind like scenes from a film, incessantly replaying. One has awakened? The masked man remarked with a hint of indifference upon noticing Lu Chao's consciousness returning. Was I just dreaming? A voice chimed in beside him. It was Li Kaichen, who had previously yielded his seat to Lu Chao. As Li Kaichen slowly lifted his gaze, he too was taken aback upon encountering the masked man. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. He reached out to nudge Jai Wangxin, only to discover he had already ceased to breathe. The same fate befell the others, who lay sprawled on the table, devoid of life. It seems two of you have managed to awaken. Your cohort is indeed commendable, the masked man observed, a faint satisfaction in his tone. So everything we just experienced was real? If one perishes in a horror story, does that mean we would die in reality as well? Lu Chao inquired, his fear of the masked man having diminished considerably since their initial encounter, perhaps due to the harrowing chase by the old ghost. Indeed. You have grasped the essence of it. Dying in a horror narrative equates to your demise in the real world, a slumber from which you shall not awaken. The masked man replied, his voice dripping with a chilling disregard for life. What is this place, and what do you intend to achieve? Lu Chao asked cautiously, perplexed as to why he found himself ensnared within this so-called horror tale. This abode is known as the Hell House. It is evident that I too wish for your escape, but there exists but one path to freedom. You must continuously delve into horror stories, seeking a means to survive. Only when you succeed in surviving will the staircase to the next level manifest, allowing you to ascend. Once you reach the pinnacle, we shall be liberated. The masked man explained, his demeanor exuding an unsettling calmness. Why us? Li Kaichen queried, bewildered by the masked man's assertions. Because we are all tethered by the same string. And thus I can only wish for your victory, the masked man replied flatly, though his response seemed somewhat evasive. Who chose us for this? Lu Chao pressed on. I have answered your inquiries. You no longer possess the right to question. Furthermore, it is time for you to ascend. We shall meet on the second floor. With that, the masked man stood and vanished before their eyes, leaving Lu Chao and Li Kaichen alone within the vast house. Are we to be trapped in this place upon our return? Lu Chao lamented, gazing at the surrounding walls with a sense of despair. He had initially believed that returning to the village would grant him freedom, yet a thunderous rumble echoed, shaking the very foundation of the space, as if the air itself quaked in response. Just as Lu Chao's words faded, a faint tremor began to manifest, akin to the whisper of a ghost. Startled, the two men turned towards the source of the sound, their gazes settling upon an inconspicuous corner where a mysterious staircase had inexplicably materialized. It appeared as though conjured by magic, emerging from thin air. This staircase was steep and straight, its tightly connected steps ascending towards the enigmatic second floor. The materials appeared somewhat antiquated, suggesting they had withstood the test of time. Yet they remained remarkably sturdy. The handrails were adorned with peculiar carvings and patterns, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Indeed, the masked man spoke the truth. We must ascend. Perhaps upon reaching the 10th floor, we can finally escape, Li Kaichen declared, stepping towards the staircase. Lu Chao furrowed his brow but followed suit. As they climbed to the second floor, a blinding light enveloped them, and Lu Chao felt the familiar sensation of dizziness washing over him once more. When Lu Chao regained consciousness, he was jolted awake by the sound of an alarm clock. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find a soft beam of light streaming through the window, illuminating his face. As his vision cleared, he was greeted by the all-too-familiar sight of his immaculate ceiling and comfortable bed. Seeing these surroundings, Lu Chao felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Abruptly sitting up in bed, his eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the environment as if he were ensnared in a surreal dream. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he sought to affirm the reality of his situation. Yet, no matter how he looked, this was undeniably his beloved home. A wave of intense confusion surged within him as he began to recollect the events that had transpired. Could it be that all he had experienced was merely a nightmare? However, those memories were so vivid, so tangible, that he found it impossible to dismiss them as mere illusions. At this moment, he felt like a lost traveler enveloped in fog, utterly at a loss as to explain his current predicament. Could it be that the previous ordeal was all a dream? Pondering this, Lu Chao pinched his thigh, feeling a sharp pain that seemed to affirm his reality. This was indeed not a dream. Overjoyed, he picked up his phone, only to find the time was 8:20 on September 30th, 2024. Wonderful, he exclaimed inwardly, for the date and time aligned perfectly. It seemed the previous experience had merely been an extraordinarily lifelike dream, nearly ensnaring him within its grasp. Lu Chao comforted himself, reassuring his mind that the recent events had simply been a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, a distinctive ringtone echoed through the room. Lu Chao recognized it as his personal notification. He glanced at his phone, only to furrow his brow upon seeing the name, Su Xiangbua. This was a colleague of Lu Chao's, and today marked a rare day off for him, making him reluctant to answer. However, considering the possibility of an urgent matter at work, he felt compelled to respond, knowing he might regret missing an important call, especially as he was a forensic specialist in the police department, tasked with examining the bodies of the deceased. With a professional demeanor, Lu Chao answered, "Hello, Bobo." "What is it?" "Lu Chao, you need to hurry over. We have discovered 6 inexplicably deceased bodies in the east of the city. There are no apparent signs of trauma. And upon reviewing the surveillance footage, we found they returned home normally last night. Yet today, they have mysteriously appeared at the waste transfer station, and crucially, there is no footage capturing their exit. Their causes of death are perplexing. I examined one, but found no conclusive evidence. I'm overwhelmed. Please come help." Su Xiangbo relayed urgently. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao hesitated for 2.5 seconds before letting out a resigned sigh. "I understand. I'm on my way. Please send me the location. I've already sent it to you via WeChat. I'll be waiting here," Su Xiangbo replied. "Got it. See you shortly." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chao glanced at the location sent by Su Xiangbo, which was approximately 30 kilometers away. After swiftly freshening up, Lu Chao grabbed a loaf of bread and departed. 30 kilometers was not a considerable distance. Within 20 minutes, he arrived at his destination. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the area had already been cordoned off by the police with caution tape. After presenting his credentials, Lu Chao quickly entered and found Su Xiangbo, who was standing in the shade of some trees with his assistant. Behind them lay 6 bodies covered with white sheets. "Bobo, what is the situation now?" Lu Chao inquired as he approached Su Xiangbo. "It's quite complicated. In all my years of practice, I've never encountered such bodies. They bear no wounds, nor any traces of injury. I have examined them and ruled out the possibility of poisoning," Su Xiangbo replied, pulling back the white sheet from one of the bodies. At that moment, as the sheet was lifted, a look of terror crossed Lu Chao's face. Chapter 24. The terrifying power of the Hell House. Lying beneath the white cloth was none other than Wu Yuding, someone Lu Chao knew. How could this be possible? As Lu Chao beheld Wu Yuding's lifeless, cold, and rigid corpse, an indescribable terror surged within him, rendering his face as pale as a sheet. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his lips began to quiver uncontrollably. Gradually, he shifted his gaze towards the remaining 5 corpses, a dreadful thought suddenly seizing his mind like a malevolent demon, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. With a trembling hand, Lu Chao reached toward the shrouded bodies, each inch forward amplifying his heartbeat, as if it were about to burst from his chest. Simultaneously, he murmured to himself, "Please, let it not be them. This must be a coincidence. It cannot be them. It was merely a nightmare." Yet, regardless of his fervent prayers and denials, the harsh reality remained starkly before him. As he unveiled the white cloths one by one, familiar faces emerged, each visage striking his heart like a hammer. The moment the last cloth fell, Lu Chao's final hopes were shattered, for those 5 corpses belonged to Lu Jia and his companions, who had perished in that horrific tale. How could this be? Upon seeing these bodies, Lu Chao felt numb. Just moments ago, he had convinced himself that the events from those stories were mere figments of his imagination. Now, the truth slapped him mercilessly, leaving him utterly bewildered. Could it be that those stories were indeed real? Lu Chao stood frozen, staring at the corpses before him. "Lu Chao, what's wrong? Surely this isn't enough to frighten you. Here is their information. Do you want to take a look?" Su Xiangbo, observing Lu Chao's state, handed him a stack of documents, chuckling lightly. Snapping back to reality, Lu Chao quickly seized the papers, scanning the text that detailed each individual's information. Lu Chi, male. 16 years old, ID XXXX, contact, XXX, address, XXXX, Wu Yuding, female, 25 years old, ID XXXX, contact, XXX, address, XXXX, Zhai Wanxin, male, 28 years old. The 6 documents clearly recorded the identities of the 6 shrouded corpses, all of whom Lu Chao recognized as those who had met their demise in the terrifying story. However, "Lu Chao, I performed an autopsy on a man named Lu Jia, and I found he bore no injuries. His death was peculiar, as if it were a natural demise, right? Their manner of death resembled that of elderly individuals passing away due to organ failure, yet they bore no signs of such," Su Xiongbo remarked. Before he could finish, Lu Chao interjected, "Indeed, you are astute. You discerned that from just a brief glance." Su Xiongbo praised him. But Lu Chao remained unresponsive, fully aware of the implications. His mind was consumed by the ominous words of the masked man. The Hell House, what kind of place was it? Lu Chao silently noted this name, which instilled fear within him. Upon returning home, Lu Chao felt utterly numb. He quickly turned on his computer, determined that with the current technological advancements, he could uncover some clues. After 2.5 hours of searching, disappointment washed over him as he turned away from the screen. He discovered no information regarding the Hell House. This place seemed to leave no trace. Neither on maps nor online. It appeared to be beyond their reach. With a sigh of resignation, Lu Chao lay on his bed. The image of the masked man haunting his thoughts. For reasons unknown, he felt as though something was watching him from the shadows, manipulating him with invisible strings. Suddenly, the sound of a QQ notification interrupted his contemplation. He picked up his phone to find a friend request from someone named Back Shadow, accompanied by a message, "I know about the Hell House." Instantly, Lu Chao recalled his recent post on a forum, realizing that someone was indeed aware of the house's existence. The power of the internet was formidable. Without hesitation, he accepted the request and swiftly typed his question, "Do you know about the Hell House? How can I completely escape from there?" After sending the message, he anticipated a response. Just as he thought the other party had gone offline, a reply came. "Tomorrow at 2:30 p.m., meet at the XXCAF in Kuan City." After sending the message, the profile picture turned gray, indicating that the user had gone offline. Lu Chao replied affirmatively and promptly purchased a train ticket to Kuan City for the following day. Pondering the identity of the person he would meet, he hoped they could provide him with clear guidance. If what he experienced in that village was indeed true, it would become a harrowing nightmare. After a 2.5-hour train ride, Lu Chao finally arrived at the XXXCAF in Kuan City. He found table 25 reserved, but the other party had yet to arrive. Informing the staff of the reservation, he settled into his seat to await their arrival. The ambience was quite reassuring. Observing the lively crowd around him, savoring various coffees, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Previously, despite the rigors of his job, he always managed to find a sliver of joy amidst the stress. Of course, this was all before the emergence of the Hell House, which threatened to shatter his peaceful existence. "Hello." Just as Lu Chao pondered how his life might be disrupted, a female voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see a strikingly beautiful girl with an oval face and delicate features. "I love basketball, right?" she inquired. "I love basketball" was Lu Chao's QQ nickname. Responding calmly, he said, "Yes, and you must be I can sing, dance, and rap." "Indeed. I didn't expect you to be younger than I imagined." The woman smiled as she took a seat and ordered 2 cups of coffee. "So, do you truly know about the Hell House?" Lu Chao asked directly, cutting to the chase. "Yes, but first, may I ask your name?" She replied unhurriedly. "My name is Lu Chao." "Nice to meet you, Lu Chao. I'm Yuruachi. The reason I know about the Hell House is that I am currently a player on the 5th floor of that house." Yuruachi lifted her coffee cup, savoring it slowly before continuing. Chapter 25, Sacrifice and Reward. "What did you say?" Upon hearing Yuruachi's response, Lu Chao was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that she would be a player from the Hell House, and to encounter her in reality was even more surprising. "Do not be astonished. If I weren't a player from that house, how would I know the circumstances here?" Yuruachi replied calmly with a smile. After listening, Lu Chao nodded and promptly inquired, "What is this Hell House about? Why do I feel as if my previous experience was merely a dream?" Lu Chao directly voiced his inner confusion. "You must have noticed as well. It was, to put it nicely, a dream. After a certain period, once we fall asleep, we are drawn directly into that house to partake in the tasks. If we fail to complete the designated tasks within the dream, we will perish in reality. And the manner of our demise is utterly inexplicable, even beyond the grasp of modern science," Yuruachi explained. Upon hearing Yuruachi's account, images of the 6 individuals, including Zhai Wangxin, who had perished, surfaced in Lu Chao's mind. Indeed, as Yuruachi had stated, their causes of death were inscrutable. So to escape, we must ascend to the 10th floor, as that masked man said? Lu Chao gazed at Yuruachi and asked, "That seems to be the case. It is the only method I am aware of thus far. However, among those I know, no one has reached the 10th floor. The most formidable among them only made it to the 6th floor, but tragically, he died during the task there. All 6 of them perished in that mission. Those 6 were recognized as the brightest minds in the Hell House, yet they met their end." As Yuruachi spoke, a hint of fear flickered in her eyes. A terror stemming from the oppressive nature of that house, which still haunted her. Although she was currently in the real world, the house loomed over her like a demon, entwining her heart with dread. How do we know when we will be drawn into that house to undertake the tasks? Is it simply by falling asleep? Or is there some pattern? Lu Chao asked in confusion, pondering whether if the entry into the Hell House was triggered by sleep. He could evade it by merely staying awake on the day he was supposed to enter. At Lu Chao's question, Yuruwachi couldn't help but chuckle. She understood the implications behind his words. Do not entertain such thoughts. They are futile. I can tell you that when you begin the second layer of tasks, there is no way to avoid it. Even if you do not sleep, the moment you blink, you will be pulled in instantly. Is the Hell House truly that terrifying? Lu Chao felt a cold sweat break out at Yuruwachi's revelation. He had not anticipated the sheer horror of that place. By the way, do you know why we were chosen to enter this house? I do not know. We are also seeking answers to that question, but among the people I know, there are no clues whatsoever. Everyone seems to have been randomly selected, with no regard for region or profession. Is that so? After hearing Yuruwachi's response, Lu Chao felt somewhat speechless. From this perspective, the house appeared to be an enigma with no resolution. His only hope of escaping lay in following the masked man's instructions, completing tasks until he reached the 10th floor. However, do not lose heart. With loss comes gain. Although we are in peril, this house also offers compensation. Yuruwachi stated with a smile. Compensation? What kind of compensation? Lu Chao asked, puzzled by Yuruwachi's words. Among our group, one individual has cancer and was given only 2.5 months to live. However, after completing several tasks, he discovered that his cancer has vanished. Quite astonishing, isn't it? We were all stunned. He is still alive, and during the third layer of tasks, all his cancer cells disappeared, a phenomenon even hospitals cannot explain. Conversely, those of us in good health receive monetary compensation. Have you noticed any extra funds in your account? Yuruwachi inquired with a smile. Really? Lu Chao responded, promptly checking his mobile banking app. He had not activated text services due to the small monthly fee, which he found bothersome. Indeed, when he opened his banking app, he found an unexpected sum 2 million. 2 million? It seems my task is quite lucrative. Lu Chao remarked with a wry smile at the sight of the money. He believed that, given the choice, no one would desire this money at the cost of their life. What? 2 million? Aren't you only on the first layer? Yuruwachi expressed her astonishment upon hearing Lu Chao's response. Did you not mention there would be money? Lu Chao found Yuruwachi's reaction curious. That is true. But you must understand, the first layer's tasks are the simplest, so those who survive generally receive minimal rewards. I only earned 50,000 during my first layer. 200,000 is a bonus I received after completing the fourth layer. The rewards are calculated based on the difficulty of the tasks. So it appears your first layer was exceptionally challenging. As Yuruwachi spoke, she regarded Lu Chao with newfound respect, acknowledging his accomplishment of surviving under such difficult circumstances. It is of no consequence. My job suffices to meet my basic needs. I have no desire for money from such a place. If given the option, I would never enter that house, Lu Chao replied somewhat helplessly. He could not risk his life for money. Stop daydreaming. Focus on preparing yourself. I can inform you that the interval between the completion of the first layer and the commencement of the second layer will be 1 month. Upon completion of the second layer, there will be a 2-month gap before the third layer begins, and this pattern continues, Yuruwachi stated, sharing what she knew with Lu Chao. All right, thank you. I understand. Soon after, the two exchanged contact information before parting ways. Lu Chao purchased a ticket and returned home. As he dragged his weary body back home, filled with joy and preparing to neatly arrange his shoes, an unexpected event occurred. Just as he reached for his shoes, his peripheral vision caught sight of an unusually conspicuous object on the shoe rack, a pair of shoes. These shoes lay quietly, seemingly exuding a strange and mysterious aura. Upon closer inspection, he was seized by sudden terror, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. There, on the shoe rack, lay a pair of bright red embroidered shoes. The vivid crimson hue, akin to blood, was striking, and the intricate embroidery was disturbingly lifelike, reminiscent of the very shoes worn by the old ghost before its demise. A horrifying image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. In a dark, eerie village, a grotesque figure dressed in white, the old ghost, floated silently towards him, clad in those blood-red embroidered shoes. At this thought, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At this moment, the entire room appeared to be enveloped in a chilling and eerie atmosphere, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 26. The task on the second floor. How could this be possible? Lu Chao felt a shiver run down his spine as he gazed at the exquisite embroidered shoes before him. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that they were indeed the very pair he had worn in that story. But how could they have appeared in his home? Had he inadvertently brought them out with him? In a state of confusion, Lu Chao promptly messaged Yuruachi, whom he was scheduled to meet in the afternoon. Her reply came swiftly. These are the props you brought out from the story that can assist you in your next task. However, it is quite rare for props to manifest on the first floor, as they typically appear on floors 3 and above. Thank you for the clarification. With Yuruachi's explanation, Lu Chao felt a sense of ease regarding the embroidered shoes. After carefully placing them aside, he returned to rest. In the days that followed, Lu Chao maintained his usual routine until one fateful day when, immediately upon returning home from work, he fell into a deep slumber. As he gradually opened his heavy eyelids, an intense wave of dizziness washed over him, rendering him momentarily disoriented. After some time, his vision began to clear, and to his astonishment, he found himself lying atop a massive wooden table. The table emanated an air of antiquity, as if it had borne witness to the passage of countless years. Struggling against his discomfort, Lu Chao sat up and surveyed his surroundings. To his surprise, 5 others were sprawled across the table, each of them with their eyes tightly shut, seemingly lost in a profound slumber. At that moment, he noticed one person's finger twitch slightly. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Li Kaichen, the individual who had previously escaped with him. A surge of joy filled Lu Chao as his gaze remained fixed on Li Kaichen. Soon, Li Kaichen's fingers began to flutter, followed by a gradual lifting of his arm. Finally, as though awakening from a prolonged nightmare, Li Kaichen opened his bloodshot eyes, filled with confusion. When his gaze met Lu Chao's, he initially appeared taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Yet, in mere moments, comprehension dawned upon him. They had returned to this house once more. A new round of tasks was about to commence. Over the next 2.5 minutes, the remaining 6 individuals gradually roused from their slumber. Could it be that we have indeed returned to the house? Was it not merely a dream? A bespectacled woman spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of fear. It appears to be true. The masked man was right. We can only escape when we reach the 10th floor, remarked another unfamiliar man. Lu Chao, what a coincidence to see you again, Li Kaichen said with a smile, seemingly unfazed by their return. Indeed. By the way, what is your WeChat? I think we could connect once we escape, provided we manage to survive this time, Lu Chao replied, smiling back at Li Kaichen. Strangely, upon realizing that the second task was commencing, he felt an unexpected calmness rather than anxiety or fear. Sure, note this down. My WeChat is XXXX. Got it. If we make it out this time, I'll add you, Lu Chao thought, despite feeling that Li Kaichen was a bit eccentric. He recognized his intelligence and considered that they might explore some matters together after their escape. Everyone, it's been a while. It's truly delightful to see you all on the 2nd floor. A vaguely familiar, yet fear-inducing voice resonated. Lu Chao turned to find the masked man had returned. As he made his appearance, the atmosphere grew tense once more. Aside from Lu Chao and Li Kaichen, the others regarded the masked man with caution, as if he were a demon returned from hell, instilling dread in their hearts. Do not be alarmed. This time, we are not commencing a task. As the masked man's words fell, several faces relaxed slightly. As long as it was a task, it was a relief. However, do not let your guard down, for I am here to inform you that your task will begin the day after tomorrow. At that time, you will not be returning to this house. Due to prior commitments, I will directly transport you into the task. There are 2 keywords for this task: insect, splice. I hope you can follow this path to survive in the second horror story. With that, the masked man vanished, leaving the 6 individuals on the table to exchange bewildered glances. Insect, splice. These must be the keywords Yuruachi mentioned, Lu Chao pondered. Everyone, shall we introduce ourselves? Li Kaichen suggested playfully, looking at the others on the table. I'm Sun Xiaoxiao, one man declared. I'm Wen Jia, a girl chimed in. I'm Zhang Qifeng. I'm Xiayin. I'm Chen Hua. Hello, I'm Li Kaichen, and this is Lu Chao. It seems we will be the players for the task starting the day after tomorrow. Let us collaborate and uncover the path to survival, Li Kaichen said with a cheerful demeanor. Do you have any thoughts? Wen Jia inquired. Perhaps we could utilize tomorrow to gather information on splice and insect. It might prove beneficial, Li Kaichen suggested. I see. You mean we have the opportunity to prepare in advance, thus acquiring more information to avoid being caught off guard, right? Sun Xiaoxiao responded. Smart. Exactly. Even though our task starts the day after tomorrow, this gives us time to prepare. Remember to share your findings when the time comes, Li Kaichen urged. All right, let us meet up then. I hope we can all survive together, Zhang Qifeng added, his tone lacking the previous trepidation. When Lu Chao woke, It was already 8 in the morning of the following day. He grabbed his phone and, relying on memory, added Li Kaichen on WeChat. Soon after, they began searching for information online, though the results left Lu Chao profoundly disappointed. Searching for insects yielded only definitions, characteristics, and some textual descriptions on X degree, none of which were what he sought. What exactly did the keywords splice and insect encompass? As he pondered, Lu Chao sent a message to Yu Ruachi, hoping she could provide some assistance. Quickly, her reply arrived. Currently, nothing stands out. Just remember to pay attention to anything related to these two terms once you enter the story. Don't overlook any details. Thank you. After sending the message, Lu Chao shut WeChat, feeling that Yu Ruachi's response was virtually unhelpful and wasted 5 seconds of his contemplation. Night fell swiftly, and Lu Chao lay in bed, awaiting the arrival of midnight. Soon, a wave of drowsiness overcame him, and he drifted into slumber. "Officer Lu, wake up." A clear cry abruptly awakened Lu Chao. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a deep blue uniform before him. Chapter 27. The case. Lu Chao glanced around, realizing he was in a somewhat familiar environment, a police station. Beside him were Li Kaichen and 4 others, who also appeared to have just regained consciousness. "Are we the police in this story?" Sun Xiaoxiao asked, staring at the police uniform he wore, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected identity. "It seems so. But are we not in a horror story? What is our main objective, catching a thief?" Xiaoyin expressed his confusion. "Speaking of which, did any of you gather any unusual information yesterday?" Wen Jia inquired of the group. "No, I asked around various places, but I didn't gather anything useful," Zhang Qifeng replied, shaking his head in frustration. "I couldn't find any information either. It appears this task is not as straightforward as we thought," Chenhua added. As the group deliberated, a tall figure entered the room, a slightly plump middle-aged man, whose shoulder insignia indicated his rank. "All right, everyone quiet down. We are convening a meeting. I called all 6 of you here because there is a peculiar case that requires your attention. Do you have any objections?" the man announced. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao and the others quickly grasped the purpose of their assignment, to solve a particular case and, in doing so, secure their return home. Nodding in understanding, they replied, "No problems. We can handle this case." "Good. The address of the complainant is here. You will be in charge. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. By the way, you will be staying at a hotel nearby. I have left the room keys here for you. You may inquire about the specifics later. This is the 4th report from this neighborhood, so please act swiftly." With that, the lieutenant left behind an address, a phone number, and 6 room keys before exiting. Lu Chao examined the address and noted, Ikuin Garden, February 5th, 2501. Phone, XXXX, complainant, Kai Kuan. Seeing this address, the 6 exchanged nods, as they now had the convenience of mobile phones for communication. After creating a WeChat group, they boarded the vehicle provided by the department and headed toward the given locations, relying on navigation due to the unfamiliarity of the city. Upon arrival, just as when Jia and the others were about to approach the building, Lu Chao called out, Are you all really planning to go up directly? Is there a problem?" "We're police now. It's perfectly normal to handle things this way," Sun Xiaoxiao replied, puzzled. Lu Chao meant that their group of 6 might intimidate the residents, so he suggested they split up to seek clues. Li Kaichen chimed in with a smile. "Yes. Splitting up could be more effective. How should we go about gathering clues?" Chenhua asked, still confused. "Here is the plan, since I have some experience in these matters. I propose that Lu Chao and I visit the complainant's residence while Chenhua and Wen Jia inquire about the situation on the upper and lower floors. Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qifeng can check with the property management to see who reported the previous cases and if there's any connection to what we might encounter. If we discover anything, we can communicate through the WeChat group. Oh, and remember, the recording function is active on your left shoulder. Stay safe first, remember. We are merely police in this task, so refrain from unnecessary interference, Li Kaichen advised. Upon hearing Li Kaichen's arrangement, Wen Jia and the others suddenly understood the logic behind it. Indeed, it was quite reasonable. "By the way, what is your profession, Li Kaichen?" Sun Xiaoxiao inquired curiously. "Well, who knows, perhaps I'm a murderer." Haha, Li Kaichen joked, but the others, unaware of his true character, merely took it as jest. Soon, they followed Li Kaichen's plan and dispersed to their respective locations for investigation. "Li Kaichen, what do you do?" Lu Chao couldn't help but ask in the elevator, intrigued by the thoughtfulness in Li Kaichen's previous suggestions. "I was in public security, but I've resigned. The people at the station probably think I've lost my mind." Which is why I left, Li Kaichen replied with a smile. Lu Chao nodded silently, awaiting the elevator's ascent. Ding. The elevator doors opened, and the two arrived at the 2501 floor. Hello. Is anyone home? Li Kaichen knocked gently on the door, each rap resonating firmly. The door creaked open, revealing a terrified man behind it. Upon seeing the two police officers, he visibly relaxed. Hello. Did you make the report? Lu Chao asked sternly. Yes, officers. Please come in. The man, clearly shaken, stumbled over his words but seemed to feel a sense of relief upon their arrival. Noticing the man's reaction, Lu Chao and Li Kaichen exchanged glances before entering. Once seated on the couch, Lu Chao activated the recording function on his shoulder. Sir, could you please tell us what difficulties you are facing that require our assistance? Li Kaichen inquired gently. The man seemed to recall something distressing, his face displaying palpable fear. He trembled as he spoke. Officers, what I am about to share is rather strange. Please do not be alarmed. Sir, rest assured, we are police officers. We do not frighten easily. After receiving their reassuring response, the man took a deep breath and continued. My name is Kai Cohen. And please do not be frightened by what I am about to reveal. Kai Cohen reiterated his plea for them not to be afraid, then slowly stated, Do you believe in ghosts? After uttering this, he carefully observed their expressions, and seeing no signs of surprise from Li Kaichen or Lu Chao, he proceeded, Last night, I saw a ghost. Chapter 28. The case of the isolated body. Did you say you encountered a ghost? Upon hearing Kai Cohen's words, Lu Chao's expression shifted to one of caution. Could it be that even ordinary individuals were ensnared in this task? It is true, officer. Last night, I was peacefully sleeping in my room. Around 2:30 in the morning, I was startled awake and noticed something peculiar at my window. Do you know what it was? It was a head, positioned in a most uncanny manner, right in the center of the window. Even more chilling was the fact that above and below this head, there were two hands. It looked just like a gigantic spider, clinging menacingly to the edge of my window. At that moment, Kai Cohen trembled involuntarily, his face paling to a ghostly white. Clearly, the mere recollection of the previous night's events inundated him with an overwhelming wave of terror. Could you take us to see your bedroom? Lu Chao inquired, his tone devoid of any overt emotion. Of course, Kai Cohen replied gravely, leading Lu Chao and Li Kaichen directly to his bedroom. As the three reached the window of the bedroom, they were met with the alarming sight of two distinct handprints etched into the transparent glass. A closer examination revealed that these handprints were situated one above the other, with a vertical distance between them roughly equal to the length of a standard basketball. Judging by this evidence, it was clear that Kai Cohen's earlier claims were not fabricated. He had indeed witnessed the horrifying creature that had so terrified him. Mr. Kai, I am eager to know what transpired after you saw it last night, Li Kaichen asked, observing the handprints. I don't know. I was too frightened to look again. I simply covered myself with the blanket. After about 25 minutes, when I dared to peek outside again, the ghost had vanished, Kai Cohen recounted, his voice trembling, as the recollection felt more like a haunting nightmare that assaulted his psyche. 25th floor? Are you saying the ghost simply clung to the window and then departed? Lu Chao remarked, furrowing his brow as he gazed out at the height. Lu Chao, look at these handprints. Did it climb up here? Li Kaichen suggested, his expression turning serious as he pointed to the seemingly ordinary glass. Above the glass, there indeed lay a clear, sweaty handprint, as though someone had pressed a palm soaked in perspiration against it, sending a chill down their spines. Even more unsettling was the discovery of several faint handprints beneath the glass, varying in size but collectively suggesting that the mysterious and terrifying apparition had been climbing slowly and eerily from the first floor upwards. One could almost envision the ghost pressed against the wall, laboriously extending its hands, leaving behind these chilling traces on the glass, a thought so horrifying it left one trembling. Yet this is the 25th floor. If it truly were a ghost, do you think glass could restrain it? Lu Chao pondered aloud, gazing contemplatively at the window. What do you mean? Li Kaichen seemed to grasp Lu Chao's insinuation. Unless its target was not the 25th floor, but rather higher up, Kai Cohen could see it purely by chance. Its objective was never you, Lu Chao stated, turning to Kai Cohen. Is that so? That would be a relief. Kai Cohen replied, feeling a slight alleviation. As long as the entity's intent was not directed at him, it was manageable. Just then, the phone rang, and Lu Chao answered it, frowning upon seeing the caller's identity. Nevertheless, he promptly picked up the call from Wenjia. Hello, Wenjia, have you discovered anything? Lu Chao inquired. You all need to come up quickly. There's a very strange corpse on the 30th floor. Wenjia's voice trembled with fear through the phone. Hold on. We will be there shortly. After hanging up, Lu Chao exchanged a glance with Li Kaichen, who nodded in agreement. The two bid farewell to Kai Kuan and took the elevator to the 30th floor. Upon arriving on the 30th floor, they found the door to room 3002 ajar. A strong stench of blood wafting from within. Inside, when Jia and Xinhua stood at the entrance, their faces etched with terror. What happened? What's going on? Lu Chao asked as he entered the room. Look, those two corpses, aren't they strange? Xinhua pointed towards the corner of the main room. Following his gesture, Lu Chao and Li Kaichen turned to see two headless corpses slumped against the wall beside a pool of blood. A chilling sensation enveloped them as they beheld the grotesque sight. The two corpses exhibited an extraordinarily eerie and terrifying state. The flesh from their chests to their necks had been unnaturally and smoothly severed, as if sliced cleanly by an exceptionally sharp blade. The cut as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any jagged edges. Even more horrifying was the sight of one of the female corpses' heads, which lay forlornly atop the coffee table in the living room. The head's eyes were wide open, bulging with a profound sense of fear and despair. The once beautiful visage was now contorted in sheer terror. A sight too ghastly to behold. What made it even more terrifying was that the head seemed to be glaring directly at the entrance, such that if one were to steal a glance, it would appear as though she was furiously staring at Lu Chao and the others, as if poised to leap forth and rend them to pieces. When Jia, notify the forensic team to come examine this. Xinhua, please relay the situation to the team and gather information about the deceased, Lu Chao instructed, moving closer to the meticulously severed corpse. Understood. When Jia and Xinhua wasted no time in following Lu Chao's orders. What is going on? Any discoveries? Li Kaichen inquired, approaching Lu Chao's side. Where do you think a head could have gone? Lu Chao mused, gazing at the headless male corpse. I don't know. The clues available are scant. However, I am increasingly curious as to why the murderer would remove the section of the body from the chest to the neck, including the arms, and take it with them. What purpose could such a fragment serve? I share your curiosity. Generally, after a murder, I have witnessed dismemberment, but these two bodies are merely missing that segment. Moreover, look at how even the wound is so smooth. Do you think anyone possesses the tools and strength to achieve such precision? Li Kaichen gazed at the lifeless body before him, perplexed, and inquired. Jia and I was exceptionally beautiful, just as the two remained in a state of bewilderment. The shrill ring of a telephone pierced the air once more. Lu Chao picked up his phone to discover that it was Sun Xiaoxiao, who had called to inquire about the property management. Without hesitation, he answered, Hello, Sun Xiaoxiao, what is the situation? Yes, please hurry to the 16th floor. A peculiar corpse has been discovered. Sun Xiaoxiao's voice echoed through the line, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Understood, we shall descend immediately. After ending the call, Lu Chao addressed the remaining three. Let us proceed to the 16th floor. Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qifeng have made a discovery. All right. The trio nodded in agreement and swiftly exited the elevator, making their way toward the 16th floor. As they departed, Lu Chao cast a fleeting glance at the two dismembered bodies, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Perhaps the condition of the corpse on the 16th floor would mirror that of the one in this room. Chapter 29. The case. Witnesses. The four individuals hurriedly made their way to the 16th floor. As soon as they exited the elevator, they proceeded directly towards the designated room. Upon pushing open the door, they were met with the sight of Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qifeng standing at the entrance. Lu Chao and his companions swiftly entered the room, their attention immediately drawn to the lifeless body in the corner. There, on the coffee table in the living room, lay a solitary head, its eyes wide open, seemingly retaining the terror and despair from its final moments. More chilling was the fact that the section of the body from the chest to the neck, extending to the arms, had mysteriously vanished. What should have been a complete form now lay as a mangled carcass amidst a pool of blood. Upon closer inspection of the corpse's wounds, one could observe their unnaturally neat and smooth edges, resembling the meticulous work of a precise machine. The incisions showed no signs of irregularity or muddled flesh, gleaming as smoothly as a polished mirror reflecting faint light. Indeed, their manner of death was identical. Li Kaichen glanced at the deceased in the room, a grave expression overtaking his features. This case was undeniably troublesome. Zhang Qifeng, how did you end up in this room? Lu Chao inquired after surveying the body, directing his question towards Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qifeng, who were supposed to have gone directly to the property management office to inquire about the person who reported the incident. We learned from the property management that room 1601 was the reporter. He had filed a report yesterday, while room 3002 reported the day before. However, the management informed us that there was a package left in 1601. We thought to retrieve it for him and check on his situation before coming to find you. To our surprise, his door was wide open. Upon entering, we stumbled upon this scene, Sun Xiaoxiao explained, a hint of fear in her voice. Clearly shaken by the gruesome sight. Hearing their account, a thought flickered through Lu Chao's mind, but he was uncertain if it was merely coincidental. Lu Chao stopped pondering. Regardless of whether it's coincidence or not, we must ensure Kai Kuen's safety. Li Kaichen interjected, seemingly aware of Lu Chao's internal musings. What? Why must we protect him? Wen Jia queried in confusion. I shall provide you with a crucial piece of information that will clarify everything. The time of death for the two individuals in room 3002 was around 2:30 a.m. the night before last. While the individual before us perished at approximately 2:30 a.m. last night, Lu Chao stated, revealing the time frames of the two households' deaths. Are you suggesting that the order of death corresponds to the order of reporting? Wen Jia finally grasped the implication. Not confirmed yet, merely a possibility. If this is indeed the case, I fear Kai Kuen may be in grave danger tonight, Lu Chao replied with a hint of foreboding. Soon after, personnel from the police station arrived, collecting the three bodies and, following Lu Chao's deductions, assigning 2 officers to guard Kai Kuen's residence. After everything was arranged, the group glanced at the time. It was already 6:30 p.m. They decided to head out for a meal. Upon arriving at a restaurant and ordering a few simple dishes, the 6 began discussing the day's events. Do you not find it somewhat peculiar? Wen Jia was the first to voice her thoughts. What do you mean? Please elaborate, Li Kaichen replied with interest. Logically speaking, 3 individuals have died in that building. Yet the other residents seem utterly unperturbed, maintaining an eerie calm. Does that not strike you as strange? Wen Jia's question prompted a silence among Lu Chao and the others. Perhaps this is the power of that house. It can easily orchestrate such events, much like how our lives are manipulated by it, Li Kaichen responded with a wry smile. Feeling like an ant ensnared in a web, utterly powerless. After hearing Li Kaichen's remarks, the group fell into a contemplative silence, their hearts heavy with mixed emotions. The existence of this house was indeed an anomaly, eluding the grasp of the outside world, yet it ensnared them relentlessly. Enough of that for now. Let us return to discussing the case. Do any of you have further insights? Lu Chao initiated, breaking the somber atmosphere. With Lu Chao's prompt, everyone regained their focus and continued deliberating the case. Truly, this is the most bizarre manner of death I have ever encountered. Why do you think the murderer would remove the portion of the body connected to the arms? Could it be some sort of cult ritual? Sun Xiaoxiao post. I am unsure, but I did receive some information at the police station regarding the individuals who reported the incidents, Wen Jiao interjected, glancing at her phone before continuing. All the reporters share a commonality. They claim to have seen a ghost, but their descriptions vary. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao and Li Kaichen simultaneously inquired, Vary? In what way? It is in their descriptions. The first reporter, the couple from room 3001, stated that someone had been watching them from a dark corner, creating an uncomfortable sensation. Especially at night, they felt as though someone was observing their every move from the corner of the room. A feeling that began at around 2:30 a.m. several nights ago. Initially, it was merely an occasional sensation, but it intensified over time, ultimately disrupting their sleep. They could always sense that pair of eyes upon them, instilling a profound unease. Consequently, they chose to report it the night before last, yet when the police arrived, they discovered nothing amiss, attributing it to the couple's heightened stress. However, to their horror, the very night they filed the report, they met their demise, Wen Jia recounted, articulating each detail carefully. What about the second reporter's description? Lu Chao asked. Wen Jia resumed her examination of her phone before responding. The second reporter's experience was not as severe, yet he too felt an unseen gaze upon him in his home. The most alarming incident occurred the night before last when he was asleep in bed. He was awakened by a rustling sound emanating from the ceiling. It was raining outside at the time. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, and in that moment, he glimpsed a figure curled up in the corner of the ceiling. As the lightning struck, their eyes met for a fleeting instant. Yet, as the illumination faded, the figure vanished from sight. In a panic, he turned on the lamp, only to find nothing there. It appeared to have been merely a figment of his imagination. Thus, he reported it yesterday, but the police could not uncover anything. Following that, we arrived, and Wen Jia concluded, detailing the second reporter's experience. Chapter 30. The case game begins. So, does that mean the deceased witnesses can actually see or sense the presence of that ghost? Upon hearing Wen Jia's response, Chen Hua inquired with a hint of perplexity. If that is the case, based on their descriptions and the information gathered, it seems to be so, replied Wen Jia calmly. If that is true, then will Kai Kuen die tonight? After all, he merely saw the ghost ascend, Zhang Qifeng questioned, struggling to comprehend. By this logic, Kai Kuen should also. It is uncertain. If he survives, it would imply that the ghost's opportunity to kill necessitates first sensing his presence, Li Kaichen interjected. Indeed, however. I feel there is one conclusion we can ascertain, Sun Xiaoxiao spoke up at that moment. What is it? The others looked at her in confusion. The ghost's appearance must consist of a head and 4 legs. Think about it. It is precisely because of this that it can traverse freely along the outer walls and ceilings. Do you think this might be a breakthrough in locating it? Thus, the clue provided by the haunted house insect, splice, refers to the form of this ghost? Pay attention. The main narrative of this tale should revolve around finding this ghost. Once we locate it, we should be able to trigger a countdown and ultimately return home, Lu Chao stated with a calm demeanor. At that moment, their meal was served. After a simple repast, the group gazed into the pitch-black sky and decided to return to the hotel. Yet, rather than resting immediately, they congregated in Lu Chao's room. Everyone, take a look at this newspaper provided by the hotel lobby. Curiously, there are exactly 6 copies, seemingly prepared for us. Lu Chao remarked while shaking the newspaper he had just acquired. Is there something amiss with these newspapers? When Jia took the newspaper, perplexed, before beginning to read. However, her expression soon shifted to one of unease as she absorbed the content. The slightly yellowed newspaper meticulously chronicled and displayed the conditions of the 3 deceased individuals. Each black and white photograph appeared almost animated, vividly and hauntingly presenting itself before them. They resembled close-up shots deliberately taken for this case, exposing every detail without reservation. The wounds were particularly harrowing, captured with precision. Their depth and shape could be palpably felt through the photographs. One could even observe the surrounding blood, now dried and dark, starkly contrasting with the pale flesh. No wonder you claim these newspapers were prepared for us, someone murmured. Unable to restrain themselves upon witnessing the scenes reminiscent of a horror film, Li Kaichen took a glance at the newspaper but exhibited no signs of distress. The other 3, however, despite their attempts to maintain composure, subtly displayed a tinge of fear upon seeing the newspaper. It appears this ghost is indeed formidable, were it me. I certainly could not achieve such a feat, Li Kaichen remarked, admiring the neatly incised wounds on the deceased, his tone laden with a hint of regret. Madman. Upon hearing Li Kaichen's words, the same thought emerged in the minds of Wen Jia and the others, save for Lu Chao. Soon, the night deepened. And with no further discoveries, they retreated to their rooms to rest. The hotel seemed particularly tranquil that night. At precisely 2:36 a.m., Lu Chao's phone rang. GNI is too beautiful, hello. Who is this? Lu Chao answered the call, still half asleep. Lu Chao, wake up. Kai Kuan is dead. I just received the call. I am now contacting the others. We must go immediately, came Li Kaichen's urgent and serious voice from the other end. What? All right. I will get up right away. Lu Chao was taken aback that Kai Kuan would indeed perish. The 2 policemen were utterly incapable of watching over him. When Lu Chao arrived on the first floor, the others gradually made their way over, having all received Li Kaichen's call. The 2 policemen informed me that Kai Kuan has died, and there was not a sound when it happened. Had they not caught the scent of blood, they would have never discovered it. Inside the car, Li Kaichen spoke while driving towards Kai Kuan's residence. Indeed, those who have seen the ghost cannot escape, Lu Chao said, narrowing his eyes in seriousness from the passenger seat. When they finally arrived at Kai Kuan's room, a chilling aura enveloped them. The room was steeped in an eerie silence, rendering it utterly spine-chilling. The first sight that met their gaze was what should have been Kai Kuan's body. However, at that moment, this form exhibited an intensely horrific and bizarre state. Kai Kuan's terrified head lay isolated atop the bed, his eyes wide open, as if he had beheld something terribly fearsome in his final moments. His mouth was agape, seemingly attempting to emit a desperate cry. Yet the sound was eternally stifled in his throat. Looking at his body, it was shocking to find that from his chest up to his neck, along with a portion of his arms, had completely vanished without a trace. Only a gruesome wound remained, the blood long since congealed into a dark red, exuding a nauseating stench. The wound was alarmingly smooth, as if it had been ruthlessly torn apart by an exceptionally sharp and cruel instrument. The entire scene resembled a hellish tableau, too horrifying to behold. Do you see the writing on the wall? Lu Chao observed a line of bloodied words on the wall, appearing as if freshly inscribed, with some blood still trickling down. Everyone, the game has now begun. Please enjoy it thoroughly. Li Kaichen read the words on the wall aloud. As he finished reciting the text, the 6 individuals in the room trembled in unison. At that instant, their gazes transformed into a vivid crimson. Additionally, a phrase emerged in their minds. Players, capture the murderer from this story and bring him back to the haunted house. The game begins now. Players may freely return to the haunted house, but each has only one opportunity. If the ghost is not returned to the house within 5 hours after entering, or if the countdown concludes without completing the task, the players will be deemed to have failed. The mission only requires one player to bring the ghost back for the entire team to succeed. Note: players may touch the ghost, and merely envisioning a return to the haunted house will allow them to return within 5 seconds. The countdown begins. 71, 59, 59. Upon witnessing the words in their minds, the group was momentarily stunned, and it was Li Kai-chen and Lu Chao who first regained their composure. Our main task has been activated. How can this be? Are we really expected to capture this ghost? Wen Jia gazed at the task in her mind, unable to believe it. It should be so, but I have a question that eludes me, Li Kai-chen spoke up. What question? You see, the house instructs us to bring back this ghost, which implies we must come into contact with it. Under what circumstances do you think we could engage with this ghost without being killed? As Li Kai-chen's words hung in the air, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Indeed, the ghost's power was far beyond their capacity to withstand. Under what conditions could they possibly bring the ghost back? Given the current circumstances, it appears that the specter can eliminate players in an instant, leaving them with little chance to evade its grasp, let alone. Let us set aside those thoughts for now and ponder how we might locate this malevolent entity. At present, we lack even the slightest inkling of its whereabouts, let alone the means to find it. Lu Chao observed the state of the room and spoke up. After Lu Chao finished, the others nodded in agreement. However, Wen Jia, standing nearby, displayed a look of sheer terror, her entire frame trembling uncontrollably. Wen Jia, what is the matter? Inquired Sun Xiao, noticing her distress. I just saw the ghost. It is right outside our window. Chapter 31. The case. Upon hearing Wen Jia's words, the group's nerves immediately tensed. Following her, they slowly turned their gaze towards the glass, where 2 distinct rows of palm prints were starkly visible. The reason for the 2 rows? All the impressions on the window were left by left hands, separated by merely 5 centimeters. Li Kai-chen was the first to rush to the window, pushing it open to peer outside. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be seen. Beyond the security bars lay only the darkened facade of the building. As for the specter, it was entirely absent. Wen Jia, are you truly certain you saw it? Lu Chao asked, hesitantly regarding her. I did see it. I can't possibly be mistaken. It was just as Kai-chen described. No, it was different. This ghost had not 1 hand and 1 foot, but 3 pairs of hands. Wen Jia's voice trembled slightly, laced with an unmistakable terror as she recounted. Just a moment ago, I happened to glance towards the window. Yet, that careless glance revealed a scene that sent chills down my spine. She inhaled deeply, attempting to steady her racing heart, though her body continued to quiver slightly. In that endless darkness outside the window, a pair of piercing eyes suddenly materialized. Those eyes were cold and merciless, as if a demon from the depths of hell had emerged, fixated upon me. As Wen Jia spoke, her complexion turned ashen, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. I merely caught a fleeting glimpse. Yet the chill and horror I felt in that instant electrified my entire being. It was truly terrifying. She paused before continuing in a quavering voice. Even more horrifying was that beside those dread-inducing eyes, 3 left hands were clinging tightly to the window. They remained utterly still against the glass. And the more silent they were, the more eerie the atmosphere became. 3 pairs of hands? But didn't Kai-chen mention only 2 pairs? Lu Chao questioned, scrutinizing Wen Jia. Are you certain you didn't missee? Impossible. I absolutely did not misjudge. There were indeed 3 left hands pressed against the window. Wen Jia asserted confidently, the earlier terror etched in her memory beyond forgetfulness. I would sooner believe Wen Jia than Kai-chen. After all, there exists no reason for her to lie to us. Chen Hua mused thoughtfully. I concur. There is no need for deceit among us, so I trust Wen Jia, stated Zhang Qingfeng, echoing Chen Hua's sentiments. Li Kai-chen and Lu Chao nodded in agreement. Yet one perplexing thought lingered in Lu Chao's mind. Kai-chen's reaction had not hinted at deceit. Li Kai-chen had been present as well. If Kai-chen had been dishonest, surely they would have sensed something amiss. However, it was evident that Kai-chen exhibited no signs of falsehood at that moment. Could it be that neither of them was lying? Lu Chao pondered silently to himself. Soon, the group found no further clues at the scene and exchanged glances. Let us return for now. It seems finding that ghost will prove difficult. I believe if we first discern why it took a portion of their bodies, we might expedite our quest, Li Kai-chen suggested, observing the bloodied room. The others nodded in tacit agreement. As they exited, they discovered the sky shrouded in ominous clouds, the streetlights rendered dim beneath the overcast. It appears rain is imminent. Let us rest well tonight. We shall pursue leads anew tomorrow, Li Kai-chen remarked as he drove. A rumble of thunder echoed in the distance, resembling an angry growl. By the time they returned to the hotel, a torrential downpour had begun. Once in their room, the group found sleep elusive. Their minds occupied with thoughts of the ghost and what clues might lead to its discovery. They were resolute in their quest to find this apparition. Motivated by a desire to survive, especially after their initial harrowing experience. In one of the hotel rooms, Wenjia appeared particularly animated. For she was the first and only one to have glimpsed the ghost. Her fear was profound, yet the recent incident seemed to have sparked a unique revelation within her. What could this ghost possibly desire by removing parts of people's bodies? At the hotel desk, Wenjia scrutinized the newspaper that Lu Chao had provided, which featured the photographs of the 3 deceased individuals. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared just above the wall outside her window, resembling a nimble gecko, inching its way up the vertical surface with utmost caution towards Wenjia's window. Outside, the rain cascaded like pearls, and the large droplets fell mercilessly upon the figure. Strikingly, the deluge seemed to have no effect on it, as the figure continued its determined descent towards the targeted room, seemingly oblivious to the storm. The rain pelted the ground and surrounding objects, producing a crisp sound, yet it failed to distract the figure from its course. Each step was deliberate and powerful, suggesting a clear purpose and unwavering resolve, undeterred even by the rain that soaked its attire and blurred its vision. Meanwhile, Wenjia remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in her thoughts as she pondered over the newspaper. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. She hastily retrieved an A4 sheet and a pen, fervently sketching as she murmured, "It must be like this. It must be like this. What does that ghost want? I believe I finally understand." Her excitement grew as she continued to draw, and after a moment, she seized a pair of scissors to cut out her creation. Thunder crashed, and a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the room, enhancing the brightness despite the lights being on. Wenjia, still at her desk, was soon overtaken by joy as a triumphant smile spread across her face. "At last, I have unveiled the ghost's secret. Kaikuin did not lie, and neither did the witnesses. I was not mistaken. This is what the ghost looks like." Wenjia laughed gleefully, reveling in her discovery. "I was the first to think of this. I must share this news with them. All we need to do now is find that ghost." Her exuberance propelled her to leap from her seat. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept in through the half-closed window, howling like a wild stallion, carrying with it icy rain that rushed towards Wenjia's unsuspecting face. In an instant, the chilling droplets cascaded down like fine hairs upon her delicate skin, sending a jolt of cold through her. "Strange, I thought I had closed the window properly," Wenjia mused, glancing at the open window as she approached to secure it. A faint crackle of electricity pierced the air, plunging Wenjia's room into an abyss of darkness. There was a power outage. No, something felt amiss. As she prepared to close the window, an unsettling sense of foreboding crept into her mind. Hotels rarely experience power failures, and it was too coincidental for the lights to go out just as she unearthed the secret of that ghost. Resolute, Wenjia pivoted swiftly towards the door. She understood that remaining in the room was not an option. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning cleaved through the sky, illuminating the inky blackness of the night like a sword piercing through shadows, penetrating the room with its brilliance. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped in this unforeseen radiance, revealing everything that had been cloaked in darkness. Wenjia squinted momentarily against the intensity of the light, but quickly adjusted, using the fleeting illumination to discern the chilling sight before her. There, upon the wall of her room, stood the very ghost that had instilled terror in her heart. Its pallid, paper-like form was pressed against the ceiling, seemingly merging with it. Hollow, soulless eyes emitted a sinister red glow, akin to flickering flames, fixating intently on Wenjia's figure, exuding an aura of boundless malice and murderous intent. Chapter 32, The Case, Wenjia's Clue. Wenjia's eyes widened in terror as she gazed at the encroaching shadow before her. When the ghastly apparition, its visage contorted and exuding a chilling aura, materialized in front of her, she felt as if she were ensnared within a frigid tomb, trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, an invisible force surged forth like a tempest, swiftly siphoning away all her spirit and strength. Her legs buckled, and she fell helplessly to the ground, attempting to rise but finding her body immobilized as if burdened by an insurmountable weight. As the shadow drew nearer, her breath quickened, and her heartbeat thundered in her ears. Suddenly, a flash of cold light streaked across the room, swift as lightning, and in an instant, Wenjia's head detached from her neck without warning. Blood spattered, staining the ground around her. A gruesome detail emerged. The severed portion of her body connecting her arms had been sliced with unnerving precision, as if a razor-sharp blade had made a clean cut. Yet, More bizarrely, the segment of her body that had once been linked to her arms vanished from the room, leaving no trace behind. A deafening clap of thunder echoed outside, followed closely by a blinding flash of lightning that illuminated the entire room. In that fleeting moment of brightness, one could discern the neat incision on Wenjia's body, and her half-lifeless form sprawled on the floor, a horrific sight marred by blood. The solitary head was placed carefully at the center of the grand hotel bed, its hollow eyes fixed on the ceiling, seemingly narrating tales of endless grievance and suffering. The following morning at 9 a.m., Lu Chao awoke in his room, having only fallen asleep at the break of dawn due to the cacophony of thunder and lightning that had kept him awake. "Lu Chao, come out for breakfast," came the sound of Sun Xiaoxiao knocking at the door. "Coming," Lu Chao replied, preparing to rise and wash up, while Sun Xiaoxiao went arouse the others. When Lu Chao stepped outside, he found the remaining players gathered before a room in the corridor. "What are you all doing here?" Lu Chao queried, puzzled, recalling that this was Wenjia's room. "It's odd. Wenjia didn't respond when I knocked, nor did she answer my calls or messages," Sun Xiaoxiao remarked. Glancing at the closed door, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "What?" At Sun Xiaoxiao's words, a grave expression crossed Lu Chao's face. For he knew Wenjia was not the type to sleep through such calls. If there was no response from within, it could only mean, "Shall we simply go in and check?" Li Kaichen suggested, approaching the group. "We don't have a spare key. When I asked the cleaner, she said all spare keys for our rooms had been taken for upgrades and wouldn't be returned until noon," Zhang Qingfeng said with a hint of resignation. "Is that so? Just a coincidence?" Lu Chao mused internally. "It's simply a matter of opening a door." Suddenly, Li Kaichen produced a wire and approached the door, deftly inserting it into the lock. In no time, the door swung open before them. "No way, can a wire really open a hotel door?" Xinhua asked incredulously. "Of course. Hotel doors are quite simple. No elaborate mechanisms are involved," Li Kaichen replied as he stepped inside, only to be met with a shocking sight. Wenjia's head lay at the center of the bed, her face etched with disbelief and terror. How is this possible? Wenjia is dead? The five who entered the room stared in disbelief at the horrific scene before them, unable to fathom that Wenjia had perished, and in a manner eerily reminiscent of previous victims. She had likely died several hours prior, around 2:30 a.m., Lu Chao surmised, discerning the time of her death at a glance. Why? Why did the ghost choose to kill Wenjia first? Xinhua spoke in fright, aware that the ghost had realized their existence, but questioning its motive in targeting Wenjia. "We should search the room for any clues Wenjia may have left behind. I believe she must have discovered something, prompting the ghost to silence her," Li Kaichen stated coldly. In this room, he and Lu Chao remained relatively composed, while the other three, though silent, could not conceal the fear etched on their faces, each apprehensive that they might be the next to fall. At Li Kaichen's urging, the group began to rummage through the room, quickly uncovering an A4 sheet of paper that bore a chilling message. "None of us lied. The reporter speaks the truth. Kaikoen speaks the truth. What I saw is real. I understand why it took that segment of the arm." The message abruptly ended there, and beneath it were a few hastily scribbled characters, including one for insect, another for line, and one with a grass radical. Insect. Splicing. Did Wenjia discover this hint last night? As Lu Chao contemplated the A4 paper, images of Wenjia's speculations flashed through his mind. Perhaps she had perceived something crucial that eluded them. Suddenly, a startled exclamation escaped Sun Xiaoxiao's lips, his tone tinged with fear. "Sun Xiaoxiao, what is wrong?" Lu Chao asked, bewildered, glancing at Zhang Qingfeng. I just saw it. The ghost is climbing outside the window," Sun Xiaoxiao exclaimed, pointing with trembling hands toward the window, his eyes wide with terror. "Again outside the window?" Lu Chao squinted, poised to move closer. But Li Kaichen darted to the window first, flinging it open to peer outside. "I believe it has left," he remarked calmly, observing several rows of handprints left on the outer wall. "These handprints seem off. Why are there 4 rows now? I distinctly remember 3 rows yesterday," Lu Chao noted, also leaning out to inspect the marks left by the ghost. "Could it be possible that every time we lose someone, the ghost grows another pair of hands?" Sun Xiaoxiao proposed to the group. Better to suggest that the ghost severed its own hand to attach it to its body. Such an explanation is far more credible. Xinhua jested, attempting to alleviate the grim atmosphere with humor. "Wait, what did you just say?" As Lu Chao and Li Kaichen processed Xinhua's words, a fleeting thought crossed their minds, almost grasped but quickly dissipated. "I said, perhaps the ghost might take our arms and attach them to itself. That makes more sense," Xinhua repeated, oblivious to the gravity of his statement. Indeed, why does the ghost only desire the hands of its victims? Could it be? A thought emerged in Lu Chao's mind. He sensed that he was on the verge of grasping a pivotal insight. Chapter 33. The case of the ghost's identity. It was merely a fleeting sensation, as though the answer was just out of reach. Forget it. Let's not dwell on it any longer. It's time to eat. Li Kaichen observed Lu Chao, who was deep in thought, and spoke with a nonchalant tone. Seemingly unfazed by the tragic death of Wen Jia and its horrifying circumstances. Is it not a concern for you, Li Kaichen, that you can still think of eating at a time like this? Zhang Qifeng questioned, astonished by Li's demeanor. What else should we do? Wait here to perish? Li Kaichen replied, puzzled. But Wen Jia is dead, and we have only 60 hours left. If we cannot capture that ghost, we are doomed. Zhang Qifeng exclaimed, incredulous at Li's calmness. Li Kaichen stroked his chin, pondering for 2.5 seconds before responding. What does that have to do with anything? Eating is one thing, dying is another. Can they not coexist? All right, let us eat. I'm a bit hungry, even if we must die. Let us die well-fed, Lu Chao interjected, stepping forward from the crowd in agreement with Li Kaichen's perspective. See, I told you someone would share my sentiments. Li Kaichen smiled at Lu Chao, and the two made their way towards the elevator, for the hotel's breakfast was located on the top floor, right above them. Had they already devised a plan to capture that ghost? Observing their departure, Sun Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. Sensing that Li Kaichen and Lu Chao might have come up with a strategy, let us follow them. Perhaps they truly have found a solution, Jinhua chimed in. And Zhang Qifeng, with no other option, followed the others to the hotel dining hall. After their meal, the group gathered in Lu Chao's room. Lu Chao, Li Kaichen, have you figured out how to catch that ghost? Zhang Qifeng was the first to ask. Not yet. But I have a feeling we should be able to deduce its identity, Lu Chao replied calmly. How so? Jinhua asked, puzzled. Do you remember our clue words? Li Kaichen interjected. Insect, splice. What relevance do they have? Sun Xiaoxiao questioned. These two words appeared to lack connection, yet Wen Jia had provided us with a new clue, line, consider. If we combine our clue words with line, what thoughts arise? Lu Chao proposed to Sun Xiaoxiao and the others. Insect, splice, line? These three terms seem utterly disconnected, Jinhua remarked. Bewildered. Individually, they bore no relation, but reflect on the testimonies of the witnesses we previously encountered. Lu Chao continued. The testimonies of the witnesses? Sun Xiaoxiao murmured. Recalling the accounts of the previous callers, they saw its true form. The deceased, including Wen Jia, all claimed to have seen the ghost's essence. If we see the ghost, we will be killed. Thus, if we blindfold ourselves, we can avoid being slain by it. That is our path to survival. Zhang Qifeng, inspired by Lu Chao's insight, excitedly exclaimed, realizing he had just deduced their means of escape, though it was under Lu Chao and Li Caichen's guidance. The thrill of crafting this conclusion himself brought him joy. You make a valid point, Li Kaichen replied, somewhat resigned, before adding, but have you forgotten? Our task is to locate that ghost and bring it back. If we hide from it, will we not die here? This. Zhang Qingfeng's moment of triumph was swiftly extinguished by Li Caichen's words, leaving him dejected as he sighed. It became evident to him that he was struggling to keep pace with their thought process. So, do you have any ideas? Sun Xiaoxiao looked towards Lu Chao and Li Kaichen, recognizing that they likely had their own hypotheses. We believe this. The four deceased individuals all saw the ghost's hand at the window. However, there is a peculiar inconsistency in their testimonies. Some claimed to have seen its head, while Kai Cohen described a pair of hands and feet, yet Wen Jia reported seeing 3 left hands. Are you suggesting they lied? Jinhua asked, confused. Not at all. I believe it is quite the opposite. They all spoke the truth, Lu Chao stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing Lu Chao's assertion, Jinhua and the others exchanged puzzled glances and then asked, that cannot be right. If that is the case, then there must be 3 ghosts present. After all, they each described different apparitions, which means our main task has become more complicated. We must identify the correct ghost among the 3 to complete our mission. Jinhua spoke gravely, acknowledging that if this were true, their chances of success would be greatly diminished. They would need to capture all 3 ghosts to fulfill their objective, as they had no knowledge of which one was the true entity they sought. I find your analysis quite reasonable. Yet consider this. What if there has only ever been one ghost throughout this entire ordeal? Li Kaichen regarded Jinhua with a hint of exasperation. What? Only one ghost? But did you not say that the witnesses and Wen Jia did not lie? If that is the case, they must have seen 3 distinct ghosts. How then can there be only one? Is it possible that the ghost can alter its form? Sun Xiaoxiao asked, perplexed. Not quite. I believe there is indeed just one ghost, and the key lies in how they perceived it. Reflect for a moment on the differences in their descriptions of the ghost. Lu Chao encouraged. It appears to be in its feet, differing in number, Xinhua quickly deduced. Precisely. From the first witness who claimed to see just 1 foot, to Kai Kuan's account of a left hand, and when Jia's description of 3 hands, the number of the ghost's appendages seems to be increasing, Lu Chao elaborated. Casting a glance at the contemplative expressions of Sun Xiaoxiao and the others, all those it has slain have lost a segment of their arms, resulting in the ghost's appendage count rising accordingly. Do you not see the possibility? The hands that those it has killed have lost may very well have been taken by the ghost and affixed onto its own body. Chapter 34. The Case, Encounter with the Spectre Again. Are you suggesting that the ghost will sever their hands and attach them to its own body? Sun Xiaoxiao expressed disbelief. For the notion was utterly preposterous. Why would a ghost behave in such a manner? Precisely, Lu Chao elucidated. This explains why the report and when Jia saw different hands. I surmise that on the night Kai Kuan encountered the ghost, it must have climbed up and passed by his room, which is why he only perceived it with 1 hand and 1 foot. Subsequently, when it murdered the 2 residents of room 3001, it resulted in Wen Jia observing 3 hands. This also accounts for the increasing number of hands on the ghost's body. What do the clues from the haunted house signify? Insects, splicing, and what about the thread left by Wen Jia? What could it possibly mean? Sun Xiaoxiao queried, perplexed. I have yet to decipher that. But I sensed that Wen Jia discovered something last night that she wished to convey to us, yet we failed to grasp it, Lu Chao admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. By the way, I found this in Wen Jia's room today. Do you think it might be of assistance? At that moment, Xinhua produced some strips of paper that had been cut finely from his pocket and handed them to Lu Chao. I noticed these on the ground, but I didn't think much of them at the time, so I didn't examine them closely. Did you find anything on them? Lu Chao inquired, puzzled. Oh, you did notice them. I thought you overlooked them. I didn't find anything significant. I just thought these 8 identical strips might be useful, which is why I collected them, Xinhua replied, somewhat embarrassed, having believed they might be crucial clues. No harm done. It's beneficial to be observant. I simply cannot fathom what these 8 identical strips signify, Lu Chao remarked with a smile. Look. It has 4 hands now. It's right outside. Suddenly, Sun Xiaoxiao's eyes filled with terror, mirroring Wen Jia's reaction upon seeing the ghost. He trembled in fear. This was the second time he had encountered the spectre. Sun Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. What? Is it back again? Upon hearing Sun Xiaoxiao's words, Li Kaichen and Lu Chao hurriedly glanced out the window, only to find it empty, save for 4 handprints left on the glass above, each varying in size yet unmistakably indicating something had once been there. Has it really transformed into 4 hands now? Lu Chao squinted cautiously, speaking with gravity. It seems Wen Jia's hands have already been claimed by that ghost. Sun Xiaoxiao, you've seen the ghost. Does this mean you will soon meet your end at its hands? Zhang Qifeng observed Sun Xiaoxiao with concern, instinctively retreating a few steps, as if fearing the ghost might leap from Sun Xiaoxiao to claim him. Upon hearing Zhang Qifeng's words, the terror on Sun Xiaoxiao's face intensified. He could not comprehend why it was he who had witnessed the ghost. Lu Chao, Li Kaichen, what should we do now? Am I destined to be murdered by that ghost? Sun Xiaoxiao gazed fearfully at Lu Chao and Li Kaichen. Recalling the earlier pattern, anyone who beheld the ghost's form was doomed to perish next. Logically, yes, but this presents an opportunity, Li Kaichen countered, excitement gleaming in his eyes. You know the ghost is coming to kill you. Isn't that the perfect moment to seize it while it attempts to strike? Sun Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback by this notion, then exclaimed, Are you joking? Capture it? That is utterly impossible. Even someone as astute as when Jia lost her head to that ghost. I understand your apprehension, but perhaps tonight truly is an opportunity to confront the ghost. Of course, this hinges on our collective effort. It cannot be achieved by you alone, Lu Chao interjected. Do you have a plan? Sun Xiaoxiao grasped Lu Chao's arm as if clinging to a lifeline, exhilaration illuminating his expression. Not exactly a plan. Rather, we possess an advantage. We know the ghost intends to kill you, allowing us to set an ambush. When it appears, we can reach out to it. And then think about returning to the haunted house. It might work. Lu Chao articulated his thoughts candidly. You mean I should serve as bait? Sun Xiaoxiao was incredulous, fully aware of the ghost's malevolence, fearing it could end his life in mere moments. Moreover, if the ghost arrived and Lu Chao and the others failed to emerge, he would be left vulnerable. You misinterpret. You are not merely bait. The ghost intends to claim you regardless. We are merely offering you an opportunity to assist us in this endeavor. Do you understand? Li Kaichen spoke, exasperated, perplexed by Sun Xiaoxiao's extreme reaction. Indeed, Sun Xiaoxiao. I concur with Lu Chao. We will be stationed just outside your door. If the ghost approaches, simply call out, and we will rush in to assist you. Zhang Qifeng added, patiently persuading Sun Xiaoxiao, emphasizing the significance of being targeted in such dire circumstances. Enough. You simply wish for me to lure the ghost out so you can observe it from the shadows, discerning its nature and patterns of murder to unearth its weaknesses, ultimately facilitating your capture of it, correct? Sun Xiaoxiao remarked with a cold smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm, though it was uncertain whether it was self-deprecating or directed at the others. Yet, even so, would this not be advantageous for all of us? Imagine if we uncover a pattern and manage to save you. Xinhua chimed in, attempting to convince Sun Xiaoxiao. Is that so? My sincere gratitude to you all. No wonder it is I who has encountered this ghost. Clearly, you had orchestrated this from the outset. I wondered why you formed a line. Now it is evident you intended for me to perish. Sun Xiaoxiao scoffed, laughter escaping him as he observed the four standing before him. Their arrangement reminiscent of the moment they first entered. When they initially entered the room, Lu Chao and Li Kaichen had seated themselves on the edge of the bed, their backs to the window. Zhang Qifeng and Chen Hua, upon entering, had positioned themselves beside Lu Chao and Li Kaichen, also facing away from the window, while Sun Xiaoxiao remained oblivious, turning his back to the door and facing the window instead. Chapter 35, The Case, Accident. If Lu Chao and Li Kaichen were in the room by chance, then Chen Hua and Zhang Qifeng's entrance was certainly deliberate. They had already discerned this in previous outcomes, thus aligning themselves with one another, leaving only Sun Xiaoxiao alone, facing the window. Not only had they positioned themselves this way last time, but they did so again with a singular purpose, to compel Sun Xiaoxiao to witness the apparition. Listen, Sun Xiaoxiao. We do not intend to target you. When you first entered, it was entirely normal for Li Kaichen and me to converse here by the bedside. The current predicament is that you've been singled out, and we too wish to survive. We aim to assist you, perhaps. Lu Chao seemed to grasp the subtle intentions of Chen Hua and Zhang Qifeng and attempted to explain, for he too required Sun Xiaoxiao's aid. However, before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted. Enough. You claim to seek survival? Very well, let me inform you. I shall await my demise alone in this room. You shall gain no clues from me. Since you are so noble, let us see who among you will next sacrifice themselves for the rest. Sun Xiaoxiao spoke with a smile that was somewhat unsettling, her voice tinged with an abnormality. After finishing her words, she stepped back and exited the room, leaving the four behind. It appears his mindset is quite firm. Thus, we shall glean nothing from him, Li Kaichen remarked, watching Sun Xiaoxiao depart, somewhat impressed by her resolve. Indeed, no one would relish being used as a pawn. In that case, we must reorganize our clues. The situation remains unclear. Lu Chao expressed with a hint of regret. Very well, let us return and reflect. Perhaps there is something we have overlooked. Chen Hua and Zhang Qifeng stated in unison as they too departed the room. It seemed this task was proving to be exceedingly arduous. Lu Chao shook his head in exasperation. Without Sun Xiaoxiao's insights tonight, uncovering the ghost's weakness would likely prove difficult. As time passed, night fell swiftly. Sun Xiaoxiao remained in her room, refusing to emerge. Lu Chao, wishing to communicate with her, was met with outright rejection. That evening, as Lu Chao lay in bed, insomnia plagued him. The countdown in his mind ticked ever closer. Only 42 hours remained. If this continued, he would perish here. Reflecting on the fate of Zhai Wangxin and others, who had succumbed without leaving a trace, he felt a wave of melancholy. Was his life destined to end prematurely? He had yet to find a companion. At that moment, a warm sensation emanated from his pocket. Curious, he reached in and discovered a hard object. Compelled by intrigue, he withdrew it. It was the embroidered shoes worn by the old ghost in the previous tale. But how? He had placed them on the shoe rack. Why were they now in his pocket? More perplexing was the size, merely 2.5 centimeters. As he examined the shoes, a surge of warmth enveloped them, and a message appeared in his mind. Embroidered shoes, function, allows traversal through various walls, usage, 3 times. This item is for the sole use of the holder and cannot be transferred. Stunned, Lu Chao pondered if this item had followed him in. Nevertheless, he placed the keychain-sized shoes back in his pocket, realizing they were the tools Yuruachi had mentioned, though their utility seemed limited, as he could directly return to the haunted house. The night passed swiftly, and early the next morning, a vigorous knocking resounded at Lu Chao's door. Opening it, he found a terrified Chen Hua standing there. Chen Hua, what is the matter? Lu Chao inquired, puzzled by Chen Hua's evident distress. Zhang Qifeng is dead. Chen Hua's face was a mask of fear, as though he had just escaped from the depths of hell. What? Zhang Qifeng is dead? And what of Sun Xiaoxiao? Lu Chao exclaimed in shock, making his way toward Zhang Qifeng's room. As he approached the door, a chilling aura greeted him. Hesitantly, he pushed open the ajar door. Inside lay a scene that sent shivers down his spine. Zhang Qifeng's head was eerily positioned in the center of the bed. The head lay with eyes closed, seemingly lost in slumber, yet exuding an unmistakable aura of death. Further down, Lu Chao's heart sank as he noticed Zhang Qifeng's arms had vanished at the shoulder joints, leaving behind ghastly stumps with blood congealed to a dark crimson, reeking of iron. How could this happen? Lu Chao gazed at the lifeless Zhang Qifeng in confusion. If Sun Xiaoxiao had witnessed the ghost, yet Zhang Qifeng was the one who perished, it would entirely upend their prior conclusions. Where is Sun Xiaoxiao? Is he dead too? Lu Chao inquired about her whereabouts. He has vanished, but he left us a clue. Li Kaichen emerged from Sun Xiaoxiao's room, holding a phone. Vanished? Lu Chao looked at Li Kaichen, perplexed. Let us listen to his message. When I entered his room, I found nothing but this phone on the bed, logged into his WeChat. He sent 2 messages to his file transfer assistant. Li Kaichen explained, then proceeded to play the first audio, timestamped at 4:30 a.m. Lu Chao. I will give you a hint, so listen closely. That was the entirety of the first recording. He then played the second message. It has come in. It has appeared before me. Listen carefully. It is a centipede strung together by threads, unlike any you can imagine. The recording abruptly ended, cutting off mid-sentence. Is that all? Xinhua asked, eyeing Li Kaichen's phone with curiosity. Clearly, that was the last thing he said before disappearing. Li Kaichen shrugged helplessly. Where could Sun Xiaoxiao have gone? How could he evade the ghost's pursuit? Xinhua appeared increasingly bewildered. No, he did not evade. He merely wished to avoid dying beneath that ghost. Perhaps he could not allow himself to perish in an incomplete state. Lu Chao spoke softly. Then where could he possibly go? Xinhua remained confused, struggling to grasp Lu Chao and Li Kaichen's implications. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoxiao sat at a table, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he observed the sleeping figures before him, with the masked ghost looming ominously behind. Chapter 36. The case of the human centipede. Sun Xiaoxiao, a player, had arrived after 2.5 hours, yet thus far, no other players had managed to bring back the specter. According to the rules, this meant that she was destined to perish. The masked specter spoke emotionlessly from behind Sun Xiaoxiao, as if her demise was merely an ordinary occurrence. It seemed that fate had dealt them a cruel hand. They likely had no chance of retrieving the ghost, as confusion reigned and no one had anticipated this dreadful truth. Sun Xiaoxiao gazed at the slumbering Lu Chao and the others, smiling as she spoke. She had returned at the last moment, harboring a flicker of hope that Lu Chao might succeed in capturing the specter. Alas, such hopes were in vain. Moments later, her voice fell silent, and her heart ceased to beat, plunging her into an eternal slumber. What are you saying, Sun Xiaoxiao? Did she really return to the house? Xinhua expressed disbelief at the notion that Sun Xiaoxiao had ventured back inside. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with the actions of her and Zhang Qifeng. You two intentionally moved to our side after entering the room yesterday, didn't you? Li Kaichen interjected with a chuckle. But what does that have to do with us? She clearly saw the ghost. If she had been a bit more astute, she might have survived. Xinhua retorted, his frustration boiling over. He recalled how, upon his first entrance the previous day, he had not intended to turn his back to the window. However, upon spotting Zhang Qifeng stealthily positioned across the way, he quickly adjusted his stance, leaving Sun Xiaoxiao oblivious on the opposite side. Forget it, it's all irrelevant now. If we cannot find that specter, we shall all meet our demise tonight at 2:30. It'll merely depend on whether we are slain by the ghost or fall victim to the hellish house due to mission failure, Lu Chao stated coldly. The situation was evidently dire. They had less than 24 hours remaining. To survive, they must actively seek out the specter and capture it. What do we do now? Xinhua gazed anxiously at the 18-hour countdown flashing in his mind. Sun Xiaoxiao had mentioned something in the recording about the specter being a centipede strung together by threads. What could that signify? Lu Chao pondered aloud, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. He glanced towards Wen Jia's room and sprinted inside in a frenzy. I understand now what Wen Jia was trying to convey. Wen Jia, did you discover this situation that very night? As Lu Chao spoke, he meticulously searched the room until he unearthed an A4 sheet adorned with the face of a man, the very man who had lost his head among the 3001 reports. Lu Chao, have you uncovered something? Li Kaichen queried, closely trailing behind him. Li Kaichen, look. Perhaps this is what Wen Jia intended to indicate. Lu Chao exclaimed, arranging the 8 torn notes Xinhua had left the previous day beneath the man's visage. No, it should now be 10 hands, for 10 lives were lost. He tore out 2 similarly sized pieces of paper from the adjacent stack. Indeed, this is it. I now know what the specter looks like, Lu Chao declared excitedly, triumphantly displaying the assembled evidence to Li Kaichen and the others. The human centipede? Are you suggesting that the deceased, whose hands were severed, constitute its body? Li Kaichen scrutinized the arrangement, where the man's visage was accompanied by the disembodied hands, resembling both a human head and a centipede-esque form. Precisely. Yet we have overlooked a crucial detail, the threads. Wen Jiao's clues also mentioned threads. And Sun Xiaoxiao stated before her demise that it was a centipede strung together by threads. It must be this way, Lu Chao proclaimed, sketching a black thread on the A4 sheet. This very thread connects his head to the hands of the victims. Undoubtedly, this was what Wen Jiao discovered, leading to her untimely death. Lu Chao's excitement was palpable as he finally grasped Wen Jia's intentions and the clues she had left behind. But why? Why did Zhang Qingfeng perish last night? He did not see the centipede, so why did he meet his end? Shenhua asked, fear creeping into his voice, not out of concern for Zhang Qingfeng's fate, but out of dread that the specter might be indiscriminately killing. How can you be sure Zhang Qingfeng didn't see it? Li Kaichen remarked, an amused glint in his eyes as he regarded Shenhua. Upon hearing this, Shenhua felt a chill run down his spine. Are you suggesting that Zhang Qingfeng might have seen the specter? He stammered, fear palpable in his tone. Who can say for certain? However, one thing is clear, it is likely heading our way, Li Kaichen replied with a smirk, gesturing upwards. Huh? Shenhua was puzzled. But soon his expression shifted to one of shock as he heard faint rustling sounds, like something cautiously crawling along the outer wall towards their room. Lu Chao narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the outside. He too felt the entity drawing near. It has arrived. Just as Li Caichen's words echoed, a chilling scene unfolded. The visage of a head materialized above the window. Upon closer inspection, it was the head of the man from the 3001 reports, who had lost his own. Even more horrifying, 10 human arms extended from behind him, appearing as a grotesque extension of his form, akin to the tentacles of an octopus, firmly adhering to the wall. It was now using the outer wall as support, climbing slowly yet resolutely into the room like a colossal centipede. Witnessing this, Li Kaichen and Lu Chao instantly heightened their guard, their eyes fixated on the uninvited guest, fully aware of its every movement. In stark contrast, Shenhua was paralyzed by fear, trembling uncontrollably. He stared wide-eyed at this bizarre entity, his mind swirling with dread and confusion. How could such a grotesque being exist? A mere head accompanied by 5 arms, yet capable of independent movement. This defied all logic. Before long, the human centipede successfully crawled into the room, positioning itself directly in the center of the ceiling. It twisted its head a full 180 degrees, grinning down at the 3 occupants with an unervingly sinister smile, one that seemed to carry malevolent intent, sending shivers down their spines. In that instant, the room's atmosphere grew heavy with dread, and the 3 were rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer horror of this abomination they had never encountered before. Their eyes fixated on the centipede, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Chapter 37, the case of waiting for death at that moment. The 3 individuals below noticed a peculiar detail at the palm of the foremost arm of the centipede. It appeared less like an arm and more akin to a pair of razor-sharp blades. Upon witnessing this lethal edge, it was not difficult to surmise that the earlier players had succumbed to its deadly grip. The blade was undoubtedly honed to a terrifying sharpness, capable of slicing through flesh with the ease of cutting paper, as if severing air itself. Fortunately, after executing this menacing gesture, the human centipede made no further movements, instead turning its head to crawl towards the outer wall. Once its figure completely vanished from the room, the oppressive atmosphere of despair began to lift for the 3 occupants. Haha, that was truly thrilling. I nearly believed my end was nigh, but thankfully, it was not, Li Kaichen exclaimed, his tone laced with a hint of relief. Li Kaichen, do you know it won't kill us? Shenhua inquired, still visibly shaken from the earlier terror. It certainly won't kill us this time. Have you forgotten? The prerequisite for its attack is that we must first lay eyes on it. This visit is clearly a declaration that we have all seen it, which means it can torment us at will after a fixed period, Lu Chao cautiously interjected, clearly aware that their safety had been compromised. What shall we do now? Are we to wait for it to come and kill us? Shenhua's voice trembled in fear. Why wait for it to kill us? Did you not notice the thread trailing from its back? That thread stretches from the center of its head, originating from above, clearly. This centipede is not the ghost we seek, but rather the entity controlling it is our true target, Li Kaichen remarked with a shrug, astonished that Shenhua had overlooked such an important clue. Shenhua, rendered speechless, reflected on the bizarre movements of the human centipede that had absorbed all his attention, leaving no room for other observations. Let us ascend and investigate. Directly above us is the dining hall, and the balcony lies beyond. Perhaps we may uncover some traces. Lu Chao suggested, regaining his composure. That makes sense. I believe we should take a look, based on our previous encounters. It seems there is a certain grace period before the centipede can strike after being sighted, Li Kaichen replied cheerfully, and with that, he followed Lu Chao as they prepared to ascend. Meanwhile, Xinhua hesitated, gripped by fear at the prospect of confronting the powerful ghost controlling the centipede. However, recalling the dwindling time left to him, he reluctantly shook his head and followed the two, placing his trust in them. Upon arriving at the dining hall, the trio discovered a small footprint near the window. It was rather diminutive, surprising them with its existence. How peculiar. Whose footprint could this be? Is it merely a coincidence? Li Kaichen pondered, his mind racing to unravel the mystery. Let us search for additional clues, Lu Chao suggested, glancing at the footprint before urging everyone to look for more evidence. Unfortunately, aside from that solitary print, nothing else could be found. After 25 minutes of searching, the three had scoured the dining hall thoroughly, yet no further traces emerged. Let us depart. It appears our quarry has already left, and any further searching would be futile. Lu Chao stated, surveying the vast dining area with a sense of resignation. Indeed, we should return. We have 10 hours remaining until we must return. It seems that Ghost will be quite busy, given it must eliminate us within that time frame, Li Kaichen remarked with a grin. Yet as soon as he spoke, Xinhua's face contorted with evident dread. What shall we do now? Are we truly to wait for that ghost to come and kill us, powerless to act? Xinhua asked anxiously. There is nothing we can prepare for. You saw the centipede. Its blade-like appendage is beyond our capacity to withstand. Moreover, we have yet to encounter the ghost controlling it. Consider, what if that ghost is even more formidable than the centipede? What are our chances of survival? Li Kaichen approached Xinhua, a wicked smirk gracing his face. Xinhua, upon hearing this, was haunted by images of the terrifying centipede, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Finally, he shook his head vehemently, exclaiming, No, I do not wish to die. Please, save me. As he shouted, he grasped Li Caichen's hand, desperation radiating from him as he sought reassurance. Enough. Let us return. Li Kaichen, there is no need to frighten him further, Lu Chao admonished, exasperated by Li Caichen's antics in such dire circumstances. Let us descend. I doubt we need to seek out the centipede. It will likely find us before we can return. And then it will claim us. Let us wait in our room, Li Kaichen declared with a playful grin, pushing Xinhua's hand away as he made his way downstairs. Lu Chao, shaking his head in exasperation, followed suit, while a visibly terrified Xinhua trailed behind. Once they returned to their room, the three sat upon the bed, the door securely shut. They pondered strategies to capture the ghost, considering that the entity controlling the centipede must be lurking nearby, not far from their current location. As the clock struck 6, time dwindled to 4.5 hours before their return. The atmosphere was thick with anxiety. The sensation of waiting for death was unbearable. Just then, as the trio remained ensconced in their tense vigil, they suddenly heard an unsettling and eerily familiar rustling sound emanating from above the doorway. This noise mirrored the eerie commotion they had heard earlier in the afternoon, as if a multitude of shadowy figures were stealthily traversing the ceiling. Though the sound was not particularly loud, it pierced through the stillness like a series of icy daggers, sending chills racing down their spines. With a sinister creak, the door to their hotel room unexpectedly swung open without warning. The three occupants were seized by terror, their bodies tensing at the sudden intrusion. Their gazes fixated on the now ajar door, breath caught in their throats. From above the door, a chillingly familiar head emerged, its eyes glinting with a malevolent light, fixating intently on the trio within the room. Each appendage of the centipede resembled a sharp scythe, glimmering ominously. At that moment, the centipede advanced towards them with an unsettlingly slow and deliberate gait, each movement laden with malice and foreboding, instilling profound dread. As it drew nearer, the three could distinctly hear the faint sounds of its crawling coupled with the soft scraping, as though the very footsteps of death were creeping ever closer. Chapter 38. Case Truth. It's coming. It's coming. Xinhua screamed hysterically, his voice sharp and piercing with sheer terror, upon witnessing the ghastly human centipede. An icy chill enveloped his entire being, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. His legs seemed to lose all strength, quaking incessantly, almost unable to support his weight. Each slight movement made him feel as though he was on the verge of collapsing to the ground. His once bright eyes were now filled with endless dread, fixed intently on the slowly advancing monstrosity, as if diverting his gaze for a mere moment would allow the terrifying creature to pounce and devour him whole. Xinhua's breathing grew rapid, his chest rising and falling sharply, his heart racing as if it were about to burst forth from his ribcage. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead and the tip of his nose, quickly soaking his garments. Run! Lu Chao was the first to react, hastily moving toward the door. However, with a resounding bang, a mysterious force slammed the door shut, sealing off their escape route. Lu Chao, we only have one chance. The ghost we seek must be outside. I will create an opportunity for you. You must bring it back, or we will all perish. Li Kaichen whispered urgently to Lu Chao, having just realized that the thread was linked to the outside. Create an opportunity? How do you plan to do that? What will you use? Your life? Lu Chao questioned. Perplexed. After all, the human centipede could kill in an instant. How could Li Kaichen possibly create an opportunity for himself? That is my concern. Remember, once someone dies, the ghost cannot kill again for a brief period. This is your chance, Li Kaichen declared, a smile creeping onto his lips. Are you suggesting? Lu Chao was taken aback by Li Kaichen's words, contemplating the notion that he might sacrifice himself to create an opportunity for him. It was indeed a clever plan, but why would Li Kaichen go to such lengths for him? While Lu Chao pondered this, Li Kaichen swiftly struck Xinhua, rendering him unconscious, and tossed him toward the centipede, grinning as he spoke. Here is your first victim. Go ahead and kill him. The human centipede paused momentarily, then extended its first pair of hands, severing Xinhua's head in one swift motion, followed by a second strike that lopped off his arm. The centipede then took Xinhua's arm and affixed it to its own grotesque body. Meanwhile, Lu Chao had reached the door, feeling somewhat incredulous. He had just imagined Li Kaichen as a selfless hero, which was absurd. He could never be someone willing to sacrifice himself for another's survival. But there was no time for such thoughts. He strained against the door, only to find it immovable, sealed shut by an unseen force. Damn it. Is it really going to be like this? Li Kaichen cursed as he saw Lu Chao trapped. At that moment, the centipede was already advancing toward him, having just attached Xinhua's arm to itself. Is the safety interval really that short? Li Kaichen was astonished. Just then, Lu Chao recalled the embroidered shoes in his pocket, which he believed could ignore walls. If that were true, without hesitation, he retrieved the shoes, envisioning himself moving toward the door. In that instance, an indescribable, overwhelming force surged toward him, as if an invisible hand gripped him tightly, pulling him inexorably toward the exit. In the blink of an eye, he was propelled through the door, like a delicate leaf caught in the wind. Upon landing and regaining his balance, Lu Chao took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. He then turned to glance back at the room he had just escaped, where Li Kaichen was still trapped, struggling to hold on. He understood that, given Li Kaichen's current predicament, it would be difficult for him to last much longer. Resolute, Lu Chao raised his gaze, his eyes fixed intently on the eerie thread. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint, white thread extending down from the ceiling, resembling a sinuous white serpent, leading directly into the staircase. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed the mysterious white line at a brisk pace. As he reached the staircase, the sight before him sent a jolt of fear through his heart. A woman wearing a wide-brimmed black hat stood there, skillfully manipulating the thread in her hands. Her silhouette appeared particularly sinister in the dim light, sending chills down his spine. To his astonishment, Lu Chao recognized her immediately. It was Xiayin, his partner on the mission. The moment he laid eyes on her, memories flooded back. She had been present on the second floor the day before, and even when he awoke, she was still in the police station. Yet for some inexplicable reason, they had all forgotten about her existence. It was only now, upon seeing her, that the memories returned. Xiayin, how can it be you? Lu Chao's mind was filled with countless possibilities. Why was she here? At that moment, a faint rustling sound emerged from behind him. Instinctively, Lu Chao turned to see the horrifying human centipede racing toward him along the ceiling, its contorted body glimmering ominously. Each segment writhed with a maddening urgency, eager to consume him. The creature's grotesque head, with its blood-red eyes, fixed on Lu Chao, exuding an insatiable hunger and malice. Impressive, you actually managed to escape. Unfortunately, your opportunity has slipped away, Xiayin said with a smile, not addressing Lu Chao's question. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped her hand and thought fervently, Hell House, take me back. At the instant his thoughts crystallized, a blinding white light enveloped them. Just then, Lu Chao felt a chilling sensation at the back of his neck. The centipede had struck. In that moment, it felt as though his neck were severed from his body. And soon, Lu Chao's consciousness faded into darkness. When he awoke, he found himself back on the second floor of the Hell House, with Li Kaichen and Xiayin already seated at the table, while the masked ghost watched them with a grin. Ah, you're all awake. I shall now announce the results of this mission. The outcome is a tie. A tie? What does that mean? Lu Chao was bewildered, utterly confused by the situation. Moreover, Wasn't he seeing the ghost? And Li Kaichen, hadn't he been killed by the human centipede? Very well, everyone. I understand your concerns, so allow me to clarify. Firstly, the task commenced the moment you awoke for the first time. However, this time, Xie has taken on the role of the hunter, while you find yourselves cast as the prey. On the first day, Xie entered the task to select her weapon, ultimately choosing the human centipede, which is why you now face the ensuing incidents. As the hunter, her objective is to eliminate you, with the opportunity to do so arising upon encountering her weapon, the human centipede. Your only chance of survival is to return her within a stipulated time. To ensure fairness, I have erased your memories of her. You shall only recall them upon your encounter. Yet, you managed to bring her back at the very last moment, resulting in her killing 4 of you, leading to a draw in this hunting game. After the masked figure finished speaking, he vanished from the room. Xie smiled and addressed the two. You truly are remarkable to have survived. Li Kaichen, I never anticipated you would choose to return at the last moment. Even more surprising is you, Lu Chao, you somehow found a way to escape. You're being modest. You are quite formidable yourself, having slain so many while appearing unfazed. What choice do I have? Surely, you wouldn't want to prevent my survival. Xie chuckled in response. Lu Chao remained silent, for she understood that Xie was correct. She too was merely striving to survive without any fault. At that moment, a tremor resonated through the air, signaling the appearance of a staircase leading to the 3rd floor. Chapter 39. Li Kaichen. With the emergence of the staircase to the 3rd floor, the 3 of them fell into a profound silence, ascending without uttering a word. As they reached the 3rd floor, they abruptly lost consciousness. When Lu Chao woke once more, he found himself in his own room, sunlight streaming through the window, and he felt a gentle warmth as his fingertips brushed against the rays. How wonderful it is to be alive. Lu Chao, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity, recalled the recent task, an ordeal that lingered in his mind like a haunting nightmare. He had never anticipated that the assignment would commence that very day. Most alarmingly, this task had compelled players to turn against one another. Had he not returned at the last moment, he feared the worst might have befallen him. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he found himself grappling with a whirlwind of emotions. He questioned whether, had he drawn the position of the hunter like Xie, he could have executed them with the same ruthless efficiency. Deep down, he believed he would have been even more merciless than she. Ding ding ding. Just as Lu Chao was lost in contemplation, a series of WeChat notifications interrupted him. He picked up his phone to find a message from Li Kaichen. Are you free? Let us go out for dinner. In response to Li Kaichen's invitation, Lu Chao simply replied, sure, and made his way to the agreed-upon location. Come, try the steak here. It's quite delectable, Li Kaichen said, presenting a plate of steak to Lu Chao with a smile. What is the occasion for this gathering? Is it merely to savor steak? Lu Chao inquired, perplexed. Let us cut to the chase. I need your assistance, Li Kaichen replied with a grin. Lu Chao paused, momentarily taken aback, and then asked, what could I possibly help you with? He found it hard to believe that someone as astute as Li Kaichen would require his aid. I recall that forensic experts possess a certain liquid capable of erasing fingerprints, regardless of where they are found. A simple spray, and poof, they vanish. Li Kaichen explained with a smile. Indeed, such a substance exists, but what do you need it for? Moreover, it's prohibited to carry it out casually, Lu Chao remarked. His curiosity piqued as this particular reagent was rather clandestine and rarely known. Take a look at this, Li Kaichen said, handing Lu Chao a newspaper. Upon receiving it, Lu Chao's brow furrowed as he noticed an article detailing the tragic deaths of 3 boys. Is your investigation encountering obstacles? Do you need that liquid to verify something? He asked, puzzled by the newspaper. Something along those lines. I require that substance. If you can help me, I hope you can bring it tomorrow. If not, I will consider other alternatives, Li Kaichen stated calmly, taking a sip of his tea. Understood. Tomorrow at 2:30, right here, I will bring it to you. But first, enlighten me about the case mentioned in the newspaper, Lu Chao requested, holding the paper towards Li Kaichen. Those boys were roommates. Apparently, they had bullied another boy in their dormitory, who, unable to endure the torment, ultimately leaped from the building. Initially, this seemed like a common case of school bullying. But the bullies had influential connections, one even purportedly linked to a high-ranking official in our city. Consequently, they faced only minor consequences, a financial settlement, a major demerit from the school, and a public reprimand, and the matter was hastily closed. Recently, however, it appears that the 4 bullies have come under scrutiny. 3 have already been murdered, with the last survivor remaining unscathed, and the police found no trace of evidence at the scene. Thus, I wish to obtain that liquid to ascertain whether it truly can erase traces, Li Kaichen recounted succinctly. Very well, I shall bring it to you tomorrow, Lu Chao affirmed, nodding, convinced he could assist for the sake of the investigation. How about this? Prepare it tonight, as I may need to leave early tomorrow, and time may not permit. I will wait for you here tonight, Li Kaichen suggested after Lu Chao agreed. All right, I will bring it over at 8 this evening, Lu Chao confirmed. Thank you. By the way, I hope this matter remains confidential. I trust you to keep it to yourself, all right? Li Kaichen added with a smile. Lu Chao hesitated momentarily before nodding. Understood. See you tonight. After saying this, he departed, while Li Kaichen's expression turned unusually somber before he too exited the restaurant. At 7:30 that night, Lu Chao, with a vial of the reagent tucked in his pocket, was driving toward the designated location when he discovered that the road ahead was under construction. Furrowing his brow in mild confusion, he swiftly exited the vehicle and walked with determination. Fortunately, the location was not too far, and he estimated that walking would not take much time. Perhaps due to the ongoing construction, the street was eerily deserted. Lu Chao ambled leisurely, the moonlight filtering through the dappled leaves, casting enchanting shadows upon the ground. As he passed a narrow and secluded alley, a shadow suddenly emerged behind him like a specter. The figure moved with agility, raising an object unknown to Lu Chao and striking him viciously at the back of his head. With a dull thud, Lu Chao had no time to react. Darkness enveloped him, and he fell forward heavily onto the ground. Seeing Lu Chao unconscious, the shadowy figure wasted no time, reaching into Lu Chao's pocket. After a brief search, the crucial vial was successfully retrieved. My apologies, Lu Chao, but this is the only way to ensure you leave no trace connecting you to me. This vial will bear witness beneath the surveillance camera that it was stolen from you, leaving you blameless. The figure was none other than Li Kaichen, donning a cap and mask. After seizing the reagent, he glanced at the camera to confirm everything had been recorded. Having completed his task, Li Kaichen swiftly departed. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a faint smile crept across Lu Chao's lips as he lay on the ground. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lu Chao woke, smiling as he climbed to his feet. He returned to his car, muttering to himself, Li Kaichen, did you truly believe you had knocked me out? But this works in my favor. Now the matter is no longer mine to contend with. With that, he drove home. Days passed in a monotonous haze. Since that fateful night when Li Kaichen took the reagent, he seemed to have vanished, leaving Lu Chao unable to reach him via WeChat or phone. On this day, Lu Chao attempted to contact Yuruachi, only to be informed that she had inexplicably died. Lu Chao understood that she had not merely died but had failed the task on the 5th floor. Perhaps one day, he too would meet a similar fate within that realm, destined to become just another ordinary person who inexplicably perished. Time continued to flow quietly, so serenely that Lu Chao began to doubt whether his previous experiences had been but a dream, until that fateful evening when he once again stepped into the infernal house. Chapter 40, The Ghost's Revenge Prologue. Greetings, everyone. It has been quite some time. I wonder if you have forgotten about this place. The voice of the masked ghost resonated as he stood opposite Lu Chao, grinning as he addressed the group. This time, the setup appeared somewhat different. Upon observing the surroundings, Lu Chao noted that aside from his own table, there was another one nearby occupied by 6 individuals, one of whom was Li Kaichen, a familiar face. The moment Lu Chao spotted Li Kaichen, a wave of relief washed over him. After days of failed communication, he had feared for Li's life. However, upon reflection, he realized that Li was not the type to easily succumb to death. Everyone, I am delighted to see you all here. Due to the larger number of participants this time, the tasks will be divided into 2 sessions. I hope you all can survive this endeavor, the masked ghost declared, punctuating his speech with a snap of his fingers. Immediately, Lu Chao witnessed Li Kaichen's table become entranced, with all 6 individuals eventually slumping unconscious onto the table. It was evident that they had entered a terrifying narrative. Please remain calm. Your tasks will commence only after they awaken. Thus, I kindly ask for your patience over the next 2.5 hours. By the way, I must remind you, do not disturb them while they are engaged in their tasks, or you shall bear the consequences, the masked ghost concluded with a smile before vanishing into thin air, leaving Lu Chao and the remaining 5 to await their fate. Meanwhile, upon awakening, Li Kaichen found himself in a police station, momentarily stunned by the sight before him. What on earth? Am I a police officer again? He mused internally. Cough, cough, everyone. The case at hand is as follows. A murder occurred in a dormitory at Saikuin High School, where 6 students resided. 1 boy has died, while the remaining 5 appear to have suffered psychological trauma, leaving them in a state of confusion. Your mission is to uncover the truth behind this case. Do you understand? a portly police chief announced at the conference table. Understood. The 6 individuals at the table replied in unison. Excellent. Go forth and investigate. The students involved have returned home for various reasons. Here are their addresses. Proceed as you see fit, the chief said, handing Li Kaichen and his companions the addresses before departing. Are we tasked with investigating the case? Li Kaichen pondered aloud after the chief left. I suspect that a ghost is responsible for the murder, and our objective is to find this ghost, a woman suggested. Just as she finished speaking, a message appeared in their minds. Dear participants, you will be provided with a talisman. Please utilize it wisely to uncover the truth of this case and make the correct choices to succeed. The message was brief, so much so that Li Kaichen was caught off guard when a yellow talisman appeared in his hand. What is going on? Are we supposed to use this talisman to catch a ghost? A man exclaimed with excitement. Should we introduce ourselves? Get to know one another? Proposed a tall, slender man. I think that's a good idea. After all, we're all in this together and must collaborate to survive. By the way, I'm Qian Shan, he said with a smile. Hello, I'm Zhou Ling, a girl with a delicate appearance chimed in. My name is Zhong Mo. I hope we can all return alive, another girl said cheerfully, being one of the 2 females in the group along with Zhou Ling. I'm Chen Jun. Nice to meet you all, a man with a buzz cut greeted, appearing quite spirited. I'm Wu Lin, pleased to meet you, the last man introduced himself. Li Kaichen. He stated simply, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Now that we're acquainted, let us set off to investigate. I suggest we form 3 teams, Zhou Ling and I as one team, Zhang Yimou and Chen Jun as another, while Li Kaichen and Wu Lin form the last team. I noticed on the map that my team and Chen Jun's will have a bit more work, as we will each investigate 2 students' homes. Li Kaichen and Wu Lin can handle the farther student. What do you all think? Qian Shan proposed. I have no objections, Chen Jun replied first. I'm fine with that, Wu Lin concurred. I don't mind either, but Qian Shan, are you a police officer? How can you suggest such a reasonable plan so quickly? Zhou Ling asked with a smile. Upon hearing her question, Li Kaichen furrowed his brow. His gaze fixed on Qian Shan, eager to discern whether he was genuinely a police officer. Yes, but I've only been in the criminal police department for a year. I'm not particularly remarkable, just an ordinary officer, Qian Shan admitted sheepishly, appearing somewhat anxious. Fantastic. Having a police officer with us makes me feel much more secure about this task, another remarked. Indeed, Qian Shan, we're counting on you. The others chimed in, seemingly relieved by his presence, instilling a sense of unexplainable safety among them. Let us all work together and follow the plan, Qian Shan suggested modestly. The group nodded in agreement and proceeded towards their destination. Li Kaichen and Wu Lin were assigned to a more distant villa area, which required a 2.5-hour journey. By the time they arrived, it was nearly noon. Hello, we are police officers conducting an investigation. Please cooperate, Li Kaichen announced as he knocked on the door. A well-preserved middle-aged woman opened it, her expression revealing a hint of surprise upon seeing their badges. Officers, may I inquire what the matter is? She asked. Hello. We received a report and are here to speak with Huang Yun regarding the situation. Is he at home? Li Kaichen inquired. Huang Yun was one of the individuals involved in the case and a survivor from the dormitory. The woman hesitated, seemingly torn about something. Ma'am, please understand that we are here to help Huang Yun. If you refuse to allow us to assist, we may not be able to provide the help he needs. And his safety could be at risk, Li Kaichen urged, observing her indecision. After a moment, the woman seemed to come to a resolution, biting her lip before nodding. Very well, officers, please come in. However, regardless of what he says, I hope you will not be surprised. Chapter 41. The Revenge of the Ghost. Upon hearing the woman's words, Li Kaichen and Wu Lin were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why she would utter such a statement. Did she imply that Huang Yun would say something different or act in an unusual manner? Rest assured, madam. We are law enforcement officers and possess our own judgment. We will not make erroneous conclusions based on mere words. Therefore, you need not worry, Li Kaichen replied calmly. After hearing his response, the woman finally nodded in relief, subsequently opening the door to invite the 2 men inside. Since returning to the dormitory, Huang Yun had become increasingly sensitive, often expressing disjointed thoughts. Please do not hold it against him, the woman said as she walked ahead, addressing the 2 men once more. Li Kaichen nodded slightly in acknowledgement before beginning to scrutinize the opulent villa around him. The exterior of the mansion was magnificent and imposing, and as he stepped inside, he was profoundly struck by the lavishness that unfolded before his eyes. Every detail exuded unparalleled luxury and refinement. From the polished marble tiles underfoot to the priceless artworks adorning the walls, and the resplendent crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceilings all radiated an astonishing aura of wealth. Even the bricks and tiles seemed to silently convey their exorbitant value. Ascending the staircase slowly, Li Kaichen reached the second floor. At the corridor's end, a particularly striking room caught his attention. It was located at the farthest point of the floor, and the lighting around it was notably dim compared to the other rooms, arguably the least illuminated space on the entire floor. Standing before the door, Li Kaichen could not help but wonder, did Huang Yun reside in such a poorly lit room? Most individuals would typically prefer bright, well-ventilated spaces. Few would be drawn to such a dark and oppressive environment. Contemplating this, he turned to his companion and inquired, seemingly sensing the underlying implication in his question. The woman offered a wry smile. This is what Huang Yun requested. He claims that if he were in the light, he would perish. He needs a dark place to conceal himself, allowing him to rest somewhat at night. Li Saichen's confusion deepened upon hearing her words. Soon, the woman opened the door to the room, revealing an extremely dim interior resembling a cavernous black void. Officer, I apologize. Huang Yun has drawn all the curtains. When you communicate with him, please refrain from provoking him. It would be best to help him emerge from the shadows and not be frightened by that incident anymore. The woman advised, glancing at the darkened room. Understood. We will be cautious, Wu Lin replied with a smile. The woman nodded and descended the stairs. Let us go in and take a look, Li Kaichen suggested, glancing at the shadowy room. He lowered his voice, then located the light switch and turned it on. No one is here? Upon illuminating the room, both Li Kaichen and Wu Lin were momentarily stunned to find the space empty. There was no one on the bed. Only a disheveled blanket. The windows were covered by thick curtains, allowing no light to penetrate the room. Could it be that Huang Yun is not in here? Wu Lin questioned, surveying the vacant space. He must be here. His mother would not deceive us, Li Kaichen murmured, slowly approaching the bed. He reached out to gauge the warmth of the bedding, only to find it completely cold. Strange, why is that? Does he not sleep in this bed? Li Kaichen pondered. A faint sound suddenly echoed behind them, causing both Li Kaichen and Wu Lin to turn. They noticed a slight tremor emanating from the wardrobe, the sound fleeting. Almost as if it were merely an auditory hallucination. Cautiously, they tiptoed closer to the enigmatic wardrobe, feeling a chilling aura emanating from within. Each step quickened their heartbeat. Finally, they stood before the wardrobe. Taking a deep breath, Li Kaichen fixed his gaze on the cabinet door. After a moment of hesitation, he seemed to summon his resolve and forcefully grasped the handle, pulling it open. As the door swung wide, a musty odor wafted out, followed by a violent shaking within the wardrobe, as if something was desperately trying to escape. Accompanied by a panicked, sobbing voice, a cry echoed, Lu Ziliu, don't blame me. It wasn't my fault. Please let me go. Don't come back for me. There, huddled in the corner of the wardrobe, was a disheveled teenager with hair resembling a bird's nest. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with confusion and terror, as he tightly covered his face with trembling hands. Upon seeing the wardrobe door swing open, he recoiled further into the shadows, continuing to mutter his pleas for mercy. At that moment, his fear reached a crescendo. It seemed that even the slightest provocation could shatter his fragile state. Huang Yun, we are police officers. Have you encountered something troubling? Li Saichen's resolute voice resonated. Hearing this, Huang Yun gradually lowered his hands, and upon recognizing Li Kaichen and Wu Lin, the terror on his face slightly abated. Thank goodness. Officers, please help me. Quickly. Lu Ziliu is in my room. He wants to kill me. Hurry. Huang Yun grasped Li Saichen's arm tightly, his voice rife with agitation. Observing Huang Yun's frantic demeanor, Li Saichen's expression hardened. Huang Yun, there is no one else in this room. However, I need to understand what transpired with Lu Ziliu. Why are you so afraid of him returning? Lu Ziliu was the only boy who had perished in this case, which contributed to the mental breakdown of several others in the dormitory, leading them to retreat home. Upon hearing Li Saichen's inquiry, Huang Yun shook his head vehemently. Fear etched on his features. I did nothing. His pressure was too immense. His family pushed him relentlessly. I witnessed him jump that day, but it was not my doing. Please, don't come after me. As he spoke, his voice trembled, and he appeared on the verge of a complete mental collapse. Seeing this, Li Kaichen pulled Huang Yun from the wardrobe. The moment he was exposed to the light, Huang Yun seemed terrified, desperately attempting to retreat back into the wardrobe but was blocked by Li Kaichen. Huang Yun, I need you to recount the events surrounding Lu Ziliu's demise. And tell me what exactly you are afraid of. Li Saichen's piercing gaze bore into Huang Yun. Under that scrutiny, Huang Yun felt as though he were being hunted by a predator, rendering him speechless. Huang Yun, I will ask you again. What happened? Li Saichen's stern voice cut through the air. This time, Huang Yun seemed to recall something, and a wave of inexplicable dread washed over him. Trembling, he began to speak. Lu Zilio. His pressure was overwhelming. His family's circumstances were dire, which compelled him to study incessantly. I don't know why he was on the balcony that day. When I returned to the dormitory after class, I found him weeping there. I asked him what was wrong, but he said nothing and jumped off, dying right before my eyes. And what are you afraid of? Upon witnessing this, Li Kaichen continued to inquire, feeling an instinctive notion that Huang Yun's words harbored a fragment of truth. Officer, there exists a specter. The deceased Lu Zilio has returned. He has truly come back, Huang Yun exclaimed at that moment, his voice tinged with a hint of weeping. Chapter 42. The Revenge of the Ghost. Infiltration. Has he returned? Li Kaichen inquired, gazing at Huang Yun with a perplexed expression, struggling to comprehend his meaning. Is he back in the dormitory? That night, we were all asleep when, at precisely 2:30 in the morning, someone began to gently knock on our door. Tap, tap, tap. Each knock was soft yet rhythmic. We were already restless that night, and the sound startled us awake in an instant. We curiously asked who was at the door. As it was impossible for the dormitory supervisor to be checking rooms at that hour, we assumed it was someone from another dormitory. Then, we saw something at the glass panel of the door. We all witnessed it. As Huang Yun recounted this, tears of fear welled up in his eyes, the events of that night vividly replaying in his mind. What did you see? Li Kaichen pressed. It was Lu Zilio. We saw his face pressed against the glass, illuminated by the moonlight, his ghastly visage grinning grotesquely at us. His gaze swept over each of us in the dormitory, and he emitted a chilling, cackling laughter, sending shivers down our spines. But you must understand, we all witnessed his death. The entire school was aware of it. Yet, he returned, and he appeared at our doorstep. All 5 of us saw him. Moreover, that night, he attempted to enter. The doorknob turned incessantly. We were so terrified that we began to cry, until Yunfei was the first to react and called the police. As Huang Yun reached this point, he curled up in the corner of the bed, an inexplicable terror reflecting in his eyes. You're lying. Li Saichen's voice was icy. Upon hearing Li Saichen's accusation, Huang Yun appeared agitated, crying out fervently, I am not lying. Everything I said is the truth. You are indeed lying. I ask you. Officers, enough. Please leave. Just as Li Kaichen was about to continue questioning, a woman appeared at the doorway, halting his forthcoming actions. She was Huang Yun's mother. Ma'am, we only have one more question to complete, Li Kaichen replied with a smile. Do not ask any further. Huang Yun has shared everything he knows. Please leave at once. The woman swiftly moved to Huang Yun's side, cradling his head in a comforting embrace, her hand gently stroking him, while she issued a firm directive to Li Kaichen and his partner. Seeing this scene, Li Kaichen and Wu Lin found themselves at an impasse, compelled to retreat for the time being. Li Kaichen, are you certain he is lying? Wu Lin queried on their way back. I was initially uncertain, but his reaction was so fervent, as though I had unmasked him. From this, I deduce he is indeed lying. Only when confronted does he react with such intensity, Li Kaichen articulated slowly. Wu Lin, absorbing his words, nodded slowly, finding merit in Li Kaichen's reasoning. Before long, they returned to the designated location, a hotel, where the others were already seated on the sofas in the lobby. Please, share the information you have gathered, Qian Shan prompted the group. I will begin, Zhong Mo interjected. Qian Shan nodded, urging him to proceed. Chen Jun and I visited the homes of Xu Sheng and Ouyang Qi. First, regarding Xu Sheng's residence, his father is a high-ranking official, reportedly a director. However, when we arrived, only his mother was present, and Xu Sheng appeared somewhat unhinged. Upon encountering him, he repeatedly mumbled, Do not seek me. It has nothing to do with me. It was only when we asserted our identity as police officers that he regained a semblance of sanity. Yet, when we pressed him about Lu Zilio, he hesitated. Eventually, he divulged that Lu Zilio, overwhelmed by familial and academic pressures, leapt from the balcony of the 6th floor. Nonetheless, that very night, all the residents of his dormitory witnessed Lu Zilio lingering at their door, startling them. Consequently, unable to endure the fright, they opted for a leave of absence and returned home. That concludes Xu Sheng's account. Zhang Mo paused momentarily before continuing. Next, regarding Ouyang Qi's household. His family is quite affluent, engaged in substantial business, and only his aunt was there to accompany him. What struck me as peculiar was that his narrative closely mirrored Xu Sheng's, giving me the impression that it was as if they had conspired beforehand. Thus, when we visited Fei Yin's and Fu Qi's homes, their responses were remarkably similar to yours. At this juncture, Qian Shan interrupted Zhong Mo, quickly adding, if that is the case, we can reasonably conclude that they are all lying. Indeed, When we visited Huang Yun's home, the situation was akin. Huang Yun's story was nearly identical. And I sensed he was also being deceitful, Wu Lin remarked, asserting that while Li Kaichen had initiated the suspicion, it was acceptable for anyone to voice it. Upon hearing Wu Lin's observations, Qian Shan nodded before stating, "It seems they are indeed lying." However, the question remains, why would they lie about this matter? Could Lu Xiaoliu's death be linked to them? Is that the source of their fear? Let us separate and investigate further. I suggest you explore the school for their friends and classmates, and examine their dormitory for any potential evidence. There may still be clues to uncover, Li Kaichen suggested. Folding his arms behind his head as he strolled back toward the hotel, appearing as though the matter did not concern him. Li Kaichen, are you not coming with us? Wu Lin queried, perplexed by Li Kaichen's retreat. I will not accompany you. I am exhausted and require rest. Notify me when you have any leads. Li Kaichen replied without turning back, stepping into the hotel elevator. Has he lost his mind? What does he think he is doing? This is not a vacation. We are on a mission. Witnessing Li Kaichen's nonchalant demeanor, Chen Jun could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "Forget it. We must proceed with these tasks. If he chooses not to join, so be it." Qian Shan interjected, glancing at Li Kaichen with a mix of confusion and concern, pondering why he would abandon the pursuit of clues. Nonetheless, they did not squander further time on Li Kaichen. Their paramount objective remained to activate the main storyline mission and ensure their safe escape. Chapter 43, The Revenge of the Ghost. In the dimly lit confines of a hotel room, Li Kaichen stood by the window, coldly observing the happenings below. Once Qian Shan and his companions departed, a faint smile graced his lips. Without hesitation, he opened the window and leapt from the hotel. When Li Kaichen re-emerged, he found himself ensconced in a narrow, shadowy alleyway. The alley exuded an air of decay, flanked by dilapidated houses that bore the scars of time, remnants of a bygone era. It was difficult to fathom that amidst such a bustling, vibrant city, a place of such desolation could exist. Li Kaichen meandered along the winding cobblestone path until he halted before a precarious-looking dwelling. The structure appeared to be in a state of utter disrepair, with missing tiles on the roof and gaping holes resembling grotesque wounds left unattended. The windows were marred by shattered glass, with several panes hastily covered by cheap plastic bags, barely shielding the interior from the elements of prying eyes. "Hello, is anyone home?" Li Kaichen inquired gently as he rapped on the door. With an eerie creak, the door before him swung open, revealing an abyss of darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door wider. As the long-closed door creaked open, an overwhelming stench of decay and rot surged forth, assaulting Li Kaichen's senses like a relentless tide. This odor, a culmination of years of neglect, mingled the foul scents of decaying wood, damp earth, and the putrid remains of unknown organisms, causing his stomach to churn violently at just a whiff. Caught off guard by this sudden miasma, Li Kaichen staggered backward, his head spinning. "Hello, is anyone there?" He called into the emptiness, but silence met his query. Sighing in resignation, he prepared to leave when a shadow emerged behind him, uttering in a chilling tone, "Excuse me, sir, do you require assistance?" Turning to face the figure, Li Kaichen beheld a middle-aged man clad in an ensemble of a blue top and red trousers, which appeared discordant. "May I inquire if this is the residence of Lu Xiaoliu?" Li Kaichen asked, suppressing his unease. "Indeed, but he has passed away. May I ask what business you have with him?" The man replied, his voice devoid of warmth. "Are you his father?" Li Kaichen inquired calmly, to which the man merely nodded in silence. Meanwhile, Qian Shan and his companions were busy gathering information within the school. They had split into two groups. Wu Lin and Zhang Ma inspected Lu Xiaoliu's deceased dormitory, while the remaining three questioned teachers and students alike. The responses they received were unexpectedly disheartening. The students expressed negative sentiments toward Huang Yun and his associates, viewing them as bullies who exploited their wealth to torment others. They recounted instances of harassment, where some female classmates were subjected to unwarranted aggression, while others were coerced into performing menial tasks, facing threats of violence if they refused. The school, due to the influence of these students' families, often turned a blind eye to their transgressions. Conversely, Lu Xiaoliu was remembered fondly. Students described him as gentle and unassuming, albeit academically challenged. Despite his shortcomings, he exhibited commendable manners and was well regarded by teachers, who had even suggested he change dormitories, a proposal Lu Xiaoliu had declined. Thus, he remained in room 804. In an unsettling twist, they learned that Lu Xiaoliu's father had taken his own life by hanging himself the day after his son's tragic leap. When discussing Lu Xiaoliu, both students and teachers expressed sorrowful sentiments. Meanwhile, within the dormitory, Zhang Ma and Wu Lin surveyed the space. The room, a 6-person accommodation, was in disarray. with 5 beds appearing haphazardly arranged, save for one that was meticulously kept. Wu Lin, have you discovered anything? Zhang Ma queried from the restroom. Nothing of note. Aside from some personal items, Wu Lin replied. Is that so? I believe I have found something. Come take a look at this. Zhang Ma's voice echoed from the restroom, prompting Wu Lin to hurry inside. His heart sank at the sight. On the restroom wall, a chilling message scrawled in blood read, You 5, await your demise, one by one. None shall escape. This succinct declaration radiated an aura of unfathomable rage, as if the author had inscribed it with murderous intent. The blood had long since dried, suggesting it had been written some time ago. It's peculiar. Could this have been penned by Lu Ziliu? Wu Lin pondered aloud. I cannot say for certain, but I suspect it bears his hand, Zhang Mo replied, shaking her head. Suddenly, a creaking sound reverberated through the room, prompting the duo to exit hastily. They noticed that the previously still U-shaped chair was now rocking rhythmically, as if an unseen entity occupied it. We must leave, now, Zhou Ma urged, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Without hesitation, she rushed toward the exit, with Wu Lin closely following. With a deafening crash, the iron door of the dormitory was forcefully slammed shut by an unseen force, resisting their attempts to open it. The creaking resumed, this time sending shivers down their spines. As they felt an ominous presence approaching from the chair, the air grew thick with a deathly aura. Are you Lu Ziliu? Do you harbor grievances? Speak to us. We are here to help, Zhang Ma declared, casting her voice into the void, hoping to reach the spirit, betting on the notion that Lu Ziliu was not a mindless killer. Perhaps her gamble bore fruit, or perhaps it was a mere psychological trick, but the eerie sensation began to wane, just as relief washed over them. Ominous words appeared on the glass. Die, die, die. The relentless repetition of the word reverberated, the glass vibrating with the intensity of the message. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the glass shattered, and the door behind them swung open. A voice echoed from the shadows. 2 days. If the truth is not revealed within 2 days, you, along with the other 3 in the school, shall perish. Though spoken softly, the certainty of the proclamation sent waves of terror through Wu Lin and Zhang Ma. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Wu Lin regained his composure, grasped Zhang Ma's hand, and fled the dormitory. It was evident that the vengeful spirit they had encountered was indeed Lu Ziliu, and he had issued his final ultimatum. If possible, please gently encourage further updates and leave a comment. Should you feel that any aspect requires improvement, a 4-star rating would be appreciated, as the author will take it to heart and strive for progress alongside everyone. Chapter 44, The Revenge of the Ghost, The Disappearance of Li Kaichen. Wu Lin and Zhang Imo hurriedly descended the stairs, and upon reaching the school gate, they found Qian Shan and Zhou Ling waiting there. What is wrong with you? Why are you running like this? Qian Shan observed the pallor on Wu Lin and Zhang Mo's faces, both filled with shock, prompting his inquisitive inquiry. We saw Lu Ziliu. He.S. in the dormitory. Wu Lin hastily relayed the recent events to Qian Shan and the others. Upon hearing this, their expressions turned grim. Are you saying Lu Ziliu has returned? And he.S. in the dormitory, issuing an ultimatum to you? Yes, I can assure you, it was him. He nearly killed us, Wu Lin exclaimed, recalling the harrowing near-death experience, cold sweat trickling down his brow. I see. Let us return to the hotel and consult with Li Kaichen about our next steps. Qian Shan replied calmly, though he too was shaken by Wu Lin and Zhang Mo's account. He hadn't anticipated the ghost would emerge so soon, and with such a clear intent. However, as the danger had not yet touched him personally, he remained unconcerned. Zhou Ling and the others nodded in agreement, and soon they returned to the hotel. However, they were perplexed to find Li Kaichen had vanished, his phone turned off, leaving no trace behind. Where could Li Kaichen have gone? Wu Lin and the others were unaware of Li Kaichen's search for Lu Ziliu's residence and could only speculate about his disappearance. Forget about him for now. Let us discuss our current situation. Today, at the school, we learned that Huang Yun and his group left a poor impression on both the school and the teachers, with some even accusing them of bullying. Yet the school took no action due to their family's influence. Lu Ziliu, however, was well regarded, despite his academic struggles. Qian Shan briefly summarized their findings from the day. Upon hearing this, Wu Lin and Zhang Imo remained unresponsive, as such incidents were hardly surprising. Bullying existed in every era and every school, and there seemed to be no viable solution. By the way, what do you think our task is this time? And regarding the talisman we received, could it be the key to our survival? Zhou Ling inquired, breaking the silence. Zhou Ling, do you have any thoughts? Qian Shan asked. Perhaps our task is to protect those students? That talisman could be a weapon against Lu Ziliu, Zhou Ling suggested thoughtfully. Are you implying that our mission is to safeguard those arrogant students? Wu Lin responded, somewhat taken aback. I believe so. At least until we uncover the truth. We need to ensure their safety. And now that we are down to 5 people, with Li Kaichen missing, it coincidentally aligns with the 5 students. Could it be that we are meant to protect 1 student each? That talisman might serve as our means of protection, Zhou Ling elaborated. Qin Jun, who had been listening, nodded in agreement. How about this? It's getting dark. Tomorrow, we should visit each of the students' homes to assess the situation. If necessary, we can lurk nearby, ready to rescue them. Upon hearing Qin Jun's suggestion, Wu Lin and Zhang Imo shook their heads in disapproval. I disagree. Today, Lu Xiaolia granted us 3 days. He stated that if we fail to uncover the truth in that time, we will die. Therefore, I believe our priority should be to clarify the circumstances surrounding Lu Xiaolia's death. There may be other underlying reasons. What if his death was caused by those students? Let us not forget, those students have not told the whole truth. Having received an ultimatum from Lu Xiaolia, Wu Lin was particularly cautious. After Wu Lin and Zhang Mo's analysis, Qian Shan and the others fell into deep contemplation. But soon Qian Shan outlined a plan. I think Wu Lin and Zhang Mo make a valid point. Tomorrow, we'll gather those 5 students and find a way to extract the truth from them. That will guide our next steps. That's a good approach. But there's one issue. Will their parents consent? Zhou Ling expressed her concerns, recalling the parents of Fei Yun and Fu Qi being quite resistant to their inquiries. Don't worry. As long as their sons remain haunted by the shadow, they will surely agree, Qian Shan asserted confidently, seeing Qian Shan's self-assured demeanor. The others felt a slight easing of their apprehension. Afterward, they each returned to their rooms to rest, as it was only the first night, relatively safe. However, unbeknownst to them, unsettling events were unfolding in the darkness of the city. In an upscale neighborhood, the door of a spacious apartment slowly creaked open. The darkness outside obscured everything, but within the apartment, a boy of approximately 15 sensed the door to the living room being opened. In a panic, he hid beneath the bed, repeatedly whispering, Lu Xiaolia, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. Fu Qi is the true culprit. Please don't come for me. This boy was Fei Yun, the very one Qian Shan and Zhou Ling had questioned earlier. At this moment, he resembled a frightened animal, cowering beneath the dilapidated bed. The darkness enveloped him, and fear clung to him like a shadow, rendering him too terrified to even breathe. Suddenly, a faint yet distinctly audible sound of clicking reached his ears, the sound of the doorknob moving. In the stillness of the night, this noise pierced through the silence like a hammer striking his fragile heart. Shortly thereafter, a pair of legs clad in black trousers appeared at the door. They moved forward step by step, each footfall seeming to tread upon his taut nerves. The legs paused momentarily at the bedside before beginning to search the area. Before long, the figure approached the bed and unhesitatingly lifted the covers. However, the empty bed revealed nothing of interest. The mysterious figure did not linger but instead headed straight for the wardrobe, ultimately standing firmly before it. Upon seeing those black trousers, the boy hiding beneath the bed felt a chill run down his spine, freezing him in place. Indeed, those trousers were all too familiar. They were the very ones worn by his dormitory friend, Lu Xiaolia, on the day he passed away. As this realization struck him, vivid memories of Lu Xiaolia's life and the horrifying scene of his death flooded his mind. Creak. In the eerily silent room, a faint sound broke the stillness. The wardrobe door was slowly being pushed open. Fei Yun's eyes widened in terror as he fixated on the open wardrobe door. Yet, when it fully swung open, it revealed nothing but emptiness, devoid of even a hint of shadow. However, the mysterious footsteps did not cease. They continued toward the bed where Fei Yun lay hidden. Step by step, each movement felt as though it were treading upon the very core of Fei Yun's heart, quickening his breath with each passing moment. At last, his feet arrived at the threshold of the bed, halting abruptly. In that instant, Fei Yun felt as if his heart might leap from his throat, pounding furiously, the sound echoing deafeningly, as if the world had been reduced to this heart-stopping rhythm. Fear surged like a tidal wave, engulfing all remnants of his rationality, tears spilling uncontrollably from his eyes. Yet, despite the terror that filled his being, Fei Yun bit down hard on his lip, desperately stifling any sound, terrified that even the slightest noise might summon the unknown entity lurking nearby. He was consumed by dread, fearing that the visage which was about to reveal itself would belong to the terrifying figure that haunted his nightmares. Time seemed to stand still as Fei Yun anxiously awaited the decree of fate. Just then, he beheld 2 legs slowly bending, inching toward the darkness beneath the bed. As the proximity increased, his body trembled involuntarily, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. Finally, without warning, a grotesquely contorted face emerged before Fei Yun's gaze, locking eyes with him. In that moment, he felt as though his very soul was about to be petrified, his mind blank, even forgetting how to scream. Chapter 45, The Ghost's Revenge. Clue of the note. Before Fei Yun could utter a sound, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, causing him to faint. Simultaneously, similar occurrences transpired in several villas, where those residing with Lu Xiaolia faced the same fate. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Qianshan and his companions were abruptly awakened by the incessant ringing of their phones. Upon answering, they were instantly invigorated by a shared piece of alarming news. Their key wards had all mysteriously vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly returned to the police station. In an office, 5 middle-aged men with grave expressions stood, their gazes sharp and inscrutable. These men were the parents of Huang Yun and his associates, some holding high-ranking government positions, while others were prominent entrepreneurs and corporate executives, representing the upper echelons of society. Officers, let me be clear. I wish to understand why our sons have all disappeared simultaneously. What is going on? A rotund gentleman cast a disdainful glance at Qianshan and his companions, his tone accusatory. Sir, we share your concern regarding your child's disappearance. We have dispatched personnel to search for them, and we anticipate news shortly, Wu Lin interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Is that so? May I inquire if you have any information regarding when my son last left home? A bespectacled middle-aged man, who happened to be Shushan's father and purportedly a high-ranking official, pressed on. Just as Wu Lin was about to speak, he continued, as far as I know, the last individuals our children interacted with were you. I demand to know what you said to them. The man in glasses relentlessly pursued his line of questioning. No. We were merely conducting a routine, Wu Lin began to clarify, but was interrupted by a young officer bursting in, handing Qianshan a document. Upon glancing at it, Qianshan's previously tense expression transformed into a smile. He addressed the 5 men with a steady voice. Gentlemen, if you wish to ascertain your son's whereabouts, why not reveal the truth to us? Specifically, the truth regarding Lu Xiaolia's death. Furthermore, what deeds were your sons involved in? Immediately, a flicker of panic crossed the faces of the 5 men, though it was quickly concealed. Officer, we are here to seek clues. We hope you will not squander state resources. All you need to do is locate our sons. The bespectacled official replied, returning the pressure to Qianshan. Is that so? Qianshan's gaze bore into the man as he enunciated each word. Then why do you condone your son's actions? What do you mean by that? The man bristled, anger evident on his face. Gentlemen, if I were in your position, I would consider leaving. After all, I assume none of you wish for this matter to be exposed to the public? Before the other middle-aged men could respond, Qianshan interjected again. Once he finished speaking, the men cast him suspicious glances. Qianshan and Wu Lin exchanged glances, the tension palpable as their eyes locked. After a few seconds, the bespectacled man chuckled lightly and said, Then we shall return home, and we hope our police friends will expedite the search for our sons. Otherwise, With that, the bespectacled official led his group out, leaving Wu Lin and his companions alone in the police station's office. Once they departed, Wu Lin curiously turned to Qianshan and asked, What did you mean by your earlier comments? What actions did their sons take? Not only Wu Lin, but also Shou Ling, Chen Jun, and Zhang Mo gazed at Qianshan with intrigue. Qianshan smiled and replied, What I mentioned was derived from the information on this note. For some reason, I have a strong feeling that what is written here holds truth. He then handed the note to the others, revealing the text. Huang Yun, Yin Fei, Xu Xing, Fu Qi. Ouyang Qi conspired to drive Lu Xiaolia to his death, employing cruel methods, and their parents are aware of the details. Moreover, each carries unforgivable sins. Upon reading this line, confusion washed over them. Who delivered this message? Zhou Ling inquired. I am uncertain, but it could be Li Kaichen, as he was with us and likely wished for us to work together to uncover the truth. Or Qianshan paused before continuing. There is a possibility that this information was sent by Lu Xiaolia himself, hoping we would uncover the truth and clear his name. Qianshan regarded his companions with a calm demeanor. Previously, while Wu Lin and Zhang Ma were in their dormitory, Lu Xiaolia had issued them an ultimatum. They had 3 days to uncover the truth. If this were indeed the case, it would not be surprising. However, was the note's content truly the truth? Wu Lin mused aloud, clearly skeptical of the message's authenticity. But what is there to doubt? Whether this information came from Li Kaichen or Lu Xiaolia, it serves to assist us. Chen Jun argued, puzzled by Wu Lin's perspective. Is it possible that if this note was sent by Lu Xiaolia, his intent was to mislead our judgment? For instance, he could want us to investigate in the wrong direction, ultimately leading to our demise at his hands. Wu Lin expressed his concerns, realizing that only he and Zhang Ma had received warnings from Lu Xiaolia. If they failed to uncover the truth within 3 days, then that seems unlikely. Even if this note originated from Lu Xiaolia, I believe it to be genuine. Lu Chao desires for us to uncover the truth. If he were to interfere, it would only hinder the revelation, thus I firmly believe the note's message is authentic. Zhang Ma decisively countered Wu Lin's doubts. After considering Zhang Ma's analysis, Wu Lin found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed according to the note's instructions and seek the truth. Perhaps it is only through revealing the truth that we can trigger the main quest, Qianshan stated calmly. But those men are unlikely to tell us the truth, are they? Qin Jun hesitated, recalling the earlier encounter with the middle-aged men. No, I have a plan to extract the truth from them. Qianshan responded confidently. Chapter 46. The Ghost's Revenge. Come here. We only need to do this. Qianshan gathered several individuals around him, whispering his plan softly. All right, I understand. Qin Jun and the others responded with smiles, and then they departed from the police station, dividing into 3 teams, heading towards their target's residence. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the villa area. When the door finally opened, a middle-aged man appeared. He was the same man from the police station earlier that day. And he was Huang Yun's father in this case. Officer, is there something you need? The middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at Wu Lin, clearly looking down upon this minor police officer. Mr. Huang, I would like to inquire about Huang Yun. We hope you can cooperate, Wu Lin said with a smile. Please. Come in. The man coldly invited Wu Lin inside with a dismissive tone. Mr. Huang, there is nothing too serious. We received differing information from other parents, and based on their feedback, Lu Xiao's death seems to be closely connected to Huang Yun, Wu Lin continued, addressing the man before him. Upon hearing Wu Lin's words, the middle-aged man smirked and replied softly, Officer, one must speak with evidence. To casually slander my son with baseless rumors seems rather inappropriate, does it not? With a slight smile, Wu Lin retorted, Is that so? However, just moments ago, we left Yunfei's home, and his father did not share the same sentiment. Really? If you believe what he said holds weight, feel free to investigate. Oh, and do not forget, please help me locate my son. His disappearance is a serious matter. The middle-aged man said with a grin, casually crossing his legs as he spoke to Wu Lin. Noticing the man's demeanor, Wu Lin's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Qianshan's scheme had failed. Initially, Qianshan had planned to imply that others were already revealing the truth, prompting them to share what they knew. However, it was evident that these old foxes were not easily intimidated. Their composure was far too steady. The middle-aged man seemed to see through Wu Lin's thoughts, maintaining an air of indifference. Just then, Wu Lin's phone rang. After answering, his expression changed, and he hastily responded with several affirmative words. Finally, he stood up and addressed the middle-aged man. Mr. Huang, we have news of your child. What? Where is he? The man's anxiety was palpable as he inquired. I do not know the specifics at this moment, but I must say, if you have no further information to provide, I will take my leave. Of course. Should we find your child, we will naturally ask him what is needed. However, by then, the circumstances may not be as you expect. Wu Lin replied with a smile before exiting the room. Behind him, the middle-aged man glared at Wu Lin with fury. His eyes filled with an intensity that seemed ready to kill. After leaving Huang Yun's home, Wu Lin sighed in relief. This was part of Qianshan's plan, to feign the revelation of Huang Yun's whereabouts. As long as his father cared, their scheme would be half successful. They believed that by tomorrow, they would gain further insights. Now, their task was to create an atmosphere suggesting they already had information on the whereabouts of the other child, thus seizing the initiative. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already night. Wu Lin and Qianshan gathered to discuss the day's events. Indeed, these middle-aged men were crafty and would not divulge much information. However, they acted according to Qianshan's instructions, leading them to believe they had a grasp on Huang Yun's whereabouts. They were confident that tomorrow would bring different clues. With this in mind, they set aside their thoughts and retired to their rooms for the night. At 2:30 in the morning, while they were all fast asleep, a video surfaced on a social media platform. It depicted 5 youths suspended from the beams of a darkened room. Their faces bore gruesome scars, resembling the claw marks of a demon. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these marks were the result of merciless whipping. Each lash was deeply embedded in their skin, transforming once smooth surfaces into a landscape of scars and blood. Moreover, their clothing was not spared, torn to shreds, with large sections completely disintegrated. Through the tattered fabric, one could clearly see their abdomens and backs riddled with numerous injuries, some still oozing blood, contrasting sharply with the surrounding bruises, rendering the scene unbearable to witness. Accompanying the video was a caption, "Can juvenile offenders truly escape justice? Their fathers are high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals. Can they really purchase the life of a boy of the same age?" This account will gradually unveil the entire process surrounding Lu Xiaolia's death in the 804 dormitory of Taikwan High School. As for the 5 youths in the video, they are the murderers who drove Lu Xiaolia to his demise. Please follow this account. In 5 hours, at 8 in the morning, we will reveal everything to you. Though the text was brief, it was propelled to the top of every user's feed with a mysterious force, rendering it impossible for anyone to scroll past the video. Soon after, a flurry of comments erupted beneath the video, varying in praise and condemnation. Wow, is this platform insane? They actually produced something like this. But the 5 kids in the video look strangely familiar. Is this about Lu Xiaolia from Taikwan High School? I heard he was in their class. But I thought he jumped due to pressure. Is there more to the story? Come on, they're just kids. Shouldn't we show them some mercy? Even if they were responsible, I doubt they acted with intent. A sincere apology should suffice, right? To the commenter above, why not send your wife over for a night? And I'll sincerely apologize? After all, neither you nor she has suffered any loss. Surely that is less severe than murder? These people deserve it. They've always relied on their family's power to do as they please. Finally, karma has caught up with them. Haha. The comment section exploded with various reactions. Meanwhile, at the police station, Qianshan and his associates were being reprimanded. Behind them stood 5 middle-aged women with tear-streaked faces. They were the mothers of Huang Yun and the others. Seeing their son suspended, they could hardly bear the pain, tears streaming down their cheeks. In front of Qianshan stood an irate, portly officer, chastising Qianshan and his team while politely bowing and apologizing to the families. Chapter 47. The Revenge of the Ghost. You mentioned yesterday that you had news about Huang Yun and the others, and now they have been publicly announced online. What exactly are you doing? The stout officer reprimanded Qianshan and his companions angrily. Faced with this, Qianshan and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly unprepared for Lu Xiaolia's audacity to apprehend the 5 individuals and publicize it online in such a manner. I believe we should first take down the video to safeguard our credibility, and then conduct an investigation based on the video's location to locate them. Qianshan suggested after a moment's hesitation. That's easy for you to say, but this video cannot be removed, and the account does not even exist. I don't care what methods you employ. You must find those 5 individuals within 24 hours. The stout officer barked. Knowing full well that among these children were high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals. If the situation escalated, the consequences would be dire. What do you think Lu Xiaolia is trying to accomplish? Once outside the police station, Qianshan and the others voiced their confusion. They could not fathom Lu Xiaolia's intentions. Let us take a look. It's almost 8 o'clock. Perhaps something will change, Wu Lin suggested as he glanced at the video on Weibo. Qianshan asked in puzzlement. But soon enough, 8 o'clock struck, and the mysterious account on Weibo had updated with the first segment of the video. In the footage, a boy's face was etched with terror, his bloodshot eyes revealing fatigue. Yet upon seeing the camera, he rushed towards it, fearfully exclaiming, "Everyone, I want to confess. I was wrong. I should not have insulted Lu Xiaolia, nor should I have harmed Zhang Li. I regret my actions. I should not have assaulted Zhang Li. Nor should I have tied up Lu Xiaolia and verbally humiliated him. I realize my mistakes. Please forgive me." Huang Yun's voice trembled with genuine fear and sincerity, reminiscent of a truly remorseful individual. "No, this is not a video. It's a live broadcast," Zhou Ling exclaimed upon realizing the nature of the footage. "What? It's a live broadcast?" Qianshan responded in shock, fully aware of the implications that a live stream carried. If the police were unable to locate Huang Yun, then, before Qianshan and the others could fully comprehend the situation, another video replaced the live stream. It depicted a rainy day, where an elderly couple knelt at the police station's entrance, pleading, "Officer, please, arrest the perpetrator who assaulted our daughter. Haven't you traced the DNA from the semen? Why haven't you apprehended him? Is it because he is Huang Ye's son that you dare not act?" In the rain, the elderly couple cried out helplessly. Yet no one from the police station stepped forward. Finally, 2 men in suits appeared before them. The couple believed they were about to receive help, only to find themselves dragged into a car and driven away, disappearing from the police station's entrance. The scene then shifted to the couple. Revealing a harrowing sight, they lay battered and breathless, each one narrating tales of brutal torment. Their eyes were hollow and filled with despair, brimming with endless resentment and bitterness. Just then, the distant roar of an approaching engine became audible. The crowd turned their heads to see a luxurious limited edition Range Rover gliding towards them, eventually halting near the couple. The doors swung open, revealing a burly middle-aged man who surveyed the scene with an expression devoid of emotion, radiating an aura of unyielding authority. This man was none other than Huang Yun's father, Huang He. He approached the couple with deliberate steps, looking down upon them with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. "How dare you two come to trouble my son? You are utterly delusional," Huang Li coldly remarked, pulling out 200 yuan from his pocket and tossing it onto the ground. "Here as 200 yuan is compensation for your daughter, buying her first night. This matter is settled. Do not harass us further. If you continue to make a scene, do not blame me for being unkind." With that, he turned and returned to his vehicle, driving away, leaving the couple to suffer in anguish. The 200 yuan lay discarded before them as the car door slowly closed and the luxury vehicle sped off into the distance. At that moment, a young girl approached from behind, the beautiful Zhang Li, her eyes devoid of the spark of life. Tears of injustice streamed down her face as she rushed to embrace the elderly couple, engulfed in collective sorrow. The scene then shifted to Huang Yun, seated at a desk in class, his feet resting on Zhang Li's chair. He grinned, saying 200 for a night. What a profit for you. How dare your impoverished family challenge mine? Truly, you are out of your depth. His flippant remark sparked laughter among the boys in the classroom. Yet it extinguished Zhang Li's final glimmer of hope. She could not comprehend why the world was so unjust, why those who inflicted harm could roam freely. The scene shifted again, this time to Zhang Li standing atop a school building, staring despondently at the grass below. A faint smile crossed her lips before she leapt, ending her own life. The footage returned to the live stream, where Huang Yun appeared, fear etched across his face as he bowed repeatedly to the camera, pleading, "I'm sorry, Zhang Li. I was wrong. I should not have harmed you. Please forgive me." At that moment, the comments section erupted, drawing Qianshan and his companion's attention. "So the Zhang Li who jumped was your victim." I remember her face filled with grievance, her unwillingness to accept fate. Her suicide note merely bore the words, "The world is dark." So it was you. No wonder the police couldn't uncover the truth. Your family is pulling strings. You deserve death. Zhang Li was an exemplary student, destined for university. You destroyed her future. Why do you see other people's children as worthless? Are you not human? A father like you raises a son like Huang Yun. Look at that old man. He seems formidable. I am even more curious as to why Huang Yun hasn't been arrested. Does the law only apply to the poor? Everyone, let me do it. I'm a gay man. Can I have one chance before Huang Yun dies? Let him understand what cruelty is. Ha ha ha. I think his despicable father deserves death even more. The source of evil lies within his family. Instantly, a flood of vitriol aimed at Huang Yun filled the comments. At that moment, a man wearing a devil mask appeared on screen. He kicked Huang Yun, then addressed the audience. Everyone, you have witnessed Huang Yun's crimes. Now, his fate rests in your hands. You may vote directly on the screen. If you believe Huang Yun should die, select death. If you think he deserves to live, choose life. The countdown begins now, 250 seconds. Please make your choice. With the masked figure's words, viewers were presented with two options on their devices, live above and die below. Chapter 48, The Revenge of the Ghost. As the people observed the voting on their phones, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. They incessantly bombarded the comments with a singular phrase, Huang Yun, do you wish to live? If so, bow to me a few times. When I am in a good mood, I might just select life for you. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. But wait, why was this option solely directed at Huang Yun? What of that loathsome father of his? I implore you to include him as well. Otherwise, it would be unsatisfactory. Huang Yun, hurry and bow, lest I choose death for you. Indeed, Huang Yun, you have fallen into my hands. Ha ha ha. Amidst the barrage of derogatory comments aimed at Huang Yun, a series of orderly messages began to flood the screen. Everyone, please choose life. Those who select life can come to XX Road Villa District to collect 100,000 yuan in cash. I, Huang He, am a man of my word. This message repeated incessantly, revealing its source, a verified account belonging to Huang He, Huang Yun's father. It was evident that he had swiftly organized a team, attempting to purchase Huang Yun's life with money. Upon the emergence of this comment, the once bustling live stream room, filled with 300,000 viewers, fell silent. Since the voting was limited to users from this particular city, the number of participants was relatively modest. 100,000 yuan, what an enticing prospect. In this small city, the average salary for a worker was merely 40,000 to 50,000 yuan per year. Thus, 100,000 yuan equated to 2 years' worth of income. The comment section was momentarily hushed as individuals pondered their choices. After all, the one facing death was Zhang Li. Who was Zhang Li? Merely a stranger, occasionally serving as fodder for their jokes. If they chose Huang Yun's death, it would be to avenge Zhang Li and seek justice for her. But what would they gain in return? Conversely, should they choose life, they stood to gain 100,000 yuan. In truth, how significant was their connection to Zhongli? Did they hold any obligation to choose Huang Yun's demise? Moreover, one must consider that self-preservation is paramount. If they did not seize this opportunity for wealth, would another chance arise? Observing the sudden stillness in the live stream, Qianshan furrowed his brow, sensing that events were veering in an unexpected direction. For the majority, the allure of 100,000 yuan was simply too great. Furthermore, they were required to do nothing more than tap their fingers. Eventually, someone in the live stream expressed doubt. Is 100,000 yuan for real? What if it's a scam? This prompted a cascade of similar sentiments. What if it's a hoax, and your son survives? Indeed, with 300,000 viewers, each claiming 100,000 yuan would amount to 3 billion. Could you truly part with such an amount? Even if you possess 3 billion, would you be willing to relinquish it? Following these skeptical remarks, Huang He promptly responded, my assets have long surpassed 100 billion. A mere few billion are of no concern to me. Besides, who claims that everyone will opt for this money? I only require 150,000 individuals to choose life to achieve my goal. After this announcement, the comment section fell into contemplation once more. However, Qianshan soon noticed a vote cast for death, followed by a comment that erupted. The life of a blossoming girl should not be valued at merely 100,000. Though I am without wealth, I understand that taking another's life necessitates retribution. Wealth will not shield you from that. With this proclamation, others echoed similar sentiments. Indeed, Zhang Li's life is worth far more than 100,000, and I am unworthy of accepting such a sum. I believe I cannot accept this money. My conscience would never forgive me. Yes, I too choose death. Huang Yun's family must perish. Thus, the votes for death continued to rise, swiftly reaching 10,000. I apologize. Zhang Li, I desperately need this money, so I must choose to spare Huang Yun. A comment materialized, and soon thereafter, the tally for life began to surge. At that moment, the screen displayed a count of life 269,995 versus death 30,000, clearly indicating that Huang He's 100,000 yuan had successfully swayed nearly 270,000 participants. With only 30 seconds remaining in the voting countdown, Huang He, observing the numbers from the police station, smiled. Huang Yun had finally been saved. Indeed, it appeared that the allure of wealth trumped all. Matters resolvable by money were hardly matters at all. Do we truly need to vote? Xin Jun inquired, puzzled by the countdown. Do as you wish. Our votes no longer hold significance, Qianshan replied, pressing the life option. The others followed suit, but the one named Zhongma hesitated, her hand wavering over death before ultimately selecting it. Though their task was to protect these victims, she felt revulsion within, leading her to choose death. The countdown concluded, revealing a final tally of life 269,999 to death 30,001. The number of those choosing life, motivated by the allure of 100,000 yuan, far exceeded the moral votes. In this contest between wealth and ethics, money ultimately prevailed. Just then, a comment appeared. Can you truly take that 100,000 yuan with a clear conscience? Upon reading this, those who had chosen life remained silent, perhaps aware that their decision was flawed, yet feeling impotent to change it. Finally, a comment emerged. I know I should choose death, but my life has been fraught with hardship, forcing me to bow to the allure of 100,000 yuan. If this were to happen to me, I would wish for everyone to choose death. Yet, I am relentlessly coerced by my circumstances, my loathsome job, undesirable people, and distasteful situations. Despite my efforts, my life remains unsatisfactory. My morals have been eroded by society. Thus, I choose life not by choice, but by necessity. As the preceding comments were from strangers, many resonated with this sentiment, expressing their shared plight, tinged with sorrow. In the end, the individual who had verified Huang He's identity spoke up. The voting results for my son have been revealed. Can you release him now? Upon reading this comment, silence enveloped the room as everyone awaited the masked man's decision, pondering whether he would honor his promise to free Huang Yun or. In the live stream, the man clad in a ghostly mask reappeared, glancing at the voting results before shaking his head in resignation. Finally, he spoke. I regret to inform you, but I neglected to mention that I possess a veto power in this matter. Chapter 49, The Revenge of the Ghost. What did you say? Are you mocking me? Huang He exclaimed angrily in the comments upon seeing the masked man's response, his frustration palpable within the police station. The masked man, upon witnessing this, chuckled derisively and retorted. Indeed, I am playing with you. What are you going to do about it? Perhaps you should report me? My vote is cast for death. Huang Yun deserves to die. Huang Yun, who was behind him, recoiled in terror, desperately pleading, "You can't do this. I have survived. How can you kill me now?" Unfortunately, his protest bore no fruit. In the live stream, the masked man steadily approached Huang Yun, and ultimately, the broadcast abruptly ended, displaying a message. Next live stream features Feiyan, Ouyang Chi. Commencing in 30 minutes. Interested viewers, remember to tune in. Witnessing this scene, beads of sweat formed on the foreheads of Chia Shan and his companions. As an unsettling intuition gripped them, Huang Yun's fate was likely sealed. Inside the police station, Huang Yu was raging, condemning the incompetence of the police, while they endeavored to trace the IP address of the account in question. Soon enough, the 30 minutes elapsed, and the viewer count in the live stream remained at a staggering 300,000 as the audience chose to stay glued to the unfolding events. The stream flickered back to life, revealing a horrifying sight. Huang Yun was suspended from the rafters, his limbs limp, devoid of breath. At that moment, a countdown of 12 hours materialized in the minds of Chia Shan and his companions. How is this possible? Huang Yun is dead, yet our countdown has begun? A sinking feeling of dread filled Qian Shan as he pondered whether Huang Yun might still be alive. Do you think Huang Yun is still alive? And thus our mission remains to rescue him? Qian Shan voiced his uncertainty. It is a possibility. Look at the live stream. Does the environment not seem familiar? Wu Lin remarked, squinting at the display. Familiar? Surely not. It's pitch black. One can discern nothing. Zhou Ling responded, perplexed. A Yun. In the police station. A woman gasped upon witnessing Huang Yun's plight in the live stream, then fainted. At that moment, the masked man reappeared, flanked by two young boys, Yun Fei and Ouyang Chi. Upon seeing the camera, the two boys squeezed forward, desperation etched on their faces as they implored, I confess, I am guilty. I shouldn't have done this. Please forgive us. We are the ones who deserve death. We should not have harmed those two children, nor buried them in their own backyard. It is our fault. We are truly sorry. Please forgive us. As soon as Yun Fei and Ouyang Chi uttered these words, a comment erupted in the live stream. Oh my God. Are you the perpetrators of last month's garden burial case? A viewer recalled, last month, a family unearthed the bodies of two children in their vegetable garden. Wasn't it said that the surveillance was faulty and the culprits were never found? Did they tamper with the lines at their home? How could these two inflict such cruel measures on children merely 3 years old? Various comments flooded the screen, condemning Ouyang Chi and Yun Fei's heinous actions. Watching the barrage of comments, the enigmatic figure smiled. If memory served her right, the comments regarding Huang Yun had been equally accusatory. Yet, what had been the outcome? Once money was involved, a mere tenth of the audience had chosen to assist Zhang Li. Subsequently, a video replaced the content of the live stream. It depicted a sunny afternoon where two children, around 3 years of age, played with a worn-out toy car, their clothes patched in several places. As the children frolicked, they inadvertently collided with two young men approaching them. Big brother, I'm sorry, it was intentional, one child whimpered, having fallen to the ground, clutching the toy car. What are you two little brats doing? Not watching where you're going? Came a furious roar, startling the children. One of the children stammered, Big brother, I truly apologize. We didn't mean to. Hearing this, Ouyang Chi's face twisted with a sinister grin as he exchanged glances with Yun Fei. After ensuring no one was watching, they covered the children's mouths and dragged them into the woods. The camera followed their movements, capturing the moment they pulled the children into the forest, finally retrieving a packet containing a white powder. Children, this is something wonderful. Here, let your big brother show you. I promise it will make you feel euphoric. Yun Fei beckoned as he approached the children with the powder. Please, big brother, that's poison. We can't touch it. One boy recognized the forbidden substance from kindergarten and vehemently shook his head in refusal. This is not poison. It's not illegal. You should enjoy the good things in life. Ouyang Chi retorted, slapping the boy across the face. How can you act like this? Watch me. Yun Fei, entranced by the allure of the drug, seized the little boy, hurling him away with force. Let us see who can withstand more punishment than the other. Ouyang Chi shouted. As both boys, their eyes glazed with madness, mercilessly assaulted the innocent children. Eventually, 20 minutes passed, and the two children lay lifeless. Ouyang Chi and Yun Fei, finally emerging from their drug-induced stupor, exchanged alarmed glances upon realizing the reality of their actions. They immediately contacted their fathers, and the screen faded to black. When it illuminated once more, it showed the grim scene of the two children being buried in their family's vegetable garden. The following day, a couple reported their children missing, only for the police to discover that the surveillance cameras had inexplicably malfunctioned, leaving no clues behind. The closing shot revealed the heart-wrenching sight of a distraught rural couple, helplessly cradling the lifeless bodies of their 2 sons, weeping in despair. Chapter 50. The Revenge of the Ghost. The video concludes here, just as a message appears in the live stream. Upon learning of this incident, Ouyang Chi and Yunfei's parents wasted no time and immediately purchased the video, ensuring that the truth remained concealed. Ultimately, the 2 youths, guilty of drug use and murder, returned to school unscathed and resumed their classes. As the video ends, the scene shifts back to the live stream, where Yunfei and Ouyang Chi are bowing repeatedly, their eyes filled with terror. It seems as though a demon lurks behind the camera, watching them intently. Well, everyone, you have witnessed the crimes this time, haven't you? I shall leave the choice to the 6 viewers of this video. If even one of you opts for death, then I will take the lives of these 2. Conversely, if all 6 choose life, I shall grant them a reprieve. This time, I will not make the choice myself. The masked man's voice resonates once more, and soon. The phones of the 5 individuals in Qianshan display options for life and death. What does Lu Chao mean? Why must this choice be given to us? Qianshan furrows his brow as he gazes at the options on his phone, aware that the 5 of them are likely to choose life, as they all wish to survive. Is there even a need for deliberation? Drug use and murder. There is no need to think. They must die. Indeed, there is no room for hesitation. I only lament that the choice button was not placed on my phone. Otherwise, their demise would be assured. Exactly, their transgressions are far more repugnant than Huang Yan's. They must be executed. As the group voices their condemnation, 2 comments flood the live stream. To the 6 noble souls deciding my son's fate, if you spare Xiao, each of you will receive 10 million. Let my incompetent son face the law's judgment. Please, do not let him perish at the hands of this masked man. These comments from Ouyang Sun and Yun Nan overwhelmed the live stream once more. Upon seeing the offer of 10 million, many viewers in the live stream involuntarily swallowed hard. After all, 10 million is a sum unattainable for many throughout their lifetimes. What should we choose? Zhou Ling finds herself at an impasse as she stares at the options on the screen. Is there even a need to think? If they perish by our decision, we likely won't survive. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Jun promptly selects life. With the first vote for life cast, the comments erupt in chaos. Indeed, 10 million can buy the hope of 2 nations. How tragic. Seeing this, Qianshan shakes his head in resignation and also chooses life. The others follow suit, and soon, the votes for life reach 4. Are they all driven by the allure of 10 million? Could the 6 voters not possess a shred of conscience? A comment drifts through the live stream, seemingly directed at Qianshan and his companions. Thank you all. The remaining 2 noble souls, please select life. Once completed, we will reward you with 10 million upon verification. At this moment, Ouyang Sun and Yun Nan's comments flood the screen once more. Who has yet to vote? Qianshan gazes at the voting options on his phone, looking puzzled at the other 4. I have not voted yet because I desire their demise. Zhang Mo glares at the 2 on his phone, speaking fiercely. You are insane. Should you select death, you may very well. Wu Lin, about to interject, finds Zhang Ma pressing death and declaring, some principles must be upheld, even at the cost of life. Wu Lin's eyes reflect determination, devoid of hesitation. You are mad. Seeing Zhang Ma's choice, Wu Lin shakes his head in despair. As Zhang Ma casts his vote, the screen displays the tally shifting to 4, 1, then 4, 2. Clearly, I am not alone in wishing for their deaths. Zhang Ma observes another individual casting a vote for death, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face. It signifies a bond of trust among them. Finally, the voting concludes, and the masked man reappears in the live stream. He addresses the audience coolly. Very well, the voting results are in. Life to death stands at 4, 2. I hereby announce that Yunfei and Ouyang Chi shall meet their end. Dear viewers, the following scenes are not suitable for children, so please refrain from watching. In 30 minutes, we will present the verdict for Xu Sheng and Fu Qi. If you're interested, do tune in. After the masked man's announcement, the live stream descends into darkness, while Ouyang Chi and Yunfei's parents were expressions of deep distress at the police station. Wait, I believe I know where that is. As if struck by a revelation, Wu Lin exclaims at the police station's entrance. Are you suggesting you know the origin of the video? Qianshan queries, perplexed. Indeed. It is Lu Xiao's dormitory. The bed may be missing, but the layout is identical to what Zhang Ma and I observed that day. Right, Zhang Ma? Wu Lin looks at Zhang Ma, his excitement palpable. Who would have thought Zhang Ma would merely shake his head and reply slowly, I do not recall. Did you realize this long ago? Wu Lin notices Zhang Ma's unchanged demeanor, clearly indicating that Zhang Ma was already aware of the circumstances. Yes, I discovered it long ago. But I did not wish for them to live. They deserve to die. Zhang Ma replies coldly. You are insane. Hearing Zhang Ma's tone, Zhou Ling voices her dismay. Realizing Zhang Ma seems prepared to face death here. Let us go. We must reach there before the next live stream begins. Qianshan declares, entering the police station. Soon, several police cars race toward the dormitory of Kaikuan High School. In a room, Huang Yin hangs from the beams, while Ouyang Qi and Yun Fei have been mutilated. Their heads placed on the windowsill. Their eyes remain wide open, filled with terror, their faces reflecting sheer dread. At this moment, the masked man stands before the bound Fu Qi and Xu Xing, a ghost hovering behind him. Next, your fates will be decided by your father. If he wishes for your survival, you shall live. If he decrees your death, you must perish. However, you must first disclose the truth of your actions. Do you understand? Upon hearing the masked man's words, Xu Sheng and Fu Qi nod in fear, not out of dread for the masked man, but from the terror instilled by the ghost floating ominously behind him. Seeing them nod, the masked man rises, removing his mask to reveal the face of Li Kaichen. Chapter 51. The Vengeance of the Spirits. Brother Lu, wait a moment. Soon, their retribution will arrive. Li Kaichen stood before the dormitory window, gazing down with a stern expression. Very well, what are your next steps? Inquired the spirit behind Li Kaichen. They all must perish. Although the masterminds are those students, their parents must also face punishment. The time for their retribution is at hand. Li Kaichen replied coldly, his gaze fixed outside the window. It transpired that the previous day, upon encountering this spirit, Li Kaichen gleaned certain information. When he learned of the spirit's intent to eliminate Yun Fei and others, he merely chuckled. He advised the spirit that simply killing the students would prove futile. There were more meaningful actions to undertake. Thus, with the spirit's assistance, they directly apprehended Huang Yun and his companions, commencing a live broadcast orchestrated entirely by Li Kaichen. He collaborated with Lu Xilia's father, Lu Mo, to accomplish various tasks using the spirit's powers. They're en route to our location, Lu Mo remarked, gazing outside. Indeed, Brother Lu. Let us proceed according to plan. My teammates seem oblivious to the choices they have made. It is quite tragic, Li Kaichen sneered. I comprehend, the spirit declared, emanating an inexplicable force that enveloped the 8th floor. Meanwhile, only 10 minutes remained until the next live broadcast, and several police vehicles had already arrived at the foot of the dormitory. Qianshan, are you certain they are in this building? The portly officer inquired. Yes, they are indeed on the 8th floor. We are certain. Qianshan replied, surveying the 8-story dormitory with a calm demeanor. What did you say? The 8th floor? The officer expressed confusion. Yes, is there a problem? Qianshan asked, puzzled. Are you mistaken? This building only has 7 floors. Where is this 8th floor you speak of? The officer questioned, looking at Qianshan with bewilderment. Upon hearing the officer's words, Qianshan and his companions were taken aback, for they could indeed perceive the existence of an 8th floor. Qianshan, do you think Lu Xiliu is merely trying to lure us up there? Zhou Ling suggested. That is a possibility. Let us proceed. The talismans we bear may prove useful at this moment, Qianshan declared, leading the group toward the 8th floor. Simultaneously, the live broadcast commenced, and the faces of Fu Qi and Xu Xing appeared on the screen. We apologize, Lu Xiliu. We should not have treated you this way. Nor should we have pushed you from the building. We hope you can forgive us. Fu Qi and Xu Xing spoke fearfully into the camera, continuing. The previous videos were all secretly recorded by Lu Xiliu. He captured evidence of Huang Yun assaulting Zhang Li, of Ouyang Qi and his accomplice engaging in drug use and murder, and of us using drugs in the dormitory. However, upon discovering his intent to report us, we acted rashly and committed these grave errors. We truly regret our actions. As Fu Qi and Xu Xing bowed their heads in fear while addressing the live stream, a video abruptly transitioned into view. Inside a dormitory, 2 boys, seemingly around 15 or 16 years old, were seen indulging in some substance, their expressions revealing immense pleasure. Ouyang, why are you still sleeping? If you do not hurry, we will finish without you. Xu Xing called out to Ouyang Qi, who was still in bed. Just a moment. I'll be there shortly, Ouyang replied, grinning as he got up, casting a glance at the adjacent empty bed, which was unoccupied. This Lu Xiliu, despite his poor academic performance, rises early every day. It's a shame he is not here today. Of all days, Ouyang remarked. Forget about him. Hurry down. This is a rare prize I've obtained, Fu Qi urged. Just then, Ouyang Qi noticed something amiss. He looked over to Lu Xilia's bed and spotted a recording phone. Its camera positioned at an angle. Had he not seen the phone glowing, he would never have noticed it. Curiosity piqued, Ouyang picked up the phone, easily unlocking it as there was no password. He quickly discovered a plethora of videos documenting their activities, including footage of himself and Yun Fei committing murder. Damn it. Lu Ziliu, are you planning to report us? Ouyang's mind raced as he realized the implications of the videos. He promptly displayed the recordings before Xu Sheng and Fu Qi. Upon seeing themselves engaging in drug use on camera, their expressions soured considerably. Damn it, Lu Ziliu, he is courting death. Calm down, there is no rush. Isn't he supposed to return by noon? By then, he will realize his folly. For now, let us indulge in these delightful substances, Fu Qi declared, taking another hit. Readers, drug use and gambling are strictly prohibited. Please refrain from engaging in such activities, as they lead to ruin. The scene shifted once more, revealing Lu Ziliu bound in a restroom. A refined young man was restrained, his mouth gagged with a sock, while Xu Sheng and Fu Qi confronted him. Outside, Ouyang Qi, Yun Fei, and Huang Yan blocked the dormitory door. Lu Ziliu, you are quite clever, secretly recording evidence of our crimes. Do you intend to report us? Fu Qi taunted, kicking Lu Ziliu's shoulder with his left foot. I believe he is not just clever, he is practically invincible. Had I not discovered it early, these videos might have ended up in the police's hands by tomorrow, and we would be in grave danger, Xu Sheng remarked, grinning at Lu Ziliu. Ah, have you forgotten? Didn't our teacher teach us an ancient saying? An eye for an eye. He loves to record videos, so we can do the same. Following this, a camera shifted to Lu Ziliu, and suddenly, a stream of urine fell upon his head. Fu Qi was humiliating him in the most repugnant manner. Soon, the others followed suit, hurling insults at Lu Ziliu. The next scene depicted Lu Ziliu being shoved onto the balcony, a sock stuffed in his mouth, with one end tied to a rope. Before him, Xu Sheng and his companions were sinister grins. Lu Ziliu, how do you intend to survive this? Do you believe that by tomorrow morning, the very videos will be circulating throughout the school and on various websites? What do you think others will say if they discover how we treated you? Yun Fei's voice rang out. Ah, why bother worrying? Just watch this, Xu Sheng said. Then, alongside Fu Qi, they thrust Lu Ziliu off the balcony. Chapter 52. The Ghost Revenge, Li Xiqin's Conspiracy. Upon witnessing Lu Ziliu being pushed down, Xu Sheng and his companions erupted into uncontrollable laughter in their dormitory. The video concluded at this juncture, and shortly thereafter, the live stream returned to the scene. Xu Sheng and Fu Qi were incessantly knocking their heads against the ground, fervently pleading for each other's forgiveness, their faces marred with regret and tears, blood trickling from their foreheads. At that moment, Li Xiqin let out a cold chuckle as he donned his mask and materialized in the live stream, addressing the audience, Fu Yi and Shu Li. Soon someone will come looking for you. If you refuse them, your children will perish before your very eyes. However, if you choose to accommodate them, the choice of life or death will rest in your hands. Do you understand? After Li Xiqin finished speaking, he observed the comments in the live stream. And soon 2 replies emerged. Okay. Seeing this response, a smile of relief spread across Li Xiqin's face. Meanwhile, in the police station, Fu Yi and Shu Li read Li Xiqin's message, feeling a wave of unease wash over them. What could he possibly intend? Who would come looking for them in such a scenario? As the two pondered, a throng of reporters appeared at the police station's entrance, brandishing cameras and surging inside with ease, as many police officers had already departed for Li Xiqin's location. The reporters advanced towards the two, pressing for answers. Secretary Fu and Director Shu, are you aware of the actions taken by your son? At that moment, Li Xiqin interjected in the live stream, calling out to Fu Yi and Shu Li, the life or death of your child lies in your hands. How you choose to handle this situation is entirely up to you. If you believe they are innocent, then say so to the reporters. Conversely, if you deem them deserving of death, please express that as well. After Li Xiqin finished speaking, he glanced back at Xu Sheng and Fu Qi, casually stating, Gentlemen, your fate is now entrusted to your fathers. Hearing Li Xiqin's words, Xu Sheng and Fu Qi let out a sigh of relief. Their fathers were high-ranking officials who cherished them dearly. Being the only sons, they felt confident that their fathers would ensure their survival. However, upon witnessing the influx of reporters, Fu Yi and Shu Li's expressions darkened, for they realized that their sons might not survive this ordeal. At that moment, the broadcast, which had initially showcased Xu Sheng and Fu Qi, shifted to an interview with Shu Li and Fu Yi. Director Shu and Secretary Fu, were you aware of your son's actions beforehand? A young male reporter pressed, thrusting the microphone towards them as several cameras recorded this rare news event. Faced with the reporter's inquiry, both men looked increasingly distressed, yet soon donned feigned smiles. Slowly beginning to articulate, we are truly sorry for the abhorrent actions of our sons. We never anticipated that our lack of oversight would lead them to commit such a grievous error. We extend our sincerest apologies to the victims, Shuli and Fu Yi. Their faces etched with guilt, bowed towards the camera in a gesture of remorse. The female reporter continued, "So, Director Shu and Secretary Fu, what do you believe should happen to your children for committing such a crime? Do you think they should be exonerated, or should they face sentencing?" Upon hearing this question, Fu Qi and Xu Xing anxiously observed their fathers on the screen, their hearts racing as their fates now hinged on their father's responses. The countenance of Fu Yi and Shuli darkened at the reporter's inquiry. If they were to declare their sons innocent, it would signify their complicity in shielding them. Yet, acknowledging their son's guilt would condemn them to death, effectively placing their lives in jeopardy. Torn between their futures and their children, Fu Yi and Shuli found themselves in a precarious dilemma. As the video captured the hesitance on their fathers' faces, both Xu Xing and Fu Qi felt a surge of anxiety. They had anticipated their fathers would unhesitatingly choose to save them, yet why were they now wavering? Secretary Fu, Director Shu, what are your thoughts? Do you believe your children should escape accountability? A reporter pressed forward, directly confronting them with this critical question. The room fell silent, all eyes fixated on the pair, eager to witness their response. "Father, please answer quickly. Why the hesitation? Just respond to them." Fu Qi's impatience grew as he watched the live stream unfold. While in the police station, Shuli and Fu Yi weighed their options. After a brief contemplation, they exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent consensus. And then spoke. "Our sons have committed this grievous act, and we believe it must be addressed with utmost seriousness. Let them face the consequences of their actions. As their fathers, we will not shield them, hence, we choose death." As they concluded their statement, tears of regret welled in their eyes, a facade of righteous indignation masking their true emotions. "Very well, it appears they have made their choice. Now, prepare to accept the repercussions," Li Kaichen remarked with a smile, observing the reporter's video feed. "This is impossible. My father would never forsake me," Xu Xing exclaimed, despair creeping into his voice as he processed his father's response. "That's not right. I must report. Director Shu has accepted bribes. I will expose it from his study." Xu Xing shouted frantically into the live stream, while Li Kaichen shot Lu Imo a glance, prompting the broadcast to shift back to Xu Xing and Fu Qi. "I will also report. Secretary Fu has received money. The evidence lies within his safe." Fu Qi chimed in, both believing that since their fathers had abandoned them, they too would not let their fathers escape unscathed, even if it meant betraying their own blood. The live stream erupted in chaos as viewers reacted to the shocking turn of events. "What a scandal. This is monumental. It seems they have turned on each other. No wonder they are family. It seems one cannot produce two different kinds of people. How entertaining, truly." Meanwhile, the expressions of Shuli and Fu Yi darkened to an unprecedented degree. Chapter 53, The Ghost's Revenge. Soon, Shuli and Fu Yi received a call from the Supervision Bureau, and it was evident that the live stream had stirred significant attention. As they were taken away, both Shuli and Fu Yi cursed under their breath, feeling betrayed by those they had trusted. "Now, my friends, the time for retribution has come," Li Kaichen remarked with a sly smile before abruptly shutting down the live stream. Meanwhile, Qian Shan and his companions had reached the 8th floor but found themselves hesitant, standing in the dimly lit corridor, unable to take a step forward. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie silence, the walls having lost their former luster, now crumbling and decrepit, as if scarred by the passage of time. The paint was peeling, revealing the mottled brick structure beneath, with fissures resembling grotesque scars. Above them, the old tungsten lamps flickered like dying candles in the wind, casting a dim, erratic glow that barely illuminated the path ahead. Whenever the lights flickered on, they could make out the ground beneath their feet and the surrounding environment. However, with each extinguishing moment, darkness swallowed everything, leaving only unsettling shadows. This interplay of light and darkness infused the corridor with a sinister and mysterious aura, instilling a sense of dread within the group. What has happened to the 8th floor? Wu Lin thought, a wave of fear washing over her. She sensed an ominous danger lurking within the unknown abyss. "We must find room 804. It is crucial we locate it before Lu Ziliu eliminates them," Qian Shan urged, his voice steady despite the oppressive atmosphere. But when he turned to speak to his companions, he noticed that they had vanished. Somehow, he had found himself standing before room 801, the rusted and worn door number sending a chill down his spine, an inexplicable fear flooding his mind. His only thought was to escape this terrifying place. Yet, as he turned to flee, a horrifying scene unfolded before him. A pair of pallid, bloodless hands emerged from the shadows of the dim room, as if summoned from the depths of hell, laden with an aura of horror. They seized his arm with an unyielding grip, rendering him powerless to escape. Panic surged through him as he screamed, but it fell on deaf ears. He could only watch in terror as those ghastly hands dragged him into the room. With a resounding bang, the doors slammed shut behind him, engulfing him in darkness, leaving only the sound of his heavy breathing and the frantic beating of his heart echoing in the stillness. Struggling to rise from the cold, hard floor, a sudden wave of icy air struck his face, causing him to shudder. A chilling sensation enveloped his neck as a pale hand encircled it. And a womaness had appeared behind him, her voice cold and accusatory. Why did you choose my death? Shouldn't Huang Yun be the one to die? Qian Shan froze at the sound of her voice, recognition dawning upon him. This was Zhang Li, the woman who had perished at Huang Yun's hands. Zhang Li, listen to me. We had our reasons, because he stammered, seizing the opportunity to produce a talisman he had received at the police station. He pressed it against her arm, and it emitted a crackling sound upon contact. Zhang Li, while I sympathize with you, you can perish, he declared fiercely, breaking free from her grasp. To his astonishment, upon contact with the talisman, a wave of terrifying energy surged from Zhang Li. The already chilling room grew even colder, the temperature plummeting. How can this be? Qian Shan thought frantically. Why does the talisman seem to empower her spirit instead of banishing it? Before he could ponder further, Zhang Li approached him, and the windows of room 801 slammed shut, sealing his fate within. In another room, Zhou Ling inexplicably found herself in room 802, where she encountered the spirits of 2 murdered children. Sister, why won't you help us? Why? Their haunting voices echoed in her ears. No. Don't seek me out. It's not my fault the other rooms played out similarly, save for one exception. Zhang Mo, who had chosen death twice, continued wandering the corridor. When she turned back, she realized she was utterly alone. Her companions had vanished. Curiously, she noticed the door to room 804 ajar. Intrigued, she pushed it open, only to find 5 corpses of young men sprawled across the floor, while a masked figure stood nearby, watching her. Zhang Mo, it is fortunate that you have arrived here, Li Kaichen said, pulling off his mask and smiling at her. Li Kaichen, how could it be you? Zhang Mo exclaimed, taken aback. Do not be surprised. Everything was orchestrated by us, he replied with a grin, revealing the details of their elaborate scheme. It turned out that their main task was one of choice. They needed to uncover the truth behind Lu Ziliu's demise and the actions of Huang Yun and his accomplices before making their decision. Upon learning of the situation in Lu Mo's room, Li Kaichen comprehended the essence of their mission. Zhang Mo's survival stemmed from her correct choices. The assumptions made by Qian Shan and the others were misguided. The main objective revolved around choice itself, rather than protecting Huang Yun. The talisman was not meant to banish spirits but to enhance one's attributes. Zhang Mo, be patient. We have half an hour before we can return. This will all come to an end, Li Kaichen assured her. Li Kaichen, you have chosen to ally with ghosts. It's utterly insane. Zhang Mo gasped, her shock deepening as she recognized Lu Mo's spirit hovering behind him. As Li Kaichen remained silent, he gazed out the window at the azure sky, struggling to fathom the reality of such occurrences. He understood that because they were entangled in a horror narrative, the forces of justice had a chance to manifest. In the real world, such events would go unnoticed, for reality is stark and unforgiving. A fleeting image of a child appeared in Li Kaichen's mind, only to dissolve moments later. Xiao Hao, it's all over. When I return, those 3 demons will pay their dues to you. Li Kaichen gazed at the azure sky, murmuring softly. Soon, the half-hour countdown concluded, and both Li Kaichen and the inn quietly closed their eyes. In that fleeting moment, as Li Kaichen shut his eyelids, he beheld Lu Mo, suspended in mid-air, smiling gently at him, as if expressing gratitude. When Li Kaichen awoke, he found himself at a table on the 3rd floor, alongside the inn. Li Kaichen, splendid. You are alive, remarked Lu Chao, who was seated at the table, visibly relieved at his awakening. Fortunately, this mission was not only simple but also exceedingly gratifying. I found it quite delightful, Li Kaichen responded with a smile. At that moment, the masked ghost reappeared. Upon seeing Li Kaichen and the inn alive, he nodded approvingly before approaching Lu Chao, and slowly spoke. All right, 6 of you. It is now time for your mission to commence. P.S. This particular scenario is not terrifying. Rather, it revolves around the choices of the human heart. Initially, it was not my intention to write this, but I succumbed to persistent urging. The next scenario will feature a standard horror mission. I express my gratitude to all who have supported me, especially those who have left positive reviews. Much love to you all. Chapter 54. Infection, the peculiar town. With the appearance of the masked ghost, the 6 individuals at Lu Chao's table instantaneously tensed. They were currently on the 3rd floor, and the stakes were undoubtedly escalating. A careless mistake could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, the masked ghost cheerfully addressed the group. Ladies and gentlemen, this story is somewhat unique. Rather, it is a task. Allow me to elaborate. Upon entering the task, a countdown will commence. It will trigger the moment you step inside. Your objective is remarkably straightforward. Survive until the countdown concludes, and you shall be transported back. The masked ghost spoke with a grin, as if this task were a mere trifle. Is this a game of escape? Might I find a hiding spot within and simply wait until the timer runs out? Inquired a woman clad in fishnet, known as Chi Rong, who had become acquainted with the others during a previous mission at Li Saichen's table. Upon hearing Chi Rong's question, the remaining members turned their curious gazes towards the masked ghost, eagerly anticipating his response. Indeed, you may ascend to the heavens, delve into the earth, or plunge into the sea. As long as you manage to survive until the task's conclusion, you will successfully pass. However, the paramount condition is to remain alive. The masked ghost responded, his smile unwavering as he observed the group. After the masked ghost's reply, the 6 individuals fell into contemplation. The task appeared deceptively simple, requiring merely to find an ordinary place to conceal themselves, and various methods to evade danger existed. Yet, tasks that seem straightforward often harbor the greatest peril. If the malevolent entities are aware of your hiding place, could they not emerge and deliver a fatal blow? Are you all prepared? If so, then prepare to slumber. The masked ghost gazed at them, poised to snap his fingers. Just then, Lu Chao interjected, "Wait, shouldn't we receive a hint?" At Lu Chao's remark, the others realized the oversight. Indeed, no hint had been provided. The masked ghost chuckled lightly before nonchalantly stating, "I nearly forgot to mention. This task's hint is a single term, infection." Infection? What does that mean? Lu Chao pondered this enigmatic clue in silence. Very well, dear participants, please commence your escape task. I sincerely hope for your safe return. Good luck, and farewell. With that final farewell, the masked ghost snapped his fingers, and in an instant, Lu Chao and the others succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Li Kaichen, standing behind the masked ghost, approached him step by step, extending his right hand towards the masked ghost's mask. However, an unseen force enveloped him, rendering him immobile. The masked ghost slowly turned to face Li Kaichen, coldly admonishing as a player, "You are prohibited from touching an NPC's mask. Consider this a warning. Should you repeat this transgression, I shall not be so lenient." After delivering his warning, the masked ghost vanished from Li Saichen's sight. In the wake of the masked ghost's disappearance, Li Kaichen exhibited neither fear nor panic. Instead, he grinned with excitement, muttering to himself, "How intriguing. It seems my speculation was correct. Your mask can indeed be removed." In another part of the town, Lu Chao woke to the sound of fierce winds. As he opened his eyes, he found himself resting in an alley, surrounded by a quaint town adorned with an ancient ambience. Paper umbrellas dangled from ropes above. "Attention, survivors. Please promptly make your way to the town's inn. Once again, I urge all survivors to reach the inn immediately." A broadcast interrupted Lu Chao's thoughts, prompting him to notice a few scattered individuals moving purposefully in one direction. Curious, Lu Chao contemplated for a moment before deciding to follow them. To his astonishment, he discovered a countdown of 72 hours had materialized in his mind. Gazing at the timer, he inhaled sharply. Indeed, the countdown had activated upon entering the task, and his sole objective was to endure these 72 hours in order to be transported back. With clarity now in mind, Lu Chao trailed behind the townsfolk. And after 10 minutes, they arrived at a rather lavishly decorated inn where several individuals had already gathered. Yet, the expressions of these individuals were grim, devoid of emotion, as though a grave matter loomed. "Lu Chao, you have arrived," a familiar voice called out. Turning to his left, he spotted Chi Rong, accompanied by a younger boy named Zhang Wei. "Yes, I heard the broadcast, so I came. I wonder if Feng Qian and the others will join us," Chi Rong replied, her tone measured. Just then, 3 familiar figures emerged behind Lu Chao, Feng Qian, Wang Gong, and Xiuli, who had all awakened on the 3rd floor. "It appears we have been distributed to different locations, and now we find ourselves here," Wang Gong remarked with a smile. "Indeed, but this task feels peculiar. The NPC, the masked ghost, urged us to escape, yet do you believe we should be here?" Xiuli voiced her concerns, having also noticed the countdown upon awakening. Although she hesitated to come, the townsfolk's exodus toward the inn compelled her to follow, especially upon encountering Feng Qian. "We remain unaware of the situation. Perhaps we should observe. What could the town desire from us? Is there a clue to survival?" Lu Chao mused, glancing at the stage in the inn center. At that moment, a door behind the stage swung open, revealing a cart upon which a young girl was bound. Tears streamed down the girl's face. She appeared frightened. Her mouth gagged, and she emitted muffled whimpers. Strange, what could they want with this girl? Feng Qian and Qi Rong exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes filled with pity for the captive. At that juncture, a man clad in a suit ascended the stage. As he reached the forefront, the crowd fell silent, awaiting his words. Ladies and gentlemen, this girl, Qioli, was infected yesterday. Thus, we must keep her under surveillance. She must not perish within 3 days. After 3 days, we shall execute her. Chapter 55, Infection, Missing Residents. Mayor, my daughter is truly not infected. Please spare her. She is innocent. A middle-aged woman cried out pitifully from below, desperately appealing to the man on stage. She attempted to rush forward to rescue her child, but was firmly restrained by 2 men. Linjia, I understand your reluctance to part with your daughter, but she has already contracted the strange illness. We cannot allow her to infect others. As the mayor of this town, it is my duty to protect the living. The man on stage resolutely denied Linjia's plea. At that moment, Qioli on stage was in tears, visibly terrified. Her small frame trembled incessantly as she looked helplessly at Lu Chao and the others below, hoping for their assistance. After exchanging glances with Qioli for a brief moment, Lu Chao chose to disregard her. The current situation was too obscure for him to take any action. It was then that the mayor noticed the presence of Lu Chao and his companions. He approached the 6 of them with a welcoming smile, saying, Welcome to our small town. Although I am unsure how you arrived here, I hope you can enjoy your stay. Lu Chao felt a flicker of suspicion at the mayor's peculiar words. What did he mean by not knowing how you got here? Had others like them arrived previously? Shouldn't the mayor find their presence strange? Despite his inner doubts, Lu Chao maintained a cheerful demeanor and replied, Hello, Mayor. We are merely here for 3 days. But I am curious, why are there so few residents left in this town? Upon hearing Lu Chao's question, an odd expression crossed the faces of the mayor and the surrounding townspeople, but it was quickly masked. The mayor spoke with a hint of sorrow. Our town is plagued by a peculiar illness that gradually leads to death. Strangely, this disease only infects 7 individuals at a time, and once it does, it ceases until a later period. We have no cure, and thus, only 12 of us remain. What? Lu Chao and his companions were taken aback. Was this illness a form of madness? It only infects 7 people and then halts? Mayor, why don't you leave this place? Wouldn't it be better to seek a cure elsewhere? Wang Gong asked, bewildered. The mayor sighed, shaking his head in resignation. It is futile. We are residents of this town, and we have no means to leave. This is our home. As Qi Rong gazed at the girl on stage, he began to inquire about her situation, but was interrupted by the mayor. Ah, you 6 have just arrived and have no place to stay, correct? You may reside here. There are vacant rooms on the 2nd floor. Food is available on the 1st floor, so please help yourselves. Surprised by the mayor's words, Lu Chao and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, wondering how the mayor seemed to anticipate their arrival and had prepared provisions. Meanwhile, the townspeople wore enigmatic smiles as they observed the newcomers, fleeting expressions of joy that quickly vanished. Before long, the residents resumed their normal demeanor and began to exit, with the mayor following them toward the door. Just as he was about to leave, he paused and turned back to address Lu Chao and the others. One thing you must know, do not pay any attention to the girl on stage. Remember, ignoring her is the correct approach. We will handle her in 3 days. With that, the mayor left behind a cryptic smile, departing and leaving Lu Chao and his companions in the desolate inn. Do you find this a bit strange? Feng Qian remarked cautiously as she watched the departing residents. It is indeed peculiar. It seems as if they knew we would come. Most importantly, what are we to do about that girl? Qioli asked, glancing back at the girl still bound on stage in confusion. Let us not dwell on her for now. I can't shake the feeling that we are being abandoned. Perhaps we should venture out to see if the residents are still around? Lu Chao suggested, squinting. Upon hearing his words, the others paused, considering the still bright sky before nodding in agreement. However, their excursion yielded a shocking revelation. The town resembled a ghost town, devoid of any inhabitants. The residents had evaporated like vapor. Moreover, they discovered that at the center of the town lay a vast lake, and within a 5-kilometer radius, an invisible barrier obstructed their exit, an ethereal screen akin to a sheet of glass, imperceptible yet tangible, with a gelatinous feel to it. It seems we are confined to this town. Surviving here for the next 72 hours may prove quite challenging, Lu Chao mused, a wry smile on his lips. This escape mission was proving to be more complex than anticipated. The town had taken on an unsettling atmosphere. Then what shall we do now? Wang Gong inquired. Surveying the deserted town. Let us head back. It's getting late. We need to prepare for tonight's meal, or we risk starvation, Feng Qian replied, her tone oddly relaxed, as though the looming danger did not faze her. Upon hearing Feng Qian's words, Li and the others nodded in agreement and turned to return to the inn. Lu Chao, trailing behind, suddenly turned back, squinting at a particular spot. Moments ago, he had sensed a strange sound emanating from an alleyway. Though faint, it was undeniably present. Yet, when he turned to investigate, he found only a manhole cover lying quietly in place. With that, Lu Chao resumed his path to the inn, pondering whether it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Chapter 56, Infection, Suicide. Upon returning to the inn, the little girl bound on stage struggled incessantly. Her pitiful gaze directed towards Lu Chao and his companions, silently pleading for them to free her from her restraints. However, Lu Chao merely cast a fleeting glance at the girl before diverting his attention elsewhere, for the townsfolk had mentioned that she would be dealt with in 3 days. His mission was to survive those 3 days safely. Anything beyond that was not his concern. Lu Chao was not one to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. With that thought, he ventured into the kitchen in search of sustenance. To his surprise, the kitchen was abundant with provisions, featuring various premium cuts of beef and an array of truffles. This little town, if not for the desperate circumstances requiring their escape, would truly be a delightful place to reside, living unburdened and carefree. Li marveled at the kitchen's contents and the town's environment, appreciating the serene lakes and charming architecture that enveloped her. Yet, she lamented the necessity of hiding away in such a picturesque setting. Stop dreaming. The priority is to survive and return home. Let us eat something quickly and then rest, Qirong interjected, breaking Li's reverie. With a resigned nod, she began washing the vegetables, and soon, the 6 of them had prepared a sumptuous feast. Is it really appropriate for us to indulge in such a grand meal under these circumstances? Zhang Wei voiced his skepticism. Why not enjoy it? We could die at any moment. If we must perish, let it be as well-fed souls, Lu Chao replied nonchalantly, savoring a piece of succulent beef that burst with flavor in his mouth, relishing every bite. Just then, the girl on stage emitted a soft, anguished whimper, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed longingly at their meal, her expression suggesting hunger. Is she hungry? Zhang Wei remarked, observing the girl's demeanor. Perhaps she is. Why not offer her a bite? Lu Chao suggested between mouthfuls. No way. I was merely making an observation. I'm not foolish enough to involve myself in that. Those who meddle in others' affairs often meet a swift demise, Zhang Wei chuckled while continuing his meal. Lu Chao shot him a glance, recalling that Zhang Wei had previously cowered behind Feng Qian upon their arrival, appearing innocent and naive. Yet his recent comments seemed at odds with his demeanor. A thought flickered in Lu Chao's mind. Could Zhang Wei be hiding his true nature? Could you spare me a bite to eat? A tender voice interjected. Lu Chao and his companions halted mid-bite, incredulously turning back to the stage to see Li, her mouth now free of the cloth that had once obstructed it, looking up at them with a pitiful expression. How was this possible? Lu Chao muttered in disbelief. How had the cloth disappeared? At that moment, Qirong approached, carrying a bowl of food to the little girl. You must be hungry. If you wish to eat, you must answer my questions honestly. Otherwise, there will be no food for you, Qirong stated, lifting a spoon as if to eat in front of Li, knowing well the temptation of food during hunger, especially for a child. However, Li slowly replied, Sister, thank you. You are truly kind, but I no longer have the chance to eat, nor do I wish to. From now on, you may eat my share. As she spoke those words, blood trickled from her mouth, flowing down her throat and staining her clothing. Are you insane? Qirong exclaimed, a sense of dread creeping over her as she felt an inexplicable fear rise within her. It seemed as though this girl's suicide had been orchestrated by unseen hands. What is happening? Feng Qian approached Qirong, only to be horrified upon seeing Li's tongue lodged in her airway. Qirong had merely intended to inquire about clues. Yet Li had seemingly chosen death by biting her tongue. At that moment, Li's mouth opened wide, blood mingling with saliva as she wore an eerie smile directed at the onlookers. She had also noticed a certain figure, Lu Chao, who was obliviously enjoying his meal, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding tragedy. Before long, Li passed away, a strange smile gracing her face, her mouth agape, leaving observers uncertain whether she experienced pain or something else entirely. All right, she is dead. Shall we return to our meal? Lu Chao remarked, not bothering to glance at the scene. Lu Chao, are you not curious about why she died? And who removed the cloth from her mouth? Qirong, still shaken, asked as she returned to her seat. Rest assured, I believe her death is not the crux of the matter. The real concern is whether something will come for us tonight. Perhaps it was the ghost that freed her. Lu Chao shared his thoughts, expressing his belief that the true danger lay in the night. As dusk settled, he felt that if he were the ghost in this task, he would certainly choose to act under the cloak of darkness, where human vision faltered and fear thrived. Are you suggesting the ghost might appear tonight? Wang Gong inquired. Looking at Lu Chao, I cannot say for certain. I am not a ghost. However, I believe it would be prudent for us to finish our meal and remain in our rooms, Lu Chao concluded, setting down his utensils. He glanced at Qiu Li's lifeless body and noticed a faint, indistinct footprint behind her, evidence of human presence. Yet he said nothing and ascended to the second floor. It seems we must hasten our preparations. Qiu Li and the others quickly finished their meals and rushed upstairs. Back in his room, Lu Chao reflected on the day's events. The word infection echoing in his mind, a reminder of the masked specter. Could this infection refer to something other than a virus? The mayor had claimed Qiu Li was bound due to a viral infection, yet why wait 3 days? Furthermore, he had observed no signs of poisoning on her. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Chao approached the door, peering through a crack into the hallway. He was keen to see if any other players would emerge. For having learned from past experiences, he no longer trusted anyone during these tasks. Chapter 57. Infection. Outside the door lay a dimly lit and desolate corridor. The sensor lights had dimmed, and with the onset of night, visibility was poor. The peculiar design of the room added to the strangeness. With the windows and doors on the second floor resembling ancient wooden double doors, evoking the atmosphere of a bygone inn. Inside, the furnishings were minimal, a simple bookshelf and a wardrobe, adjacent to a bathroom. Despite the antiquated decor, the room's amenities were entirely modern. Upon finding no one else present, Lu Chao secured the door and reclined on the bed, his mind racing with thoughts of the recent events. There had clearly been a footprint behind Qiu Li, unmistakably human in origin. Yet, during their meal, no one had left their seats, making it impossible for any of them to be the culprit. Still, only they had occupied the first floor. Was it possible that a ghost had liberated Qiu Li? But what purpose would a ghost serve by allowing her to die before their very eyes? Moreover, why had Qiu Li chosen to take her life only when Qi Rong was present? If she truly wished to die, there was no need to draw their attention. It seemed as though she intended for them to come closer before committing suicide. As these thoughts swirled in Lu Chao's mind, a sense of helplessness washed over him. He felt that there was something amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the critical details. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that Qiu Li had transmitted some form of virus to Qi Rong? Perhaps she had done so in close proximity when Qi Rong approached her. But why, then, would she choose to end her life? Lu Chao muttered to himself, and then, deciding to set his thoughts aside, glanced at his phone. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening, with 68 hours remaining until their departure. Since arriving, he had noticed the phone signal had inexplicably vanished, although he could still check the time. With this in mind, Lu Chao rose and made his way to Qi Rong's room, knocking on the door. Upon opening it, Qi Rong appeared somewhat surprised to see Lu Chao. Lu Chao, is something the matter? She inquired, noticing the mask he wore. Qi Rong, do you feel unwell? Lu Chao asked, clearly intent on inquiring about her health. Taken aback, Qi Rong paused before smiling and inviting him in. Come in. Lu Chao nodded and entered the room. Rest assured, I did not come into contact with Qiu Li. And I did not finish that bowl of rice. In terms of proximity, Feng Qian, who arrived last, was even closer to her than I was. Qi Rong understood Lu Chao's implication. She was not foolish and had been mindful of the distances during her visit to Qiu Li. Is that so? Then I suppose I was worrying unnecessarily. If all is well, I shall take my leave. Lu Chao grasped her meaning and was about to depart when Qi Rong called out to him. Lu Chao, wait a moment. Are you quite familiar with the Kaichin? Taken aback by her question, Lu Chao turned to face her, responding slowly, we merely know each other. We woke up at the same table and have faced life and death situations together. Is there something you wish to warn me about? Nothing in particular. I just wanted to inform you that he is unstable. Keep your distance, or you may find yourself affected as well, Qi Rong replied with a smile, gesturing for him to leave. Lu Chao, understanding her message, nodded and stepped out. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 2:30 in the morning. The group had initially intended to remain awake, as the eerie environment left no room for sleep. Yet, inexplicably, they began to succumb to an overwhelming drowsiness, ultimately succumbing to slumber. As Qi Rong lay in bed, she was stirred by a faint voice. I have come to find you. I have come to find you. The sound, though weak, was sufficient to rouse her from sleep. Curiously, she glanced around, realizing that the room's lights had extinguished without her noticing. She reached for the switch, only to discover a power outage. Darkness enveloped her surroundings. I have come to find you. I have come to find you. The eerie voice echoed once more, seemingly emanating from the surrounding shadows, rendering its source indistinguishable. At that moment, a soft knocking resounded. Knock, 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 knock. The sound was gentle, reminiscent of an accidental brush against the door. Yet what unsettled Chi Rong was the frequency of the knocks. If she had not misheard, the exterior presence had knocked 4 times. She understood clearly that a normal person would not knock 4 times, only something unnatural would do so. Knock, 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 knock again came the 4 knocks. This time ringing out with greater clarity, each echoing ominously in the darkness. Chi Rong, summoning her courage, picked up her phone and cautiously descended from her bed. She approached the door and listened intently. Knock, 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 knock. Another series of knocks sent her heart racing. For she realized the sound was not emanating from her door but rather from the wardrobe behind her. With this realization, Chi Rong contemplated fleeing but quickly dismissed the idea. Knowing that danger lurked within her room, she would not be foolish enough to open the wardrobe and invite disaster. However, as she prepared to leave, she noticed a small, slender figure standing before her door. Due to the ancient design of the door, light from outside illuminated the figure, casting a shadow reminiscent of oil. As the figure emerged, the sensor lights outside flickered on and off. Upon seeing the silhouette at her door, Chi Rong felt a surge of anxiety. Who could it be? Was it Lu Chao and the others? Knock, 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 knock. The knocking from the wardrobe intensified, as if something within was desperate to break free. Witnessing this, Chi Rong slowly silenced her phone, cautiously opening the door a crack to peer outside, determined to ascertain the safety beyond. Yet, in the flickering light outside, a gaping mouth and a face twisted into a sinister smile appeared at the door's threshold, revealing the deceased Chioli. The figure outside seemed to have spotted Chi Rong peering through the crack, and in that moment, her features contorted grotesquely as she uttered in a chilling voice. Open the door. I see you. Chapter 58. Infection. Death. Upon encountering the figure of Chioli in the corridor, Chi Rong was seized by a wave of terror. Instinctively covering her mouth in fear, she dared not utter a sound, terrified that Chioli might hear her and burst in. In haste, she secured the door. Retreating step by step, her gaze fixated on the entrance. However, a moment of relief washed over her. If Chioli could simply enter, she would have done so already rather than linger at the door, prompting her to open it. As long as she remained inside, she believed she was temporarily safe. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks echoed behind Chi Rong, causing the hairs on her neck to stand on end. Her attention had been so wholly consumed by Chioli at the door that she had neglected the looming danger behind her, the wardrobe. With a faint creak, the wardrobe door swung open. A wave of anxiety washed over Chi Rong as she sensed hands emerging from the shadows within, inching closer to her. It felt as though whatever lurked behind had stepped out, poised to strike. Strangely, after a moment of anticipation, no further movement came from behind, which struck her as odd. Cautiously, she turned to glance at the wardrobe. To her astonishment, the wardrobe stood ajar, revealing an abyss of darkness. Just as confusion clouded her thoughts, a pair of black hands shot forth from the void, gripping her arm with a vice-like hold. Before she could react, those sinister hands yanked her into the wardrobe. And with a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, as if it had never opened at all. Meanwhile, the events unfolding in Chi Rong's room went unnoticed by anyone else, as they were all ensconced in a deep slumber, oblivious until the morning light of 8 o'clock. Lu Chao groggily opened his eyes, glancing at his phone to find the hour had already struck 8. After a brief wash, he prepared to venture out. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted from downstairs, stirring his hunger. Upon descending, he discovered Wang Gong and others had already gathered, with him being the last to arrive. Lu Chao, you're awake. Come, breakfast is ready. And Chi Rong has prepared a delicious meal. Feng Qian exclaimed, holding a bowl of porridge while shoving a piece of meat into her mouth. Chi Rong, did you wake up early to make breakfast? Lu Chao inquired, bewildered by her industriousness in the kitchen. Yes, I rose quite early and, finding myself at loose ends, decided to prepare a hearty meal for you all. Come and eat. Chi Rong replied, bustling about. As Lu Chao took his seat, he was struck by a wave of familiarity upon seeing the porridge and meat before him. It was all too reminiscent of the first mission, where Wen Chong had been transformed into this very dish. The flavor lingered in his memory. Yet he was perplexed as to why Chi Rong would serve such a meal now. Everyone, don't you think? Just as Lu Chao was about to voice his concerns, he froze, meeting Chi Rong's gaze. She was looking at him with an unsettling expression, one that conveyed an ominous aura. He sensed that if he revealed the origin of the meat, his life would be forfeit. At that moment, Chi Rong smiled eerily, and Lu Chao was left dumbfounded. For that smile was etched in his memory. It was the same one that had graced Chiu Li's face after her demise. Noticing Lu Chao's distress, Chi Rong extended her right hand, fingers clenched, then placed her index finger to her lips in a hushing gesture, signaling him to remain silent. For reasons unknown, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within Lu Chao at her actions, and he realized that this Qi Rong was no longer the person he once knew. Lu Chao, what were you just saying? What do you think? Qiuli inquired, confusion etched on her face. Nothing. I was merely wondering if anyone else felt a bit peckish. Lu Chao managed to suppress the flicker of fear that had crossed his face. He hesitated to confront Qi Rong directly, fearing that if she truly harbored ill intentions, he would be the first to pay the price. As for the others, Lu Chao's conscience was far from tender. Survival was paramount. Strangely, I woke up with an insatiable hunger today. Thankfully, Qi Rong prepared this pot of porridge. Otherwise, I would be famished, Zhang Wei remarked, serving himself a bowl. In response, Lu Chao remained silent, turning his attention to the stage where Qiuli had met her fate, feeling that the footprints left behind bore an unsettling significance. The others, seeing Lu Chao's lack of reaction, continued to eat without a second thought. Kneeling beside the stage, Lu Chao scrutinized the floor, soon discovering a significant crack adjacent to where Qiuli had fallen. He tapped it tentatively, and to his surprise, the floor beneath was hollow. A smirk crept onto his face as he prepared to pry it open, but suddenly, a chorus of terrified screams erupted behind him. Panic engulfed the room, the air thick with dread. Curious, Lu Chao turned to see the faces of Wang Gong and the others, all smeared with blood, their expressions wrought with horror. Before them lay a kitchen drenched in blood, a grotesque sight. Confusion clouded Lu Chao's mind as he observed a head rolling on the floor. Its eyes fixed upon him, adorned with a bizarre smile. The head belonged to none other than Qi Rong, who had been bustling in the kitchen moments before. Chapter 59. Infection, beginning. How could this happen? Who killed Qi Rong? Lu Chao felt a twinge of surprise upon witnessing the severed head and body of Qi Rong. Just moments ago, she had threatened him with her terrifying gaze, urging him to remain silent. Yet now, it wasn't us, it was her. Zhang Wei trembled as he spoke. The haunting scene etched vividly in his mind. She appeared before us, laughing incessantly, and then she took a kitchen knife to her throat, methodically severing her own head. What? Are you saying Qi Rong committed suicide? Lu Chao exclaimed in disbelief. It's true, we all witnessed it. Qi Rong really took her own life right before our eyes. Feng Qian added, her voice trembling with fear. Confusion enveloped Lu Chao as he pondered. Why would Qi Rong choose to end her life? It doesn't make sense. The group, faced with the grim reality of Qi Rong's death, lost their appetite. Wang Gong, seeking solace, went to the refrigerator for a drink, only to be startled by an unexpected sight. He screamed as he opened the fridge to reveal a head, specifically Qiuli's head. It was gruesomely suspended by a rough rope, hanging from the top of the refrigerator's cold storage compartment. As Wang Gong fully opened the door, a faint breeze flowed out, causing the suspended head to sway gently. What was even more chilling was the eerie smile frozen on Qiuli's lifeless face. Her pallid visage, coupled with that ghastly grin, sent shivers down their spines. The head seemed to gaze directly at them, as if whispering a horrific secret. This bizarre tableau appeared without warning, freezing time in that moment. Finally, Lu Chao regained his wits and swiftly closed the refrigerator door. As it shut, Wang Gong and the others slowly collected themselves. What is happening? Why is Qiuli's head here? Wait, where is her body? Are you suggesting we just consumed? The realization dawned on them, and they were overtaken by nausea, unable to hold back their vomit. This is appalling, Qiuli exclaimed, her voice laced with discontent. Lu Chao, you let us eat without warning us. Your heart is truly cruel. In response to her accusations, Lu Chao merely retorted, what do you think you are? You. Qiuli began to protest, but was interrupted by Feng Qian, who signaled her to cease. Soon, after the group had purged their stomachs, they slumped onto the sofa, their faces marked by fear and exhaustion. They felt drained, yet the countdown in their minds reminded them they had only 52 hours remaining. By the way, Lu Chao, you were by Qiuli's side earlier. Did you discover anything? Wang Gong inquired. Yes, I noticed something beneath Qiuli's body. It seemed hollow. Lu Chao replied nonchalantly. Hollow? Are you suggesting there's a basement? The group expressed their surprise, having not anticipated such a feature. What should we do now? Should we descend? Wang Gong asked Lu Chao. Let us investigate. Qi Rong just died. Logically, there shouldn't be a basement here. Lu Chao stated as he approached where Qiuli had perished and lifted a wooden floorboard, revealing a staircase leading into darkness. As he gazed into the pitch-black basement, a wave of apprehension washed over him. The unknown below instilled fear, yet reason urged him to descend. Failing to do so might mean missing a chance at survival. After a moment's hesitation, he activated his phone's flashlight and stepped down, followed closely by Wang Gong and the others. However, one figure remained behind Zhang Wei, who decided to stay in the living room, reasoning that the dangers below were uncertain and that safety lay above. Once Lu Chao and the others descended, they were relieved to find that the basement was illuminated. Following the light, Lu Chao examined the surroundings, noticing a long corridor adorned with ominous black paintings. The illustrations depicted a woman within a house who soon took her own life. The following day, villagers discovered her, and thereafter, the village was plagued by frequent deaths, leaving only an infant by the end. The final image portrayed the infant being rescued by a woman who took it home. The narrative ended there. But inscribed beneath the corridor was a haunting message. From that moment, nightmares began to unfold, perplexed by the significance of the drawings and the text. Lu Chao and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, look, there's a hidden door, Feng Qian exclaimed, pointing to a concealed entrance that blended seamlessly with the wall. With a creak, they pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to be startled by the sight before them. This room was a surveillance center, meticulously documenting the entire neighborhood and the activities within the restaurant, including the happenings in each of their rooms. How's there surveillance here? Shioli gasped, incredulous at the revelation. Clearly, this was a deliberately installed monitoring system, but for what purpose? Let us check what transpired with Qirong last night, Lu Chao suddenly recalled, grabbing the surveillance equipment and locating the footage from Qirong's room. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the restaurant, Zhang Wei lounged on the sofa, awaiting Lu Chao and the others to gather clues while he hoped to gain the upper hand. A gust of wind rattled the door, sending a chill through the air. Zhang Wei sat up, cautiously observing the entrance. Confirming it was merely the wind, he released a sigh of relief. Yet, as he glanced back at the basement, a flicker of regret crossed his mind. Perhaps he should have joined Lu Chao and the others, as there was safety in numbers. Just as he contemplated this, an eerie voice whispered in his ear, "I'm coming, he he he." Chapter 60. Infection. Upon hearing that sound, Zhang Wei's hair stood on end. The sound, though faint, resonated with an unsettling clarity in the surrounding silence, as if it were whispered directly into his ear. Anxiously, he scanned his surroundings but found nothing amiss, only the desolate space and the lifeless body of Qirong in the kitchen. Perhaps the noise was merely a figment of his imagination. Zhang Wei exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking it was just a trick of his mind, possibly due to his heightened nerves. After all, this place felt secure. Moreover, Qirong had just passed away, and it was unlikely for a spirit to manifest so quickly. According to the masked ghost, the spirits here required time to act. With that thought, Zhang Wei's tension dissipated, and he attempted to dismiss his earlier fears. Yet, soon he felt compelled to glance back at the kitchen. Something seemed amiss. As he surveyed the area, the blood-stained floor remained unchanged, and Qirong's body lay still, but a sense of unease gripped him. Qirong's head was missing. Indeed, he distinctly remembered it resting beneath the kitchen table, untouched. Now, however, the space beneath the table was empty. How could this be? In a situation where nothing had been disturbed, why had it vanished? Panic surged through Zhang Wei's mind once more, accompanied by a foreboding sense of danger. He swiftly turned to head towards the basement, realizing that he could only find solace among the others. He should not remain alone. Yet, as he pivoted, a spherical object rolled beneath his feet. Looking down, he was horrified to discover Qirong's head. When had it rolled to his feet? He. "I've come to find you," the eerie voice echoed again. Zhang Wei froze, disbelief washing over him as he stared at Qirong's head. The disquieting sound emanated from her very lips. He watched in shock as her mouth opened wide, grinning grotesquely. "He. Here I am." At that moment, a pair of pale hands emerged from beneath the sofa, clutching Zhang Wei's ankles with a death grip. Feeling the strange sensation at his feet, he let out a terrified cry for help, but before he could finish, the hands from beneath the sofa yanked him into the darkness, erasing him from sight. Meanwhile, in the basement, Lu Chao and his companions remained oblivious to Zhang Wei's desperate cries. They were engrossed in the surveillance footage of Qirong, who appeared puzzled as she approached the door of her room. Cautiously, she opened it a crack, peering outside, only to slam it shut in fear and retreat into her room. Just then, the wardrobe behind her creaked open slowly, and a dark figure obscured the camera, plunging the screen into darkness. Noticing this, Lu Chao furrowed his brow and rewound the footage by 25 minutes. The video resumed, revealing Qirong sitting on her bed, wearing an unsettling smile. Suddenly, she dragged a stool over. As Lu Chao and the others watched in confusion, Qirong stood atop the stool, her face now directly facing the camera. With a sinister grin, her mouth stretched grotesquely, forming an exaggerated smile that sent shivers down the spines of Lu Chao and his friends. "Have you had enough?" The eerie voice resonated through the video. echoing what Qirong had said to the camera the previous night, an utterance that now felt profoundly sinister to those watching. The final footage showed Qirong leaving her room. Lu Chao promptly switched to the first-floor camera, where Qirong, still with that bizarre smile, was seen lifting Qiu Li's corpse from the stage and methodically chopping it on the counter. She diced the body into pieces, some of which she began frying. The subsequent scene showed Zhang Wei and the others descending the stairs, culminating in their arrival earlier that day. After reviewing the footage, silence fell over them. They were astonished by Qirong's transformation, which likely occurred after she was pulled into the wardrobe. Yet, certain details remained unexamined. Hee as they contemplated, a strange, childlike laughter echoed from outside the door. The sound was bright and clear, momentarily startling them before they hastily moved toward the first floor. Who knew what calamity awaited them if they lingered here? As they reached the first floor, they found Zhang Wei seated on the sofa, grinning at them. Lu Chao felt a chill at the sight of Zhang Wei's smile. It seemed somehow different, despite their only being gone for 2 hours. It was illogical for spirits to act so swiftly. With caution, Lu Chao spoke. Zhang Wei, have you thought about the question I asked you earlier this afternoon? As soon as Lu Chao finished, Wang and the others regarded him with curiosity, fully aware that he hadn't posed any queries to Zhang Wei prior to descending. However, they soon grasped that Lu Chao was expressing concern over Zhang Wei's current demeanor. With that realization, they turned their attention to Zhang Wei, eager to see how he would respond. Zhang Wei paused, then slowly replied, "You all went straight down without asking me anything, right?" As his words settled, a wave of relief washed over the group. Indeed, this Zhang Wei appeared to be unchanged, and their earlier unease was simply a product of overthinking. Yet, just as they were beginning to relax, Lu Chao interjected, "No, Zhang Wei, I did ask you a question before we went down. Think carefully about it." The others were taken aback, perplexed by Lu Chao's assertion. They exchanged confused glances, knowing he had descended with them and had no opportunity for private conversation with Zhang Wei. If he hadn't asked anything, why would Lu Chao pose such a question? Chapter 61. Infection, Another Death. Upon hearing Lu Chao's words, Zhang Wei approached him directly, casting a fierce glare as he articulated each word with intensity. "I shall reiterate. There is no need for you to test me. I did not hear any inquiries from you." As Zhang Wei concluded his statement, the atmosphere grew peculiar. Lu Chao chuckled lightly, patting Zhang Wei's shoulder, and said with a grin, "My apologies, Zhang Wei, it is simply my habit. Forgive me." With Lu Chao's remark, Zhang Wei retracted his menacing gaze, forcefully shaking off Lu Chao's hand and returning to the sofa with a smile. "All right, everyone. Let us ponder how we might evade this predicament. We just witnessed Qirong's situation on the surveillance in the basement." Wang Gong began, recounting the footage they had just seen. "Thus, we must ascertain why Qirong transformed upon entering the wardrobe. What transpired during that blackout period? Only by uncovering this can we safeguard ourselves from the specter of this level," Qiu Li interjected thoughtfully. "However, it seems we possess no leads. Perhaps we should investigate the wardrobe in Qirong's room?" Feng Qian suggested. "Not necessary. I just inspected that wardrobe, and it appeared entirely ordinary, devoid of any anomalies." Zhang Wei remarked nonchalantly from the side. "If that is the case, we are left without any clues. Could it be that the specter in this task kills indiscriminately and without reason?" Wang Gong spoke with a hint of trepidation, fearing that such a reality would spell their doom. "Not so. The masked specter stated that any entity within a narrative must adhere to certain rules. If they were to kill indiscriminately, we would have perished long ago. The fact that we are still alive indicates we have yet to traverse the path to death. Our objective now is to discover the road to survival. Only then can we endure." Lu Chao spoke calmly. He did not believe the specter of this level would strike down indiscriminately. Qirong must have triggered a fatal path through some action. He only needed to comprehend what constituted that path of death versus that of life. "Lu Chao, where are you heading?" Feng Qian inquired, perplexed, as she watched him ascend the stairs. "I intend to examine Qirong's room for any discrepancies. Perhaps there is something I have overlooked. I suggest you all inspect your own rooms for anything unusual." As Qirong changed immediately after emerging from the wardrobe, it could very well be a path to death. Lu Chao responded before heading directly upstairs to Qirong's room. Wang Gong and the others nodded in agreement, following suit to check their own quarters. Zhang Wei observed in silence, merely trailing behind. Upon entering Qirong's room, Lu Chao found the wardrobe to be completely unremarkable, merely a simple closet. At that moment, he sensed someone standing at the doorway. He turned abruptly to find Zhang Wei, grinning with an unsettling smile. Lu Chao was all too familiar with that smile. It resembled the one seen when Qiu Li and Qirong had perished. A wave of unease surged within him. Just then, Zhang Wei slowly produced a sharp knife. gazing at Lu Chao with a grin. Realizing Zhang Wei intended to attack him, Lu Chao swiftly kicked out, catching Zhang Wei off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. In that instant, Lu Chao retreated to his own room and slammed the door shut. Once inside, Lu Chao opened his backpack and retrieved a handgun, an acquisition from a few days prior. Through previous tasks, he had discovered that certain items could be brought with him, such as his phone and the surgical knife from last time. This time, he opted for a firearm. Not as a weapon against specters, he understood its ineffectiveness, but rather as a precaution against fellow players, like Zhang Wei. With the gun in hand, Lu Chao seated himself on the bed, awaiting Zhang Wei's approach. He pondered the reasons behind Zhang Wei's intent to kill him. Was it due to the earlier provocation? Yet, such thoughts were secondary. Should Zhang Wei dare to enter, Lu Chao vowed to ensure he would not leave alive. Time passed in silence as Lu Chao awaited Zhang Wei. Yet there was no sign of movement at his door. Doubt crept into Lu Chao's mind. Logically, Zhang Wei should have attempted to force his way in. Did he possess a weapon of his own? The notion sent a chill down Lu Chao's spine. If so, they were perilously close to danger. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the establishment. Lu Chao recognized it as Qiu Li's voice, soon followed by the sounds of Wang Gong and the others. Reacting swiftly, he stowed the handgun and flung open the door. As he stepped out, a wave of metallic scent assaulted his nostrils, the unmistakable aroma of fresh blood. Turning, he discovered a pool of blood spilling from Qiu Li's room. Qiu Li, did you kill Zhang Wei? Wang Gong's voice rang out from within. It wasn't me. It wasn't my doing. He took his own life. Qiu Li's terrified voice echoed in the room. Lu Chao rushed into Qiu Li's chamber, only to find Zhang Wei lifeless. A deep gash marking his throat, a clear sign of a knife wound. Qiu Li, please recount what transpired just now, Feng Qian urged. It was Zhang Wei. I was in my room, inspecting my wardrobe when I suddenly noticed Zhang Wei standing at my door, wearing a peculiar smile. I asked him if he had discovered something, but he merely continued to smile, his expression growing increasingly bizarre, until it morphed into a grotesque grin. Then, right before my eyes, he drew a knife and slashed at his own throat. Blood gushed forth, and he perished before me. Qiu Li recounted, her voice trembling with fear. As Lu Chao listened to Qiu Li's account, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Zhang Wei had not intended to kill him but rather sought to end his own life in Lu Chao's presence? Chapter 62. Infection, triggering the conditions for a dead end. Upon contemplating this notion, a glimmer of insight flickered in Lu Chao's mind. However, it was swiftly replaced by a visage of tension. If his conjecture proved correct, this challenge would indeed be perilous. They had to guard against not only the arrival of ghosts but also the potential threats posed by those in their midst. What was to be done? A mere 48 hours remained, yet the frequency of deaths was alarmingly rapid. Wang Gong, his voice tinged with fear, remarked that within just 24 hours, 2 had perished. At this rate, it would not be difficult for the remaining 4 to meet the same fate in a fixed timeline. Most troubling of all was their utter lack of leads. No, there must be a way out. There has to be, Lu Chao murmured. And as if struck by an epiphany, he dashed outside, prompting Wang Gong and the others to follow suit. They were uncertain of Lu Chao's intentions, but it appeared he had unearthed a clue. Arriving at the outskirts of the town, Lu Chao located the alley he had observed the previous day, where a solitary manhole cover lay quietly. Without hesitation, he lifted the cover, revealing a staircase leading to an underground chamber. Upon sighting the staircase, a grave expression crossed Lu Chao's face. The others, catching up, were momentarily stunned by the unexpected discovery. What is this? Why is there a basement here? Let us descend. Perhaps the answers await us below, Lu Chao declared, leading the way down the stairs. As they ventured further, they were met with astonishment. Below lay an expansive space illuminated by lights, furnished with various everyday items. Nonplussed, Lu Chao strode purposefully towards a wall, meticulously searching until he uncovered a hidden door. As he swung it open, the group gasped in disbelief. Behind this door was the surveillance room beneath the restaurant. How is it possible that the entire town as underground is interconnected? Qiu Li exclaimed, astonished. Lu Chao, how did you know that the manhole cover would lead to this? Feng Qian inquired, puzzled, as Lu Chao exhibited no surprise at the existence of the basement. I cannot explain it, but I have this familiar feeling. As if I had been here before? Lu Chao replied, gripping his head in pain, as an idea surged in his mind. This manhole cover bore significance. The thought intensified, compelling him to approach it, with an instinct suggesting it was linked to their escape. Even if we discovered this basement, it seems of little help, Wang Gong remarked. Perplexed. No, it is indeed helpful. Last night, Qiu Li was here. Someone must have climbed up and freed the cloth from her mouth, granting her the opportunity to take her own life. Lu Chao stated coldly. You mean someone ascended here and tore the cloth from Chiu Li's mouth? But why would she want to commit suicide? The others queried in confusion. I cannot say for certain. Let us return upstairs. What I do know is that among us, only a few remain in this town. The other residents have likely departed, Lu Chao replied coolly, ascending the stairs. Unbeknownst to them, the last person in line, Chiu Li, was suddenly pulled into the wall by a pair of hands. Moments later, a new Chiu Li emerged, unnoticed by anyone. When they reached the restaurant on the first floor, they were startled to find that night had fallen. This doesn't seem right, Wang Gong exclaimed, realizing the rapid passage of time outside. Yes, observe. The countdown in our minds indicates only 36 hours remain. Time has indeed accelerated, Lu Chao stated, seemingly unfazed by the acceleration. Does this acceleration imply we have even less time to return? Wang Gong asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Hearing this, Feng Qian's face lit up with enthusiasm, suggesting they would not need to expend as much time as previously thought to return. Thus, their chances of survival would significantly increase. Is that so? I find it rather ominous. This acceleration may merely hasten our demise. I suspect the ghost desires us to perish swiftly, hence the hastened timeline, Lu Chao replied coldly. As his words lingered in the air, both Feng Qian and Wang Gong wore expressions of dismay, realizing the grim truth in his assessment. The accelerated time would likely lead to their swifter deaths. At that moment, Chiu Li, seated on the sofa, began to laugh eerily, her laughter reminiscent of Qi Rong just before her demise. Chiu Li, why are you laughing? Feng Qian asked, perplexed by her behavior. At the sound of her voice, a flicker of unease crossed Lu Chao's face as he slowly moved towards the door, seemingly evading something. Wang Gong, too, glanced at Chiu Li in confusion, witnessing her rise and make her way to the kitchen. Suddenly, she poured cooking oil over herself, her face adorned with that strange smile. Chiu Li, what are you doing? A wave of confusion engulfed Wang Gong and Feng Qian. Realizing that Chiu Li might also be contemplating suicide, Lu Chao, however, remained transfixed by the darkening exterior, where the moon had begun to ascend. I never anticipated seeing the moon here. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to gaze upon it in the real world again, Lu Chao murmured softly. In the kitchen, Chiu Li ignited a lighter, setting herself ablaze. Wang Gong and Feng Qian could only watch in horror, paralyzed by the scene, contemplating how to save her while fearing the potential contagion of her despair. Soon, Lu Chao caught the scent of charred flesh, realizing Chiu Li was likely gone. He turned to witness Wang Gong and Feng Qian, stunned by the sight of Chiu Li's scorched remains. Do not linger on it. I have discerned the actions that trigger this dead end, Lu Chao spoke slowly. Chapter 63, Infection. Lu Chao, what are you saying? Do you know why they died? Feng Qian asked, her voice filled with agitation. If that is the case, then as long as they avoid the path of death, they won't end up like them. Committing suicide. What is the key to triggering the path of death? Wang Gong interjected. Lu Chao sighed helplessly and began to speak. Consider this. What common experiences did they encounter before their suicides? Upon hearing Lu Chao's words, Feng Qian and Wang Gong exchanged glances, mulling over the causes of death of the three individuals. Yet, they could not identify what commonality existed among them. Lu Chao, just tell us directly. What was the common action they took? Wang Gong asked, bewildered. Firstly, Qi Rong was the first to witness Chiu Li's demise, which made her the first to perish. Zhang Wei was then determined to be the first to see Qi Rong's death, hence he also met his end. As for Chiu Li, she need not be elaborated upon. Zhang Wei died in his room, making her the first to witness his passing. Our clue, infection, does not refer to a virus but rather indicates that whoever first sees a person die will be deemed the next to die. This is the true essence of infection. In this scenario, anyone who witnesses the death of another becomes the next victim, akin to a contagion. Lu Chao expressed his thoughts calmly, having only just grasped this after Zhang Wei's demise. He had pondered why Zhang Wei had died in front of him instead of attempting to kill him. Suddenly, the clue provided by the masked man, infection, came to mind, and only after Chiu Li's death did he truly confirm that the infection here meant witnessing death. Lu Chao, are you saying that whoever first sees the previous person's death will become the next to commit suicide? Wang Gong's expression darkened. He and Feng Qian had just witnessed Chiu Li's suicide, which meant the next death was imminent between the two of them. Lu Chao, why did you only say this now? Wang Gong spoke, his voice tinged with anger yet laced with fear. Do not overthink it. I only just figured it out, and I cannot guarantee my hypothesis is correct. Thus, I waited until Chiu Li had died before speaking, Lu Chao replied calmly. You were lying. You were clearly standing at the door and did not see Chiu Li's death. You must have known about this all along. Feng Qian shouted at Lu Chao, her anger flaring at his withholding of information. This was my choice. I trust my judgment. Which is why I did not look. Besides, I never urged you to witness Qiao Li's suicide, did I? Can you blame me for that? If you had chosen to stay at the door with me instead of looking, wouldn't that have been an option? Lu Chao stated, maintaining his composure. His reluctance to reveal this was partly due to uncertainty and partly due to fear, had he spoken earlier, and if they had not seen Qiao Li's suicide. Her death could have transpired in an unusual manner before them, putting him at greater risk. Enough, Lu Chao. Since you've discovered the path of death, have you also uncovered the path of life? Wang Gong asked, suppressing his inner turmoil. After pondering Wang Gong's words for a moment, Lu Chao replied, the path of life must be to avoid looking at the person who commits suicide. As long as we do not look, we should be safe. But we have already seen it. Does that not mean we are doomed? Feng Qian exclaimed, her agitation palpable as she perceived Lu Chao's statement as meaningless. Indeed. Hence I feel that I can only survive alongside one of you. Witnessing death seems to preclude survival. Therefore, I must ask, who among you first saw Qiao Li's death? Lu Chao inquired, needing to forge an alliance. Otherwise, should one turn against him, his fate would be dire. Upon hearing Lu Chao's question, Feng Qian and Wang Gong glanced at each other, each silently praying that the other was the one deemed the first witness to death. Lu Chao, I will side with you. I can assure you that I was not the first to see Qiao Li die. It was Wang Gong who was the first. Feng Qian declared as she approached Lu Chao. Her intent clear, she wished for him to help her survive. Seeing this, Lu Chao instinctively distanced himself from Feng Qian. He could not afford to trust her. Wang Gong. I am the safe choice, trust me, Wang Gong said, attempting to move closer to Lu Chao. However, Lu Chao intervened. Wait, you seem to misunderstand. Our safest course of action is to separate, not congregate. As long as we remain quietly in our respective rooms, we should be safe, should we not? Upon hearing Lu Chao's reasoning, Wang Gong and Feng Qian realized he was right. Indeed, the safest strategy was to keep apart. By avoiding each other, they would not witness death, thereby ensuring their own safety. Indeed, Lu Chao, you are correct. As long as we stay in our rooms, we can survive, Wang Gong said with a smile, acknowledging the validity of the plan. However, I must remind you to secure your doors and windows. Never open the door for anyone, for you never know if you will witness their death the moment you do, Lu Chao cautioned before ascending the stairs to his room. With Feng Qian and Wang Gong following closely behind to their own quarters. Once inside his room, Lu Chao barricaded the door and sealed the windows. Glancing at the time in his mind, he noted that only 24 hours remained, and dawn was approaching. If time was to be considered, the specter would soon make its move. Meanwhile, in their rooms, Feng Qian and Wang Gong felt a surge of anxiety, each fearing they would be designated as the first witness to death, fervently hoping that the other was the unfortunate one. Chapter 64. Infection. Escape. A gentle knock reverberated through the door, startling Engineer Wang, who was inside the room. His heart raced as he glanced towards the door, fervently wishing the knocking would cease. Alas, it persisted, each strike echoing with a solitary rhythm. As the sound continued, Wang's nerves frayed, and he called out in fear. Who was there? Who is it outside? The only response was the relentless knocking. Unable to endure the anxiety any longer, he steeled himself and approached the door, nervously asking, Is it you, Lu Chao? He yearned to hear Lu Chao's voice from beyond the threshold. Yet, the only answer was the persistent knocking. Panic surged within Wang as he recognized the ominous reality. He was likely the one marked as the first witness to death. Overwhelmed by dread, he retreated a few steps from the door, contemplating escape. He approached the window, intent on jumping out, convinced that leaving through the door was no longer an option. Just then, the wardrobe behind him creaked open, and a pair of hands emerged, stretching impossibly long to seize him. Before Wang could react, he was yanked into the wardrobe, his breath extinguished. Meanwhile, in another room, Feng Qian anxiously awaited, aware that only 6 hours remained until their return. She fervently prayed for survival, wishing for others to perish instead. Suddenly, her window creaked open, pried apart by rough hands. Upon hearing the sound, she beheld a figure standing before her window. It was Engineer Wang. Wang, what are you doing? How did you get in through my window? Upon seeing him, a sense of foreboding washed over her. She realized that Wang might have. With an eerie smile, Wang produced a rope, securing it to the window's steel beam. He then slipped his neck into the noose and hanged himself. No, 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 Feng Qian screamed, desperately pushing the door in a bid to escape. But it was as if a mysterious force had welded it shut. Helpless, she watched Wang hang lifelessly before her eyes, powerless to intervene. At this moment, Only an hour remained until the deadline for safety. Feng Qian's figure appeared at Lu Chao's door. She knocked vigorously, but received no response. Momentarily taken aback, she forcefully pushed the door open, only to find the room empty. Lu Chao was nowhere to be found. In a secluded corner of the town, Lu Chao hid in an abandoned house. The moment he closed his door, he had climbed out of the window, aware that regardless of who the witnesses were, they would find him. The best course of action was to flee the inn, ensuring that both Wang and Feng remained behind. Glancing at the dwindling time in his mind, only 30 minutes remained. If he could endure this time, he would survive. Lu Chao, long time no see, a voice greeted him. He turned to find Qi Rong, who had been presumed dead, now smiling at him. Behind her, shadows materialized. Zhang Wei and others who had perished stood at the alley's exit, blocking his way. The sight of Qi Rong rendered Lu Chao momentarily speechless, terror gripping his heart. How is this possible? You are dead, Lu Chao. Where do you think you're running to? Stay here, live forever in this town, free from time's constraints and danger. You want to have to face the peril of the 10-story building. Just come to us. Qi Rong's voice lured him, but he remained silent, gripping the embroidered shoes tightly. There was no way to escape. He could only prepare to use the shoes to leave. Join us. Become one of us. As Qi Rong spoke, the figures in the alley simultaneously drew knives, slowly slicing their own throats, intent on dying before Lu Chao's eyes and transforming him into a resident of the town. Seizing the moment, Lu Chao pulled out the embroidered shoes and fled, only to find himself by the lake when he opened his eyes again. Lu Chao, there you are. A familiar voice called out. He turned to see Feng Qian, but her face bore an unsettling smile. It was clear she was no longer herself. While Lu Chao was momentarily stunned, Feng Qian brandished a knife, preparing to end her life before him. He glanced at the time in his mind, then at the approaching figures of Qi Rong and the town's residents. Lu Chao, I told you, become one of us, and you won't need to return to that house. Here, you will be free from all influence. The power of this town is immense. As Qi Rong advanced, Lu Chao contemplated his options. The embroidered shoes could be used once more, but no matter where he ran, the town's residents would always pursue him. At that moment, Qi Rong and the townspeople simultaneously committed suicide. Witnessing this, Lu Chao glanced back at the lake, steeling himself. He leaped in. He could only gamble now, knowing he could not swim. As he plunged into the water, he deliberately opened his mouth, allowing the lake's water to rush in, filling him with a sensation of suffocation. Yet, his mind focused on one thought: survive. He must survive. The time it takes to drown exceeds 10 minutes. As long as he remains alive, there is hope. Soon, the sensation of suffocation overtook him, causing him to lose consciousness, his mind swirling with childhood memories. When Lu Chao finally awoke, he found himself on a table, gasping for air, the recent feeling of suffocation still vivid. Well, Lu Chao, you're still alive. Came a cheerful voice from Li Kaichen beside him. Chapter 65. Crime. Upon hearing Li Caichen's voice, Lu Chao turned around and saw Li Kaichen smiling and speaking to him from behind. Damn it, stop talking. I almost died. Lu Chao recalled the task he had just undertaken. Had he not ultimately made the right bet, he would surely have met his demise. Who knows what would have happened if he had witnessed those individuals committing suicide? He would undoubtedly have fallen victim to that malevolent spirit. The very opportunity for the ghost to act was witnessing the event. Fortunately, he had wagered correctly. Had he hesitated for even a second, he would likely have become yet another resident of that forsaken town. Enough of this thinking. When you pass through, the stairs to the 4th floor had already appeared. We should ascend now, Li Kaichen said to Lu Chao. Hearing this, Lu Chao turned to see a staircase manifesting in the corner. Let us go. Who knows how much longer we have to live? After speaking, Lu Chao and Li Kaichen made their way to the 4th floor, while the inn had already ascended long before. As they climbed the stairs, a wave of dizziness washed over them, and soon, both collapsed unconscious. When Lu Chao woke, it was already 8 in the morning. He gazed at the familiar ceiling in his room, the recent mission still vividly lingering in his mind. GNI is so beautiful. A sudden ring-on interrupted his thoughts. It was Su Xiangbo once again. What is it with this guy? Why does he always call when I'm working? Lu Chao answered. Hello, old Su, what is the matter? Lu Chao, hurry over. We've encountered a very bizarre scene, and I believe it's essential for you to take a look. Su Xiangbo urged. Understood. I'm on my way, Lu Chao replied before hanging up. After a quick wash, he set out towards the address Su Xiangbo had provided. Upon arriving, Lu Chao was struck by an overwhelming sense of astonishment. The room was unnaturally clean, giving him an eerie impression. Lu Chao, you're here. Come quickly and take a look. Su Xiangbo's voice called from within. Responding to the summons, Lu Chao stepped inside. only to be met with a sight that even his years of experience could not prepare him for. In the room, 2 glass jars contained boys approximately 14 years of age, their hands and feet severed, eyes gouged out, and tongues cut out, horrifically transformed into human puppets displayed for all to see. What on earth is this? Lu Chao's heart trembled at the sight. For some inexplicable reason, Li Caichen's figure flashed through his mind. He felt an unsettling resemblance to the work of Li Caichen, despite lacking concrete evidence. These are the 2 students reported missing earlier. They were children of high-ranking officials. It was said they were involved in the death of a child, but due to their young age, mental instability, and their parents' influence, they were acquitted. However, they subsequently vanished, Su Xiangbo explained. This discovery is thanks to their neighbor, who noticed a foul odor emanating from the room and reported it. Is that so? Do you know the name of the boy they harmed? Lu Chao inquired. I believe his name was Li Qinjie, but he has already passed away. His body was cremated, Su Xiangbo responded. Li, you say? Lu Chao pondered, his suspicions toward Li Caichen deepening. He could almost envision how Li Caichen had dealt with these boys. By the way, no traces have been found in this room, no fingerprints or footprints. They have all been wiped clean. I must say, the forensic team has quite a task ahead of them, Su Xiangbo added. Hearing this only heightened Lu Chao's suspicions regarding Li Caichen. After several hours, he finally exited the room, having searched tirelessly for clues, yet finding not a single trace. The perpetrator's fingerprints had been thoroughly eradicated. Once home, Lu Chao immediately contacted Li Caichen, and they arranged to meet at Lu Chao's residence. Hours later, Li Caichen arrived. Nonchalantly taking a seat on the sofa and crossing his legs, asking Lu Chao, "What brings you to seek me?" Lu Chao smiled faintly before asking, "I wish to know if the recent newspaper reports of the deceased children and those transformed into human puppets are your doing?" Upon hearing Lu Chao's inquiry, Li Caichen chuckled softly before replying, "Your information is not entirely accurate. The children turned into puppets are indeed my work, yet the 3 deceased were not my doing. However, they still need to seek out the fathers of those 2 boys I transformed. They are both high-ranking officials and are likely already reported missing." Li Caichen spoke with a dispassionate tone. "What have you done to them?" "Nothing much. I simply believe that once some individuals gain power, their world appears to revolve solely around them. They utilize their authority not for the benefit of the people, but rather for their own selfish desires. Do you not agree that they cannot be considered good officials?" Li Caichen remarked, smiling at Lu Chao as if his actions were trivial. "Are you not afraid I might report you?" Lu Chao questioned with a smile. "You won't. In fact, you will assist me. Won't you?" Only someone of your esteemed position could reveal the timing of those officials' deaths without raising suspicion. Thus, I am confident you will lend me your aid, Li Caichen replied, his gaze fixed on Lu Chao. "I can assist you, but you must tell me what transpired," Lu Chao said, sitting back on the sofa, awaiting Li Caichen's explanation. "It's best you remain uninformed. Otherwise, I fear you might become even more unhinged than I. However, as a token of gratitude, I can share some information regarding the House of Hell, which may prove even more valuable," Li Caichen offered with a smile. Do you possess leads regarding the House of Hell?" "Indeed. The House of Hell has existed for quite some time, consisting of 10 levels in total. But do you know what the task of the 7th level entails?" Li Caichen inquired, giving Lu Chao a significant glance. "What is it?" Lu Chao was momentarily taken aback. He recalled Yuruachi mentioning that tasks above the 5th floor were exceptionally perilous, with many losing their lives on the 5th floor. Yet, it seemed none of the individuals Yuruachi knew had ever reached the 7th level. Did Li Caichen possess knowledge of its circumstances? What is the task of the 7th level? Lu Chao could no longer contain his curiosity. Li Caichen chuckled lightly before responding. "The task of the 7th level is that each individual must drag 10 others into the House of Hell." Chapter 66. The eccentric Li Caichen, what did you say? Pull 10 people into the Hell House? Lu Chao uttered in disbelief, his mind swirling with shock. He was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean that those on the 7th level must drag 10 individuals into the Hell House? How was that even conceivable? If that were the case, did it imply that he too? Seemingly reading Lu Chao's confusion, Li Caichen smiled and produced a doll. One that wore suspenders and had a basketball clutched tightly in its hand. "Lu Chao, you should have this doll as well, right?" Upon seeing the doll in Li Caichen's grasp, Lu Chao's pupils dilated in surprise. How could he possibly not have it? He was all too familiar with it. It had been among the gifts he received 6 months prior on his birthday. Due to its distinctive nature, Lu Chao had memorized it well. But why did Li Caichen also possess it? "I have this doll too, but what does it have to do with entering the Hell House?" Lu Chao asked, though a suspicion began to form in his mind, one he was reluctant to accept. "You should already know the answer, right? We enter the Hell House because of this doll. It is given to us by another, and once we receive it, we are drawn into the hell house. Do you understand now? This doll is the key to entering the hell apartment. Li Kaichen explained with a smile, addressing Lu Chao about the situation. Wait, how do you know this? You're not trying to trick me with this doll, are you? Lu Chao replied, a hint of skepticism coloring his voice. Even though he had already begun to piece together the truth. I'm not that bored. I learned this from someone I know who resides on the 7th level. He informed me of these circumstances. Li Kaichen shrugged, dismissing the doubt. What? The 7th level? You know someone from the 7th level? Is it possible that someone has actually reached that tier? Lu Chao's disbelief was palpable, recalling that the last individual, Yuruachi, had been stuck on the 5th level. Don't be surprised. I do know of individuals on the 7th level, though they haven't completed any tasks in nearly 2.5 years. Li Kaichen stated matter-of-factly. What do you mean? 2.5 years? But this doll only came into my possession 6 months ago. Lu Chao was bewildered, struggling to grasp Li Kaichen's meaning. This doll was given to a previous individual, but since that person failed to succeed on the 1st floor, the Hell House does not recognize their presence. Only those who possess the doll are drawn into the Hell apartment. And successfully clear the 1st level can be counted as having completed the task. Do you think it's easy for the 7th level to find 10 such individuals? Li Kaichen's tone was calm yet pointed. How can that be? Lu Chao felt as if his entire world had come to a halt upon hearing Li Kaichen's words. If what Li Kaichen said was true, then the 7th level was practically an insurmountable challenge. After a moment of reflection, Lu Chao mustered the courage to voice a question that frightened him. So, has anyone from the 7th level cleared the task? I know what you're asking. Among those I am aware of, currently only 4 individuals exist on the 7th level. And among them, not everyone has completed the task of bringing in 10 people. Additionally, the number required to open the 7th floor is 6. Meaning they still need 2 more, Li Kaichen replied, his demeanor unperturbed. Who is that person from the 7th floor? Did he tell you who the remaining 3 individuals are? Lu Chao inquired, his curiosity piqued as he sought to uncover who had pulled him into this predicament. The individual I know is named Li Jin. You likely do not know him. He was the one who brought me into the Hell House. Before I came here, I inquired about your situation, but unfortunately, all 7th level individuals wear masks, so we could not discern the appearances or circumstances of the others, Li Kaichen explained with a resigned shrug. Do you harbor any resentment towards him? Lu Chao asked, concern evident in his voice. He thought that anyone pulled into such a place without reason would naturally feel some animosity. Resent him? Why would I? He had no choice but to select me. And I have lived up to his expectations by surviving. What does that indicate? It suggests he possesses discernment, and I have the capability, do I not? Li Kaichen responded. His perspective striking Lu Chao is rather unconventional. Your mindset is truly, Lu Chao thought, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. Was this Li Kaichen truly mad, finding joy in being dragged into the Hell House? That is inconsequential. I feel an immense joy with each awakening in the Hell House. Every task feels like a rebirth, an exhilarating experience, Li Kaichen declared with a grin. Lu Chao remained silent for a moment before posing another question, by the way. Li Kaichen, I am curious, what is your storyline this time? Li Kaichen replied coolly, it aligns perfectly with one of my narratives, which involves dealing with some scoundrels. He recounted his experiences, and when he mentioned collaborating with a ghost, Lu Chao's expression shifted noticeably. How unexpected. I never imagined you would ally with a ghost. Aren't you concerned? Lu Chao expressed his astonishment at Li Kaichen's reckless behavior, having thought he was prepared for the eccentricities of his companion, only to find himself still underestimating him. That is of little importance. The crucial aspect is that I survived. By the way, what is your task? Li Kaichen inquired, redirecting the conversation. My task involves a certain element of luck, merely witnessing death. Lu Chao explained, and upon hearing this, Li Kaichen clapped his thigh and exclaimed, Oh, why are you all so troubled by such a simple task? Lu Chao was momentarily taken aback before asking, What? Do you have a better method for this task? Of course. Since the ghost's method of killing you hinges on witnessing the death of another, why not simply blind yourself and hide away? If you cannot see, you will be safe, right? Moreover, upon returning to the Hell House, your eyesight will be restored. Is it really that difficult? Li Kaichen regarded Lu Chao with an incredulous expression, as if questioning why he alone had failed to survive such a straightforward challenge. Upon hearing Li Kaichen's response, Lu Chao felt utterly speechless, mentally berating him. Seriously, is this something a rational person would even consider? Just then, a thought struck Lu Chao, and he asked Li Kaichen with a serious tone, By the way, do you know Qi Rong? At the mention of this name, Li Kaichen visibly paused, before slowly responding. You know her? Chapter 67. Action: she was assigned to the same mission as I was. Perhaps I failed to mention her name earlier. She was the first to perish. However, the words she uttered to me at that moment were to keep my distance, branding me as a lunatic. Lu Chao spoke in a subdued tone. Oh, I see. I do know her. She was a criminal I had pursued in the past. Yet, I believed she had committed no offense, which led me to release her. It's truly unfortunate that she met her demise. Li Kaichen expressed his regret, seemingly unaware that Qirong had already passed away. What did you say? You, as a former police officer, casually let criminals go? Lu Chao was genuinely taken aback, questioning whether Li Kaichen was unwell. How could someone like him have become a police officer? Indeed, she was a kindergarten teacher. One day, a deranged individual stormed in, intent on harming the children. She somehow managed to accidentally kill that madman and save the children. Yet, afterward, she was reported for having killed the mentally unstable man. To my astonishment, none of the parents of the rescued children came to her aid. They all withdrew their children from the kindergarten. At that time, Qirong felt utterly helpless. She could not find a single person to testify on her behalf. Even the court convicted her. Later, I heard that she had escaped, and I was dispatched to track her down. Based on surveillance footage, we quickly pinpointed her hideout. When I found her, her eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow. That day, she believed I would apprehend her, but I did not. Instead, I provided her with some money and a business card, urging her to undergo plastic surgery and leave the area. I also informed her on how to evade surveillance. She was momentarily stunned, perhaps thinking I should have taken her back to face the law or believing I should not disregard justice. Ultimately, when I let her go, her gaze reflected bewilderment yet held a glimmer of hope for the future. Afterward, I resigned from my position, and I lost all contact with her. Now, upon hearing of her death, I am somewhat taken aback. I never imagined she would end up in this hellish abode and perish within. Li Kaichen sighed helplessly, recounting Qirong's story. Is that so? It seems you still possess your own principles and boundaries. Just follow your heart, Lu Chao replied calmly. You must understand. It is unlikely for a typical individual to reach the level of integrity that Li Kaichen has displayed. Sometimes, certain positions necessitate actions beyond one has control. That is why I resigned. I felt unfit to be a police officer. Well, that concludes our conversation for today. I have matters to attend to. After Li Kaichen finished speaking, he departed. Once he left, Lu Chao sat alone on the couch, staring at the ceiling, contemplating the task on the 7th floor. If he were to find himself on the 7th floor, what would he do? Setting aside the question of whether he could succeed, merely gathering 10 individuals to enter was a formidable challenge. Could he truly reach such depths? To survive, would he resort to bringing others into a fatal predicament? Lu Chao was uncertain of the answer. He did not comprehend how he would behave in that situation. Perhaps he too would seek out 10 innocent souls to ensure his own survival. Lost in these thoughts, Lu Chao fell asleep on the couch. Meanwhile, in another villa, Li Kaichen descended into the basement, opening another door that led to a deeper level. There, he found 2 middle-aged men bound and covered in wounds. Upon seeing Li Kaichen, they trembled in fear, repeatedly pleading, "Please, spare us. We know we were wrong." Unmoved by their desperate appeals, Li Kaichen coldly stated, "Your son is already dead, and you will not survive either. This is your price to pay." As he spoke, his eyes gradually reddened, and the image of a lively young boy flashed in his mind, followed by the haunting scene of that boy's tragic demise in his arms, crying out, "Brother! They truly bullied me. I couldn't endure it any longer. Brother, I am so tired." The vision abruptly ended, replaced by Li Kaichen's furious expression as he looked at the 2 men before him. With a mocking tone, he declared, "Rest assured, you will soon join your son. Enjoy your abuse of power while you can. Go and face the king of hell." With that, Li Kaichen turned on his heel and exited the room. When Lu Chao awakened again, it was already evening and his phone rang. "Hello, Mom? Is something the matter?" "Xiao Chao, you need to come back tomorrow. There is something urgent." "Mom? What urgent matter? Are you and Dad unwell?" Upon hearing his mother's anxious voice, Lu Chao's heart raced. "No, it's something else. Tomorrow is the weekend, and you should be resting. Remember to come back." "Okay, I understand." Although Lu Chao was unaware of the situation at home, his mother's evident urgency compelled him to set off immediately. Lu Chao's hometown was in the neighboring city, a drive of only 3.5 hours. By 8 o'clock that evening, he had already returned. "Xiao Chao, why are you back so soon? Didn't I ask you to come tomorrow? It's dangerous to drive at night." Zhang Qing expressed her joy upon seeing her son. "Mom, did you call me back for something specific?" Lu Chao asked with concern. "Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Come in. Your dad and Li Kaichen are having a drink. Your return is just perfect." With that, Zhang Qing pulled Lu Chao into the room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a familiar face, Li Kaichen, seated across from his father, Lu Ming. "Ah, Kaichen, look, my son has returned. Rest assured, your position is absolutely secure." Lu Ming greeted Lu Chao's arrival with no surprise, instead turning to Li Kaichen with a smile. However, the moment Li Kaichen laid eyes on Lu Chao, he was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Lu Ming to be Lu Chao's father. "Dad, what is going on?" Lu Chao stood frozen, glancing between Li Kaichen and his parents, unable to comprehend the situation. Chapter 68, The Terrifying Fourth Floor. Come, Xiao Chao, sit down and eat. Lu Ming directly pulled Lu Chao to the table, where Li Kaichen wore an expression of embarrassment for the first time. "Dad, what is it that you called me for?" Lu Chao sat down and noticed Li Kaichen's awkward demeanor. An ominous premonition stirred within him, sensing that this matter related to Li Kaichen. "Xiao Chao, you are a small leader in your unit, right? This is Kaichen, the son of my comrade. You see, he graduated from the police academy but has recently lost his job. We thought you could help him find a position since you mentioned needing an assistant last time. He would be a perfect fit." Lu Ming introduced Li Kaichen to Lu Chao with a smile, his intentions clear. He wanted Li Kaichen to become Lu Chao's assistant. "What? You mean Li Kaichen is jobless?" Upon hearing his father's words, Lu Chao was taken aback, looking at Li Kaichen in confusion. Li Kaichen smiled sheepishly and nodded awkwardly. "All right. Let him come then." Lu Chao smiled and spoke to Li Kaichen. "Ah, Kaichen, see, I told you it would be fine. My son is quite capable. You won't be disappointed working with him." That evening, Lu Chao took Li Kaichen home, and once in his room, Lu Chao glanced at Li Kaichen and said, "So, tell me, what do you really want?" "I said I'm bored and want to find a job. Do you believe me?" Li Kaichen replied somewhat awkwardly. "Okay, then you will be my assistant starting tomorrow," Lu Chao said with a cold smile. "No problem, my boss. I'm your assistant from now on," Li Kaichen said cheekily, but Lu Chao remained expressionless and went to sleep. "Boss, where is my room? Where do I sleep?" Li Kaichen asked Lu Chao. "You'll sleep on the sofa. Come to work with me tomorrow," Lu Chao said, closing the door to his room and going to sleep. Li Kaichen remained silent, quietly lying on the sofa. Thus, Li Kaichen worked alongside Lu Chao for 4 months. One evening, upon returning home, as Li Kaichen prepared to sleep on the sofa, Lu Chao called out to him, "It's getting cold. Come in and sleep together." So, they ended up sleeping side by side, and at that moment, a strange dream descended upon them. When Lu Chao opened his eyes again, he found himself on the 4th floor of the infernal house, the familiar masked ghost seated at the center of the table. Alongside Lu Chao was Li Kaichen and 4 other strangers. Seeing the familiar masked ghost, a wave of anxiety washed over Lu Chao. If that were the case, he would have to confront that thing again. "Hello everyone, long time no see. I wonder if you still remember me?" The masked ghost looked at the 6 individuals with a smile. "Of course, I remember. Every time I come here, I get excited. How could I forget?" Li Kaichen said with his fingers interlaced, showing no fear in his tone. "Very well, it seems you are all prepared. Now, I shall announce the task for this floor." After saying this, the masked ghost smiled at the group and continued, "The prompt for this task is distance. This time, the task will be quite challenging. I hope you all can return safely so we can proceed to the next level together." With a snap of his fingers, Lu Chao and the others collapsed into unconsciousness, slumping over the table. When Lu Chao woke, he found himself at the round table and saw Li Kaichen and the others slowly regaining consciousness. "Where are we?" asked a girl with an innocent appearance, rubbing her head in confusion. "Are you joking, miss? We're already in the task. Are you even a player of the 4th floor?" A bespectacled man, somewhat disdainful and curious, responded, finding her question inappropriate for a player of the 4th floor. "I apologize. That wasn't my intention. I just wanted to know our location. Perhaps my wording was unclear," the girl said with a shy smile. "All right, enough chatter. We should find out what our task is," a fierce-looking man interjected. "Actually, I think we should introduce ourselves. Otherwise, we won't even know each other's names, which makes communication difficult. What do you all think?" another woman suggested. "I agree. I'm Ho Ching," said the bespectacled man, taking the lead. "Just call me Sophie," the earlier girl said, her smile radiating innocence. "I'm Cheng Fei," said the woman who had initially asked about their location. "I'm Ma Xian," introduced the fierce-looking man. "I'm Li Kaichen, and this is my boss, Lu Chao. I hope everyone will take good care of us," Li Kaichen said cheekily, casting a glance at Lu Chao, who merely rolled his eyes in response. "Now that we are acquainted, shouldn't we search for clues regarding our task?" Ho Ching suggested. Just as he spoke, an elderly arm appeared on his shoulder, a chilling sensation enveloping him. Turning in confusion, he was startled to find an aged face mere inches from his own. "Ah, Who are you? Ho Ching exclaimed in shock, his voice echoing throughout the villa. Forgive me for startling you. I am the butler here, Zhang Yi. I am the one who invited you all here, the old man said as he stepped forward. After surveying the group with his ancient eyes, he continued. I will be leaving for 4 days. During this time, I hope you all can take care of our little princess in the villa. Remember to feed her on time. Do not let her go hungry. She is upstairs, and I will return in 4 days. Then you will all be safe. By the way, during this period, please do not wander around. I hope you all stay within the villa. There is food in the kitchen. Just remember not to let our little princess go hungry. Your rooms are on the 2nd floor. That is all I have to say. With that, the old man turned to leave. Chapter 69. Caring for Xiaoran, Old Man. Wait a moment. Just as everyone was about to leave, Ho Ching suddenly called out to the elderly gentleman. What is it? Is there something else? The elderly man, who had been turning away, turned back with a hint of displeasure on his face upon hearing Ho Ching's voice. Grandfather, I wish to know what it means to take good care of your princess. Ho Ching inquired with a smile, wanting to clarify, as this was a matter of great significance. Upon hearing the question, the old man seemed to relax a bit. He replied, It's nothing too complicated. She isn't picky. Just ensure she has her meals on time. There is no need to worry about anything else. She will play and sleep by herself. Of course, you can also spend time with her when you have the chance. After finishing his words, the old man strode quickly out of the villa. His vigorous steps belied his age. Why do I feel as if he is trying to escape from here? Sophie remarked, observing the elderly man's swift departure with a puzzled expression. I feel the same way. It's almost as if he was bequeathing us a task. This villa must be perilous. Cheng Fei narrowed her eyes and added, Let it be. We should move on. We ought to check the 2nd floor to see what our assignment entails, Li Kaichen stated calmly, noting that the elderly man had already conveyed much of the necessary information. With that, he proceeded up the stairs. Lu Chao, witnessing this, sighed helplessly and followed him. Let us go. We need to see for ourselves, Ma Xian remarked, joining them, as the others trailed behind. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they noticed a room with its door ajar, revealing a pink decor within. At the doorway stood a little girl in a princess dress, appearing around 8 years old. She stared blankly at Lu Chao and the others. A small yellow dog beside her, panting and gazing at the group. When Ho Chi was the last to ascend the stairs, he saw a countdown appear simultaneously in the minds of Lu Chao and the others, 95, 59, 59, a countdown of 4 days. They had scarcely arrived on the 2nd floor when the countdown had triggered. How is this possible? The countdown for our mission has commenced. Ho Ching exclaimed in astonishment. They had yet to do anything, and the task had already begun, indicating that coming to the 2nd floor was indeed the right choice. Brother and sister, are you the ones here to take care of me? The little girl spoke up, her face devoid of fear, her big eyes surveying the group with curiosity. Little sister, may I ask your name? And why do you say we are the ones for this task? Have others come to care for you before? Sophie approached the girl, gently pinching her cheek. For some inexplicable reason, the closer she got to the girl, the more affection she felt. My name is Xiaoran. Every 4 days, a few brothers and sisters come to visit. But they seem not to like me for some reason. I remember they were just like you, but then they started to dwindle until only one remained. When I woke up today, there was no one left, Xiaoran replied, her face reflecting a sense of grievance, her eyes glistening as if she might cry at any moment. Hearing her words, Lu Chao and the others were rendered speechless. It was evident from Xiaoran's account that others had previously come here on a mission, but each day, one was claimed by the malevolent spirits, resulting in fewer visitors. However, as this thought crossed Lu Chao's mind, another realization struck him. They were not the first group to undertake this mission. This meant that the haunted house was not merely a singular entity. There might be multiple such houses in existence. The thought sent a shiver of dread through Lu Chao. If that were the case, it would be truly terrifying. All right, Xiaoran, do not cry. We shall take care of you for the next 4 days. Rest assured. We will look after you well, Cheng Fei said with a warm smile. That is wonderful. Brother and sister, I am a bit hungry now. Could you prepare a meal for me? Xiaoran beamed at the group. Of course. Just wait a moment. I will go down to cook, Sophie replied, releasing Xiaoran before heading downstairs. Ma Xian and Cheng Fei followed suit to assist her. Let us head to the 3rd floor to check our living quarters. You stay here and behave well, little one. We will call you down when the meal is ready, Li Kaichen said, casting a glance at Xiaoran with a smile. Okay, brother. I will stay here on the 2nd floor, Xiaoran replied cheerfully. Very well, let us go then, Li Kaichen said, observing Xiaoran's bright smile, though he furrowed his brow slightly before ascending to the 3rd floor. Lu Chao, following behind, felt a sense of unease at Xiao Ran's unwavering smile. A young girl, unafraid in the presence of strangers, with a constant smile on her face, seemed rather unusual. Yet Lu Chao dismissed the thought as they reached the third floor, which featured a long corridor with 3 rooms on each side, clearly prepared for their arrival. It seems they were already aware of our coming, Ho Qing remarked, adjusting his glasses as he surveyed the dimly lit corridor, feeling an eerie presence lurking in the shadows. A soft creak of a doorknob echoed in the air, startling the group momentarily. They looked down to find Xiao Ran's little dog trotting past them, heading towards Ho Qing. "Go away. I don't like you," Ho Qing exclaimed, pushing the dog aside disdainfully. "Don't be like that. Dogs are our best friends. I bought it some food. Don't be so dismissive." Li Kaichen chuckled as he picked up the squirming dog, which seemed to understand his words and continued to struggle. Just then, the sound of dripping water distinctly reached their ears. Chapter 70. Care. Upon hearing the sound of dripping water, Lu Chao and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Li Kaichen placed the small dog he was holding on the ground and strained to discern the source of the sound. Soon, they realized that the sound came from the end of the corridor. The group's gaze collectively shifted towards that direction, where they beheld a painting. The artwork depicted a man whose features were grotesquely contorted, giving the impression that he was glaring menacingly at them. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but the sound of dripping water seemed to emanate from the man's open mouth. At that moment, droplets were cascading incessantly from the edges of the frame, resembling saliva dripping from the figure within the painting. The painting was undeniably eerie. The longer they stared, the more an unsettling chill crept into their hearts. At this juncture, Ho Qing, his voice trembling slightly, remarked on the painting's unsettling aura. Suddenly, he felt a wave of astonishment wash over him and, with a quivering hand, pointed at the artwork, exclaiming, "Look." He is smiling. As Ho Qing's words echoed, the others shifted their gaze back to the painting. Indeed, the previously distorted figure now appeared to be grinning malevolently. The man's posture had shifted from a side view to one that faced them directly, his sinister smile growing more pronounced. "This painting is truly bizarre. It makes my skin crawl," Li Kaichen exclaimed. Without hesitation, he produced a lighter and set the painting ablaze. "Li Kaichen, what are you doing? The situation is unclear. If you destroy the painting, what if you release the man within?" Ho Qing protested urgently, realizing the danger of Li Kaichen's actions. "Who says the frame can contain him? If he is truly malevolent, we might perish at his hands in the coming days. We have a chance to eliminate him now. What is there to fear?" Li Kaichen retorted, ignoring Ho Qing's warnings as he ignited the artwork. "Enough, Li Kaichen. He has vanished." Lu Chao interjected, cradling the small dog as he spoke to the two. "What? Vanished?" Upon hearing Lu Chao's words, both Ho Qing and Li Kaichen glanced at the painting, only to find that the eerie figure had indeed disappeared, leaving behind an empty frame. How was this possible? The sight filled Ho Qing with anxiety and disbelief. It was utterly perplexing. Meanwhile, curiosity flickered across Li Kaichen's face as he mused, "Incredible. Where could he have gone?" As Li Kaichen scanned the surroundings for the man from the painting, Lu Chao urged, "Let us leave. This place is too strange. I shall join you shortly." "I sense there may be clues here," Li Kaichen replied, not turning back as he opened a door to a nearby room. "You're insane," Ho Qing exclaimed before departing the third floor, while Li Kaichen entered the room. On the first floor, Sophie and Cheng Fei were busy preparing a meal in the kitchen, while Xiao Ran sat quietly in the living room, seemingly waiting for dinner. "What do you think of the rooms? Is the environment satisfactory?" Cheng Fei inquired as she worked. "It's a bit eerie. The painting in the corridor upstairs is quite terrifying." Ho Qing recounted the unsettling experience from the third floor, leaving the others momentarily speechless, unable to fathom such bizarre occurrences so soon after their arrival. "Are we still able to sleep on the third floor?" Ma Xian asked, his face reflecting discomfort. "If not, we can all sleep on the first floor. At least we'll be together, which offers a measure of safety," Ho Qing suggested. "I agree. Staying together would provide some assurance. Otherwise, we might encounter unforeseen troubles tonight," Lu Chao concurred. Just then, Li Kaichen descended the stairs with a troubled expression on his face. "Li Kaichen, what happened? Did you see something up there?" Lu Chao inquired, sensing Li Kaichen's distress. "How do I put this? I didn't find the man from the painting." "Which is rather disappointing," Li Kaichen replied with a forced smile. "Insane," Lu Chao and the others muttered, exasperated. "Everyone, dinner is ready," Sophie announced as she brought the dishes to the table. "Fantastic. Dinner time," Xiaoran exclaimed, rising to join the others at the table. After dinner, the clock quickly struck 11, and darkness enveloped the sky. As per their plan, the 6 individuals prepared to rest in the living room while assigning 3 to keep watch. Xiaoran had already ascended to the second floor, appearing quite fatigued after dinner. Given the dangers lurking on the fourth floor, they could not afford to let their guard down, even for a moment. All right, we'll retire for now. You've all worked hard. Make sure to wake us at 2:30. Ho Qing, Ma Xian, and Sophie settled onto the sofa for sleep. Rest well, we'll definitely wake you. Li Kaichen assured them with a smile. Soon, the trio dozed off, though they could not fully sleep. Dozing was deemed necessary. Let us remain vigilant and quiet. We cannot afford to relax, Li Kaichen said cheerfully to Lu Chao and Qing Fei. Insane, just focus on your own direction, Lu Chao retorted, rolling his eyes at Li Kaichen and distancing himself slightly. In that moment, the three of them sat back to back, each gazing in a different direction, leaving only the overhead lights illuminating the room. Suddenly, Lu Chao felt a tap on his shoulder. Li Kaichen, please don't be so tedious, Lu Chao said, assuming it was Li Kaichen playing a prank, for he was the only one prone to such antics. What are you talking about? I haven't said a word. Why do you think I'm being tedious? Li Kaichen's puzzled voice came from behind Lu Chao. What? Lu Chao turned around, his heart racing. Indeed. Both Qing Fei and Li Kaichen were at a distance, their expressions indicating they were not engaging in such jokes. But if it was Li Kaichen who had tapped him, then who was it? Chapter 71. Care, the midnight bowing Lu Chao, what troubles you? Li Kaichen inquired, puzzled by Lu Chao's furrowed brow. Just now, someone tapped my shoulder. Lu Chao glanced at the three men, Ma Xian and the others, deep in slumber. He was certain that none of them could have done it. Is that so? Then it seems I was not mistaken either. Earlier, I thought it was you who tapped me, but now it appears that it may not have been you, Li Kaichen replied with a calm smile, seemingly unperturbed by the notion of ghosts. Are you suggesting that the ghosts here have already manifested? Qing Fei, having overheard their conversation, spoke with a hint of fear. It's only the first night. Perhaps, but it seems inconsequential. It doesn't appear to harbor any intent to harm us, Li Kaichen reassured, displaying a nonchalance toward the invisible entity. Suddenly, a series of sounds akin to a sphere colliding echoed from the ceiling above, resembling the sound of someone playing basketball. Although the noise was not loud, it was distinctly audible. How peculiar. Could it be that the ceiling is expanding and contracting? Li Kaichen remarked, casting a glance at the tense Lu Chao and Qing Fei, deliberately offering a scientific explanation. However, it was evident that Lu Chao and Qing Fei were not inclined to believe in science at that moment. Their eyes were filled with caution as they stared at the source of the sound above. Well, if you're frightened, why not go take a look? It might alleviate your concerns, Li Kaichen suggested. But if we go up, who will guard this place? Lu Chao scanned the sleeping figures on the sofa, clearly desiring to investigate, especially since he had a pair of embroidered shoes in his pocket. If necessary, he could make a quick escape. I'll accompany you. Qing Fei, you stay here. If anything happens, wake them immediately, Li Kaichen declared, glancing at Qing Fei. I understand. You two go ahead. If it becomes too dangerous, I will flee on my own, Qing Fei assured them with a smile, hoping for some clue of an escape route above. All right, we'll be off then. Call for us if anything arises, Lu Chao said as he and Li Kaichen ascended to the second floor. Upon arriving at the door of a room, the sound of the basketball grew louder. Even through the door, they could sense the rhythmic bouncing of the basketball within. After exchanging a glance, they nodded and pushed the door open with determination. However, upon entering and switching on the light, they found only a basketball bouncing up and down, with no sign of any person present. Strangely, the bouncing basketball seemed to be operated by an invisible entity, just as Lu Chao and Li Kaichen were engulfed in confusion. They noticed a poster on the wall depicting an unknown basketball player. The player's posture suggested he was shooting a basket, yet the poster lacked the presence of a basketball. What an enigma! Why is there a basketball in this room? Lu Chao approached the basketball, intending to pick it up. At that moment, he felt a damp sensation beneath his feet, as if someone were wetting their hands to touch his calves, accompanied by a warm feeling. Who goes there? Lu Chao exclaimed, glancing down to discover the small dog that had followed Xiaoran earlier, which had somehow entered the room and was now licking his leg. Oh, it's you. Lu Chao sighed in relief upon seeing the dog. He lifted it into his arms, chuckling, what brings you here in the dead of night? Did you sneak in without me noticing? Aren't you afraid I might steal you for hot pot? What woof? The small dog suddenly barked angrily at something behind Lu Chao. Both he and Li Kaichen turned in confusion, only to witness the peculiar sight of the basketball returning to the poster, as if it had never been there at all. How astonishing! How did that basketball return to the poster? Li Kaichen mused, intrigued by the phenomenon. Before they could fully process it, a melodious singing floated in from outside. Lu Chao and Li Kaichen exchanged glances and stepped out of the room, following the source of the sound. Yet, as they exited, they noticed that the athlete in the poster behind them blinked, and the basketball fell from the poster once more. Who could be singing here? Lu Chao and Li Kaichen entered another room, where the song resonated clearly. "Let us go in and take a look," Li Kaichen said, pushing the door open with an air of fearlessness. However, upon entering and turning on the light, the singing abruptly ceased, as if it had never existed. "The sound has vanished?" Li Kaichen squinted at the room, which turned out to be a study, containing only a bookshelf devoid of any other presence. Could this object be the source of the sound? Lu Chao picked up a doll on the desk, depicting a girl dancing ballet. However, it was unsettling. The dancer's face bore no features, only a gaping maw of blood. What a grotesque sight! Lu Chao grimaced, setting down the music box girl and surveying the room, which remained empty and deserted. "Lu Chao, do you think it's possible that this house possesses some magic, allowing inanimate objects within it to come to life?" Li Kaichen speculated, glancing at the eerie doll on the desk. "That possibility cannot be ruled out, perhaps." Just then, a strange sound echoed from downstairs. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was markedly different from the basketball's previous thumping. It resembled something colliding with the wall. "Ma Xian, what is happening?" "Lu Chao, Li Kaichen, come downstairs quickly." Cheng Fei's anxious voice echoed from below, prompting Lu Chao and Li Kaichen to rush downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, they were met with a horrifying sight. Ma Xian wore an eerie smile, his eyes vacant and fixated ahead, as his forehead repeatedly struck the wall. Chapter 72. Caring for the terrifying villa. How could this happen? Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Chao hurriedly approached to observe Ma Xian, only to find him in a trance-like state, his gaze fixed forward, expressionless as he repeatedly collided with the wall. It appeared that the impact caused him no pain. As he continued this relentless action, blood already trickling down his forehead. "Cheng Fei, what is happening?" Li Kaichen inquired, turning to Cheng Fei. "Just now, as I was surveying the surroundings, I felt a presence behind me. When I turned, I saw Ma Xian wearing a sinister grin that sent chills down my spine. I urgently asked him what was wrong, but he did not respond. Instead, he walked straight to the wall and began to strike his head against it." Cheng Fei recounted her observations to Lu Chao and the others, her voice tinged with fear. "Is that so? Could it be that he is possessed?" Li Kaichen approached Ma Xian, while Lu Chao frowned, seemingly understanding Li Kaichen's intentions. "Li Kaichen, I think it's best not to intervene. After all, none of us know what is really going on." Hearing this, Li Kaichen merely chuckled. "Lu Chao, if you were in his position, I would choose to awaken you." With that, Li Kaichen reached out to grasp Ma Xian, only to discover an astonishing strength emanating from him, rendering him immovable. "How is this possible?" "Ma Xian, wake up," Li Kaichen exclaimed, slapping Ma Xian twice in an attempt to rouse him. Miraculously, Ma Xian ceased his headbutting against the wall. Lu Chao and Cheng Fei breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. As long as he could be awakened, it was not the worst outcome. "You seek death." A voice, foreign to Ma Xian, erupted from his lips, deep and resonant, reminiscent of an elderly man. The force of the voice even pushed Li Kaichen back a few steps. The group, now apprehensive, stood frozen, their eyes fixed on Ma Xian. After this, Ma Xian turned his head back to the wall and resumed his assault, the thuds echoing through the living room once more. What could have transpired to cause him to be possessed? Lu Chao murmured to himself, lost in thought, unable to recall any misdeeds on Ma Xian's part. Strangely, Li Kaichen observed, "Why is it that our commotion is so loud yet they remain in deep slumber?" He looked towards the still unconscious Su Fei and Ho Qing, puzzled by their lack of response to the noise. "I can't wake them. I tried just now, but they are sound asleep, utterly unresponsive to my calls." Cheng Fei commented, "This is troublesome. Allow me to try." Li Kaichen declared, moving to Ho Qing and vigorously slapping his face while shouting, "Ho Qing, wake up." Regrettably, there was no reaction, as if he were a lifeless corpse. Is it only the first night, and already things feel off? Lu Chao observed the two sleeping figures, anxiety creeping onto his face. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase behind them, drawing their attention. The group turned to see Xiaoran, clad in a pink nightgown and clutching a stuffed toy, descending the stairs. "Did we wake you?" Cheng Fei asked as Xiaoran approached. "No, I just woke up. I came down to warn you that it's best not to sleep on the first floor, as you might not awaken. If they aren't up by 8 tomorrow, don't bother calling for them. Also, it's dangerous outside the villa. You should stay on the 3rd floor. The 1st floor is not a safe place for you," Xiaoran said. Her demeanor and tone markedly different from when they first met, almost as if she had transformed into another person. After delivering her message, she turned and returned to her room without another word. How intriguing. Is it possible that this princess we are to care for possesses a dual nature? Gentle by day, yet stern by night? Li Kaichen mused, watching Xiaoran depart. Did you discover any secrets on the second floor? Any clues for an escape? Cheng Fei asked the two men. No clues, but we did find. Lu Chao began to relay the situation on the second floor to Cheng Fei. Is that so? Yet on the first floor, we cannot hear anything you say, including the sound of the basketball. Once you ascended, that noise ceased entirely. Moreover, I did not hear any singing as you described, Cheng Fei noted, her brow furrowed in confusion. Just then, they were interrupted by a voice from behind Ma Xian. Everyone, help me. The group tensed, realizing they had been so engrossed in discussing the second floor that they had noticed when Ma Xian had stopped his relentless banging against the wall. Li Kaichen was the first to rush to Ma Xian's side, observing the bloodied forehead from which a faint white substance was visible. It was unmistakably his brain matter. Ma Xian, in your suicidal state, you've even caused your brain to spill out. Ma Xian, how do you feel? Can you hear me? Li Kaichen asked urgently. I can, but I'm so tired. I have ultimately lost, so does this mean I will die? Ma Xian replied with a wry smile, uttering words that left Lu Chao and the others in shock. What do you mean by lost? Lu Chao pressed, seizing the opportunity while Ma Xian could still speak. It was a dream. I fell asleep and found myself compelled to participate in a game. But I lost, and now my price is death. As he spoke, Ma Xian's pupils began to dilate, the light in his eyes fading gradually. Ma Xian, wake up. Don't sleep, Lu Chao urged, desperate to rouse him. But it was too late. Ma Xian had drawn his last breath. Look, what has happened to them? Cheng Fei's astonished voice broke through the tension. As she pointed in disbelief at the two on the sofa, Lu Chao and Li Kaichen turned to follow her gaze, only to find Ho Qing and Su Fei sitting upright on the couch, wearing inexplicable smiles on their faces, seemingly awakened from their slumber. Chapter 73. Care, the danger of the second floor. Upon witnessing the peculiar demeanor of Ho Qing and Sophie, Lu Chao felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. Their smiles were extraordinarily sinister, and in the oppressive silence, the two sat rigidly on the sofa, devoid of any movement. Are they all right? Cheng Fei inquired, her gaze shifting nervously between the two, instinctively swallowing hard. Do they appear to be fine to you? Li Kaichen shrugged helplessly, finding a place to sit, though he soon furrowed his brows. No matter how he positioned himself, the eyes of Ho Qing and Sophie remained fixed upon him. Their gazes seemed altered, as if their peripheral vision had transformed. Most unsettling was the fact that their bodies remained still while their heads turned. Could there be something on the first floor? Lu Chao, recalling something, began to search the room. Cheng Fei looked on in confusion, unsure of Lu Chao's intentions. Lu Chao, what are you looking for? She finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity. He is checking for anything unusual on the first floor, perhaps a painting or a statue, Li Kaichen speculated, his expression turning to one of shock as he realized the implication. After all, this room has the ability to resurrect objects that do not belong here. Could it be that Ma Xian, who just died, might? As they exchanged worried glances, they turned towards the spot where Ma Xian's body had lay, only to find it had vanished. How was that possible? Where could Ma Xian have gone? Cheng Fei stammered, fear creeping into her voice. She distinctly remembered Ma Xian's lifeless form being in this very house. Quick, we must leave this place, Lu Chao and Li Kaichen exclaimed in unison, making their way upstairs. Though Cheng Fei was oblivious to the full situation, she instinctively followed their lead. Just as Cheng Fei stepped onto the staircase, a figure materialized behind her, reaching out to grasp her. The distance was just enough that the outstretched hand barely missed her. Curiosity piqued, Cheng Fei turned to look, only to see the deceased Ma Xian staring intently at her from the first floor. The sight of a corpse gazing fixedly at her sent a wave of terror coursing through her. Let us go. Don't linger here. We need to head to the third floor. Lu Chao's voice jolted Sophie from her stupor. Regaining her senses, she hurried to follow them upstairs. However, as they passed the second floor, they were met with a resounding thud of a basketball incessantly pounding against a door, the sound reverberating as if it sought to break free. For reasons unknown, Sophie felt her heart race, her blood coursing faster through her veins. The sound stirred a primal urge within her, compelling her to approach the room from whence it emanated, despite her mind warning her of the danger within. Resolutely, she fought against the impulse and continued towards the third floor, noticing that Lu Chao and Li Kaichen had already reached the top. At that moment, as Sophie passed another room in the hallway, an eerie melody floated through the air, enchanting her with an irresistible allure. The song seemed to possess a magical quality, captivating her senses and compelling her to pause and listen intently. The music ignited a torrent of sorrowful memories within her, scenes from her childhood in the countryside, where she had been brutally beaten upon returning from school, followed by the traumatic experience of being sold after graduating high school. Had she not escaped, she might have met a far grimmer fate. Haunted by memories of a rain-soaked night when she discovered her boyfriend's infidelity with none other than her longtime friend, Sophie felt overwhelmed. Sophie, your life has been so unbearably painful. Come here, it's all right. You don't need to suffer anymore. A seductive voice beckoned from within the room, luring her closer. Her eyes glazed over as her feet began to move towards the source of the enchanting song. A heavy sensation settled in her chest, as if for the first time. Someone understood her long-buried grievances. Tears welled in her eyes as she felt an unprecedented sense of comfort wash over her. Just as Sophie stood before the door, ready to enter, a commanding voice sliced through the air. Sophie, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? From the third floor. Li Kaichen's stern tone snapped her back to reality, breaking the spell that had nearly consumed her. We must leave. The song was inciting suicidal thoughts within me, Sophie exclaimed, racing up to the third floor. Strangely, as she arrived, the sounds of the basketball and the haunting melody faded into silence as if they had never existed. Reflecting on how close she had come to succumbing to the siren song on the second floor, a chill of fear washed over her. Had she truly entered that room? The outcome could have been dire. Li Kaichen, thank you, Sophie said, her voice filled with gratitude. Don't mention it. It was merely a matter of speaking up. If you'd like, I can continue calling out to you, Li Kaichen replied, shrugging resignedly. By the way, didn't you two feel the influence of that song? How did you manage to pass through the second floor unscathed? Sophie asked, perplexed. It's quite simple. If you mutter to yourself while walking, your ears won't register any sound, rendering you immune to their influence, Li Kaichen remarked with an oddly amused expression, as though he were surprised she hadn't known this tactic. You're clever. However, I can't help but wonder, are we truly safe on the third floor? Sophie mused, eyeing the 6 rooms that lay before them. The events of the second floor left her feeling uneasy. She sensed danger lurking within those walls. I'm not sure, but I believe the lobby on the first floor is definitely unsafe. Here, we might still have some time to survive, Lu Chao remarked nonchalantly. Just as he finished speaking, a peculiar knocking sound echoed from a room behind them. Knock, 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 knock. Chapter 74, Care. Upon hearing the knocking sound, Lu Chao and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes drawn to the tightly closed door of the room. The rhythmic knocks echoed from within, each resounding like a heavy thud against their hearts. Was there someone inside this room? Sophie, filled with trepidation, gazed apprehensively at the door, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. She feared what might emerge from within. Why not simply push the door open and find out? Li Kaichen suggested, and with that, he swung the door wide. Suddenly, a figure darted out, rushing towards the trio. Lu Chao focused his gaze and realized it was the little yellow dog, now joyously circling at their feet. Little one, how did you end up here? Lu Chao bent down to stroke the dog's head. The pup looked up at him, wagging its tail, before scampering off toward the second floor. Hey, little dog, don't go upstairs. It's dangerous there. Lu Chao attempted to intercept the dog, but alas, it vanished from their sight. Moments later, the sounds of barking echoed from the second floor, gradually fading into silence. What a pity for that little yellow one, Lu Chao lamented, sensing the impending peril that awaited the dog upstairs. After all, the dangers on the second floor were. Are we truly safe on the third floor? Sophie inquired nervously, glancing down the dimly lit corridor, her heart devoid of certainty. I believe the third floor should be relatively safe for now, though I cannot be entirely certain. It's certainly safer than the first or second floors, Li Kaichen replied calmly. But how did you know that Ma Xian would attack on the first floor? Sophie pressed, still puzzled. For had it not been for Lu Chao and Li Kaichen's warnings, she might have. It was Sharan, Li Kaichen began. Have you noticed how she seemed like a different person when she came down? The Sharan we knew was entirely transformed. I wondered what she meant by warning us to avoid the first floor and come to the third. It struck me that perhaps the objects here could become animated. Hence, I deduced it was a warning about the path to survival. She wouldn't have come down just to alert us without reason. That led me to think of Ma Xian. If Ma Xian had indeed vanished, it would indicate a grave situation. As we observed, Ma Xian was already deemed a lifeless entity, revived by this villa. When revived, his first instinct would undoubtedly be to attack us, coupled with Sharon's warning. I felt compelled to ascend to the third floor. Lu Chao articulated his thoughts with a measured tone. Sophie, listening intently, nodded silently, harboring a newfound respect for the two. Their minds operated with a swiftness she envied. Well then, with only 2 hours left until 6 in the morning, we should refrain from sleeping tonight. Let's remain vigilant. Perhaps by 6, the danger of this phase will have passed, Li Kaichen declared, pushing open a door to one of the rooms and flipping on the light. However, upon glancing inside, he quickly stepped back out and proceeded to another room, repeating this action until he had illuminated all the rooms on the third floor. Lu Chao, intrigued by Li Caichen's behavior, approached and queried, "Li Caichen, what are you doing? Look, each of these rooms contains a painting. Yet none of the images seem to have come to life. Is there something peculiar about the third floor?" Li Caichen remarked. Curious, Lu Chao examined the various rooms, discovering blank frames adorned with bizarre apparitions. Some depicted a girl with twin ponytails, devoid of facial features, while others showcased grotesque entities with oversized eyes or multiple arms. In a particularly chilling moment, they entered the last room, where an image of a woman came into view, dressed as a nun. Her identity alone was not what sent shivers down their spines. It was the unsettling smile that graced her face. This smile seemed to possess an eerie charm, instilling a bone-chilling sensation that crept over their bodies. It was not an exaggeration to state that this nun's portrait was the most lifelike among the collection. Every contour, detail, and expression was rendered with such precision that it resembled a living being. This vividness, however, only served to amplify the terror it inspired. Those who gazed upon the painting could not shake the feeling that the nun was peering through the canvas with a sinister grin, drawing them into an abyss of unending dread. If these images were to awaken, we would scarcely survive 2.5 minutes. They would shred us to pieces in an instant. Lu Chao gulped, aware of the unnatural aura surrounding these portraits. But why have the paintings on the third floor remained dormant? And what lies beneath on the first floor? But Lu Chao, you didn't notice anything unusual on the first floor, did you? Sophie questioned, her voice trembling with fear. No, there must be something I overlooked on the first floor. I didn't explore thoroughly enough. At 6, we should descend and investigate. There must be an area we have yet to discover. Lu Chao replied, as if struck by a realization. Indeed, there are likely hidden corners we have yet to explore, Li Caichen added, his voice steady. Thus, the three remained seated on the third floor, with only 10 minutes remaining until 6 in the morning. Suddenly, Li Caichen exclaimed, "We need to enter a room. Quickly." Into the room. Li Caichen, why are you suddenly urging us to take shelter in a room? Lu Chao asked, perplexed as he watched Li Caichen retreat into one of the rooms. I don't know, but staying in the corridor poses a risk. Hurry inside, Li Caichen insisted, his demeanor serious, prompting Lu Chao and Sophie to trust him despite their confusion. As they stepped into the room, Lu Chao prepared to question Li Caichen, only to feel a cold sweat break out on his back, sensing a malevolent gaze fixed upon him. That instinctive chill surged up his spine, a primal warning of danger lurking behind. Sophie, too, felt the presence of that sinister gaze, her own back growing cold with apprehension. Chapter 75. Care Lu Chao. Do you not sense the presence of those eyes in the corridor? Sophie, observing the cold sweat beading on Lu Chao's forehead, realized that he, like herself, had acknowledged the existence of those eyes. Indeed, I can distinctly feel that the source of those eyes lies within the corridor. Had we not just entered? Our inner selves would undoubtedly have been laid bare before them. Lu Chao spoke with a hint of trepidation, recalling the chilling sensation of being watched in the corridor. We must not be complacent. This is the most perilous moment on the third floor. With an hour until 6 o'clock. Our safety in this room is limited to merely 10 minutes. After that, we will have to move to the next room, but we will only have 30 seconds. You must remember to be swift. Li Caichen's face bore an unusual caution as he nervously surveyed the corridor. Even with the room obstructing his view, he could still sense the lurking danger emanating from the hallway. Li Caichen, are you certain we only have 10 minutes of safety in this room? What is the basis for your assertion? Sophie asked, puzzled. I cannot be entirely certain. I can only tell you that this is my sixth sense. If you trust me, follow my lead. If not, you may choose to remain here. However, I must warn you, the painting in this room will awaken in 10 minutes. Should it revive, I fear you will not stand a chance against it. The choice is yours. Li Caichen glanced at Sophie and shrugged, while Lu Chao, without needing to inquire, implicitly accepted Li Caichen's judgment. Very well, I believe you. Sophie, somewhat resigned, concurred with Li Caichen's perspective, as she found herself devoid of alternatives. Thus, the three of them anxiously awaited the passage of time within the room. At this moment, only 2.5 minutes remained until the 10-minute mark. And it was then that fear began to manifest on Sophie's face. Look, the ghost in that painting just moved. Sophie pointed at the artwork on the wall, her voice trembling. Lu Chao followed her gaze and saw a girl with twin ponytails, devoid of facial features save for a mouth. At that instant, the girl revealed a chilling smile. The painting has come to life. Lu Chao could hardly believe his eyes, contemplating whether to vacate the room. Fear not. Though the painting has animated, it cannot yet emerge. It will require 3 more minutes before it can do so, and by then, we shall have already vacated this room. Li Kaichen spoke calmly, as if he had anticipated this very occurrence. Is that so? That is indeed misleading. If I were in your position and witnessed such a bizarre spectacle, I might well flee into the corridor. Lu Chao expressed his apprehension, observing that. Just as Li Kaichen had stated, the peculiar entity within the painting was merely writhing within its frame, unable to escape. Although it yearned to break free, it remained ensnared. Yet it persisted in its attempts to crawl outward. Suddenly, one of its hands extended from the confines of the frame. Time's up. We have only 1 minute left, Li Kaichen declared, swiftly opening the door and dashing out. Upon reaching the corridor, he surveyed the remaining 5 rooms and selected one, stepping inside without hesitation. Lu Chao and Sophie followed closely behind him. Just as they departed, the eerie figure from the previous room had fully emerged from the painting. Meanwhile, Lu Chao, Li Kaichen, and Sophie found themselves in another chamber, where the artwork depicted a colossal head with a single, enormous eye, evoking a sense of dread. Li Kaichen, I wish to know how you are aware of the circumstances on this 3rd floor? Lu Chao inquired, perplexed. Sensing that Li Kaichen seemed to possess foreknowledge of the entire sequence of events, akin to a prophet. You may find it hard to believe, but it appears that I designed this task. Li Kaichen remarked oddly from the doorway. What do you mean you designed it? This is perplexing. Both Lu Chao and Sophie were taken aback, struggling to comprehend Li Caichen's meaning. I cannot quite grasp the situation, but upon arriving on the 3rd floor, a memory surfaced in my mind, one that pertained to the design of this task. I recall a phrase indicating that I must not enter the task I had created. Additionally, I remembered that there was only one path to survival. We must find. Just as Li Kaichen was about to reveal the escape route, a force surged forth, immobilizing the trio in place. They found themselves unable to move or even speak. As they puzzled over the origin of this unseen power, a figure emerged before them. It was the masked ghost. He appeared before them seemingly out of thin air. Dear players, I sincerely apologize for the bug that has occurred. The task designer should not have manifested in this undertaking. Therefore, as compensation, Li Kaichen, you may proceed directly to completion, while the remaining players will stay here to continue. Fortunately, the escape route has not been disclosed. After addressing the group, the masked ghost approached Li Kaichen, placing a hand on his shoulder. With a smile, he turned to Lu Chao and Sophie. You too, strive to survive. To compensate you, I have shortened your time. You need only endure for 48 hours. I sincerely hope you can survive and ultimately return to the haunted house. Farewell. Upon finishing his statement, the masked ghost vanished along with Li Kaichen. After his departure, the bindings that had restrained Lu Chao and Sophie were immediately lifted. They stared in astonishment at the space where Li Kaichen had just been, their eyes filled with shock. Having just learned that this entire task had been designed by him. Yet, Li Kaichen is a madman. He just mentioned that there is only one path to survival. But he did not disclose what that path entails. Lu Chao, what shall we do now? Li Kaichen has already departed. Sophie inquired aimlessly, seeking Lu Chao's perspective. Observe the time. It has just been paused, so it should not count. We need not concern ourselves with those paintings. Let us endure until 6 o'clock. Lu Chao replied coldly, his mind racing with thoughts of Li Caichen's earlier words. There exists a path to survival, but what precisely must we find to achieve it? P.S. Dear readers, the author has a bowl here, cautiously nudging it forward. Could you kindly place your favorable reviews within? Shy, Chapter 76, Seeking Care, the Changed Xiao Ran. With this thought, Lu Chao began to search his mind for every detail of the villa. Yet he still could not discern what Li Kaichen was referring to. If one were to follow Li Caichen's twisted logic, what could he possibly designate as a means of escape? Damn it, Li Kaichen is truly deranged on the very first night. He had already taken 3 lives. This was utterly abnormal. Lu Chao cursed Li Kaichen in his thoughts, vowing that if he managed to survive, he would deliver a thorough beating to that lunatic, which mission results in half the participants dead on the very first day. Lu Chao, time is running out. At that moment, Sophie glanced at her phone and spoke up. Lu Chao nodded in acknowledgement, then checked the time before stepping into another room. Thus, the two of them relied on the information left by Li Kaichen to navigate the dangers of the 3rd floor, successfully evading peril. They now found themselves in the final room, the one adorned with the portrait of the nun. Wait, where has the portrait gone? Upon entering, Lu Chao was taken aback to discover an empty frame. He distinctly remembered a nun's portrait being there. The previous rooms had all contained various portraits. Yet this one was devoid of any image. I recall this being a portrait of a nun, but why is there only her attire left? Sophie remarked as she picked up the nun's clothing from the hanger. Damn it, Could Li Kaichen have set a trap in this last room? Lu Chao's immediate reaction was to suspect that the madman had deviated from conventional methods and was undoubtedly scheming to ensnare them. As Lu Chao pondered rapidly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside their door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. It was a frantic sound, as if whatever was outside desperately wanted to enter but felt restrained by some unseen force. How could this be? This is entirely different from the clues Li Kaichen left behind. Sophie observed the knocking, sensing something amiss. The previous rooms had been eerily quiet and safe, but this time was different, as an unsettling noise emanated from the entrance. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the knocking intensified, growing increasingly frantic, and the entire door appeared to tremble. Li Kaichen's reasoning differs from ours. We cannot judge with ordinary logic. According to his perspective, I sense that nothing in this place is superfluous, Lu Chao stated decisively as he handed the nun's attire to Sophie. Sophie, taken aback, did not comprehend Lu Chao's intention. Put it on. I suspect that the nun in the portrait was the sovereign of this floor, yet for reasons unknown, her image has vanished. Therefore, I believe wearing this attire will frighten off all the apparitions and allow us to reach the first floor safely, Lu Chao explained earnestly. Do you really think so? Sophie appeared skeptical of Lu Chao's assertion. Based on my brief interactions with him, I cannot rule out the possibility that he might entertain such an idea, Lu Chao sighed, resigned to hope that Li Kaichen indeed thought this way. After a moment of hesitation, Sophie donned the nun's clothing just as the eerie entities burst into the room. Sophie, do not show any fear on your face. Maintain eye contact with them, or they'll see through you, Lu Chao whispered, concerned for Sophie's composure. Sophie, without a word, nodded silently, then fixed a stern gaze upon the 5 apparitions that had invaded the room. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the room. Lu Chao felt his heart racing uncontrollably. At that moment, any one of those 5 entities could easily terminate him. This was the closest he had come to death since embarking on this mission. He silently prayed that Sophie would manage to intimidate them. Sophie, now disguised as the nun, was even more anxious than Lu Chao. She struggled to maintain her composure, directing a fierce glare at the 5 apparitions, hoping to scare them away. Indeed, upon seeing the nun Sophie within the room, the 5 apparitions recoiled in fear, lowering their heads and refusing to meet her gaze. No, they dared not look upon the attire of the nun. Trembling, they averted their eyes and cautiously retreated from the room, disappearing without a trace. Fantastic, Lu Chao. Your deduction was spot on. They truly have left, Sophie exclaimed, exhilaration evident in her voice, recalling the terror they had felt moments ago when those entities had entered. We must go. The time has come for us to reach the first floor, Lu Chao declared. Sophie nodded, quickly shedding the nun's attire, and together they hastened toward the first floor. They arrived at the first floor at a swift pace, where dawn had yet to break. There, on the sofa, they spotted 3 figures. Among them were Ho Qing and Cheng Fei, who had abruptly sat up on the sofa last night, and the third was Xiao Ran, who had been sleeping in a room on the 2nd floor. The moment they laid eyes on Xiao Ran, both Lu Chao and Sophie felt an explosion of thoughts. They sensed that the little girl was anything but ordinary. What kind of normal child would awaken at such an hour? Xiao Ran, what's wrong? Although fear gripped his heart, Lu Chao still managed to inquire. Xiao Ran turned slowly upon hearing Lu Chao's voice, offering him a cryptic smile without uttering a word. Lu Chao, what is wrong with her? Sophie voiced her confusion. I do not know, yet I feel something is amiss, Lu Chao replied, gazing at Xiao Ran with trepidation. What are we to do now? Should we just remain here and wait? That does not seem like a viable plan, Sophie pondered hesitantly. I will think of something. There must be a way. What exactly is the means of escape, and how is Li Kaichen orchestrating this? Lu Chao murmured to himself, when suddenly, Sophie grasped his right hand tightly. Her voice trembling, Lu Chao, doesn't this little girl resemble the nun in the portrait? Chapter 77. Care, seeking a way out. What did you say? Upon hearing Sophie's words, Lu Chao nervously glanced at Xiao Ran. Indeed, Xiao Ran was clad in a black outfit that bore an uncanny resemblance to the nun's attire from upstairs, differing only in size. Most notably, Xiao Ran appeared to have matured, as if she had physiologically transitioned from 8 to 12 years of age. At that moment, an eerie giggle escaped from Xiao Ran's lips. Lu Chao was momentarily stunned, for from this angle, she truly resembled the nun. Wait, Lu Chao, have we forgotten something? Just then, Sophie seemed to recall something important and inquired. Did you discover something? Lu Chao hastily asked. The old man mentioned ensuring Xiao Ran's 3 meals a day. Does that imply we must cook for her? Otherwise, could we be in danger? Sophie questioned. That makes sense. Hurry, let us prepare a meal, Lu Chao finally realized. As the events of the previous day had overwhelmed him, causing him to completely forget the old man's warnings. With that thought in mind, the two swiftly made their way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Xiaoran shifted her gaze from them to the doorway. Before long, breakfast was ready. Lu Chao placed it on the dining table, calling out to Xiaoran, "Xiaoran, come and eat breakfast." Xiaoran, hearing this, silently stood up and walked to the table, picking up a bowl of porridge and eating it with a blank expression. Just then, a soft, furry sensation brushed against Lu Chao's feet. He looked down to discover the little dog, Xiao Wang, alive and well. "Xiao Wang, you're still alive. You must be hungry. Let me get you something to eat." Seeing the little dog brought a smile to Lu Chao's face, and he offered a bowl of porridge to Xiao Wang, who wagged its tail joyfully as it began to eat. Half an hour passed, and after finishing her meal, Xiaoran retired to rest, while Xiao Wang settled down at the door. Meanwhile, Ho Qing and his companion, who had been sitting upright on the sofa, had now slumped over, sound asleep. "Lu Chao, is it safe here?" Sophie asked, observing that Ho Qing and his companion had fallen asleep in the hall. "Perhaps it is. You should rest for a bit. I'll call for you if anything happens." Lu Chao understood Sophie's concern. After a day filled with high tension, fatigue was inevitable. "But if we sleep here, won't we end up like Ma Xian and the others?" Sophie glanced anxiously at the sleeping duo, fearing a similar fate to Ma Xian's demise or to Ho Qing's fateful slumber. "I don't believe so. I sense that Li Kaichen Wu Ti established the same rules for day and night. In his design, as long as we find a way out, we should pass through easily. Although we have yet to find the way out, I don't think resting now will lead to death. Of course, if you're worried, I can sleep first." After saying this, Lu Chao stretched lazily and collapsed onto the sofa. Sophie, noticing this, checked her phone and saw it was 8 in the morning, setting an alarm for noon before drifting off to sleep. After all, lunch was essential. Thus, Lu Chao and Sophie both fell asleep on the sofa, quickly entering the realm of dreams. At that moment, a figure appeared on the staircase, clad in a black nun's habit, her features looking exceedingly sinister. She descended slowly from the second floor, and upon spotting Lu Chao and Sophie on the sofa, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Yet, seemingly wary of something, she did not descend further. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was noon. The sound of the alarm jolted Lu Chao and Sophie awake. As they stirred, they noticed Xiaoran, dressed in a blue outfit, gazing at Lu Chao. "Xiaoran, how did you get here?" Lu Chao exclaimed, startled by her sudden appearance, which also roused Sophie beside him. "Brother, sister, I'm hungry," Xiaoran said shyly, her stomach growling in compliance. "All right, just a moment. We'll prepare a meal for you now," Lu Chao replied, exchanging a knowing glance with Sophie before they both hurried to the kitchen. Before long, breakfast was ready, and Lu Chao called for Xiaoran to join them. She promptly approached the table and began to eat heartily, remaining silent throughout. "Lu Chao, don't you find it odd? Xiaoran seems different each time she appears. It's as if she possesses a distinct personality each time. Perhaps it's just my imagination, but she feels like a different person altogether." Sophie voiced her thoughts. "You're right, I feel it too. However, I can't discern the reason behind it. I believe it's essential to check her room," Lu Chao stated, noting that only her room remained unexplored in the villa. "Perhaps the way out lies within her room. I'll help you. I'll keep her occupied for 10 minutes while you sneak upstairs," Sophie offered. "All right. That's the plan. I'll go up quickly, and everything depends on you," Lu Chao affirmed before taking advantage of Xiaoran's meal to ascend to the second floor. Meanwhile, Sophie sat beside Xiaoran and began a casual conversation. "Xiaoran, do you live here alone?" "No, there are many friends here who often keep me company. Every day, people like brother and sister come to cook for me," Xiaoran replied. "Oh, I see." Sophie continued chatting casually with Xiaoran, while on the other side, Lu Chao reached Xiaoran's room. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. 5 picture frames adorned the wall. Among these, 2 frames were blank, while 3 contained images of Xiaoran, each depicted in different clothing: white, pink, and green. "Brother, what are you doing in my room?" A cold voice suddenly interrupted Lu Chao's contemplation of the portraits. Chapter 78, Care, the Correct Path to Survival. Upon hearing that icy voice, Lu Chao felt an immediate chill run down his spine. Slowly, he turned his head, only to find the figure of the girl in black, Xiaoran, standing directly behind him, her eyes fixed intently upon him. A smile reminiscent of the nun in the painting lingered on her face. "Xiaoran, what are you doing here?" "I came to call you down for dinner." Lu Chao managed to force a smile as he uttered these words. "Is that so?" "It seems to me that you are lying," Xiaoran in black replied, and in an instant, her form began to grow wildly, her nails and hair extending indefinitely. Soon, a nun appeared before his very eyes. Lu Chao squinted and realized that this was indeed the nun from the painting he had encountered on the third floor. She was one of the Shaoran figures. The nun's icy stare bore down on Lu Chao, and he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression wash over him as she advanced step by step. His heart raced as he understood that if this continued, he would surely perish here. Yet, he felt utterly powerless to defend himself. After all, the masked ghost had warned him that the spirits here could not be killed, just as Lu Chao prepared to use his embroidered shoes to teleport to the first floor. A sudden bark echoed from behind him. Woof, woof, woof. Turning around, Lu Chao was astonished to see Xiao Wang, the little dog, who had inexplicably appeared behind the ghostly nun, barking furiously. For a moment, Lu Chao was taken aback, but when he regained his senses, he noticed that the ghostly nun had transformed back into the painting, frozen within its frame. How could this happen? Lu Chao was dumbfounded. Why had Shaoran turned into a painting? He had done nothing to provoke this. At that moment, a yellow figure caught Lu Chao's attention. He approached Xiao Wang, puzzled, and lifted the little dog into his arms. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he looked underneath Xiao Wang, confirming that it was indeed a female dog. Damn it. Li Kaichen, your idea of survival is truly revolting. Feeling as if he had stumbled upon a revelation, Lu Chao clutched the pup and made his way down to the first floor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Kaichen sat at a table, conversing with the masked ghost who stood nearby. Hey, NPC, are you saying that the tasks and stories we participate in are designed by us players? Li Kaichen inquired of the masked ghost. The masked ghost remained silent, its gaze piercing as it fixed its eyes on Li Kaichen. It spoke in a calm yet threatening tone. I too am curious. The stories and tasks of this house are derived from the adjacent one. Yet I wonder why the adjacent house contains your script. What exactly have you done? I have no idea. Perhaps someone as clever as I came up with the same tasks? Li Kaichen replied, undeterred by the ghost's inquiry, his demeanor lighthearted. It would be best if that were the case. If it is discovered that players are traversing between the two houses, the consequences could be dire, the masked ghost warned, casting a sidelong glance at Li Kaichen. Is that so? Then you should investigate thoroughly and ensure that such individuals do not disrupt your rules. Wouldn't you agree? Li Kaichen retorted, reaching out to touch the masked ghost's mask, attempting to remove it. At that moment, the masked ghost vanished and reappeared behind Li Kaichen, lifting him into the air with an immense force. I warned you before, if you attempt to remove my mask, you will die, the masked ghost declared, bringing Li Kaichen closer, revealing eyes filled with fury beneath the mask. Really? Then why waste breath on me? Just kill me already. You wouldn't hesitate, would you? Li Kaichen grinned, seemingly unfazed by the ghost's threats. If you wish to die, you may meet your end in the next task. Consider this your final warning. Do not think about removing my mask, or I will truly kill you. The masked ghost snapped its fingers, releasing Li Kaichen back to the ground. What a pity, we reveal our true selves to you, yet you do not reciprocate, Li Kaichen lamented. Li Kaichen, I advise you to behave normally. Such madness will not benefit you here, the masked ghost replied coolly. Very well, but I believe I have always been quite normal. It seems that you are the ones who are not, Li Kaichen chuckled, while the masked ghost remained silent, waiting for the time to pass. Meanwhile, in the villa, Lu Chao had descended the stairs, cradling Xiao Wang in his arms, having found the path to survival. Lu Chao, are you saying that this little yellow dog is our way to survive? Sophie asked, incredulously. I believe so. Have you noticed? Wherever the dog is, that is where safety lies. I think we were mistaken from the very beginning. The hint for this task was distance. Initially, I thought it meant keeping away from something, like Shaoran, but that was not the case. Most importantly, the task actually provided us with clues for survival from the outset. The old man instructed us to care for his little princess and to remember to feed her 3 meals a day. However, we misunderstood. He never stated that the little princess was Shaoran. Shaoran is merely a photograph within this room, and due to the peculiarities of this place, she could manifest, which led to our confusion. Lu Chao smiled as he held Xiao Wang. This revolting path to survival could only have been conceived by Li Kaichen. But wait. When we arrived yesterday, the little dog appeared alongside Shaoran, didn't it? At that time, Xiao Wang was right next to her. Sophie queried, perplexed, as this seemed to contradict Lu Chao's assertion. It was at the start of the task, when everything was just beginning. That's why the dog didn't exhibit any special abilities. Think about it. When we failed to feed the dog last night, didn't things go awry? Lu Chao posed a thoughtful question. Upon hearing Lu Chao's reasoning, Sophie fell silent, contemplating the logic. Indeed, as Lu Chao suggested, the little dog might truly be their path to survival. This could explain why they had been safe while the dog slept beside them that morning. unlike Ma Xian and the others. Chapter 79. Care thus. Our current task is simply to ensure that the little dog remains by our side, allowing us to depart safely. Lu Chao smiled as he played with the puppy in his arms. Is that so? I hope this truly leads to salvation. Sophie looked at the puppy. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, for some reason, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart, perhaps a manifestation of the intuition that often accompanies womanhood. As the evening progressed, Lu Chao and Sophie prepared a modest meal for the puppy. Strangely, this time the little dog did not wander off but instead lay down beside them, drifting into slumber. They refrained from calling Xiao Ran down for dinner, wishing to confirm Lu Chao's hypothesis. Indeed, by 10 o'clock, nothing untoward occurred. Their decision not to summon Xiao Ran proved Lu Chao's theory correct. Sophie, it appears my conjecture was accurate. From now on, we shall take turns resting. You keep watch over the puppy, ensuring it does not stray from our vicinity. At 2 in the morning, wake me for a shift change, otherwise we shall not sustain our spirits until tomorrow evening, Lu Chao declared, reclining on the sofa. On the opposite side, Ho Qing and Qing Fei remained deeply asleep, having not stirred since they first dozed off. Both Lu Chao and Sophie bore expressions of considerable fatigue, having endured 2 days of intense strain with merely 4 hours of sleep. Continuing this way would be untenable. Understood. You rest now. I will call you at 2. Sophie replied earnestly. With only the two of them left in the villa, they had to cultivate mutual trust. Only then could they hope to survive. Upon hearing Sophie's words, Lu Chao hesitated not a moment, succumbing to slumber. Only with proper rest could he think clearly. Without it, rational thought would elude him. With that, he fell asleep. His snores soon echoing through the room, while Sophie vigilantly observed her surroundings. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the hellish house, Li Kaichen was up to no good. That masked figure. I presume you are responsible for overseeing our group of players? Li Kaichen inquired, smiling at the distant figure of the masked ghost. What precisely are you implying? The masked ghost replied, somewhat exasperated by the man before him. If not for the unfortunate incident that had thrust him into this task, he wouldn't have had to bring Li Kaichen along at all. Yet here he was, burdened by the man's incessant chatter. I wonder, could your true identity be someone I recognize? Li Kaichen continued with a grin. The masked ghost paused, his gaze flickering, before responding, you speak too much. Perhaps you ought to focus on whether Lu Chao and the others can find their way to survival. I have faith in him. I believe he can accomplish the task I set. However, I find myself questioning you, Li Kaichen said, his demeanor indifferent. What doubts do you harbor about me? The masked ghost asked, puzzled. I mean to say, are you not a player as well? Yet, how is it that you have become our NPC? Li Kaichen queried, scrutinizing the masked ghost's reaction closely. Upon hearing this, the masked ghost offered no response, simply closing his eyes and waiting for Lu Chao's task to conclude. Finding the masked ghost silent, Li Kaichen turned his attention back to the still sleeping Lu Chao, his expression a complex tapestry of thoughts. Lu Chao, you must be able to navigate through the task I devised, mustn't you? Meanwhile, in the villa, Lu Chao was abruptly roused from his slumber by Sophie's panicked exclamation. Lu Chao, wake up. Her urgent tone jolted him awake. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find Sophie anxiously gazing at the door. Following her gaze, he saw Ho Qing gripping the puppy's neck with a look of sheer terror, while the little dog struggled against him. Ho Qing, what are you doing? Lu Chao asked, his heart racing at the sight. They understood that the puppy represented their lifeline. If Ho Qing were to harm it, their fate would be sealed. I'm truly sorry. Lu Chao, Sophie. I don't want to die. Last night, we were ensnared by nightmares, and I cannot complete their game. They have given me but one option, to kill this little dog. I know it is your lifeline, but I want to survive. If I don't end its life, I shall share Qing Fei's fate. Forever trapped in slumber, Ho Qing confessed, fear etched on his face. Lu Chao scrutinized him closely, noting the bloodshot eyes and pallor that had overtaken Ho Qing's visage. Without hesitation, Lu Chao stepped forward. In response, Ho Qing tightened his grip on the puppy, his expression growing increasingly anxious. Ho Qing, enough. Deep down, you know that even if you kill the puppy, they will not spare you. Speak frankly, what do you want? Lu Chao stated calmly. Initially taken aback, Ho Qing's expression shifted, a smile creeping onto his lips as he spoke. Lu Chao, you truly are clever. Help me find a way to survive, or we shall perish together. His tone bore a hint of menace. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao laughed heartily. Ho Qing, are you truly so foolish? If you understand that the puppy is our lifeline, why do you still fear? Simply stay awake, and you shall be safe. With the puppy here, those ominous forces cannot approach you. Is that genuinely the case? Ho Qing asked, skepticism lacing his voice. Indeed. Just look. I fell asleep moments ago and faced no danger. If you remain awake for the remaining time, you will be secure. However, should the puppy perish, we shall all meet our end. I trust you do not wish to return to that nightmare? Lu Chao explained, his demeanor steady. Is that really true? Ho Qing questioned. Still hesitant, but he loosened his grip on the puppy. Taking advantage of the moment, the little dog broke free, darting towards Lu Chao. Without hesitation, Lu Chao scooped up the puppy, turning to Ho Qing with a mischievous grin. Seeing that grin, Ho Qing froze, and then he erupted in fury. Lu Chao, you deceived me. Chapter 80. Care. Leaving the villa? Indeed. I deceived you. So what? Lu Chao chuckled coldly at the furious Ho Qing. Pondering to himself, it's not my concern if you didn't foresee this. Lu Chao, could it be that he, like us, will encounter misfortune while remaining by this little dog's side? Su Fei inquired, perplexed, for this little dog represented a lifeline. And surely Ho Qing standing next to it faced no danger. It is certainly different. Do not forget that this is a trap orchestrated by that lunatic Li Kaichen. Moreover, Ho Qing, you had a time limit upon awakening, did you not? Lu Chao remarked, casting a glance toward the doorway where Ho Qing stood. Others might not comprehend. But Lu Chao had some understanding of that madman Li Kaichen. Hearing this, Ho Qing's expression turned blank, for Lu Chao was absolutely correct. He had just engaged in a game with the entity in his dream, only to find himself defeated. Now, he had but one last chance remaining. Yet, the ghost in his dream had offered him another opportunity to survive. He must kill the little dog within half an hour. Should he succeed, he would live. Failure would mean, although Ho Qing recognized that the ghost was manipulating him to slay the dog, his desire to survive was overwhelming. Reluctantly, he considered leveraging Lu Chao and Su Fei to assist him in finding a way to escape. Thus, the earlier confrontation unfolded. And Ho Qing was caught off guard by Lu Chao's direct exposure of his intentions, relinquishing his sole bargaining chip in the process. Lu Chao, do you possess a method to help me survive? Perhaps it was the impending deadline, or perhaps Ho Qing's desperation was genuine, but he now beseeched Lu Chao for aid. Lu Chao, taken aback by the inquiry, pondered before asking, what did you encounter in your dream? What was your task? It was a game, a life and death wager. The rules required me to identify a murderer among a multitude of individuals. The murderer had taken a life, yet I had no clues. Not even a glimpse of the body. I was simply instructed to name the culprit, but how could I discern the killer among 1,000 photographs? It was a gamble on luck. I had 3 chances and had already exhausted 2. Ho Qing succinctly explained the game's rules. Upon closing his eyes to sleep the previous night, he was thrust into the game's realm. Moreover, the ghost within the dream informed him that to return, he must participate in the game, and victory was his only means of escape. With no alternatives, Ho Qing had consented, yet the challenge posed by the ghost was insurmountable, leaving him no path to triumph in this contest. Is that so? Your predicament appears daunting, but with a touch of boldness, you might prevail, Lu Chao replied, cradling the little dog gently. Upon hearing Lu Chao's suggestion, a glimmer of hope flickered across Ho Qing's face. Really? Will you reveal to me who the murderer is? Identifying the killer is unrealistic. I believe there are 2 potential avenues for survival in your situation. The first is to reject the ghost in your dream. I am confident that such a refusal would grant you clemency, but clearly, you have missed that opportunity. However, there exists another path. You could implicate yourself. Since you have not seen the body, you could declare yourself the murderer and then take your own life. Would that not guarantee your victory? He expressed his thoughts with calm detachment. What did you just say? Ho Qing appeared incredulous at Lu Chao's suggestion. I propose that you first declare yourself the murderer, then proceed to end your own life. This would undoubtedly reveal the true killer, for the ghost did not specify who must be identified as the murderer, did he? Your suicide would count as well, would it not? Lu Chao articulated, albeit reluctantly, as he considered this angle from Li Kaichen's perspective. If the game was indeed crafted by Li Kaichen, perhaps this strategy could work. All right, I understand now. Thank you, Lu Chao. Upon hearing this, Ho Qing's anxious demeanor relaxed considerably. After 10 minutes, he indeed succumbed to sleep. Noticing Ho Qing's slumber, Lu Chao glanced at the clock. Realizing it was already 2:30 in the morning, he urged Su Fei to rest while he remained vigilant. Thus, Lu Chao and Su Fei held the little dog, waiting through the remaining hours. Remarkably, in the final hour before departure, Ho Qing awoke, his eyes alight with excitement, clearly having found a glimmer of hope through Lu Chao's guidance. Enough with the gratitude. It makes me uncomfortable. Just ensure you return safely. Lu Chao interrupted before Ho Qing could speak. The latter merely nodded, speechless with appreciation. Finally, as the hour drew near, Lu Chao gently set down the little yellow dog, expressing his gratitude softly. Thank you, little yellow. Having spoken, he joined Su Fei and Ho Qing, and a blinding light enveloped them, causing the three to vanish from the villa. When Lu Chao reopened his eyes, he found Li Kaichen staring at him. Well, you managed to return with 3 individuals. That is quite a rarity, Li Kaichen remarked, astonished, as he observed Su Fei and Ho Qing awaken in succession, clearly surprised that Ho Qing had survived. Congratulations on your successful survival. Now, let me escort you to the 5th level of the mission. The voice of the masked ghost resonated, compelling Lu Chao and the others to gaze at him. The ghost approached a wall, pressing his palm against it, causing a tremor. Soon, a staircase materialized before them. Now, please ascend. The 5th floor marks a watershed moment. I hope you all can survive and reach the highest level. Until we meet again. With that, the masked ghost vanished from their sight. Let us proceed, Li Kaichen declared first, ascending the staircase, followed closely by Lu Chao and the others. Upon reaching the 5th floor, a radiant light enveloped them once more, and Lu Chao found himself engulfed in darkness. When he awoke, it was already the following morning. Ah, old Lu, you're awake. Li Kaichen greeted cheerfully from the doorway. Indeed, this task you devised is utterly repugnant, Lu Chao retorted while dressing. Really? All you needed to do was locate the little dog and feed it. Was that so difficult? Furthermore, the 3 individuals on the 1st floor were not compelled to accept the wager. How is that challenging? Perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings. Just as Li Kaichen continued his incessant chatter, Lu Chao's phone rang at that moment. Chapter 81. Those around me upon recognizing the number. Lu Chao's expression turned serious as he promptly answered the call. Hello, Bobo. What is the matter? The caller was his colleague, Su Xiangbua. Lu Chao. Do you remember the peculiar deaths I mentioned last time? Su Xiangua's voice resonated through the line. Yes, I remember. What is going on? Lu Chao felt a sudden wave of apprehension as he heard the tone in Su Xiangua's voice. Lu Chao, you must remain calm. Xiao Zhang has also succumbed to the same fate. He has passed away. Stunned by Su Xiangbua's words, Lu Chao immediately realized who Xiao Zhang was. He was Zhang Ping, a recent graduate who worked alongside Lu Chao. Zhang Ping was diligent and never complained about the more unpleasant aspects of their work, often addressing Lu Chao as senior with admiration. Lu Chao had taken a liking to this earnest young man. But now he was left questioning why he had met the same untimely end as the others. Was he also a victim of the Hell House? With this troubling thought, Lu Chao inquired, where is Xiao Zhang's body? It's still at his home. You should come over as soon as you can. All right, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Lu Chao headed straight to Zhang Ping's residence, with Li Kaichen following closely behind, despite not fully understanding the situation. Upon arriving at Zhang Ping's home, they found Su Xiangbua and several staff members already inside. What happened? Why did Xiao Zhang die? Lu Chao entered the room, his anxiety palpable. Seeing Lu Chao's distress, Su Xiangbua stepped in front of him and said gently, Lu Chao, you need to remain composed. Xiao Zhang's death mirrors that of the others. There are no visible wounds, and his organs showed no signs of distress. I understand. Please step aside. I need to see for myself. After Su Xiangbua relented, Lu Chao entered the room. There, on the bed, lay a man who appeared to be peacefully asleep. Lu Chao approached and gently shook Zhang Ping, whispering, Xiao Zhang, wake up. However, Zhang Ping remained unresponsive, his eyes closed, utterly still. Meanwhile, at the doorway, Li Kaichen observed Lu Chao's sorrow with a sense of helplessness. Clearly aware that Zhang Ping had quietly perished due to the unresolved tasks associated with the Hell House. Li Kaichen, what exactly are you doing following Lu Chao? Su Xiangbua inquired, approaching Li Kaichen from behind. Su Xiangbua, it has been quite a while. I did not expect our first encounter after so many years to be filled with such accusations, Li Kaichen replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed. Is that so? I hadn't realized you had actually come to this city. What do you intend by getting close to Lu Chao? You madman! Su Xiangbua's tone grew increasingly agitated, as if he were on the verge of confrontation. Now, Captain Su, what are you implying? Though I may be considered eccentric, I harbor no ill will towards good people. Lu Chao is one of them, and I certainly would not harm him. At this, Li Kaichen turned to face Su Xiangbua, his gaze piercing as he continued. But you, Su Xiangbua, the reason Lu Chao found himself in the Hell House is undoubtedly your doing. Isn't it? Su Xiangbua's eyes flickered with evasion at Li Kaichen's accusation, but he quickly regained his composure, stating, Li Kaichen, I have no idea what you were talking about. Nor do I know anything about this Hell House. Despite his denial, Li Kaichen had keenly observed Su Xiangbua's reaction, and he let out a cold laugh. Su Xiangbua. The 7th floor, who else could it possibly be but you? Upon hearing this, Su Xiangbua stared intently at Li Kaichen, a smile creeping onto his face as he said slowly, Li Kaichen, aren't you supposed to be the clever one? Why don't you take a guess? Who do you think occupies the 7th floor? Perhaps once you've made your guesses, you might be surprised. Li Kaichen fell silent, leaning closer to Su Xiangbua and whispering, Su Xiangbua, would you care to guess who it was that placed the puppet leading to the Hell House upon your shoulders? Su Xiangbua's pupils dilated in shock. For years he had searched for the individual responsible for dragging him into the Hell House, yet he had found no trace of them. Now, with Li Kaichen hinting at knowledge of his predicament, he pressed, Who? Who was it that pulled me in? With a smirk, Li Kaichen replied, I have no idea. I assumed you would know. It seems you are unaware of who ensnared you, which is rather pitiful. Su Xiangbua was visibly angered by Li Kaichen's taunts but quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing the man before him. Beneath Li Kaichen's handsome exterior lay a complexity that was difficult to decipher. Enough, Su Xiangbua. You surely wouldn't want Lu Chao to discover your role in his descent into the Hell House, would you? Li Kaichen remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. What are you implying? Su Xiangbua, now on high alert, understood that Li Kaichen was about to make demands. I do not wish for anything. I will keep your secret. However, I would like you to disclose the identities of those on the 7th floor, besides Li Jin. Who else is there? Li Kaichen fixed his gaze on Su Xiangbua, awaiting his response. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiangbua fell silent, his mind racing through memories of the 7th floor, a gathering of 4 individuals seated at a table, each adorned with a mask, rendering their identities indiscernible. The group was insufficient in number to activate the mission, hence they occasionally convened in dreams, always masked. Finally, Su Xiangbua addressed Li Kaichen. The players on the 7th floor wear masks. There are currently 4 of them, but 2 more are needed to commence the task. I believe 2 of them are women, though I can only deduce that from their voices. Upon hearing this, Li Kaichen smiled triumphantly. Thank you for the information. I will keep Lu Chao's involvement a secret, but if he discovers it on his own, I cannot be held accountable. Chapter 82. The identity of Li Kaichen. At this moment, in the room, Lu Chao discovered Zhang Peng's notebook, which contained several accounts concerning the Hell apartment. Today, I had a dream in which a masked ghost dragged me into a house where a group of people were engaged in a game of cards. According to the ghost's rules, anyone who drew an odd number would perish. I was terrified. However, fortune favored me, and I consistently drew even numbers. In the end, out of 10 of us, only 3 survived. Upon awakening the next day, I realized it was merely a dream. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, thinking that the ordeal had ended. Little did I know, a month later, I dreamt of the masked figure again. This time, I found myself in a mountain, where the masked man informed me that we had to remain there for 6 hours to survive. I witnessed spirits crawling out of their graves. Ultimately, with the help of a person named Xiao Jiang, I hid in a coffin, and indeed, we safely endured the 6 hours and returned. Yet, when I awoke, I was still in my room, another dream, but this one felt so real. Xiao Jiang assured me it was all true. I had truly been ensnared in a terrifying vortex. Now, I dread the return of that nightmare. I hope to survive. Each person who perished in that house did so without a sound. I am so afraid. I fear death and yearn to live, yet I feel helpless. I fear I may never reach the 10th floor. Perhaps one day, I shall meet my end. If I die, I wonder if anyone will remember me. Will my family be able to accept it? Why did I enter that house? I am scared. I fear death. And I do not wish to die. The diary ended here, but Lu Chao turned the page to find something entirely different. It was horrifying. I dreamed again last night and encountered that masked man once more. He assigned me an unfinished task and then allowed us to return, stating that the mission could commence at any moment. I arranged to meet Xiao Jiang in reality, and he told me he was uncertain this time. He promised that if a chance arose, he would ensure my safe escape. I am deeply grateful to Xiao Jiang. He has always looked out for me. Thanks to him, I survived the previous 3 encounters. If I live to see tomorrow, I have resolved to express my feelings to him, for I fear I may not have another opportunity. The diary concluded here. Lu Chao felt a heaviness in his chest, a suffocating sensation. Through Xiao Zhang's writing, Lu Chao could distinctly sense his strong desire to survive. However, the outcome was grim. Xiao Zhang had perished on the 4th floor of the Hell House, despite his fervent wish to live. At the diary's end, there was a string of numbers accompanied by the name Jiang Rui. Lu Chao recognized this as the Xiao Jiang mentioned in the diary and, after a moment of contemplation, he took up his phone and dialed the number. Lu Chao did not wish for Xiao Zhang's regrets to go unvoiced. He resolved to convey his unsaid sentiments. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, Xiao Pound. Is that you? The voice on the other end was unexpectedly male, causing Lu Chao to momentarily freeze. Xiao Zhang had feelings for a man? Though taken aback, Lu Chao quickly regained his composure and responded, "Hello, is this Zhang Rui? I am Zhang Peng's colleague. He has passed away, as you may already know. I have read his diary, and I believe he wished for you to say goodbye to him one last time." A silence followed, and moments later, a choked voice replied, "All right, is he at home? I will come over right now." After this, the call ended abruptly. Lu Chao sighed. And in the silence that followed, he thought he heard the sound of the other person's tears. Perhaps he too held affection for Zhang Peng. An hour later, most of the people in the room had left, leaving only Lu Chao, Li Kaichen, and a few staff members to await Zhang Peng's family for final arrangements. Just then, a handsome young man entered, his eyes slightly reddened, as if he had just finished crying. Lu Chao immediately recognized him as Zhang Rui and ushered him into the room. "Zhang's family is arriving soon. You should take a moment to see him one last time," Lu Chao gently advised. Zhang Rui nodded, tears streaming down his face. He hesitated before murmuring, "I was afraid to see him. I feared." His voice trailed off, cracking with emotion. Seeing this, Lu Chao remained silent, handing Zhang Peng's notebook to Zhang Rui, saying, "This is Xiao Zhang's final diary. I believe you might find it invaluable." "Thank you," Zhang Rui replied, clutching the notebook tightly. "I need to leave. This is all too sudden, but I can only blame myself for not being enough." With that, Zhang Rui made his way towards the door. However, upon catching sight of Li Caichen's back, he froze, his sorrow instantly replaced by shock. Noticing Zhang Rui's unusual reaction, Lu Chao approached and inquired curiously, "Do you know him?" Zhang Rui turned back to Lu Chao, his expression serious. "Are you all connected to the Hell House?" Lu Chao was taken aback. He had spoken very little to Zhang Rui upon his entrance and had not disclosed any details about the Hell House. What was more perplexing was how Zhang Rui could deduce Li Caichen's affiliation with the Hell House merely by his silhouette. "Zhang Rui, what are you implying?" Lu Chao asked. Bewildered, Zhang Rui extended his right hand, cautiously pointing at Li Caichen, his voice laced with fear. "That man, I suspect he is the masked ghost from our building." Chapter 83, The Fifth Floor, Invasion. Upon hearing Zhang Rui's words, Lu Chao shook his head directly. He glanced at Li Caichen, who was engrossed in his mobile phone, and smiled slightly. "You may be mistaken. He entered the game with me. He is not the masked ghost. The masked ghost is someone else entirely. We have all seen him with our own eyes." Zhang Rui, upon hearing Li Caichen's statement, immediately retorted, "It seems you are unaware that the masked ghost is indeed a part of the players. Their mask can be removed. The masked ghost could very well be one of us." Zhang Rui spoke with conviction. "Even so, he has always accompanied me on missions, leaving no opportunity to play the masked ghost. If he were the masked ghost, he could have acted during our tasks, after all. The abilities of the masked ghost are widely known. If Li Caichen were truly the masked ghost, he would not be able to engage in rational thought like the rest of us. I'm not certain about the details, but I have a keen sense of judgment, and my intuition tells me that he is the masked ghost in our building." Zhang Rui cast a quick glance at Li Caichen, affirming his belief once more. "I'm not sure about that, but I trust that Li Caichen is not the masked ghost," Lu Chao replied with a smile. Still unable to accept the notion that Li Caichen could be the masked ghost. "Perhaps I was mistaken. By the way, which floor are you currently on?" Zhang Rui suddenly inquired of Lu Chao. "The next floor should be the 5th. I've heard that it is quite challenging after the 5th floor." "I'm not sure if that is true." Lu Chao recalled Rain Ruaqi's previous words, remembering she had mentioned that the 5th floor was a turning point, where survival became exceedingly difficult. She had perished on the 5th floor. "I have some information regarding the 5th floor. It is said that less than 20 of those who attempt to pass through it succeed. The trials on the 5th floor are particularly unique. I hope you can navigate through it successfully." After Zhang Rui finished speaking, he took Zhang Peng's notebook and departed, leaving behind Zhang Peng's family to handle subsequent matters. By the time everything was settled, night had fallen. After dinner, Lu Chao and Li Caichen strolled down the street, with Lu Chao reflecting on Zhang Rui's earlier words. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Li Caichen and asked, "Li Caichen, what do you think the identity of the masked ghost in our building could be?" Without a moment's hesitation, Li Caichen replied, "What other identity could it be? Surely, he is just a person, perhaps even another player." Lu Chao was taken aback by Li Caichen's response. He had not anticipated such a direct answer. Consequently, he probed further, "Li Caichen, could it be that you are also the masked ghost of a certain building?" Taken aback by Lu Chao's question, Li Caichen paused briefly before turning back, smiling mischievously. "Lu Chao, have you heard something? Why would you think I am the masked ghost? We have been completing tasks together. Just curious, no need to be so anxious," Lu Chao said, crossing his arms behind his head as he walked ahead. Li Caichen, lost in thought for a moment, soon returned to his usual playful demeanor and followed suit. Life continued in its mundane rhythm, and that very night, the familiar house reappeared once more. When Lu Chao opened his eyes, he found himself once again within the Hell House. He blinked, noticing Li Kaichen and 4 unfamiliar individuals seated at the table. Isn't it still less than 4 months? Lu Chao queried in confusion, recalling that it had only been a little over 2 months since their last escape mission. Why was this new task commencing so soon? Everyone, I understand that you feel the time is not yet right for a new task. But the 5th floor is a rather unique level, and this particular mission is an exceptional case. Hence, your tasks have commenced early. A voice belonging to the masked ghost emerged from behind Lu Chao. He turned to confirm the familiar figure standing there. May I ask, dear NPC, what is the nature of our mission? Li Kaichen inquired nonchalantly regarding the masked ghost. This mission is rather special. It is both easy and difficult, though each individual's experience will vary. To be precise, this mission does not possess a definitive start or end time, the masked ghost explained. The individuals at the table were momentarily stunned. What do you mean there is no start or end time? Someone questioned, bewildered. Quite literally what it means. The masked ghost replied with a smile. Will there be any clues for this mission? Lu Chao pressed on. Indeed, the clue is reality, the masked ghost responded coolly. What does reality signify? Lu Chao asked, bewildered. Unfortunately, the masked ghost showed no inclination to elaborate, merely stating, all right, everyone, let us begin. The game commences now. This mission is quite challenging and serves as a turning point. I sincerely wish you all the best in surviving. With that, the masked ghost vanished from sight, leaving only the 6 players at the table. Did he leave? Are we supposed to wait here? A woman asked, perplexed by the masked ghost's departure. Previously, after the masked ghost concluded the task, they would fall asleep at the table, awakening directly within the mission. Do not fear, everyone. Is someone not already asleep? Li Caichen's playful voice resonated among them. The others turned to see Lu Chao had inexplicably drifted off, followed closely by the 2nd, the 3rd, until all at the table had succumbed to slumber. Only then did Li Kaichen smile slowly, pulling out a mask from behind him, identical to the one belonging to the vanished masked ghost. All right, everyone, your nightmare on the 5th floor has begun, Li Kaichen proclaimed, donning the ghostly mask. The moment the mask touched his face, an unusual power surged through his body. With a snap of his fingers, Li Caichen's entire form vanished from sight. Chapter 84. Fear. When Lu Chao awakened in bed, it was already the following morning. He gazed at the familiar surroundings, momentarily taken aback. Is this his own home? No, that couldn't be right. Shouldn't he be on a mission? As he surveyed his bedroom, a thought crossed his mind. He intended to rouse Li Kaichen to inquire about the masked specter from the previous night. However, upon turning around, he found that Li Kaichen had inexplicably vanished. Curiosity piqued, Lu Chao rose from his bed, initially assuming that Li Kaichen might be in the living room or the kitchen preparing breakfast. To his dismay, he discovered that not a trace of Li Kaichen could be found anywhere within the house. How odd. Where could he have gone so early in the day? Perplexed, Lu Chao retrieved his phone and dialed Li Caichen's number, only to be met with a disconcerting message. Hello, the number you have dialed does not exist. Please check and try again. Stunned by the response, Lu Chao stood frozen. How could it be? Li Caichen's number could not possibly be non-existent. He had spoken to him just yesterday, asking him to return with soy sauce. Realization struck him, and he began to search the room frantically. Yet, he soon found himself immobilized by shock, for not a single belonging of Li Kaichen remained in the house, no trace of his existence. As if he had never been there at all. This was impossible. In a state of urgency, Lu Chao called Su Xiangbua, recalling that they had dined together recently. He needed to ascertain Li Caichen's whereabouts. However, upon connecting, Su Xiangbua's response sent a chill down Lu Chao's spine. Lu Chao, have you lost your mind? When did anyone else stay in your room? I thought you lived alone. We were the only 2 at dinner last time, weren't we? Lu Chao's mind reeled at Su Xiangbua's words. Had he truly forgotten Li Kaichen? Was it conceivable that Li Kaichen had vanished? Even if he had perished within the hellish confines of that house, there should still be a body. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lu Chao hurriedly donned his clothes and dashed out. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the police station. Ah, Xiao Chao, you're here so early. What brings you to our precinct? A young woman, surprised by his presence, greeted him, for he had seldom ventured into the station before. Xiao Mei, could you assist me in locating someone named Li Kaichen? Lu Chao stated his purpose without hesitation. Of course. However, it would be much easier if you had his ID number. Just remember, this is a formal request, not a casual inquiry, Xiao Mei replied with a smile. I understand. This falls under our forensic duties and requires your cooperation. His ID number is 241XXXXXXXXX44574. Having seen Li Caichen's ID before, Lu Chao easily recalled it. Lu Chao was well aware that they could not arbitrarily access personal information, so he invoked their professional obligations to avoid placing her in a difficult position. All right. Just a moment. 241. Xiaomei began inputting the ID number, but her expression soon shifted to one of complexity as she regarded Lu Chao. Chao. I found the person you're looking for, but what? Lu Chao pressed urgently. The Li Caichen you seek has been deceased for 2.5 years, and his ID has been cancelled. Are you facing a challenging case? A shiver ran down Lu Chao's spine upon hearing her words, disbelief escaping his lips. What do you mean? He died 2.5 years ago? Yes, he is indeed dead. In receipt of her definitive answer, Lu Chao fell silent, slowly exiting the police station. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he murmured to himself, the task on the 5th floor, could it be a manifestation of reality? Lu Chao could not accept that Li Caichen had perished 2.5 years prior. His mind immediately conjured the memory of the 5th-level task within that infernal house. Surely, it had commenced. Upon returning home, he surveyed the familiar environment, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Yet, inexplicably, this once familiar abode now felt somewhat alien. During these days, Lu Chao had been on a break, and it was during this time that a loud crash of broken dishes echoed from the kitchen. Startled by the noise, he made his way towards the source. In the kitchen, he discovered a shattered bowl on the floor, accompanied by faint footprints nearby, suggesting someone had recently stood there. Lu Chao furrowed his brow at the sight of the prints, a sense of unease creeping into his heart as he gazed upon the empty kitchen. He swiftly conducted a thorough inspection of his home, only to find everything in order, devoid of any irregularities. Seeing this, Lu Chao dismissed the incident as mere fatigue, continuing his routine. However, that night, as he lay in bed, he was disturbed by a series of thudding sounds from the floor above. The noise resembled the incessant pounding of a hammer, each thud resonating just enough to irk Lu Chao. Unable to bear it any longer, he abruptly sat up, glaring at the ceiling in frustration. Finally, he could endure it no more and stormed out of his room to confront the source of the disturbance. Lu Chao resided on the 25th floor. As he stepped into the corridor, a gust of wind swept through the window, sending a chill down his spine. Upon reaching the 26th floor, he knocked on the door. Knock, 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 knock. Coming. A weary voice responded from within, followed by the slow creaking of the door, revealing a man whose half-visible face bore an expression devoid of life, his eyes vacant as they regarded Lu Chao. Is there something you need? The man's voice, resembling that of an elderly person, was devoid of vigor. Taken aback by the coldness of the response, Lu Chao hesitated before speaking. Brother, you're being too noisy. It's disturbing my rest. The man inside the room nodded slowly, responding languidly. All right, I understand. We won't make any more noise. I'll take care of it. Chapter 85. The deceased. Upon receiving the response, Lu Chao nodded in satisfaction and returned to his room. As he observed the silence settling upstairs, he drifted into a contented slumber. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered the following morning by a series of knocks at the door. With bleary eyes, Lu Chao approached the entrance and opened the door to find 2 police officers standing before him. Officers, is there something I can assist you with? Lu Chao inquired, noticing their serious demeanor. Hello, we need to inform you that a homicide has occurred upstairs. Were you aware of this? One of the officers questioned. What? Someone died upstairs? When did this happen? Lu Chao was taken aback, recalling that the occupants had seemed perfectly fine the previous night. The incident occurred around 3 in the morning. We reviewed the surveillance footage from the corridor and noted that you entered the deceased's apartment at 2:30. We would like to know the purpose of your visit. The officer scrutinized Lu Chao with an intense gaze, as if attempting to penetrate his thoughts. Officer, you must be mistaken. I simply went upstairs because the noise was too disruptive for my sleep. I did not enter the apartment. The corridor's surveillance should corroborate my statement, Lu Chao replied confidently, reassured by the presence of cameras. You may have misunderstood. It was precisely the footage that led us to you. Please take a look, the officer stated, retrieving his phone to show Lu Chao the recording. To Lu Chao's astonishment, the video revealed him knocking on the door of the apartment, entering upon its openings, and remaining inside for half an hour before descending back to his own room. This is impossible. Lu Chao was utterly bewildered, grappling with the surreal sight of himself engaging in actions he could not recollect. Most alarming was the undeniable truth that the figure on the screen was indeed him, down to the minutiae of his attire. Mr. Lu, we kindly request that you accompany us to the station for further inquiry, the officer articulated slowly, gesturing for Lu Chao to follow. In a moment of desperation, Lu Chao interjected, "Wait, could I make a phone call before we proceed?" Before receiving a reply, Lu Chao swiftly dialed Su Xiangbiao, succinctly explaining the situation. Su advised him to comply with the officers while he devised a plan to facilitate his release. Thus, Lu Chao reluctantly accompanied the police to the station. Due to insufficient evidence, Lu Chao was only permitted to retain his phone, while he was confined to a small holding cell at the precinct. In this enclosed space, memories from his childhood unexpectedly surfaced in his mind during his formative years. He often stayed at his uncle's home while his parents were away, sharing the residence with his cousin, Lu Hong, living under someone else's roof. Lu Chao understood that he owed his hosts a debt of gratitude for their hospitality, which instilled in him a longing for familial love. He often observed his cousin enjoying milk, quietly retreating to complete his homework, although he had long finished it. One particular instance stood out vividly in Lu Chao's memory. It was the time he returned to his hometown while his grandfather was still alive. By then, Lu Chao was in middle school, and during a holiday, he sought money to return home for the new year. His uncle's family was engrossed in a television program when he entered the room. Upon noticing him, his aunt glanced over and handed him a partially consumed bottle of 8 treasure porridge, saying, "You're back. Here, eat this. I'll fetch you some money for your trip. It's what your cousin couldn't finish." Without further thought, Lu Chao accepted the porridge, but just then, his younger cousin approached. Lu Hong, known for his brash and demanding nature, confronted Lu Chao, who was puzzled by his cousin's unexpected inquiry. "You've been living here for so long. Don't you think you should show some appreciation?" "What do you mean by appreciation?" Lu Chao replied, confused. "I recall your parents regularly sending food expenses to mine. I could use a bit of money, big brother. Could you lend me some?" Lu Hong stated openly. "No. My funds are strictly for my personal expenses, and I have none to spare," Lu Chao responded calmly, aware that his uncle charged him a daily fee for meals, while his parents contributed a monthly allowance. As Lu Chao contemplated this, he was about to dismiss Lu Hong when the latter spat on the 8 treasure porridge in Lu Chao's hand and mockingly remarked, "Well, you've never eaten this before, have you? Now you can enjoy it. Without money, this is all you deserve." With that, Lu Hong exited the house, leaving Lu Chao in the living room, who promptly discarded the porridge into the trash bin. "Lu Chao, why waste food? That was specially saved for you by your brother." Chapter 86. The visitor outside. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Chao turned to see his aunt and uncle standing at his doorstep, holding a 20 yuan note. His aunt wore an expression of anger, as if questioning him. "Uncle, I did not waste anything. Lu Hong just asked me for money, and I outright refused him, as I have none. After my refusal, he spat into the 8 treasure porridge, which is why I discarded it." Lu Chao calmly recounted the incident. A sharp slap resounded through the air, landing heavily on Lu Chao's face, delivered by his aunt. The impact was so forceful that it left a mark. "Lu Chao, that was food your brother had already eaten. What does it matter if there was a bit of saliva? We all consume the same food." The woman questioned him angrily. After receiving the slap, Lu Chao remained motionless. He quietly walked over to Lu Xian, snatched the 20 yuan from his hand, and without uttering a word, grabbed his backpack and left the house. On that day, Lu Chao made his way to the bus station alone, which was a full 10 kilometers from his uncle's home. He distinctly remembered setting off at 1 in the afternoon and not arriving at the station until 3. Lu Chao did not understand how he could walk such a distance. He recalled that stretch of road being exceedingly long. Upon returning to his hometown, he found his grandfather working in the fields. Seeing Lu Chao's distressed expression, his grandfather immediately embraced him without speaking, softly murmuring, "Child, you have worked hard." This embrace enveloped Lu Chao in warmth, and in that moment, all his grievances transformed into tears streaming down his face. He knew that only his grandfather truly cared for him. That night, Lu Chao's grandfather called his parents and somehow persuaded them to agree to take Lu Chao back home. From that moment on, Lu Chao returned to live with his parents, yet in his heart, he cherished his grandfather dearly, aware that during that time, only his grandfather truly loved him. As this recollection came to an end, Lu Chao's thoughts were drawn back to the dimly lit room he occupied. At that moment, he noticed something beside him. Picking it up, he discovered a packet of snacks, Little Wan Nong, his favorite treat from childhood. He recalled how his grandfather would always prepare this snack for him, the only indulgence he had during those years. How wonderful, there's still this, Lu Chao thought, gazing at the Little Wan Nong, tears welling in his eyes. He cautiously tore open the packaging, and the familiar aroma wafted towards him. At that instant, the image of his grandfather resurfaced in his mind, and an overwhelming impulse surged within him. the urge to end his own life. Realizing this troubling thought, Lu Chao quickly suppressed it, shaking his head as he clutched the snack. Just as he was about to eat, the door swung open, revealing a familiar figure, Su Xiangbua. "Xiao Chao, let us go back home," he said. Evidently having come to the police station to bail Lu Chao out. "I've managed to get you released, but your suspicions have not been cleared. Remember to stay at home. Do not leave without permission. They will be monitoring you, understood?" "I understand. I will remain quietly at home," Lu Chao replied. Fully aware of his situation, Su Xiangbua nodded silently, then proceeded to his own room. "There are vegetables and fruits in the fridge for the next couple of days until this matter is resolved. You can go out afterward," Su Xiangbua informed him. "Okay. I want to move around." "You can rest assured," Lu Chao assured him with a smile. After Su Xiangbua felt satisfied with his response, he departed. Once Su Xiangbua left, Lu Chao sat alone on the sofa, his mind replaying the events of the previous night. He distinctly remembered that he had never entered the other person's room. Yet why was there a memory of himself doing so? Could it have been sleepwalking? But that was impossible. He had never been diagnosed with such a condition. Nor had his previous roommate ever mentioned it. Pondering this peculiar situation for quite some time yielded no clues, leading him to rise and prepare something to eat. As he finished his meal, an inexplicable wave of drowsiness washed over him. Lu Chao, bewildered by this sudden fatigue, retrieved a DVD he had previously purchased out of interest, but had not utilized since becoming a forensic expert. Now, he thought it would serve to document his life. Fearing that if he fell asleep, something might occur outside, at least it would provide evidence. Setting up the tripod and positioning the DVD, Lu Chao sank onto the sofa, his weariness intensifying until he succumbed to slumber. Knock, 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 knock. The persistent noise jolted Lu Chao awake. Blinking in confusion, he peered toward the source of the commotion next door, which sounded as if someone was chopping bones. Checking the time, he saw it was just past 4 in the afternoon. They must be butchering something. Not wanting to dwell on it further, he simply aimed to return to sleep, though the drowsiness clung to him. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks echoed against his door. Someone was banging insistently from the outside. Curious and puzzled, Lu Chao approached the door and peered through the peephole, but was met with an obscured view of a dark red mass blocking his line of sight. Confused by the sight, he dialed Su Xiongbua's number, only to discover, to his astonishment, that his phone had no signal. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Lu Chao realized something was amiss. This was entirely unusual. In this age of advanced technology, there was no reason for his phone to be devoid of signal. Chapter 87. Fantasies. Knock, knock, knock. A peculiar sound echoed at the door, and Lu Chao felt a sudden surge of anxiety. This was undoubtedly not a normal occurrence. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent series of knocks reverberated once again, more frantic than before, as if urging him to respond. Who is it? Although he knew a reply was unlikely, Lu Chao couldn't help but inquire. It's me, your neighbor. May I borrow some soy sauce? A vaguely familiar voice called from outside the door. Lu Chao was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Had he truly received a response? Judging by the sound, it indeed appeared to be his neighbor. He leaned closer to the peephole and peered outside, where he spotted a man standing at his doorstep. The man's eyes were bloodshot, resembling someone afflicted with red-eye disease. Yet he was undeniably empty-handed. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chao decided to open the door. He recalled Su Xiongbu mentioning that police were lurking nearby, assuring him that as long as he stayed indoors, he would be safe. Hello, Lu Chao. Could I borrow some soy sauce? The man outside spoke calmly. Of course. Just a moment, Lu Chao replied succinctly, before retrieving a bottle of soy sauce from the kitchen and handing it to him. Thank you, the man said, taking the soy sauce and promptly departing. Lu Chao closed the door normally. Suddenly, a series of bone-chopping sounds emanated from next door, causing Lu Chao to furrow his brow. The noise was exceedingly grating. At that moment, a chilling thought flashed through his mind. Could the crimson hue he had witnessed through the peephole belong to that man's eyes? Was it possible that he had been peering inside through the peephole? Daddy, please, no. I beg you, don't. Just as Lu Chao was about to return to his room, a piercing cry from a child, a girl's voice, pierced the air from next door. MMM. Following that, there was the muffled sound of someone covering their mouth, and then silence enveloped the space. This was wrong. Something was amiss. The moment Lu Chao heard that voice, he sensed impending doom. Based on the girl's tone, she had likely encountered peril. With that thought, he dashed out of his apartment and began pounding on his neighbor's door. Open up. Please hurry. Lu Chao shouted frantically, yet there was no response from within. At that moment, He felt a dampness at his feet. Looking down, he realized liquid was seeping out from the room, soaking the tips of his shoes. Simultaneously, a metallic scent wafted up, a smell of blood, already spilling from the room. Understanding that something terrible had happened, Lu Chao hastily pulled out his phone, praying for a signal. Fortunately, the connection had returned. Hello, is this 110? Hurry, there has been a murder. Lu Chao succinctly relayed the situation. The operator responded with gravity, assuring him that help would arrive promptly. 10 minutes later, the elevator doors opened, and 4 or 5 police officers stepped out, who reported the incident. They inquired as they exited the elevator. Officer, I called. Something has happened inside. Look, blood is already seeping out. There are still people in there, Lu Chao exclaimed, pointing toward the room and sharing the details he knew. Upon hearing Lu Chao's words, the officers exchanged skeptical glances before approaching the door. Hello, police. Please open up. They called out. Officers, just go in. In this situation, it's impossible for anyone to answer the door. Lu Chao urged, desperate for them to break in. But then, an uncanny scene unfolded. The door creaked open, revealing a little girl in a white dress standing in the doorway. Hello, officers, is there something wrong? She asked innocently. Lu Chao was left dumbfounded. He peered through the door's crack into the room, where a couple sat at the dining table, turning to look at the commotion outside. Comrade, are you certain you saw what you think you saw? One of the officers questioned Lu Chao skeptically upon witnessing the scene inside. No, this isn't right. What I saw was completely different. I knocked earlier, and no one responded. Lu Chao exclaimed anxiously. Lu, I forgot to return the soy sauce I borrowed from you. Would you like to come in for dinner? The man from earlier chimed in cheerfully, extending the soy sauce toward Lu Chao. Lu Chao could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed into the room. Without waiting for an invitation, he stepped inside, only to find everything appeared completely normal. The fabric sofa was neatly arranged in the living room, the kitchen utensils were all in order, and everything else in the room was as it should be. There was nothing amiss here. Comrade, do you understand the consequences of filing a false report? Your actions consume our time and prevent us from assisting those truly in danger. One of the nearby officers reprimanded Lu Chao sternly. This can't be right. This is truly bizarre. Lu Chao insisted, overwhelmed with confusion. Everything he had heard and seen was entirely contrary to reality. Just moments ago, he had clearly witnessed all right, Comrade Lu. If such a situation arises again, we will have to take legal action. Fortunately, this time we shall let you off the hook since it seems unintentional. The officer concluded after inspecting the apartment and confirming there were no abnormalities before departing. Back in his room, Lu Chao felt utterly bewildered, as the events he had perceived were starkly different from what lay before him. Could it be that he had truly experienced a hallucination? In the living room, Lu Chao stared at his hands in disbelief, beginning to doubt his own perceptions. Knock, knock, knock. The bone-chopping sounds returned from next door, leaving Lu Chao stunned. He approached the wall, pressing his ear against it to listen intently. Knock, knock, knock. The unmistakable sound of chopping echoed clearly. Lu Chao squinted, preparing to venture out once more, this time resolute that he had not misheard. However, as he stepped outside his door, he was met with a shocking sight. Chapter 88. A desperate escape. As the door to the adjacent room swung open, the scene within was a far cry from what the police had witnessed earlier. It was a veritable wreck. The sofa lay cleaved in two by a knife, and the evidence of violence and bloodstains rendered the space grotesque. A little girl was gruesomely dismembered and discarded, while the heads of the couple were ominously displayed on the dining table. In the kitchen, the bottle of soy sauce that had just been borrowed was now ominously present. Everything exuded an air of the bizarre and horrifying. This cannot be. This cannot be. Lu Chao stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom the horrific tableau before him. Suddenly, the shrill wail of police sirens pierced through the air, jolting Lu Chao into a grim realization. The officers downstairs might be coming for him. No, I cannot be captured. If I were to be taken in again, there would be no chance of escape. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chao snatched his car keys and the DVD he had left in the living room, making a swift exit. So far, the police tailing him had not shown themselves, which could only mean they had. Furthermore, it was highly likely that the officers downstairs were indeed after him. Although he possessed video evidence in the form of the DVD, Lu Chao feared it might not be able to reach anyone in time. In this dire situation, escape was his only option. Only by fleeing could he prove his innocence. He hurried to the underground passage and climbed into his car, starting the engine with urgency. Initially, he contemplated driving straight out, but realizing there would likely be officers stationed at the front, he veered towards another exit, the south gate, typically overlooked and affording a narrow passage for a smaller vehicle. Upon reaching the south gate, Lu Chao found it devoid of police presence and sped through. After exiting, he chose not to take the highway, knowing that the moment they realized he had escaped, they would undoubtedly set up a blockade. Instead, he relied on his memory to navigate a back road leading to his hometown. At this moment, returning home was his sole recourse. He understood that if apprehended, he would face insurmountable difficulties in securing bail. His only path to safety lay in proving his innocence. Several hours later, Lu Chao finally arrived at his childhood home, where lights still illuminated the windows, revealing that his parents had yet to retire. "Oh my, Xiao Chao, is that you?" his mother exclaimed in surprise upon his unexpected return. "Mom, there's no time for explanations. Please don't tell anyone I'm here, and remember, do not disturb me." With that, Lu Chao ascended the stairs to his room, locking the door behind him before examining the DVD. He needed to ascertain whether it contained any incriminating evidence. To his shock, upon viewing the DVD, Lu Chao discovered that the footage captured was entirely different from his recollection. In the video, he heard a knock on the door and opened it to reveal the neighbor who had borrowed soy sauce. Up until that moment, everything seemed normal. However, the next scene showed him brandishing a sharp knife instead of the soy sauce. He attacked the neighbor, who, upon being struck, bore an expression of agony as he fled, with Lu Chao in pursuit. This is impossible. Witnessing such a horrific act by his own self on screen left Lu Chao in a state of disbelief. This was entirely at odds with his memory. Knock, 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 knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at his door. "Who is it?" he called out. "Xiao Chao. It's me. I warmed up some food for you. Come down and have a bite?" came his mother's voice from the other side. "No thanks, Mom. I'm not hungry. If I get hungry, I'll eat myself." "All right. Just remember not to neglect your health because of work," she replied before departing. Once his mother left, Lu Chao locked the door again and lay down on his bed. His mind was clouded. He struggled to distinguish reality from dreams. No reality? Suddenly, he recalled the ominous words spoken by the masked figure in the haunted house. Reality. But what did this term signify? As he pondered, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. Despite his instincts warning him of impending danger, the fatigue enveloped him, and he succumbed to sleep. "Xiao Chao, wake up for breakfast." The following morning, Lu Chao was roused by his mother's call. He groggily opened his eyes, realizing it was already 8 o'clock. "Coming," he replied, heading towards the dining area. As he sat at the table, the events of the previous night weighed heavily on his mind, prompting him to voice his concern. "Dad, Mom, no one is looking for me today, right?" His question momentarily stunned his parents, who then exchanged puzzled glances. "Who is looking for you? Aren't you on leave? You said you had entrusted everything to Kai Chen. Did you not handle your responsibilities?" His father, Lu Ming, queried in confusion. "What?" Lu Chao was taken aback by his father's words, and a sudden realization struck him as he hurriedly dialed Kai Chen. To his astonishment, this time the call connected. "Moshi Moshi, Xiao Chao, what do you need?" Kai Chen's playful tone rang out from the other end. "Kai Chen, you're alive?" Lu Chao was momentarily dumbfounded, recalling how he had thought Kai Chen was. "Come on, if I were dead, it would be by my own hand. But why would I choose to end my life when I cherish it so?" Kai Chen's flippant remarks echoed through the line. "And what about your 5th-level task? Were you able to clear it?" Lu Chao inquired in a hushed tone as he stood by the door. "I don't know. My task hasn't started yet. By the way, where did you go? You didn't take me with you, and then you disappeared." Kai Chen responded. "I'm back home." "All right, that's enough for now. I'll hang up." Lu Chao concluded the call and quickly dialed another number. This time, it was Su Xiongbo. "Hello, Lu Chao, what's up?" Su Xiongbo's voice came through the receiver. "Bobo, everything has been normal, right?" Lu Chao asked tentatively. "Yes, everything is fine. What's wrong?" Su Xiongbo replied. "It's nothing, just checking." With that, Lu Chao hung up. Observing the scene before him, his parents enjoying breakfast, he felt a disconcerting sense of normalcy, as if he hadn't committed any wrongdoing. Yet, the more everything appeared ordinary, the more it unsettled Lu Chao. Chapter 89, Terror Strikes Mom. "Dad, I'm full. I'm heading upstairs now." At that moment, Lu Chao seemed to recall something, promptly setting down his bowl and chopsticks, and ascended the staircase. "Hey, you child. You haven't even had breakfast yet." His mother voiced her concern, but Lu Chao had already reached the 2nd floor. "Let him go, at 20 or 30. It's the prime of striving," Lu Ming remarked, observing Lu Chao's retreating figure with a nod of approval. Upon arriving on the second floor, Lu Chao took out his DVD, recalling the events he had witnessed the previous night. However, he was soon taken aback by the scenes unfolding in the video. In it, he merely appeared to be sleeping on the couch, without any anomalies, until the end when he abruptly rose, seemingly evading something, and dashed outside clutching the DVD. Stunned by this revelation, Lu Chao's mind became increasingly muddled. What, in fact, was reality? With this thought, he seized a blank sheet of paper from his desk and began documenting the events of the past few days. Yet, he discovered that there was no connection among them. After ruminating for a considerable time, Lu Chao resolved to abandon his thoughts. The fact that he was still alive was the best outcome. If possible, continuing to live this way was not necessarily a bad thing. Thus, as Lu Chao pondered, he became engrossed in thought. He lost track of time until a familiar voice emanated from downstairs. Peering out the window, he recognized Li Kaichen had arrived. Li Kaichen in the yard resembled his memories perfectly, without a hint of difference. At that moment, it seemed Li Kaichen noticed Lu Chao, looking up towards him, their gazes locking in a moment of mutual acknowledgement. After exchanging nods, Lu Chao descended the stairs where Li Kaichen was being warmly welcomed by Lu Chao's parents. Li Kaichen, come here for a moment, Lu Chao softly beckoned him, signaling to follow him upstairs. Li Kaichen nodded and accompanied Lu Chao to the second floor. Li Kaichen, have you cleared your fifth-level task? Upon seeing Li Kaichen, Lu Chao directly inquired about his lingering curiosity. Didn't I tell you? My task hasn't even begun. But what's yours? Is it to return here to your hometown? Li Kaichen replied, puzzled. I have no idea what my task is. As I cannot discern whether I am currently in reality or in a dream, Lu Chao lamented, shaking his head in exasperation. Unable to differentiate between dreams and reality? How could that be? However, I believe if it were a dream, there must be some discrepancies. Once you identify them, you will surely be able to tell the difference. Li Kaichen smiled, then turned to descend for dinner. Watching Li Caichen's retreating figure, Lu Chao stood frozen, feeling that Li Caichen's words suggested he might indeed be in reality, yet simultaneously in a dream. However, Li Caichen's assertion rang true. If this were a dream, he would certainly notice anomalies. But what precisely was different? Lu Chao continued to reflect on the events of the past few days, the deaths of his neighbors upstairs, his own confinement. Yet the connections between these occurrences seemed tenuous at best. Thus, he remained absorbed in this contemplation until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Lying on his bed, he felt a peculiar difficulty. It seemed he had become ensnared in some deadlock. As he mulled over this dilemma, drowsiness gradually overtook him, and he drifted into slumber. Chirp, chirp, chirp. After an indeterminate period, Lu Chao was jolted awake by an eerie sound. Groggily opening his eyes, he glanced out the window and realized night had fallen. Checking his phone, he saw it was already 10 o'clock. It seemed he had developed an affinity for sleep over the past few days, losing track of time in the process. Mom, is dinner ready? Lu Chao called loudly from his room, but received no response. Only the persistent chirping akin to electrical static in reply. Taken aback, Lu Chao found the silence unsettling. First, his home should not be this quiet at 10 o'clock in the evening. His parents would typically be watching television or reading the newspaper at this hour. Second, they would never neglect to call him for dinner. Third, and most crucially, if Li Kaichen were present, his voice would undoubtedly fill the house. Contemplating these 3 points, Lu Chao furrowed his brow, suspecting he had once again slipped into a dream. Cautiously, Lu Chao opened his bedroom door, revealing a dimly lit hallway before him. He carefully descended the stairs, and the strange chirping grew louder with each step. As he reached the staircase, Lu Chao glimpsed the living room on the first floor, where the television was on but displaying nothing but static. The unsettling noise emanated from the television. Moreover, the lights on the first floor were dimmed. Scanning the area, he noticed someone chopping something in the kitchen. Stealthily approaching, he discerned that the figure was Li Kaichen, who was vigorously hacking away at something. Li Kaichen, what are you doing? Lu Chao tentatively inquired, simultaneously switching on the kitchen light. The sight that met his eyes was utterly devastating. Upon illuminating the room, he was confronted with the gruesome sight of his parents' lifeless bodies hanging from the kitchen beams, their corpses sprawled across the counter, blood having pooled across the floor. The dim light had concealed the horror until now. Li Kaichen, what on earth are you doing? Lu Chao exclaimed, paralyzed by shock, trembling uncontrollably. Despite knowing this was a fabrication, witnessing his parents' demise was unbearable. Hearing Lu Chao's exclamation, Li Kaichen turned with a smirk, slowly advancing towards him, knife in hand. Lu Chao, I'm helping you. Didn't you want to leave? Chapter 90. The opportunity to depart time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Lu Chao sat alone in the corner. His gaze fixed vacantly on the scene before him, a flicker of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. In the living room lay the lifeless body of Li Kaichen, sprawled on the floor, while beside Lu Chao rested a bloodied knife. Moments earlier, when Li Kaichen attempted to attack him, Lu Chao had instinctively retaliated, resulting in a fatal confrontation. Confusion clouded Lu Chao's mind. He could not comprehend how he had killed Li Kaichen. His memories were a chaotic blur, and the blood that stained his face and clothes went unaddressed. An overwhelming sense of disorientation enveloped him. Why was he unable to escape the confines of this fifth floor? What was reality, truly? Did he have to remain trapped within this task? What, indeed, was the path to survival in this ordeal? After sitting in a stupor for an extended period, Lu Chao turned his gaze to the several corpses behind him and then slowly ascended the stairs. He retrieved a handgun and spoke softly. Li Kaichen, I hope you are not deceiving me. With that, Lu Chao pressed the gun to his temple and pulled the trigger. Bang! Following the gunshot, darkness engulfed his consciousness. Lu Chao felt as though he were suspended in an endless void, wandering aimlessly until his awareness gradually reclaimed his body. Gasping for breath, Lu Chao sat bolt upright in bed, his heart racing. As he surveyed his surroundings, relief washed over him. He had returned to his room. In the dream, he had agonized over a potential escape route, which ultimately led to the conclusion that death might free him from this nightmare. This notion stemmed from Li Caichen's earlier words when he had approached with a knife, claiming it was a means for escape. After killing Li Kaichen, the daring idea had emerged in Lu Chao's mind. Perhaps dying within the dream was the key to liberation. A smile crept across Lu Chao's lips as he realized he had finally discovered the path to survival in this dreamscape. Just as he was about to rise from the bed, he turned back and froze. To his astonishment, he was alone. Li Kaichen was nowhere to be found. How could this be? Lu Chao was bewildered, recalling that he and Li Kaichen had shared a bed upon entering the fifth floor. The absence of Li Kaichen could only signify one thing. He was still ensnared in that dream. As disbelief washed over him, Lu Chao scanned the room. If he had not been sleeping alongside Li Kaichen, he would have been unable to distinguish between the dream and reality, for the two were indistinguishable. At that moment, a face slowly materialized on the ceiling, one he did not recognize. It appeared to be struggling against its confines, hurtling toward Lu Chao. The features on the ceiling grew increasingly distinct, as if striving to break free from its prison. Seeing this, Lu Chao hesitated not a moment. He retrieved his handgun from the bedside and fired a shot into his own head, plunging into darkness once more. He understood this was the sole means of escape. Time passed. How long? He could not tell, until Lu Chao found himself rising from bed again. His immediate reaction was to glance beside him, and upon seeing Li Kaichen lying there, a wave of relief washed over him. Thank goodness, he truly had returned this time. Just then, his phone rang. Hello, Bobo, what is going on? Lu Chao answered, recognizing Su Xiongbu's voice on the other end. Lu Chao, we have a case that requires your attention. I'll send you the address. Hurry. Su Xiongbu stated succinctly. All right. I'm on my way, Lu Chao replied, turning to wake Li Kaichen, only to find that no amount of calling would rouse him. Realization dawned. Li Kaichen was likely still engaged in his task. Without hesitation, Lu Chao exited the room and made his way to the location indicated on his phone. Upon arrival, he found the scene bustling with activity. Bobo, what is the situation? Lu Chao inquired, seeking out Su Xiongbu. This case is quite complex. The victim's body has been dismembered. We urgently need information about the deceased, and since you excel in reconstruction, I'm assigning this task to you. Su Xiongbu explained succinctly. Nodding in understanding, Lu Chao entered the room. The scene matched Su Xiongbu's description. The body lay in pieces, and a foul stench permeated the air. With a stoic expression, Lu Chao donned gloves and a mask, swiftly collecting the dismembered body parts and commencing his work. As he picked up a head, an eerie sound whispered in his ear, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound resembled a soft breeze, faint yet unnervingly clear. Startled, Lu Chao scanned the room, noting that the windows were closed, yet the sound persisted. Puzzled, he resumed his task, but when he lifted the head again, a strange voice echoed. Did you think you could escape? The voice was uncanny, seemingly emanating from the very head he held. Lu Chao stared at the head, observing no visible difference. The eyes remained tightly shut. Just as he prepared to continue his work, the whispering wind returned, and he glanced around, still finding nothing amiss. He peered at the doorway, seeing Su Xiongbo and the others behaving normally, as if only he could hear the disquieting sound. Resolute, Lu Chao dismissed his concerns and resumed his work. However, as he lowered his gaze, his expression darkened, for a troubling thought surfaced. During the first incident on the upper floor, he had heard sounds from the ceiling. The same had occurred when a neighbor died, and even at his childhood home, he had heard a similar noise. Now, having just experienced the whispering wind, did it not imply that he had not truly escaped the dream? Chapter 91. Li Caichen's plan. Upon contemplating this, Lu Chao abruptly ceased his work, inwardly berating himself for his carelessness. Why did he believe that Li Caichen's presence ensured his safety? It was essential to recall that in previous encounters within the hellish abode, tasks were completed upon awakening from that very place. Yet today, he had not awakened there, indicating that he had not escaped this mission at all. With this realization, Lu Chao hastily halted his activities. According to the path to survival he had previously discovered, if he perished here, he could finally depart from this torment. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chao stood up and forcefully slammed his head against the wall, understanding at last what the masked specter had meant by a pathway to survival. Only by distinguishing between reality and dreams could he extricate himself from this ordeal, and he was still ensnared in the grip of a dream. As Lu Chao's head collided with the wall, a wave of darkness enveloped his mind once more. However, this time, the darkness felt peculiar, as if something were writhing within it. Just as he attempted to observe more closely, a blinding light flooded his vision, and he opened his eyes to find himself back in the hellish abode. At the table, besides himself, 4 others lay asleep, and to his surprise, Li Caichen was absent. His spot was conspicuously empty. Ah, another one has awakened. Truly splendid. Congratulations on passing the 5th level of the task. Please ascend to the 6th level and commence your new mission, the masked specter announced from behind Lu Chao, gesturing for him to proceed upward. Li Caichen, where has he gone? Lu Chao inquired, pointing to Li Caichen's former seat. He woke before you and has already entered the 6th floor. You will surely see him upon your ascent, the specter replied, indicating the staircase that appeared behind him. Are you saying Li Caichen has already gone up? Lu Chao asked, skepticism tinging his voice. Indeed, he awoke earlier than you and has ascended. You should hurry along, the specter said, his hands resting behind him, turning his back to Lu Chao. Very well, I understand, Lu Chao responded, proceeding toward the staircase to the 6th floor. As he moved, the specter turned to observe him, a look of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Wait, there is something I wish to ask you. Lu Chao suddenly halted just before stepping onto the stairs, glancing back at the masked figure. The specter's eyes widened momentarily with surprise at Lu Chao's return, but he quickly masked it, replying coolly, what would you like to inquire about? Approaching the specter, Lu Chao spoke plainly, Li Caichen, what are you up to? The specter was momentarily taken aback by Lu Chao's question. He had not anticipated such an inquiry. What do you mean? I do not quite grasp your intent, he replied, a smile of delight creeping onto his face, as if the realization of his identity brought him joy. Li Caichen, why have you become the masked specter? And do you not need to participate in our mission? What happened to the previous specter? Lu Chao questioned, perplexed. For only moments ago he had confirmed that this masked figure was indeed Li Caichen. Although Li Caichen had altered his voice, his irksome demeanor was unmistakable to Lu Chao. Hush, do not ask further. Ascend first. I will explain everything upon my return. Li Caichen made a shushing motion, indicating that Lu Chao should remain silent. Seeing Li Caichen's demeanor, Lu Chao shrugged in resignation. After all, this madman would never cease to surprise him. He proceeded up the staircase to the 6th floor. But as he reached it, a blinding light engulfed him, causing him to faint instantly. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the hellish abode, Li Caichen observed the individuals slumped over the table before dragging one out from beneath, a person whose face bore an identical mask to his own. All right, now I shall take on the role of the masked specter for this mission, Li Caichen declared, removing the mask from the individual, revealing a delicate face, none other than Yu Ruoqi, whom Lu Chao had encountered previously at the CAF. That was close. You almost thwarted my plans, but thankfully, I intercepted you, Li Caichen stated, placing Yu Ruoqi's mask upon his own face. The mask seemed to possess a magical quality, adhering seamlessly to his original mask. As this occurred, Li Caichen's mask darkened and deepened in hue, merging with his visage. When Lu Chao awoke once more, he found himself in his own bed. while Li Kaichen had already risen and was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Li Kaichen, you are awake? Lu Chao approached him from behind, perplexed by his activity. Awake indeed. Come, it's time for breakfast, Li Kaichen replied, glancing back briefly before continuing. The table was set with porridge and some pickled vegetables. After a brief wash, Lu Chao sat at the table to eat, then asked, when did you transform into the masked specter? And why are you here in our level, replacing the specter? Responding to Lu Chao's inquiry, Li Kaichen smiled softly before stating, this relates to the rules of the hellish abode. You have just arrived, and perhaps you are unaware of the circumstances and the unspoken rules that exist here. Once you reach the 7th floor, you will have the opportunity to become the masked specter. Of course, there are certain requirements and intricacies I cannot fully elucidate at this moment. Li Kaichen lifted a bowl of porridge and drank from it. Wait, are you saying one must reach the 7th floor of the hellish abode to apply for the position of masked specter? Then you are. Lu Chao began, confusion evident in his voice. Upon hearing this, Li Kaichen set down his bowl and replied, Lu Chao, you may find it hard to believe, but this is my second time entering the hellish abode. Chapter 92. The Rules of the Hell House. Upon hearing Li Kaichen's words, Lu Chao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Li Kaichen in bewilderment as he incredulously uttered, what did you just say? You have entered this place for the second time? Li Kaichen, smiling, responded, indeed. I have ventured into this hellish abode twice. The last time was 5 years ago. How swiftly time passes. With a casual demeanor, he sipped a bowl of porridge, which he had prepared to be thick and smooth, gliding down his throat effortlessly. You mean to say that 5 years ago, you were already within the confines of the Hell House, and somehow managed to escape, only to find yourself compelled to return now? Lu Chao voiced his disbelief, struggling to fathom the existence of such audacity. After all, the perils of the Hell House were universally acknowledged and avoided, yet here was Li Kaichen. Your understanding is flawed, Li Kaichen interjected, taking a bite of pickled vegetables, his words slightly muffled. What is incorrect? Lu Chao inquired, perplexed by his companion's assertion. I did indeed escape from the Hell House, but this time, it was not by coercion that I entered. Rather, I sought it for a considerable time and employed significant effort to gain entry. Li Kaichen spoke nonchalantly. What are you saying? Have you lost your senses? Lu Chao exclaimed, astonished by Li Kaichen's seemingly reckless choice to re-enter such a treacherous place. To explain, there are certain memories that evade me. However, I am aware that each floor presents distinct tasks, yet all encounters with those entities share the same inherent danger, Li Kaichen elucidated calmly. Then why would you willingly return here? Is there a specific reason? Lu Chao queried, his confusion palpable. I cannot recall. Yet I do remember one thing. My authority remains intact. For instance, upon reaching the 7th floor, I had previously chosen the masked ghost, and I still possess that privilege this time. However, the crux of the matter lies elsewhere, Li Kaichen remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lu Chao. What is that reason? Lu Chao pressed, seeking clarity. Upon passing the 10th floor, the masked ghost of that level will grant you a single wish. The specifics, however, have slipped my mind, Li Kaichen confessed candidly. Are you suggesting that after traversing the 10th floor, we can make a wish? What are the limitations of this wish? Lu Chao inquired, still bewildered. The wish knows no bounds. Anything can be resurrected. Li Kaichen paused, his gaze fixated on Lu Chao as he continued. The most astonishing aspect is that this wish can even revive the deceased, provided they have passed within the last year. Can you imagine how remarkable that is? At this juncture, a glimmer of madness flickered in Li Kaichen's eyes as he stared intently at Lu Chao, who felt an uncomfortable shiver under that penetrating gaze. Li Kaichen, are you returning here to resurrect someone? Lu Chao asked, struggling to comprehend the implications of Li Kaichen's intentions. Given the circumstances, it seemed plausible. Otherwise, he would not risk his life by re-entering the Hell House. I do not know. I have forgotten. However, since I am already here, it seems inconsequential. Li Kaichen remarked nonchalantly. By the way, does becoming the masked ghost confer any special privileges? Lu Chao suddenly inquired, a thought striking him. After a moment of contemplation, Li Kaichen replied, the masked ghost possesses numerous privileges, albeit accompanied by an equal number of rules. For instance, once one becomes a masked ghost, participation in tasks is not obligatory, though not every task can be bypassed. They can partake in a task from the first floor. Furthermore, the masked ghost must not have their mask torn off. Should this occur, they would be deemed to have failed the mission and would perish. Most importantly, The masked ghost possesses unique abilities, such as inducing slumber in players or manipulating the flow of time within the house, pausing or accelerating it. Notably, the masked ghost can also partake in the design of the game itself. The villa from our last encounter was crafted by me, and the participants are you players. Are you suggesting that those masked ghosts are actually players? Lu Chao asked, his disbelief evident. Yes, you may interpret it that way. However, our house is rather unique. The entities within are not merely players, but true specters. The reason for this remains unclear to me, Li Kaichen answered truthfully. If you are a masked ghost, why have you only now begun to execute the tasks of a masked ghost? Lu Chao paused. Recalling Zhang Rui's previous assertion that Li Kaichen was indeed the masked ghost within their house. I did not just start. I have been exercising the rights of a masked ghost in other houses. It was only upon reaching the 5th floor that certain memories resurfaced, prompting me to undertake this mission. Do not forget, I was the one who discreetly provided you with guidance during this task. Li Kaichen smiled as he addressed Lu Chao. As Lu Chao reflected, memories flooded back of that day at his family home, when Li Kaichen had returned specifically to share crucial information with him. It was precisely due to Li Kaichen's foresight that Lu Chao had discovered the path to survival in that particular challenge. Curiosity piqued, Lu Chao inquired. You can't be saying you infiltrated my task expressly to assist me, can you? He chuckled, only to be met with the serious demeanor of Li Kaichen. You truly did not enter my task merely to provide me with hints, did you? Lu Chao questioned, struggling to believe that the powers of the masked ghost could be so extensive. Sure, I secretly entered to help you. You might not realize this, but the task on the 5th floor is not particularly dangerous. However, it is easy for one to become lost within it, and those who do find it exceedingly difficult to emerge. I was merely concerned for your safety, hence my discreet intervention to guide you. How about it? Am I not a reliable friend? Li Kaichen grinned at Lu Chao. Lu Chao, in response, remained silent, earnestly asking Li Kaichen, so you mean to say that upon reaching the 10th floor, we can indeed make a wish? Chapter 93. The penetration of terror upon hearing Lu Chao's inquiry. Li Kaichen squinted his eyes and smiled as he responded, what is the matter? Do you have someone you wish to resurrect? However, I must remind you, there is no chance to revive those who have been gone for a year. Li Kaichen spoke these words with a nonchalant tone. I'm not certain yet, but we shall see. Whether I can reach the 10th floor is still uncertain. By the way, Li Kaichen, how is the task on the 10th floor? Is it difficult? Lu Chao inquired with curiosity, eager to understand the challenges that awaited him on the 10th floor. The 10th floor? It's not particularly difficult. My challenge lacked the presence of any spirits, yet it involved 10 participants, and I was the only one who survived. Would you deem that challenging? Li Kaichen chuckled, suggesting that, indeed, the 10th floor seemed manageable. After hearing Li Kaichen's account, Lu Chao fell silent, fully aware that the challenges Li Kaichen referred to must have entailed a fierce struggle for survival. Don't overthink it. Our task then was for 10 individuals, and only the last one standing could escape. There were no spirits involved. I simply brought a gun and ammunition, and with 1 bullet for each of the 9 others. I emerged victorious. Reflecting on it now, it was truly intense, Li Kaichen stated earnestly, his expression serious as if he had genuinely experienced a life-and-death ordeal. Lu Chao, taken aback by Li Kaichen's description, cast a sidelong glance at him, silently acknowledging the man's peculiarities. Then I shall strive diligently to reach the 10th floor and endeavor to escape, Lu Chao remarked with a hint of resignation. Do your best, Lu Chao. Once you emerge, it will all be over. However, there is something you must heed, Li Kaichen advised, his tone shifting to one of gravity. What is it? Lu Chao responded, recognizing that whenever Li Kaichen wore such a serious expression, he was about to impart crucial information. After you pass the 5th level, you must remain vigilant at all times. Occasionally, the influence of the hellish house may seep into your reality. They cannot harm you, but you must remain alert. Remember, if you do not fear them, you will not be affected. Do you understand? Li Kaichen warned, his voice calm yet firm. Seeping into my world? What does that mean? Lu Chao asked, puzzled. In simpler terms, it means you may occasionally see apparitions. However, as long as you remember they cannot touch you, you will be safe. But if you cannot overcome your own mental barriers, you will struggle against them, potentially leading to madness. So keep that in mind, Li Kaichen replied nonchalantly. After hearing Li Kaichen's words, Lu Chao was momentarily stunned, then incredulously asked, are you saying my life will be like it was during the 5th level? Directly influenced by those entities? I cannot be certain, but this is a common occurrence for everyone after the 5th level. However, if you remain resolute, those illusions will have no power over you, Li Kaichen answered matter-of-factly. I see. By the way, the next mission is set for 6 months from now, correct? Lu Chao inquired. There's no need to wait that long. If you wish, I can arrange it sooner. We currently need one more person for the 6th floor. And I noticed that Jiang Rue passed the 5th level test last night. If you want to begin, I can facilitate your entry, Li Kaichen replied casually. Really? You can directly transfer people from other floors? Lu Chao was taken aback by Li Kaichen's statement. Certainly, as long as there are enough participants. We can commence at any time. The 7th floor is delayed due to insufficient numbers. I know one individual has found 10 participants, but only 4 are on the 7th floor, hence their inability to proceed to the 8th, Li Kaichen explained without any surprise. All right then, in 3 days. Please arrange for me to enter the 6th floor, Lu Chao declared with determination, eager to complete the task and escape the house. Not a problem. However, Lu Chao, you may experience dreams in the coming days. Remember not to be influenced. Also, starting now, I will not be staying at your home. I have matters to attend to. After finishing his bowl of porridge, Li Kaichen exited, leaving Lu Chao staring blankly at his departing figure. Soon, night fell, and Lu Chao lay on his bed, his mind preoccupied with the task ahead in 3 days. He stared vacantly at the ceiling, his eyes gradually becoming unfocused. Suddenly, Lu Chao was astonished to find his body seemed to be under some form of control. His hands and feet moved like a marionette pulled by invisible strings, performing strange motions. Realizing something was amiss, Lu Chao furrowed his brow and attempted to exert control over his body, only to discover he was met with another force that directed his movements. Thus, 2 opposing forces engaged in a relentless struggle, until Lu Chao managed to seize control of his body. He abruptly swung his arms, regaining command over himself. What just happened? Why did I feel such a loss of control over my body? Lu Chao pondered, panting as he examined his hands. The sensation he had just experienced felt overwhelmingly real, akin to being a puppet at someone else's mercy. Lu Chao, wake up at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, unique and haunting, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the abyss, calling out to him. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Chao froze, hastily scanning his surroundings, only to find the familiar walls and ceiling of his room, with nothing else in sight. Could this be what Li Kaichen referred to as the insidious infiltration of terror? As he recalled Li Kaichen's earlier warnings, Lu Chao realized that the powers within the hellish house truly impacted reality. He remembered Li Kaichen's assurance that as long as he did not fear them, they could not harm him. Just like before, if he desired to reclaim control, he could indeed do so. Perhaps this was the correct method to combat such intrusions into reality. Chapter 94. Dreams contemplating his ability to combat the terrifying infiltrations. Lu Chao felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a sense of reassurance, he surrendered to sleep, as long as there was a solution. It could not be deemed a challenge. Yet, as slumber enveloped him, the darkness emerged once more, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds that seemed to bustle around him, as if numerous entities were incessantly traversing his vicinity. At that moment, Lu Chao was acutely aware of these sounds, even while lying on his bed. He yearned to open his eyes, but found himself utterly unable to do so, as an inexplicable force exerted control over his body. Now Lu Chao is at 50. A familiar voice echoed in his mind, Li Kaichen's voice. What could this mean? What does it imply that he is at 50? Could this be a scheme orchestrated by the hellish abode? No, it must be a conspiracy involving both Li Kaichen and the infernal house. Upon hearing Li Kaichen's words, Lu Chao felt a peculiar unease. He sensed that Li had concealed something significant from him. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the darkness reappeared in his consciousness, an abyssal void so profound it threatened to consume all that existed within it. Yet, Lu Chao could feel himself standing amidst this darkness, unable to discern the outlines of his hands or body, as if he were ensnared within its depths, coexisting with the shadows. In the depths of his heart, Lu Chao was overwhelmed by a sense of loneliness and fear. Strangely, in the face of this darkness, he felt an acute helplessness. An overwhelming sensation washed over him, as if he were a forsaken pawn in this world, and despair surged within him. Time lost its meaning, and eventually, a glimmer of light pierced through his vision. Gradually, he opened his eyes to find that dawn had arrived, and he was surprised to discover tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, remnants of the previous night's terror. That darkness from last night was indeed frightful. As Lu Chao gazed at his hands, memories of the dream flooded back, the oppressive blackness lingering in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Just then, a sudden ring of the telephone jolted him from his reverie. He picked up the phone to find an unfamiliar number displayed. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, "Hello, who is this? Is this Lu Chao? You might not remember me, but we have met before. My name is Jiang Rui." Lu Chao recalled Jiang Rui. He had known him through Xiaopeng. "What brings you here? Do you need something?" he inquired, puzzled as to why Jiang Rui had sought him out. "Last night, the masked ghost, Li Kaichen, came to see me. He shared some information, and I was wondering if you could spare some time to meet," Jiang Rui stated directly. "Sure, let's meet in half an hour at the XXT house. We can discuss the details then." "Sounds good." After hanging up, Lu Chao wasted no time. He got up, washed, and quickly made his way to the designated tea house, where he soon met Jiang Rui. "Long time no see, Lu Chao," Jiang Rui greeted with a nod. "Indeed, it has been a while. Let's grab a bite." Lu Chao replied with a smile, ordering breakfast while anticipating that Jiang Rui's visit was not merely for a meal. "Li Kaichen came to see me yesterday. Judging by your reaction, you must be aware that he is the masked ghost. However, he revealed some matters that I believe may pique your interest." Jiang Rui began with a smile. "Please, do share. It might prove beneficial for both of us," Lu Chao encouraged with a grin. "Li Kaichen mentioned that our mission will commence the day after tomorrow. However, he seemed to hint at some dire implications regarding this task, suggesting that we might all perish within it," Jiang Rui stated calmly. "We're all going to die? What did he say?" Lu Chao asked, bewildered. He didn't elaborate much, but his exact words were, "I hope you can survive in that desperate space and not be slain by the monsters within. If you manage to endure, I will assist you with the numbers in the 7th level." Jiang Rui recounted Li Caichen's ominous warning. Desperate space? What could that possibly be? Lu Chao pondered, intrigued yet perplexed, as he too was unaware of what Li Kaichen meant by such a term. "Actually, the main point I wish to convey is this. Have you ever considered why we were drawn into the hellish house? Have you discovered any secrets within it?" Jiang Rui fixed his gaze on Lu Chao, articulating his inquiry with deliberation. Taken aback by Jiang Rui's question, Lu Chao recalled Li Caichen's revelation that he had been thrust into this predicament during his birthday last year, when he was ensnared by a split doll. "Are you suggesting you know who brought me here?" Lu Chao asked, perplexed. "You may have misunderstood my intent. I meant to ask, what becomes of those who die within the hellish house? I am not referring to their corpses, but rather their souls." Lu Chao was rendered speechless, having never contemplated this notion. Previously, he had merely thought that the deceased had simply ceased to exist, never considering their fate thereafter. "What do you know?" Lu Chao inquired, sensing that Jiang Rui possessed vital information. "You may find it hard to believe, but during the 5th floor's mission, I was supposed to die, yet I survived," Jiang Rui stated calmly. Lu Chao remained silent, awaiting Jiang Rui to elaborate, knowing he must have uncovered something extraordinary. "My mission on the 8th floor involved playing hide-and-seek with a ghost in an abandoned house. However, I realized I had miscalculated my escape route. I was awaiting death. Yet in the final moments, I unexpectedly encountered Zhang Peng." Chapter 95. The Terrifying House of Hell. "What did you say? You saw Zhang Peng?" Lu Chao was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Jiang Rui would respond in such a manner. It was well known that Zhang Peng had perished that day. He had personally confirmed it. "Indeed, during my last mission, I should have concealed myself within an abandoned wardrobe. However, I heard persistent sounds emanating from within, leading me to abandon that refuge in favor of the comparatively safer space behind a refrigerator. Subsequently, when the ghost manifested, it commenced its slaughter. And of the 6 of us, only I survived. Fear enveloped me, and I desperately wished for a means of escape. Regrettably, I miscalculated. The ghost was mere moments from claiming my life. Yet, at the critical juncture, a shadowy figure appeared before me, Zhang Peng, in a spectral form. He informed me that he would assist me by distracting the ghost. The sounds I had heard were orchestrated by him, solely for my ears, although I failed to grasp his intent at that moment. Ultimately, his visage faded, and the ghost before me became indistinct, veering off in another direction as if I had become invisible. Seizing the opportunity, I slipped into the wardrobe and narrowly escaped this ordeal. Zhang Peng recounted his harrowing experience, which had transpired on the 5th floor, where he had nearly met his demise. "How could he have transformed into a ghost to protect you? Are you suggesting that those who die in the House of Hell inevitably become spirits that haunt each level, turning against us?" Lu Chao seemed to grasp Jiang Rui's insinuations. Moreover, I ponder why those slain by the House of Hell would ally themselves with it to torment us, despite harboring resentment towards the structure. Jiang Rui shared his contemplations, his gaze steady on Lu Chao. Are you implying that even in death, there exists a chance to escape, perhaps by eliminating a certain number of players? Is that the essence of your assertion? Lu Chao quickly comprehended Jiang Rui's implications. If this were indeed the case, then the ghosts within the mission would likely adhere to these rules and slay us. Precisely. I surmise that the House of Hell operates akin to a sentient being, ensnaring them and compelling them to engage us in combat, much like crickets pitted against one another for amusement. Jiang Rui articulated his thoughts, albeit acknowledging their absurdity. Are you suggesting that the House of Hell intentionally confines us, reveling in our mutual destruction? Lu Chao appeared to grasp Jiang Rui's meaning. Indeed, I wonder, if there truly is a controlling force behind the House of Hell, what manner of entity would it be? And what of the first individuals to enter the house? Jiang Rui expressed his inner musings. Has Li Kaichen mentioned anything to you? The 10th floor of the House of Hell harbors a wish that can be granted. But one must pass through it first, Lu Chao inquired. He did mention it. Yet I remain puzzled as to why he divulged information regarding the 6th floor's mission in advance. Is this not part of the rules? Jiang Rui queried, his brow furrowed. I cannot say. However, since he has spoken, we shall proceed with the mission, and I hope for a fruitful collaboration tomorrow, Lu Chao replied with a smile. Rest assured, we will certainly survive the day after tomorrow. After enjoying a jovial meal together, the two parted ways, eagerly anticipating the impending day. Yet, upon returning home, Lu Chao found himself restless in bed, his mind occupied with Jiang Rui's remarks from dinner. For reasons unknown, Jiang Rui's words resonated with an air of deliberate intention, as though he aimed to impart certain insights to Lu Chao. Those speculations merely served as conduits for Jiang Rui's revelations. But how could he possess such extensive knowledge? Furthermore, upon their initial meeting, Jiang Rui had instantly recognized Li Kaichen as the masked ghost of their floor. Is Jiang Rui truly that formidable? A chilling thought crept into Lu Chao's mind. What if Jiang Rui and Li Kaichen were acquainted? As he pondered this, myriad questions raced through Lu Chao's thoughts. If they were indeed familiar, many mysteries would unravel. Yet, should this be the case, what could their objectives possibly entail? Despite the tumult of inquiries, Lu Chao refrained from delving deeper, convinced that both individuals bore no ill will towards him. At least for the time being, they appeared to be allies. With this resolve, Lu Chao awaited the commencement of the mission 2 days hence. Time sped by, and soon the anticipated day arrived. That evening, Lu Chao lay in bed, awaiting the arrival of the House of Hell. At 10 o'clock, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. When Lu Chao next opened his eyes, he found himself at a table, surrounded by 5 others, one of whom was Jiang Rui. Ah, the first player has awakened. A familiar voice resonated. Lu Chao turned to see the masked ghost, whose voice unmistakably belonged to Li Kaichen. Once again, Li Kaichen had assumed the role of the masked ghost. Upon seeing Li Kaichen, Lu Chao remained silent, patiently awaiting the awakening of the other players. Soon, Jiang Rui was the second to awaken, followed by the remaining 4, who gradually stirred from their slumber. Welcome, everyone, to the early commencement of the 6th floor's mission. I shall now initiate the task. This mission will prove challenging, so I hope each of you returns safely. If there are no further questions, let us begin. After Li Kaichen concluded his address, he extended his right hand, preparing to snap his fingers. However, a woman interjected, "Excuse me, NPC. Is it appropriate to commence without providing us any hints?" Chapter 96. The Abandoned House. Upon the woman's conclusion, Li Kaichen paused his actions and, with a hint of embarrassment, spoke. I sincerely apologize for not informing you earlier. The clue for this task is not a keyword, but rather a phrase. In this mission, you must survive for 48 hours. After this period, those of you who remain alive can return directly. Quite simple, isn't it? Your chances of survival are quite substantial. Li Kaichen addressed the group with a smile. However, the woman had further inquiries, but before she could voice them, Li Kaichen snapped his fingers. The moment the sound echoed, everyone at the table succumbed to slumber. Time passed, and Lu Chao slowly opened his eyes, realizing he had awakened in a derelict residential building. Beside him lay Jiang Rui and 4 other players. Jiang Rui, wake up, Lu Chao gently shook him awake. Is this our mission site? Jiang Rui inquired as he surveyed the dilapidated structure, understanding that this was indeed the location for their task. Simultaneously, the four individuals on the ground stirred, their eyes fluttering open. They regarded the rundown house with a semblance of caution before rising to assess their surroundings. "Let us introduce ourselves," Jiang Rui suggested. Glancing at the others, "We are all players at the 6th level now, so we shouldn't make any novice mistakes. I am Chen Su, pleased to meet you." A man with a buzz cut stated coldly. "I am Zhang Yan," a woman chimed in with a smile. "I am Su Long. Remember to inform me if you find a way to survive," he added. His hair dyed a striking yellow, yet his complexion was surprisingly delicate, reminiscent of youthful skin. If one disregarded his facial features and physique. "I am Long Shi. Frankly, I believe names hold little significance because not everyone will be able to leave this place. After all, we are all destined to perish. Why bother remembering names?" A voice laced with arrogance emerged from a bespectacled man, his expression one of disdain, as if this task held little importance to him. "Is that so, Longshi? You seem quite confident in yourself. If that is the case, I hope you can guide us to safety later. I am Jiang Rui, and this is my partner, Lu Chao." Jiang Rui introduced himself and his companion. "Indeed, I recall this task requires us to survive for a specified duration. Regarding survival-oriented missions, my advice to you is to find a safe place. That is your best chance of survival. Understand?" Longshi retorted, glancing at Jiang Rui with a hint of rivalry. Jiang Rui merely smiled in response, remaining silent. "Well then, we shouldn't linger here. Let's at least examine the structure of this house," Zhang Yan suggested, breaking the tension between Jiang Rui and Longshi. Just as she spoke, the entire building trembled slightly, and a series of words flooded their minds. "Welcome to the asylum. To survive here, you must adhere to the following rules. 1. The asylum consists of 3 floors. There is no 4th floor. Should you reach the 4th floor, close your eyes and walk backward down. 2. There is a resident in the asylum. However, this resident will not attack you unless provoked. 3. An unknown danger lurks within the asylum. To evade this peril, seek him out. 4. The exterior of the asylum is highly unsafe. Remember, do not venture outside the asylum. Do not venture outside the asylum. Do not venture outside the asylum. This is critical. 5. Players, as there is no water or food within the asylum, you will not experience hunger or thirst. However, other factors, such as stamina and mental energy, will deplete normally. 6. These are the asylum's rules. Please adhere to them and enjoy your stay." As they absorbed the rules, a countdown of 95, 59, 59 appeared in their minds, a 4-day timer. Exchanging glances, Jiang Rui and Lu Chao noted the discrepancy between this countdown and the 2 days Li Kaichen had mentioned. "What is going on? Why has it changed to 4 days? Didn't Li Kaichen say it was only 2? Lu Chao whispered, perplexed. "I'm not sure. Let us observe for now. I suspect this task has been altered," Jiang Rui replied, anxiety creeping into his voice, as the reality diverged sharply from Li Kaichen's prior descriptions. The only plausible explanation was that the mission had indeed been modified. Meanwhile, in another realm, Li Kaichen sat in the hellish dwelling, his brow furrowed as he observed the 6 sleeping figures at the table, incredulity etched across his face. How could this be? Has the challenge I prepared been replaced? As he spoke, a shadow materialized behind him. Sensing the impending danger, Li Kaichen swiftly turned to distance himself from the ominous figure. "Why are you here?" he inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation upon recognizing the shadowy entity as the master of the house. "Humph, you thought you could escape responsibility for leaking the task?" The shadow's voice resonated deeply, akin to a booming speaker. Hearing this, Li Kaichen offered a faint smile, then replied slowly, "Yet you altered the task as well. In that case, it seems I am not at fault. Are you here to threaten me?" Li Kaichen regarded the shadow with a mocking gaze. "Do not be so pleased. This is your first and last warning. I am letting you off this time, but had the alterations been discovered by those above, we would both face dire consequences. Keep a low profile, otherwise, do not blame me for being unmerciful." The shadow warned before vanishing into thin air. Li Kaichen then cast a worried glance at the slumbering figures before him. Chapter 97. The Abandoned House in the Dilapidated House. Lu Chao and his companions sat on the 1st floor, hesitant to make any rash movements. The night enveloped them, and the feeble illumination provided by Chen Su's flashlight was their only source of light. "Do you have any thoughts?" Lu Chao inquired as they gathered closely. "Let us wait for dawn. It's currently around 3 or 4 in the morning. A few more hours until daylight will improve our visibility and ensure our safety. Most importantly, we must find him. Even though we do not know his identity, Su Long expressed his opinion. I concur. The second and third floors are completely devoid of light. Ascending in darkness would heighten the risks. We only entered here at 2:30. I believe that by morning, at least our danger will be mitigated, he added. Then we shall wait until morning to investigate. How foolish of me to forget to bring a light source. Zhang Yin admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Longxi, are you not considering a venture upstairs? What if you discover an escape route on the second floor? Jiang Rui teased Longxi, clearly attempting to provoke him. Please, I am not foolish. Besides, we are all players at level 6. Do you think such foolish remarks would have any effect on me? Longxi retorted coolly, while Jiang Rui merely chuckled and ceased further discussion. Well then, since we are merely sitting here in boredom, why don't we share what we were doing before we entered? Su Long suggested. However, as soon as he spoke, Lu Chao and Jiang Rui regarded him with incredulous expressions. It was evident that, given the circumstances, no one would harbor interest in casual conversation. It was just a suggestion. Please disregard it, Su Long stammered, sensing the bewilderment of his companions. Let us rest well, dawn is approaching. And we shall need our strength to search for a means of escape, Lu Chao advised. The others nodded in silent agreement. At that moment, however, several hands emerged from the darkness behind them. These hands, strikingly pale, appeared almost feminine. They silently infiltrated the group and, in unison, began to clap. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound echoed in their ears, causing them to spring to their feet, anxiously scanning their surroundings, which were shrouded in darkness. Did you hear that? The clapping. Chen Su exclaimed, pulling out his phone and activating the flashlight to survey the area, but all that met his gaze was an abyss of blackness. No. Look at the ground. Lu Chao suddenly observed the footprints on the floor. The house had lain abandoned for years, and a thick layer of dust covered the ground. Yet now it bore countless distinct footprints encircling them in disarray. How could this be? When did these footprints appear? Su Long gasped, recalling that there were none when they had settled down. Clearly, someone had been circling behind them unnoticed. Have the spirits already emerged? Longxi pondered aloud, glancing at the tracks trailing behind them with growing concern. Uft! Jiang Rui erupted into laughter at Longxi's words. What are you laughing at? Longxi shot back, irritated. I'm amused by how you managed to survive the 5th floor with such reasoning. Have you ever seen a spirit leave footprints? Is it a spirit you raised at home? Jiang Rui mocked, leaving Longxi momentarily speechless, as he had not considered that angle. So what do the footprints signify? Zhang Yin asked, her voice trembling with fear. The rules mentioned a resident here. I suspect that this resident is human. However, if he has been walking behind us all this time without us noticing, it indicates he moves quite silently. Lu Chao stated matter-of-factly, identifying the owner of the footprints. Are you suggesting that the resident mentioned in the rules has been pacing behind us? Zhang Yin questioned, visibly skeptical. It seems so. Aside from us, the only one who could leave footprints is that resident. Lu Chao replied calmly, reiterating the earlier rules. What should we do now? Should we seek out this resident? Zhang Yin asked hesitantly, recognizing the dangers of relying solely on their phone's light to navigate. I believe he was merely trailing us without any ill intent. So perhaps we should observe a bit longer, Jiang Rui suggested thoughtfully. I agree that observing is prudent, yet I am curious if the clapping held some deeper significance. Longxi interjected, reflecting on the unsettling impact of the sound. We do not know yet, but for now, it seems there is no immediate danger. We remain safely seated here. I propose we wait until dawn to act, and we should move as a group to ensure our safety, Jiang Rui concluded, surveying the others. However, what if that clapping was a signal of some sort, and we remained oblivious? Wouldn't that place us in peril? Su Long voiced his concern. You raise a valid point. Perhaps, those who agree with Su Long's perspective can form a group to investigate, while those who prefer to wait for dawn can remain. That would be the fairest approach, Jiang Rui suggested after a moment as contemplation, acknowledging Su Long's rationale. Is that so? Then, anyone who wishes to venture out and search can join me, Su Long proposed, looking around at the others. As he finished speaking, silence enveloped the group. Each person contemplated the matter, while they found Su Long's argument compelling. The fear of the unknown lurking in the darkness held them back. Chapter 98, The Abandoned House, Mirror. Well, let us await with tranquility. It seems no one is willing to accompany me, and I too sense the peril. Thus, it is best if we all refrain from venturing out. Su Long decisively relinquished the thought of exploring outside, for he was no fool, and it would be unwise to embark on a solitary quest for a so-called escape. Consequently, the group remained seated together on the ground, and the sound of clapping from the darkness failed to re-emerge. As time elapsed, the dawn began to break, gradually illuminating the surrounding shadows with the light of day. Everything appeared to transform into a semblance of safety, for light invariably brings hope. Now that daylight has arrived, does anyone have thoughts to share? Lu Chao inquired, observing the faces of those present. He understood that their foremost priority was to discover a path to safety. I believe we should first examine the second floor. However, it would be prudent for us to do so as a group. After all, we have ample time, and whether on the second or third floor, exploring together would ensure our safety. To Lu Chao's surprise, this suggestion originated from the previously arrogant Long Shi, who proposed that they remain united rather than separate. I concur. Long Shi's suggestion holds merit. Let us proceed together to the second floor. Zhang Yin chimed in with a smile, agreeing with Long Shi's viewpoint. The others nodded in affirmation and turned to prepare for their ascent in search of clues. However, as they pivoted, astonishment flickered across their faces, for they beheld a circle drawn upon the ground behind them. This circle, composed of dust, was accompanied by an outer ring, with peculiar patterns woven between the two, resembling some arcane religious insignia. Most alarming was the evident impression of footprints, indicating that someone had deliberately marked the circle. What is this? Lu Chao questioned, perplexed by the enclosing circle. I do not know, but it does not bode well. Let us exit first, Jiang Rui replied, moving toward the exit. Upon witnessing Jiang Rui's departure, the remaining members followed suit, stepping outside. They surveyed the vast, desolate space of the abandoned house, characterized by its emptiness, with only a few concrete pillars remaining, while the ceiling loomed overhead. Under Lu Chao and Jiang Rui's guidance, they ascended to the second floor, which exhibited a layout entirely distinct from the ground level. It resembled a hotel, with a long corridor extending toward the end. Flanking the corridor were 6 rooms, suggesting that this forsaken establishment was once designed with a lobby on the first floor and guest rooms above. Come, let us inspect the last room first. After a brief pause, Lu Chao strode toward the final room, resolved to begin his investigation there. Perhaps we should divide into 2 groups. After all, remaining on the same floor makes it more manageable. A trio would allow us to move more swiftly. What do you think? Su Long proposed, eyeing the 12 rooms before them. That seems reasonable. Being on the same floor is not a significant issue. Zhang Yin agreed with Su Long's suggestion. That works. I will accompany Lu Chao. Would anyone else like to join us? Jiang Rui turned to the remaining individuals. I shall come along. Jiang Rui was surprised to find Long Shi opting to join their group. Very well, let us search the left side's 8 rooms, while you explore the 8 on the right. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call out, Lu Chao instructed, acknowledging Long Shi's presence without further comment. Excellent. We shall investigate the right side. Su Long responded with a smile, then entered the first room on the left with Chun Su and Zhang Yin. Meanwhile, Lu Chao and his companions entered the first room on the right, whereupon Lu Chao immediately shut the door behind him, seemingly to guard against something. Why are you closing the door? Long Shi inquired, chuckling at Lu Chao's action. Did you not notice? Otherwise, why would you choose to join our team? Lu Chao replied calmly, regarding Long Shi with a measured gaze. At Lu Chao's words, Long Shi chuckled softly and replied, Indeed. You have observed the peculiarities surrounding Su Long, have you not? Upon receiving Long Shi's affirmation, Jiang Rui and Lu Chao exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. Indeed, Su Long is indeed suspect. When we arrived, he possessed a lamp, and although he reacted normally to the footprints behind us, he suggested we leave the first floor. This raises my suspicions. He may very well be the specter of this endeavor. Now, shall we inspect the room? Perhaps there are clues to be found. Long Shi suggested, prompting Lu Chao and Jiang Rui to fall silent, their attention drawn to the room's furnishings. It was an empty chamber, devoid of any possessions. The cement floor and walls were merely smoothed over, awaiting renovation. However, in one corner stood a mirror. This mirror seemed out of place, incongruous with its surroundings. Odd. This mirror appears entirely ordinary, yet it does not belong here, Long Shi remarked, approaching the mirror for a closer look. Curiously, it reflected nothing extraordinary. Was there some hidden significance to this mirror? Just then, as Lu Chao and Jiang Rui approached the mirror, their reflections appeared, seemingly ordinary. Suddenly, Melodious singing wafted through the air from outside the door, its clarity reminiscent of a young maiden's voice, echoing through the second-floor corridor and each room. Let us venture outside to investigate. Upon hearing the enchanting melody, Lu Chao and his companions moved toward the door, unaware that the mirror continued to reflect their forms, grinning with a hint of triumph as they departed. Chapter 99. The Abandoned House. As Lu Chao and his companions stepped outside, they encountered Su Long and his group in the corridor, drawn to the source of a peculiar sound emanating from the last room at the end of the hallway. Is this really happening? They're singing here. Shouldn't we take a look? Chen Su remarked, captivated by the melody coming from the final room. Are you out of your mind? Hurry up and run. Do you want to die? Lu Chao exclaimed, unable to restrain his exasperation. The sound was so penetrating that it felt as though it was echoing right beside him, not from a closed room. This certainly did not bode well. Yet Chen Su seemed lost in fanciful thoughts. Upon hearing Lu Chao's urgent tone, Chen Su snapped back to reality, only to discover that the others had already sprinted to the staircase, leaving him behind on the second floor. Wait for me, he called out, hastening down the stairs. Just as he reached the bottom, an unsettling sensation crept over him. He felt a pair of eyes watching him. He couldn't help but glance back, a chill running down his spine. There, at the corridor's end, he saw a disembodied head floating in the air. Upon reaching the first floor, Chen Su trailed closely behind the others, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, betraying his fear. Chen Su, what is wrong with you? Zhang Yan inquired, noticing his distress. I saw it. There was a head floating on the second floor, and it was singing. Chen Su stammered, unable to shake off the haunting image. Did you see what it looked like? Lu Chao asked, turning to him. Instantly, Chen Su recoiled, seeking refuge behind Su Long, his body trembling with fear. Chen Su, what is happening to you? The group looked on, curiosity etched on their faces. Look, Lu Chao, Jiang Rui, and Long Shi, none of them have shadows. They're ghosts. Chen Su exclaimed, before bolting away, maintaining a significant distance from the trio. Su Long and Zhang Yan, upon witnessing his reaction, instinctively stepped back, peering down at their feet, only to find that indeed, there were no shadows beneath them. Chen Su, come back. If they were ghosts, we would have perished long ago, Zhang Yan stated. Her demeanor surprisingly calm despite her curiosity. Where could our shadows have gone? Lu Chao and Jiang Rui mused, glancing down to confirm the absence of their shadows. The ground starkly barren beneath them. What on earth is happening? What did you all do? Long Shi inquired, perplexed. It's the mirror. That cursed mirror took our shadows. Lu Chao deduced, narrowing his eyes. What mirror? How do you feel now? Chen Su, reassured by the lack of immediate danger, approached them. We're uncertain. That mirror seems to have robbed us of our shadows, and we have no idea what will happen next, Lu Chao replied with a calm demeanor. Let us set that aside for now. We need to determine whether to investigate the second floor further, Su Long suggested, his tone nonchalant, as if the loss of their shadows was of little consequence to him. I think we should take a look, but that floating head is rather eerie. If we encounter it, we may not be able to handle the situation, Long Shi cautioned, recalling the dangers they had just faced on the second floor. I agree. Perhaps the third floor holds the clues we seek. If our salvation lies there, we must find it, Lu Chao asserted. Then let us proceed to the third floor and search for the necessary clues. If danger arises, we will retreat immediately, Chen Su declared, his fear of Lu Chao dissipating as he voiced his agreement. All right, let us head up, the group decided, making their way to the third floor. Though as they passed the second floor, they could still faintly hear the haunting melody of the head's song. Upon reaching the third floor, they were surprised to find it structured as a suite, divided by several walls into a living room, kitchen, 3 bedrooms, and 2 bathrooms, all starkly bare, merely composed of concrete slabs. It seems there are no clues here. It's all too visible, Chen Su remarked, surveying the empty spaces. Oblivious to the 3 dark shadows lurking on the walls behind him, poised for action. Is there truly nothing unusual here? Chen Su ventured into one of the bedrooms, feeling a sense of futility wash over him as he found it equally devoid of any significant clues. Just as they were about to leave, Zhang Yan was fixated on something on one of the walls. Zhang Yan, what are you looking at? Lu Chao asked, puzzled. I used to work in interior design. Don't you think this wall seems off? Zhang Yan replied. Upon hearing her words, Lu Chao squinted at the wall, but saw nothing amiss. Is there something wrong with it? He asked, confused. There's an inconspicuous crack in this wall, one we typically create for hidden compartments. I suspect there is a concealed space here, Zhang Yan explained, examining the wall closely. After a moment of searching, she pushed against it, and to their astonishment, it swung open, revealing a hidden compartment containing a lifeless body, headless, armless, and legless. Chapter 100. The abandoned house. When the crowd first laid eyes on the lifeless form, they were momentarily struck dumb, particularly Lu Chao, who instantly recognized that this body had long since passed, certainly over a year ago. Yet, astonishingly, the degree of decay was non-existent, indicating something profoundly abnormal. It was undeniably eerie. Could it be that this body defied decay, thus maintaining its state for an extended period? How could that be possible? After such a long time, a body should have succumbed to decomposition. At this moment, Su Long also expressed his bewilderment, noting that a typical corpse has a finite shelf life. Even a slight passage of time would lead to its deterioration. No sooner had he uttered these words than the entire room began to tremble slightly, followed by a faint, unsettling sound. "Get out!" A deep voice, tinged with anger, resonated in their ears. The group froze momentarily, turning to survey their surroundings in search of the source of the voice, only to find nothing amiss. Soon, the tremors ceased, and a bloodied character slowly materialized on the wall. "Death. Not good. We must flee." Upon seeing this ominous inscription, Lu Chao's heart raced with anxiety. Though he could not comprehend why the word death had appeared, his instincts warned him that they had inadvertently triggered a perilous situation. If they lingered here any longer, it could spell disaster. As Lu Chao shouted, the others wasted no time and dashed downstairs. Remaining here was a path to certain doom. When Lu Chao reached the second floor, an eerie voice echoed in his ears. "Why are you running? Did you see?" Upon hearing this voice, Lu Chao was seized by a chill and turned to behold a disembodied head floating in midair. Its disheveled hair obscured its face entirely. Yet Lu Chao could vividly imagine a grotesquely contorted visage hidden beneath. Summoning all his strength, he sprinted downstairs, while the others, too frightened, followed suit, unwilling to linger near the spectral head. Upon reaching the first floor, they gasped for breath, their minds haunted by the specter they had encountered on the second floor. They realized that had they hesitated even slightly, they would have fallen victim to that malevolent entity. "What on earth did we do to provoke it?" Long she gasped, bewildered. "I don't know. We merely glanced around." Could it be the secret compartment Zhang Yin opened that led us to the body and incited its wrath? Jiang Rui mused, casting a puzzled glance at Zhang Yin. "I'm not sure, but I suspect that the body is somehow linked to our survival. Consider this. Why did the ghost become active when we discovered the body?" Lu Chao hypothesized, his mind racing with thoughts of the lifeless form being a representation of the rules they were entangled in. Perhaps, but what about the head on the second floor? Why does it remain there? By its movements, it should not be able to descend, Jiang Rui pondered aloud, recalling something significant. "It's still unclear. But don't you feel we made a grave mistake?" Lu Chao said, his gaze fixed anxiously on Jiang Rui. "What do you mean, Lu Chao? What mistake did we make?" Jiang Rui asked, confusion etched on his face. "Consider this. How did we come to believe that the first floor was safe?" Lu Chao pointed apprehensively at Jiang Rui's back. The group felt a sudden chill as they slowly turned to look behind them. Indeed, on the wall behind them loomed a massive shadowy figure, its form seemingly fused with the wall. It was as if the darkness had grown from the very surface itself. Then, dreadfully, the shadow sprouted white eyes, followed by a mouth and nose. Moments later, the figure's features materialized fully, standing against the wall, grinning at the group with an unsettling smile. "What do we do now?" Su Long inquired urgently, acutely aware that this shadow was anything but ordinary. Simultaneously, a shocking revelation dawned upon them. The shadow, still grinning, began to ascend the wall, gliding smoothly towards the ceiling, ultimately vanishing from sight. At that moment, the 6 individuals on the first floor felt a shiver run down their spines, as if they were being scrutinized by a pair of malevolent eyes lurking behind them. This instinct, inherent in all living beings, warned them of the imminent danger, a sensation that often heralded death itself. Clap, 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 just as they stood paralyzed. Grappling with the reality of the disappearing shadow, the sound of applause erupted from behind them. Startled, Lu Chao and his companions turned to discover the source of the noise. 2 disembodied hands floating in midair. These hands seemed to acknowledge their presence. And as the group looked on in horror, the hands clapped together once more, producing the ominous sound. "What now? It appears we have no avenue of escape." Chen Su stammered, aghast. The vanishing shadow was undoubtedly watching them from some hidden vantage point, while an eerie pair of hands loomed ominously behind. At that moment, beneath Su Long, Chen Su, and Zhang Yan, a pair of white features emerged from the shadows. The mouth smiled wickedly before extending a pair of dark hands to grasp Chen Su's heel. Feeling a tug at his foot, Chen Su glanced down, only to be met with terror as he screamed, "Help! Help me!" Before he could utter another word, the shadow beneath him transformed into a watery abyss, pulling him down into its depths, leaving no trace behind. The others, hearing Chen Su's desperate cries, turned to find that he had vanished without a trace. Chapter 101. The Abandoned House. Alas, he has moved. Upon witnessing Chen Su's sudden disappearance, Lu Chao felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Without a moment's hesitation, he cautiously scanned his surroundings, only to find that nothing was amiss, as if Chen Su had never been there at all. Clap, 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 clap. As a wave of fear and confusion engulfed them, the sound of hands clapping once more echoed from the stairwell, drawing their attention. "Do you think those hands are urging us to flee to the second floor?" Zhang Rui suddenly proposed, as if struck by a revelation. "Are you suggesting those hands are actually assisting us?" Long Shi inquired, a hint of skepticism in her voice. "What do you all think?" "I find Zhang Rui's theory quite plausible. At this point, we have no choice but to take a gamble." Lu Chao felt the weight of unseen eyes watching him from the shadows, an ominous presence that seemed ever more perilous, and yet they were utterly powerless to counter it. "Look at the shadow beneath me." At that moment, Su Long shouted in terror, his gaze fixed downward. The others followed his line of sight and discovered that his shadow had inexplicably acquired facial features, resembling those they had previously seen on the wall. "We must flee. I suspect Chen Su was dragged in for the same reason," Lu Chao exclaimed, making his way toward the sound of the clapping hands. They had to take a chance. Despite the absence of their shadows, who could guarantee their safety? As Lu Chao approached the stairwell, the hands shifted their pose, clenching into a fist and then extending a finger, pointing decisively toward the second floor. The sight sent a jolt of anxiety through the group. It appeared Zhang Rui's conjecture was indeed correct. The hands were guiding them toward the second floor. "Quickly, let us ascend." Without hesitation, Lu Chao began his ascent, the others following closely behind. Unbeknownst to Su Long, as he climbed, the floating hands clutched the back of his shirt, trailing him closely. Upon reaching the second floor, Lu Chao surveyed the dim, foreboding corridor and the array of rooms, momentarily at a loss for direction. "What is the matter, Lu Chao? Why have you stopped?" Zhang Yan's voice broke through his reverie. "I'm uncertain of where to proceed. The hands merely led us up here without indicating which room to enter. I fear that entering the wrong room could lead us to a dead end," Lu Chao replied candidly, voicing his concerns. Clap, clap, clap. Once again, the familiar sound of clapping resonated behind them. They turned to see the same hands that had been on the first floor now joyfully applauding their efforts from behind. "Wait, have they been following us all along?" Lu Chao questioned, perplexed. "I'm not sure. Perhaps they trail me from below. However, it seems our shadows have returned to normal since reaching the second floor," Su Long observed, glancing at his own shadow. Indeed, the shadows of both him and Zhang Yan had reverted to their familiar forms. Just then, a door behind Lu Chao creaked open, and the sound of the door startled them. They turned to find the hands had opened one of the rooms. Could it be that these hands are our path to survival? Must we simply follow them to reach safety? Long Shi pondered aloud. "I cannot say for certain, but for now, the first floor appears perilous, and the words on the third floor send chills down my spine. Perhaps these hands truly represent our route to survival." Lu Chao mused, preparing to step inside the open room. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed from the first floor, alerting the group. They peered over the edge, only to witness a startling sight. At the stairwell, a pair of legs, no, a pair of calves, was running frantically, pursued by a shadowy figure that had previously haunted the walls. The shadow and the legs engaged in a frantic game of chase, the latter seeming aware of its pursuer's presence, deftly evading capture at every turn. Clap, clap, clap. The anxious clapping of the hands drew Lu Chao's attention. The hands were frantically beating against the railing, seemingly directing the fleeing legs toward him. Yet, the legs continued their frantic flight, oblivious to the sounds around them. Is this merely a coincidence? Long Shi wondered aloud, observing the chaotic scene below. "What are you thinking?" Zhang Yan inquired curiously. "Consider this. We have seen headless, handless, and footless bodies on the third floor, a head on the second, and now legs and feet on the first. Does this not suggest that a person has been dismembered and scattered across these 3 floors? Longxi articulated her theory. Are you implying that our means of survival, this he, could be the dismembered individual? Lu Chao began to grasp Longxi's line of reasoning. After all, the rules dictated that finding him was essential for survival, and if he had been dismembered and discarded here, it might indeed be plausible. As the rules did not specify the nature of he, I entertain this notion. What do you all think? Longxi queried the group. I am concerned that if the dismembered individual is a resident, they may harbor animosity toward us and choose to attack. Zhang Yin shared her apprehensions. We cannot be certain, but let us hypothesize. Should the dismembered individual be a resident, we must avoid provoking them. Yet, if that is the case, where might we find him? Su Long pondered. I propose we refrain from overthinking. The shadow on the 1st floor will likely not spare us. Why not test the waters? We could retrieve the body from the 3rd floor and the feet from the 1st, and assemble them for the individual on the 2nd floor. What do you think? Jiang Rui suggested calmly. Chapter 102. The Abandoned House. Splice Corpses. I believe it is feasible, Jiang Rui asserted. We must first take action. After all, the rules dictate that as long as we do not provoke the resident, he shall not attack us. In any case, we have nothing to lose. Lu Chao concurred with Jiang Rui's suggestion, affirming that adherence to the rules would ensure their safety. Very well, let us commence. First, we shall focus on the simplest task, the feet. We must find a way to bring them up here, Longxi remarked, observing the pair of feet incessantly racing about on the ground floor. How can we guide those feet up without descending ourselves? Su Long queried, perplexed. As his words hung in the air, a silence enveloped the group. It was indeed a dilemma. The shadow lurking on the 1st floor was elusive, and should they venture down, danger would inevitably await them. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Wait, we still have a chance. Look, those legs are running in circles. If we time it right as they approach us, we can seize them and pull them up, Su Long proposed, eyeing the swiftly moving feet below. That seems plausible, but there lies a pressing question. Who is willing to take that risk? If the weight of those feet exceeds our expectations, we may find ourselves unable to pull them at all. Moreover, that shadow could strike us in an instant. Zhang Yin expressed her concern. I will take the risk. I have no shadow, making me relatively safer. You can pull me back if anything goes awry, Longxi declared, to Lu Chao's astonishment. This was a marked departure from her previous demeanor. Understood. We will pull you back. If anything goes wrong, release your grip immediately, Jiang Rui responded. All right, let us move to the staircase. I shall act when the moment arises. Longxi said, positioning herself at the stairway, with the others following closely behind. Below, the legs continued their relentless circular motion, soon darting toward the staircase. They're moving too fast. I won't be able to catch them, Longxi exclaimed, anxiety creeping into her voice. The pace was simply too quick to grasp. What shall we do? Should we abandon the effort? Su Long asked, though he knew that if they relinquished their pursuit, they might never capture the legs. Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed above them, capturing the group's attention. They looked up to see a pair of hands clapping in the air above them. This sound seemed to convey a message to the feet below. Indeed, upon hearing the clapping, the legs visibly slowed down, seemingly responding to an unseen cue as they began to move toward the staircase. Excellent. The opportunity has presented itself. Longxi exclaimed, reaching out to grab the feet as they approached. Marvelous. We've got them. Su Long cheered from the staircase. However, at that very moment, a shadow swiftly climbed up from beneath the feet, entwining itself around Longxi's hand like a creeping vine. Quickly, pull her up. Lu Chao shouted as the others sprang into action, exerting all their strength to hoist Longxi back. Yet, the shadow's strength was formidable, and for a moment, their efforts were evenly matched. Hurry. If you don't pull me up soon, I feel as though I may perish. Longxi cried, sensing the shadow draining her vitality. The moment it latched onto her, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped her. Pull harder, Jiang Rui urged, rallying the group. A sudden tremor shook the air, and the shadow that had gripped Longxi abruptly fell to the ground, vanishing without a trace. The others, having exerted themselves, stumbled backward onto the floor. As they regained their composure, the legs they had been attempting to capture darted swiftly up the stairs, and the hands continued to clap in the air, as if trying to convey a vital message. Do you sense something amiss? Why do I feel that the legs and hands are trembling? Longxi inquired, gazing curiously at the peculiar scene. It indeed seems so. Might they be afraid of something? Lu Chao pondered, equally bewildered. Creak. Suddenly, The dilapidated door on the ground floor swung open, drawing their attention. The sound was unexpected, there was no wind, and the door had been locked when they were last on the first floor. How could that door have opened? As they pondered this mystery, the hands floating above them began to clap incessantly in a nearby room, as if urging them to take heed. We must flee. Something is coming. Those hands are our salvation. Jiang Rui was the first to react, sprinting toward the room where the hands were gesturing. Though the others were puzzled by Jiang Rui's urgency, they followed him into the room, with Lu Chao glancing back at the ground floor. He noticed a trail of footsteps racing toward them, chaotic and swift, as if an invisible entity were hastily approaching, with its destination set upon the second floor. Feeling his heart race, Lu Chao understood that this unseen presence was one that even shadows feared. If its intent was to pursue them, the consequences could be dire. With no hesitation, Lu Chao entered the room, where the hands promptly shut the door behind them. The hands and trembling feet nestled into a corner, while the others remained vigilant, listening intently to the sounds outside. Footsteps echoed from the first floor, ascending the staircase, and soon the sounds reached the corridor outside their door. Chapter 103. The abandoned house. As tension enveloped the group, a soft knocking echoed from the first room down the corridor. This gentle rapping sounded as if someone were leisurely tapping on the door, yet it struck an eerie chord in the hearts of Lu Chao and his companions. The knocking felt like a harbinger of doom, a countdown to their impending fate. The creaking of the door followed the knock, prompting Lu Chao and the others to press their ears against the door. They discerned footsteps entering the room, and mere moments later, those same footsteps exited, proceeding to knock on the next door. It appeared that the invisible specter was methodically searching for them, room by room. What should we do? If this continues, we will undoubtedly be found. What will happen if it discovers us? Within the confines of the room, Lu Chao listened intently to the movements of the unseen entity, realizing that it was only a matter of time before they were located. Look at that hand. What is it doing? Zhang Yin interjected, pointing at a pair of hands flailing in the corner, her brow furrowed in confusion. Upon hearing her words, Lu Chao and the others turned their attention to the hands, which were gesturing frantically on the floor. Is it writing? Jiang Rui ventured, and as soon as he spoke, the hands halted abruptly, marking a check on the ground. Could it be a means to evade the invisible specter at the door? Lu Chao exclaimed, as a realization dawned upon him. Look, it's writing. Long Shi also noticed the hands communicating with them, a glimmer of hope that they might have a clue for survival. Quick, let us remember what it writes. With excitement, Lu Chao urged the others to memorize the message inscribed by the hands. Soon, they had recorded the words, "Do not breathe when the time comes, remember." As the last word was penned, the invisible entity knocked on the door of the adjacent room, and their turn was next. Could it be that the way to evade the specter was to hold their breath? Lu Chao pondered the implications of the hand's message, momentarily taken aback. We have no other option but to try, he concluded. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at their door. The specter had arrived. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as silence enveloped them. They knew the source of the knocking was their greatest fear. With the knocking subsiding, they heard the ominous creaking of the door lock. Instantly, all 5 inhabitants of the room held their breath, terrified that even the slightest sound might betray their presence to the invisible entity. With a slow creak, the door swung open, revealing an unseen presence, palpable in its intensity. They could feel it standing at the threshold, scrutinizing the room with an inscrutable gaze. A footprint materialized on the floor, indicating that the specter had entered the center of the room. In that moment, Lu Chao and his friends dared not exhale, covering their mouths and noses in fear of detection. The atmosphere in the house turned frigid, each person fixated on the vacant space in the center, where the oppressive presence lingered, though invisible to the eye. At that moment, the footprint shifted. It began to approach Lu Chao. His heart raced as he realized the ghost was fixated on him, mere inches away. Despite his terror, he stifled his breath, fearing that even a whisper might reveal his existence. A minute elapsed, and Zhang Yin and Su Long's faces flushed red from holding their breath. The specter continued its restless wandering until, just as they felt they could bear it no longer, the footprints finally departed the room. Knock, knock, knock. They heard the ghost knocking on the next door, followed by the sound of it being opened. As the door closed behind the specter, the group exhaled in unison, gasping for air, having narrowly escaped suffocation. What now? Will that ghost return? Su Long voiced his apprehension. I don't know. For now, we must focus on surviving. We've only endured 15 hours. If we fail to uncover the it in the rules, We may all perish, Longshi responded, surveying the group. The situation was stark. They could either wait for death or seek the entity defined in the rules. But how do we obtain that body amidst the dangers of the third floor? And once we do, what must we do with it? Su Long questioned. I'm uncertain of the specifics, but the emergence of this lifeline suggests there is a way. Otherwise, we would be doomed, Lu Chao stated. While they discussed their plight, the hands on the floor floated upwards and began inscribing on the wall, 1830 to 1930. The remaining members were momentarily stunned. They hadn't anticipated that the hands could hear their conversation and provide guidance. Should we wait? It's currently 1750. Shall we wait 40 minutes and then investigate? Zhang Yin suggested hesitantly. I believe that is prudent. Let us wait. Perhaps the third floor will be safe during that hour. Jiang Rui concurred with Zhang Yin. Just as they reached a consensus, a sound akin to dragging echoed from the corridor outside. Chapter 104. The Abandoned House, 4th floor. Upon hearing the eerie sound, the group froze, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed towards the doorway. They were acutely aware that such a peculiar noise should not exist in their current predicament. Just then, the dragging sound from the corridor grew ever closer, soon reaching their threshold. The occupants of the room dared not utter a single sound. Lu Chao approached the door, summoning his courage to cautiously crack it open, holding his breath to ensure silence. Before long, a familiar figure was seen being dragged along the corridor, an invisible force seemingly pulling him forward. As they squinted to identify the figure, they were horrified to recognize it as Chen Su, the very person who had been seized by the shadow and taken underground. At that moment, Chen Su was lifeless, his face contorted in a grotesque expression of terror, as though he had witnessed something truly horrific before his demise. The invisible entity before him continued to drag his body, making its way towards the 3rd floor. The onlookers could only trace its movement through the imprints left on the ground, inching Chen Su towards the ominous 3rd floor. Once the invisible specter departed, the group inside the room finally dared to breathe again. They exchanged apprehensive glances towards the 3rd floor, their hearts filled with trepidation. Reluctant to ascend further, having been taken to the 3rd floor, do you think it poses a threat if we follow? Zhang Yin pondered, anxiety gnawing at her. If this invisible entity resides on the 3rd floor, then we might let us assess the situation. I feel that if we wish to survive, we must venture to the 3rd floor. Remaining here is akin to walking into a dead end. If we miss this opportunity, we may find ourselves with no escape. Lu Chao replied, recalling the guidance provided by the mysterious hands. Given the circumstances, these hands seemed to symbolize a potential path to survival, and it was the only option they had. Very well, let us ascend together. Jiang Rui concurred with Lu Chao, recognizing that the hands had previously helped them evade the invisible menace. As time slipped away, the clock struck 1830. Let us move. We have but an hour, Lu Chao declared, leading the way out as darkness enveloped the sky. The group relied on the illumination from their phones to navigate their surroundings. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they quickly located the hidden room they had discovered earlier that day. As they entered, the cryptic inscription on the wall appeared even more sinister under the glow of their phones. Suddenly, as they shifted the lifeless body, a faint yet familiar vibration resonated through the air. Lu Chao found it peculiar, as such tremors only occurred when ascending a level in the haunted house. But now, a similar disturbance arose. Could it signify something? With this thought in mind, Lu Chao stepped outside only to be astonished by the sight of a staircase leading to the 4th floor in a corner of the 3rd floor. How is this possible? The 4th floor exists. Lu Chao marveled, bewildered. He recalled the rules stating that the 4th floor was a mere illusion, thus one should not believe in its existence. Yet, here it was, undeniably real. An irresistible urge to ascend the staircase overtook him. Lu Chao, what are you planning? Jiang Rui inquired, sensing Lu Chao's intent. I believe the 4th floor may hold vital clues. You all should transport the body to the 2nd floor. I am convinced there lies a lead on the 4th floor. With that, Lu Chao abandoned the group and proceeded towards the staircase. I'll follow you. Jiang Rui reluctantly trailed after Lu Chao, perplexed by his sudden fixation on the 4th floor. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin and Su Long exchanged fearful glances, apprehensively asking Longshi, where are they going? How can there be a 4th floor? Upon hearing their words, Longshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Can you not see the staircase leading to the 4th floor? What staircase? Can you truly see the way to the 4th floor? Su Long's voice quivered, recalling how Lu Chao and Jiang Rui had vanished after moving forward. Is it possible that only those who have lost their shadows can see the staircase to the fourth floor? Long she pondered. Having witnessed Lu Chao and Zhang Rui ascend without any apparent anomalies, let us not concern ourselves with them for now. We must take this body to the second floor. If they return, perhaps they will have found something. If not, it is their fate. Long she stated calmly before carrying the dismembered body down to the second floor. Meanwhile, Lu Chao and Zhang Rui had reached the fourth floor, which starkly contrasted with the environment below. Here, a soft white light illuminated a vast parlor. Yet it was devoid of any furnishings. Both men sensed that this space was indeed a reception area. A rustling sound echoed from above, prompting them to look up and witness a bizarre creature, a head resembling a human yet with a body akin to a colossal centipede, crawling overhead. This hybrid entity seemed to acknowledge Lu Chao and Zhang Rui's presence but ignored them, continuing its journey in another direction. In addition, an array of strange, ethereal forms floated in the air, reminiscent of humans yet distinctly unearthly, as they hovered without touching the ground. The sight filled Lu Chao and Zhang Rui with an overwhelming sense of dread. They felt they had stumbled into a den of spirits. Lu Chao, I think we should retreat. There appears to be no path to survival here, Zhang Rui confessed, anxiety rising within him as he recognized the absence of any hidden escape. The rules had clearly stated that the fourth floor should not exist, and if they encountered it, they must flee promptly. Wait, Zhang Rui, do you see that figure? Just as Zhang Rui was about to urge Lu Chao to descend, Lu Chao pointed in astonishment at a floating apparition ahead. Following Lu Chao's finger, Zhang Rui's heart raced as he recognized the spectral figure, none other than the deceased Chen Su. Chapter 105. The Abandoned House. Indigenous People. How is this possible? How could Chen Su be here? Was he not dead? Upon seeing Chen Su, both Lu Chao and Zhang Rui were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that the deceased Chen Su would manifest in such a manner. Chen Su, can you hear us? Zhang Rui tentatively called out to the floating figure of Chen Su, who appeared bewildered as he gazed at the duo, then floated closer, inquiring, Do you know me? Chen Su looked at Lu Chao and Zhang Rui, his expression one of confusion. After hearing his words, the two were momentarily stunned before they asked, You don't recognize us? Recognize you? Who are you? I've never seen you before. Chen Su seemed utterly perplexed by their questions. At that moment, the surrounding floating entities were drawn to the two, encircling them with curious expressions. Upon hearing Chen Su's response and noticing the entities gathering around, Lu Chao and Zhang Rui were visibly shaken, clearly feeling like outsiders. How did you two come here? You don't live here, do you? A slightly older man queried. At this question, Lu Chao and Zhang Rui's eyes widened in shock, an unsettling thought flashing through their minds. Could these individuals be those who had perished while undertaking a task, their souls unable to depart? Brother, are you residents here? Lu Chao cautiously asked, deducing that perhaps the fourth floor was indeed home to the indigenous people. Yet, why did the rules state there was only one indigenous person? Could it be? Yes, we are all indigenous to this place. Are you here to join us? A woman floated nearby, smiling at Lu Chao and Zhang Rui. Their astonishment grew upon hearing her response, as it confirmed their suspicions. If this was indeed the realm of the indigenous, then the entity on the second floor could not be one. But then, where had the solitary indigenous person mentioned in the rules gone? With this thought, Lu Chao and Zhang Rui decided to descend to the third floor for further investigation. However, when they attempted to do so, they discovered that the staircase they had ascended was inexplicably gone. Are you planning to leave? Chen Su approached them, noticing their search for something. Yes, we need to go down, but we can't find a way out, Zhang Rui replied candidly. There's no exit here. After being here for so long, only one traitor has managed to leave. Are you accomplices of that traitor? The woman from earlier confronted them, her tone sharp and foreboding. No, we are not her accomplices. Rather, Lu Chao began. But a troubling possibility dawned on him. The dismembered corpse they were piecing together might have belonged to an indigenous person from the fourth floor, who, for reasons unknown, had managed to escape, only two. As long as you're not accomplices, that is sufficient. That woman is too volatile. She has injured several of us. We wish to capture her. Who would have thought she had a means of escaping? Since you're not her allies, just stay put, the woman concluded, departing as the entities surrounding them gradually dissipated, leaving Lu Chao and Zhang Rui alone in a corner. How could the exit vanish? Is this place truly one where entry is allowed but exit is forbidden? Zhang Rui gazed at the wall behind him in confusion. No, There must be a way out. They mentioned that the traitor escaped, and I suspect it was the dismembered woman from the second floor. Thus, there must be a means of leaving. Lu Chao observed his surroundings, recalling the rules that spoke of walking backward upon reaching the fourth floor. Yet now, without the staircase, how could they possibly walk backward? Lu Chao, are you certain we ascended from this spot? Zhang Rui asked. I am sure. We came up from here. Then that is good. Have you ever heard of a ghost wall? I believe what we see isn't real. Perhaps if we keep retreating, following the rules, we can walk out of here. What do you think? Zhang Rui voiced his thoughts. I find your reasoning compelling. Let us give it a try. Lu Chao responded, understanding Zhang Rui's intent. They began to slowly step backward, and at last, with their next step, they both felt the staircase beneath their feet. Yes, this is it. The rules have not deceived us. They realized that walking backward indeed allowed them to exit the fourth floor. Thus, step by step, they retreated until they finally reached the staircase. Zhang Rui, you have quite the clever mind. Lu Chao praised upon successfully exiting. Not bad yourself. Zhang Rui replied as they continued to backtrack. Just as Zhang Rui stepped back, he suddenly stumbled upon something resembling hair beneath his feet. Curious. He illuminated the area with his phone's flashlight. To his horror, he discovered a corpse, seemingly having died not long ago. Judging by her hair, it appeared to be a woman, her face nearly decomposed, yet peculiarly, no foul odor emanated from the corpse. What an oddity! How could there be a body here? And why did it die on the staircase? Zhang Rui questioned, bewildered. Could she be the indigenous person who escaped from the fourth floor? Lu Chao pondered, recalling the words of the entities from earlier. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood that this woman was indeed the escaped indigenous person seemed high. But if she was the indigenous individual, then who was the dismembered body on the second floor? This is troubling, Zhang Rui. I fear we may have gone astray. The entity on the second floor may not be an indigenous person, Lu Chao exclaimed, anxiety creeping into his voice as he regarded the corpse before them. I understand your concern. We can only hope they do not bring that body to the second floor. If that happens, the danger will escalate. Zhang Rui spoke solemnly, fully aware that this woman before them was the genuine indigenous person, and the rules clearly stated that there was but one. If this were the case, the dismembered body on the second floor could very well be a malevolent spirit. Chapter 106. The Abandoned House. Crisis. On the second floor, the trio of Longxi, under the guidance of unseen hands, carried the lifeless body into the room. Upon entering, a disembodied head materialized in the corridor, hovering in midair before entering the room and leaping onto the neck of the body. Subsequently, the hands and feet were affixed to the body with mechanical precision. The trio observed this bizarre assembly with a sense of solemnity, for the scene before them was exceedingly strange. With a sinister giggle, the assembled body turned to the three, grinning in a manner that was unsettlingly grotesque. The features of the head contorted into a disconcerting smile, as if expressing gratitude for their assistance. After the unsettling display, the newly formed body fixated its gaze upon them, slowly extending its right hand towards Xulong, seemingly attempting to grasp him from a distance. Xulong immediately felt an invisible grip tightening around his neck, suffocating him. In an instant, his feet were lifted off the ground by an unseen force, his legs flailing helplessly. Desperately, he turned to seek help from Longxi and Zhang Yan, only to find that they had already fled the room at the first sign of danger. Clearly, their concern for each other's safety had dissipated in the face of peril. What now? We were mistaken. This native has turned against us, and there is no path to survival, Zhang Yan said as she and Longxi hesitated at the staircase, uncertain whether to descend to the first floor or ascend to the third, both options fraught with peril. Let us ascend to the third floor and locate the others. If they are still alive, we can devise a plan together. I have a feeling we misjudged the creature on the second floor. It is no path to safety, Longxi resolved after a moment's contemplation. Upon reaching the third floor, they encountered Lu Chao and Zhang Rui descending from the fourth. After exchanging information about the situation on the second floor, Longxi's account did not surprise Lu Chao and Zhang Rui, as they had already encountered the true natives during their descent. In truth, the original inhabitants here had perished, leaving behind only specters. Lu Chao quickly relayed what he had witnessed on the fourth floor to Zhang Yin and Longxi, who were taken aback to learn that the deceased Chen Su was there as well. Does this mean that those who perish here become the natives on the fourth floor? Zhang Yin inquired, puzzled. That is of little consequence now. What matters is that we must swiftly find a path to survival. If we fail to do so, "We will be resigned to our fates," Lu Chao replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. They all understood the gravity of their situation. The first floor harbored a shadowy specter, the second floor a grotesque amalgamation, and the third floor concealed an invisible terror. It seemed that death awaited them on every level. "What shall we do? We appear doomed here as well. The invisible specter seems to be the most formidable of all," Longxi lamented, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. Judging by the reactions of the two apparitions on the first and second floors, they seemed to fear the entity on the third floor, yet this ghost remained unseen, its presence only discernible through faint footprints. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase on the second floor. "This is bad. The amalgamated ghost is approaching," Lu Chao remarked, his brow furrowing. According to Longxi and Zhang Yan, this creature was determined not to let them escape. "Damn it, we were careless. Deceived by those hands, we thought we had found a way out, only to discover it was a path to death," Zhang Yan exclaimed, frustration evident in her voice. They had all been misled. The hands had guided them merely to distract them and assist in securing the body. "Let us hide. If it dares to ascend, it indicates that the invisible ghost is no longer present, and we must devise a means to evade its pursuit," Lu Chao suggested after a moment's reflection. As he spoke, his eyes darted around in search of a hiding spot, but alas, there was nothing but a few rooms, and hiding within them would likely lead to a dead end. While they deliberated on their escape, the footsteps from the second floor abruptly ceased. Curiosity piqued. They approached the staircase only to find the amalgamated ghost standing at the threshold of the third floor, hesitant to advance. Its disheveled hair obscured its eyes, which appeared fearful. Yet upon seeing Lu Chao and the others, that fear was quickly replaced by a glint of greed. Nonetheless, it did not dare to step onto the third floor, as if something terrifying lay within. "Is it waiting for the invisible ghost to depart?" Zhang Yan asked, her voice trembling with unease. "Perhaps. Regardless, our priority is to remain here on the third floor and evade the invisible specter," Jiang Rui chimed in, noting that they had already discerned the ghost's means of survival, holding their breath. However, they remained in the dark about the means of survival for the ghost on the second floor. "Wait, what is that in the corner?" Longxi suddenly exclaimed, pointing with alarm. Following his gaze, they saw a footprint emerging in the corner, unmistakably indicating the presence of the invisible ghost. "It's coming. Hold your breath." Lu Chao reacted instantly, leading the others in a collective effort to stifle their breaths, fearful that the specter would detect their presence and claim their lives. As they held their breaths, the footprint in the corner began to move, drawing closer to them. Lu Chao felt a surge of panic. The invisible ghost seemed capable of perceiving their presence. Chapter 107. The Abandoned House. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Chao held his breath, paralyzed with fear, while the others hastily covered their mouths and noses, daring not to utter a single sound. They understood that even the slightest noise could reveal their position to the invisible specter. The footprints on the ground circled around them incessantly, seemingly in search of something elusive. The individuals within the room refrained from breathing, acutely aware of the unseen entity scrutinizing them. The thought of making even the faintest sound was terrifying. As they stifled their breaths, the footprints suddenly moved towards the staircase, and the female specter stationed at the stairway appeared to sense the invisible ghost. She swiftly ascended to the second floor, evading the unseen presence. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, thud, 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 seemingly in pursuit of something, followed by a resounding crash from the room doors on the second floor. It was as if all the doors had simultaneously slammed shut, the reverberation shaking the floor of the third level. From the sound, they realized they had now reached the second floor. Feeling the invisible specter descend, the group on the third floor gasped for air, nearly convinced they were on the brink of death. In this precarious situation, the most perilous threat was undoubtedly the invisible ghost, whose oppressive aura loomed over them. Although they could not see it, they felt its presence. What should we do now? If that invisible ghost remains near us, we will surely perish, for we cannot hold our breath indefinitely. Zhang Yan voiced her fear. Indeed, but it seems the ghosts on the first and second floors are equally relentless. Every level is haunted, where then lies our escape. Longxi expressed her concerns, revealing their prolonged entrapment without a glimmer of hope for salvation. We must contemplate this further. I believe there must be a way out, yet we are unable to uncover it. Have we overlooked some crucial clue? Lu Chao pondered deeply, recalling the masked specter's words that every tale or quest contained hints of survival, and failing to find them would lead to certain doom. Do you all remember our first encounter on the third floor? Jiang Rui asked after a moment of contemplation. Jiang Rui, do you have an insight? Lu Chao inquired, having observed Jiang Rui's perceptiveness throughout their ordeal. Recall when we stumbled upon that headless, limbless form on the third floor. We were warned then. Yet it merely urged us to leave, displaying a character for death upon the wall. Do you remember? Jiang Rui looked around, seeking confirmation. Are you suggesting that there is not just one ghost on the third floor? Lu Chao ventured a hypothesis, beginning to grasp Jiang Rui's implications. That cannot be right. Consider this. The first floor is home to the shadow ghost, the second to our assembled specter, and the third is the domain of the invisible ghost. Each level harbors a distinct specter, and the invisible one is presumably the most formidable. How could there possibly be another ghost on the third floor? Zhang Yin questioned, perplexed. Yet, do not forget that the invisible ghost entered from the outside. Prior to that, we received warnings from the walls of the third floor. Notably, the ghost there seemed intent on preventing us from interacting with that form. Had we understood its warning, we might not have perceived the third floor as dangerous. Then, when the invisible ghost arrived, we subconsciously assumed the third floor was its territory, but it was merely cautioning us against disturbing that body, lest we meet our demise. Jiang Rui articulated his theory, having only just grasped it after the invisible specter departed. From the onset, the ghost that belonged to the third floor appeared to pose no threat to us, which suggests that the path to survival might indeed lie within. So, are you implying that the he mentioned in the rules might refer to the original ghost on the third floor? Lu Chao squinted, his voice measured. This notion seemed somewhat far-fetched. I cannot say for certain, but it is the only conclusion I can draw. Otherwise, I fear this entire house is a dead end, devoid of any escape. If there is a way out, it must be connected to this third floor. Jiang Rui calmly articulated his thoughts. Let us proceed to verify. If the third floor is indeed our path to survival, it will undoubtedly provide us with further guidance. Since it has already signaled us once, I believe it will offer us another hint, Lu Chao declared, stepping into the room where they had previously discovered the body. The others followed suit without hesitation. As the four entered the room, a forceful presence slammed the door shut behind them. Hearing the sound of the door closing, they furrowed their brows, anxiety creeping into their hearts. Could it be that their assumptions were incorrect? Was the ghost within this room not their salvation? Suddenly, a faint tremor reverberated through the air, and as it subsided, blood-red words slowly materialized upon the wall. 22 to 4 o'clock, this place is safe. It was a reminder of safety from their path to survival. Indeed, this room was their destination. The he in the rules referred to the third floor, not to any individual. Stunned, Lu Chao and the others realized they had perfectly overlooked their opportunity for survival from the very beginning. There are 2.5 minutes until 2200 hours. Let us remain here for now, as it may prove beneficial. Long Shi remarked, glancing at the time with a hint of relief. After a long day, they were thoroughly exhausted. With a safe haven and time now established, rest was imperative. As the group prepared to relax, an eerie sound of footsteps echoed from the stairwell of the second floor. Chapter 108. The Abandoned House. Becoming shadows. Upon hearing the footsteps, the nerves of the group instantly tensed. At this moment, the sound could either belong to the spliced ghost from the second floor or the invisible specter that had just pursued them. Neither scenario boded well for their safety. Cautiously, Lu Chao cracked open the door to peer outside, only to find the third floor eerily empty, devoid of any presence. The sole anomaly was a series of inexplicable footprints appearing on the floor. It was the invisible ghost. It had ascended, just as Lu Chao prepared to alert the others. A head materialized in the air, filled with terror, the very head of the spliced ghost they had encountered on the second floor. It had been severed from its body, and an expression of sheer fear was etched upon its face. The head was not floating voluntarily. It was being held aloft by some arcane force. In that moment, Lu Chao comprehended the grim reality. The invisible ghost had twisted off her head. The footprints on the ground were hastily advancing toward Lu Chao's room. Realizing the imminent danger, he swiftly shut the door and urged the others. The invisible ghost is approaching. Remember, do not make a sound. No sooner had Lu Chao spoken than the door creaked ominously, the lock clicking open. The four individuals within the room beheld the floating head from the second floor, its eyes wide with fright as it gazed at them. It parted its lips, attempting to utter something, but only a low, choked sob escaped. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of something smashing against the wall reverberated through the air. Lu Chao and the others held their breath, scarcely daring to exhale as they observed the location of the invisible ghost. It had effortlessly breached the wall, creating a gaping hole, and then, without hesitation, it thrust the head into the void. As the head was engulfed, its eyes glimmered with a plea for help directed at Lu Chao and his companions. Regrettably, they were all too preoccupied with their own survival, and previously, the spliced ghost had manipulated them to assist in reassembling her body, only to turn against them. Therefore, regardless of their motivations, they could not extend their aid, especially with the presence of the invisible ghost looming ominously. Remarkably, once the head was consumed, the wall seamlessly restored itself, appearing as though it had never been disturbed, much like when the body had been sealed away previously. After executing this grim task, the invisible ghost remained stationary, standing in place. Meanwhile, Lu Chao and his companions, struggling to contain their breaths, felt their faces flush crimson. Finally, Zhang Yin could no longer hold back. She gasped for air, the previous bout of breath holding nearly sending her into unconsciousness. The sound of her labored breathing struck fear into the hearts of the others, who anxiously watched the corner where the masked ghost lingered. Zhang Yin, being the first to break the silence, knew that according to the warning given, any sound would risk detection. However, the invisible ghost seemed oblivious to Zhang Yan's presence. No additional footprints appeared in the corner, and thus, it remained still. Seeing that they were momentarily safe, Lu Chao and the others exhaled in relief. It appeared that the priority of survival within this room outweighed the risk of being discovered by the invisible ghost. All right, let us take this time to rest. It seems he cannot detect us now. As long as we remain cautious, we should be safe, Lu Chao reassured, observing the stillness of the invisible ghost. Convinced that this third floor was their sanctuary, nodding in agreement, the group settled down to rest. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 3:30 in the morning when Lu Chao was roused by Jiang Rui's voice. Jiang Rui, is it time already? Lu Chao asked, glancing at Jiang Rui and the recently awakened Long Shi, feeling perplexed. Then, recalling something, he directed his gaze toward the corner where the invisible ghost had been. No need to check. It left just moments ago, Zhang Yin interjected, noting Lu Chao's search for the specter. Is that so? Should we be concerned about any lingering dangers? Lu Chao scanned the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. No, Lu Chao, have you not noticed? Our bodies seem to have undergone a transformation. Jiang Rui spoke cautiously. Transformation? What kind of transformation? Lu Chao inquired, flipping on his flashlight to examine Jiang Rui and Long Shi, observing no apparent changes. You may not see anything unusual in them, but when you compare yourself to us, you will understand, Zhang Yan's voice chimed in. Turning to look, Lu Chao was indeed struck by a startling revelation. Zhang Yan appeared unnaturally pale, almost ethereal. Zhang Yan, what has happened to you? What did you do? Lu Chao questioned urgently. Lu Chao, you are mistaken. It is not Zhang Yan who has turned pale. It is we who have darkened, Long Shi reluctantly admitted. Upon hearing Long Shi's words, Lu Chao paused, then glanced at Long Shi and Jiang Rui, realizing that their bodies had begun to darken. This darkness was not merely a shade. It bore an unsettling transparency, resembling a shadow that was becoming increasingly indistinct. How could this happen? When did this transformation begin? Lu Chao pondered aloud, gazing at his own hands, which had grown dark and were nearing transparency. Could it be that in losing our shadows, we are destined to become shadows ourselves? Lu Chao mused, his voice laced with skepticism. Indeed, Lu Chao, I believe we must not only seek a path to survival, but also reclaim our shadows. Otherwise, even if we find an escape route, we risk becoming shadows, forever severed from the realm of reality, Jiang Rui replied, exhaling deeply, a hint of despair in his tone. We lost our shadows after encountering that mirror. Do you think if we could locate that mirror again, it might help us? That would be futile. I have already examined it. That mirror is merely an ordinary one. I suspect we were deprived of our shadows due to the ghost's presence on the second floor. However, now that the ghost has been dismembered by the invisible specter, our chances are slim. Long Shi expressed his hopelessness, having just ventured down to the second floor, only to find no solution. If that is the case, then perhaps we should inquire about it. Might that yield results? Lu Chao suggested, turning to focus on the wall. Chapter 109. The Abandoned House. The Wrong Path to Survival. Are you referring to this wall? Jiang Rui seemed to grasp Lu Chao's intention as he turned his gaze toward the wall. I believe it is worth a try. After all, it might provide us with a clue, perhaps even illuminate a path to survival. Lu Chao inquired of the wall. What should we do now that we have lost our shadows? Upon posing this question, the wall remained utterly silent, appearing as an ordinary structure. It seemed we had overthought the matter. It showed no response. Perhaps it was incapable of answering our queries. After a brief silence, Long Shi, observing the unchanged wall, spoke with a hint of self-mockery. Just then, a slight tremor reverberated through the air, followed by a line of blood-red characters illuminating the wall under the beam of their flashlights. Your shadows are gone. Simply retrieve them. The appearance of these ominous words left the group momentarily stunned. They had not expected the wall to actually respond to them. Where then shall we seek our shadows? Lu Chao queried. After he spoke, the wall fell silent once more, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Time ticked away, and just as Lu Chao and the others began to lose hope, another line of blood-red text materialized on the wall. Advance toward me, and you shall discover the answer. Stunned by this revelation, Lu Chao and his companions were taken aback. They had not anticipated such an answer from the wall. After a moment of contemplation, they decided to step forward, driven by their desperate need to uncover the means to reclaim their shadows. As they moved ahead, a rhythmic thumping echoed, reminiscent of a heartbeat. The sound startled them momentarily, but given the peculiarities of their surroundings, they paid little heed. As they stood still, the wall before them began to morph, ultimately forming a colossal mouth at its center. This mouth was exaggeratedly wide, measuring nearly 2.5 meters across. Suddenly, it gaped open, exuding a powerful suction that sought to draw the group in. The rapidity of the events left Lu Chao and his companions bewildered. This is bad. It intends to consume us. We've been deceived. Lu Chao reacted swiftly, sprinting backward, with Zhang Rui and Long Shi following suit. Zhang Yan, positioned at the entrance, dashed outside, fearful of being ensnared by the wall's pull. However, Lu Chao and his companions found themselves in dire straits. They could not withstand the wall's force, and soon, all three were being drawn into its depths. Damn it, Long Shi, I truly apologize. Just as they were on the verge of being engulfed, Zhang Rui turned to Long Shi, uttering those words. Before Long Shi could react, Zhang Rui kicked him, propelling him into the wall. Caught off guard, Long Shi, who had been struggling against the wall's force, was swiftly consumed. In that instant, as the wall devoured Long Shi, its suction weakened significantly, allowing Lu Chao and Zhang Rui to escape. Damn it, we were tricked by this wall. It is not a path to survival. Lu Chao glared at the wall, his voice laced with fury. What shall we do now? We still haven't found a way out, and more importantly, you two seem to be becoming increasingly shadow-like. Zhang Yan remarked, observing Lu Chao and Zhang Rui. What did you say? Lu Chao was momentarily taken aback. Then he glanced at his and Zhang Rui's bodies, realizing with horror that they were indeed becoming increasingly translucent, their colors darkening. At this rate, if we cannot find a way to survive, we will likely perish here by tomorrow. Zhang Rui's expression turned grave as he regarded their fading forms. Let us just take it one step at a time. This task is exceedingly difficult, and I fear we may be doomed. Lu Chao expressed his frustration. Half the time had elapsed, and they had already lost 3 comrades. Now, they faced 3 malevolent spirits. One was the shadowy specter on the 1st floor, another was the deceitful entity on the 3rd floor, and the most terrifying was the invisible ghost. Fortunately, the amalgamated specter on the 2nd floor had already met its end. Otherwise, they would have had to confront 4 spirits. I think we should check the 2nd floor once again. After all, that is where we lost our shadows, and perhaps we might find a solution, Zhang Rui suggested, pondering their situation, feeling like headless flies scurrying aimlessly. What if the invisible ghost is there? Zhang Yan interjected, her voice tinged with concern. If it is, so be it. At this rate, we are likely to become shadows entirely, which would render us no different from the dead. Zhang Yan, you should focus on finding a path to survival. You have 50 hours remaining. If you can endure, you will complete this task, Lu Chao reassured her, glancing at the countdown in his mind with a faint smile. Zhang Yan remained silent, trailing behind them, though she had witnessed Zhang Rui kick Long Shi into the wall. Under such dire circumstances, it was understandable. Survival was the only priority. Wait, I just realized something. Lu Chao abruptly halted, astonished as he looked at Zhang Rui and Zhang Yan. Lu Chao, what have you discovered? They inquired, puzzled. Why do we assume that the invisible ghost intends to kill us? Lu Chao posed curiously, having just grasped this concept. Upon reflection, He noted that the invisible ghost had not attacked them. In fact, it had cleared the second floor of other spirits. In essence, this ghost might indeed be their path to salvation. I understand now. You mean the invisible ghost is our path to survival, that it is assisting us, correct? Zhang Rui seemed to comprehend Lu Chao's implication. Precisely, Lu Chao exclaimed, elated that they had nearly overlooked this vital insight. Lu Chao? Lu Chao? Lu Chao? Just as the trio prepared to advance, a voice from the abyss reverberated in Lu Chao's mind. He froze, scanning his surroundings but finding nothing amiss. Lu Chao, what is wrong? Zhang Rui inquired, noticing Lu Chao's sudden stillness. When Lu Chao looked up, he realized Zhang Rui was becoming increasingly indistinct, nearly transparent. What is happening? Zhang Rui, why are you turning transparent? And why does my head ache so terribly? Lu Chao groaned, clutching his head in agony. The path to survival in this task lies in locating the invisible ghost, which will assist them in reclaiming their shadows from the deceased. This was initially articulated but was inadvertently deleted. I wanted to clarify this path for the audience. Lu Chao, you must awaken. The voice belonged to Li Kaichen. Upon hearing it, Lu Chao felt himself sinking into darkness, and as he gradually opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a hospital bed, surrounded by several doctors clad in white coats. Wonderful! Lu Chao has awakened. A nurse exclaimed with fervor, prompting the other doctors to rush to her side. Wonderful news. Lu Chao, you have finally escaped the clutches of peril. Our arduous efforts to save you have not been in vain. After your grievous accident, we have successfully brought you back from the brink. One doctor spoke with a smile, and as Lu Chao turned to him, he was astonished to discover it was Li Kaichen. Thank you. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded Lu Chao's mind. He realized that he had indeed been in a car accident, subsequently transported to the hospital, and that the so-called missions were merely figments of his imagination. The end. Thank you all for your attention, with special gratitude to the formidable G8 for their care and commendations. I appreciate all the positive feedback, encouragement for updates, and generous donations. The writing may have been lacking, hence this hasty conclusion. I had drafted an additional 20 chapters for the next arc, but the criticism was overwhelming, leaving the author in tears. Thank you for your support, and I look forward to meeting you all in my next book.